Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 294 to Chapter 350. Looking at Belle's departure, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we can produce more than 1,000 jin of milk wine per person, why did you only sell him 1,000 jin?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Good things need to be few in order to be valuable, if it's all over the place, then it wouldn't be valuable. Right now, we only produce 1,000 jin per month, which is too little for the people of the Xianxia domain. But don't forget, milk wine has just been introduced, people still need some time to adapt to it. After some time, their demand will increase, and when that time comes, we can just increase the quantity." Laura was also a merchant, so she naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. She smiled faintly and didn't say anything, but she immediately frowned and said, "Then how are we going to trade with Belle? We don't have a transmission point in the Xianxia domain." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Even if we have a transmission point in the Xianxia territory, we can't use it. Everyone in the continent knows that we have this ability. If we do this, then we would be discovered very quickly. Our transaction location must be in the prairie. This way, people wouldn't know that the milk wine came from us. They would only think that we bought it from the beastmen. After all, we are selling milk wine." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Yes." Laura understood what Zhao Hai meant, but she still frowned and said, "Trading in the beastmen's territory is very risky, moreover, this is the prairie, if we suddenly appear here, wouldn't we be discovered? At that time, wouldn't we be in more trouble?" Zhao Hai nodded, but he still said, "Let's talk about this later, we need to go to the border between the Xianxia domain and the beastmen's prairie, then we'll decide where to trade." Laura nodded, she hadn't been to the Xianxia domain, so she wasn't familiar with the situation there. But she also agreed with Zhao Hai's words, if they sell milk wine, it would be best to trade in the prairie, so that no one would suspect them. Although Belle had told them that the Radiant Church had some influence in the Beastmen prairie, but compared to the Beastmen, the Radiant Church's strength was far too lacking. It was impossible for them to know everything that happened in every corner of the prairie. Not to mention the Radiant Church, even the warring tribes of the prairie wouldn't know. This day passed very peacefully. In fact, Zhao Hai's days were very peaceful. But in West Wonder King's camp, although they lost 5,000 people, their disappearance was too inexplicable. They couldn't find anything and could only leave it as it is. At this time, the camp was very calm. After all, winter was coming. There were too many things that people needed to prepare. There was no time to think about other things. Zhao Hai also didn't have any more information to collect. He had already gathered all that he could, so there was nothing else to do. What he needed to do now was to wait for the last batch of food to arrive. Then he could leave. The next day, Belle really left West Wonder King's camp. Just like what he said before, winter was coming. Winter was very scary in the prairie. Not only would there be gales and blizzards, there would also be packs of magic wolves. Magic wolves can be said to be a disaster in the prairie. During winter, it was very difficult for magic beasts to find food. Therefore, many small packs of magic wolves would act together and attack some beastmen tribes. A lot of beastmen tribes were exterminated by magic beasts during winter. Because of this, humans generally wouldn't spend the winter in the prairie. They would leave the prairie before winter and return to the human settlements. When spring comes, they would flock back to the prairie. This had already become a trend. In the next few days, Zhao Hai was very calm. Only Beta would come to see him from time to time. Every time Zhao Hai saw him, Beta's face would be red, as if he had just drunk wine. This made Zhao Hai very impatient. He didn't want Beta to become an alcoholic because of the wine he gave him. But since it was the first time, Zhao Hai still gave Beta some milk wine. No matter what, the two were friends. Even if Zhao Hai didn't give Beta wine, Beta was still an alcoholic, there was no difference between giving him wine or not. Soon, 6 days passed. Zhao Hai's grain team arrived at West Wonder King's camp for the last time. Before the grain team arrived, Zhao Hai had already packed up his things. After the grain was unloaded, Zhao Hai immediately bid farewell to Brooke and left West Wonder King's camp. Before leaving, Zhao Hai gave Beta another 50 jeans of milk wine. Beta was very happy, but he didn't dare to drink anymore. He decided to keep these 50 jeans of milk wine until Zhao Hai comes back to the prairie. Unfortunately, he never thought that when Zhao Hai comes back, he would appear as their enemy. After Zhao Hai's group left West Wonder King's camp, they followed their usual route and went straight to the pig tribe's territory. Zhao Hai didn't want to suddenly disappear in the Torrens territory, that would be too eye-catching. After Zhao Hai left West Wonder King's camp, he immediately sent a letter to Wales, telling him that he had left West Wonder King's camp and would soon go find him. Then they rushed towards the pig tribe's territory. But they weren't in a hurry, their speed wasn't very fast. 5 days after leaving West Wonder King's camp, they arrived at the pig tribe's territory. After arriving at the pig tribe's territory, Zhao Hai walked forward until he was sure that West Wonder King's people weren't following him. Then Zhao Hai went into the space and had Fei gather the ghost staff, then he flew straight towards the Mastiff tribe's territory. Whale's recent days weren't very good. Although he had Zhao Hai's food to tide him over, the food was still not enough. This made the people in the tribe feel pessimistic, everyone seemed to have seen the end of the world. Although Wales wanted to change this situation, he couldn't do anything about it. Even if he brought food from Zhao Hai every day, the size of the space bag was limited. There was no way to transport large quantities of food to the Herculean Bull tribe's camp. Even if they brought food, they couldn't store it, it would immediately be eaten. This made the people in the camp feel like they couldn't eat their next meal, making their pessimistic mood even more serious. Now Wales wished that Zhao Hai would appear in front of him. Although he received Zhao Hai's letter 5 days ago saying that he would soon come to find him, 5 days had already passed and Zhao Hai still hadn't come. Wales felt that every day felt like a year. He knew that now was the best time to counterattack the Fighting Bulls. Currently, the Fighting Bulls didn't have a lot of troops in their hands. The human helpers were gone, and he also learned from Zhao Hai that the human helpers the Fighting Bulls invited were from the Radiant Church. For them, this was definitely good news. They could use this news to exchange for the support of other beastmen. Although this made him more confident in dealing with the Fighting Bulls, if the morale didn't rise, then all of this would just be empty talk. After all, he could invite experts from other tribes to deal with the Fighting Bulls, but he couldn't ask other tribes to send troops. Otherwise, the Fighting Bulls wouldn't be able to pass through and it might cause resistance from the cow-headed tribes. Moreover, Wales also had his own pride. He hoped that the things the Herculean Bulls lost, they could take it back themselves. Otherwise, the Herculean Bulls wouldn't deserve to be the royal family of the Fighting Bulls. At this moment, Wales was sitting in his tent with Yale and Mendez beside him. There was also another person sitting in the tent. This person didn't look young, his face was full of wrinkles, but his body was very sturdy. His eyes were shining, and it was clear that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. This person was the Herculean Bull tribe's elder, Coney. He was a good friend of Wales' father. The two grew up together and were as close as brothers. It could be said that Coney watched Wales and the others grow up. At the same time, he was also a rank 8 expert and was very loyal to Wales' father. The reason why Gasol couldn't sit firmly on the Herculean Bull tribe's chieftain's position after killing Wales' father was because of Coney. Elder Coney was also a famous warrior in the Herculean Bull tribe. This time, the Herculean Bulls were able to preserve so much fighting strength because of him. However, he had a problem. He was the same as Wales' father. He absolutely didn't believe in humans, and didn't want to get in touch with them. He also didn't want to cooperate with them. Instead, he wanted them to help him. Wales suddenly said to Mendez, "Sixth brother, how many days has it been since Little Hai sent the letter? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Mendez replied, 5 days. "Forget it, don't worry. If Little Hai says that he will come, then he will. Don't worry." Coney frowned and said, "Little Seventh, don't keep mentioning that human. Don't we have other ways? In my opinion, we should take advantage of the fact that winter hasn't arrived and rob the Cat tribe's territory. This way, not only will we have food, we can also make friends with the Mastiff tribe." Wales was helpless. Although Coney was very powerful, he was a real warmonger. At this time, if the Herculean Bulls were to cause trouble in the Cat tribe's territory, then they would be pushing the Cat tribe to the Fighting Bull tribe's side. Their future days would be even more difficult. If the Cat tribesmen suddenly came to clean them up while they were dealing with the Fighting Bulls, then they would really be finished. So Wales didn't even think about attacking the other side, he could only wait for Zhao Hai. As long as Zhao Hai came and brought food, the morale of the army would be stabilized, then he could immediately arrange a counterattack. Yale sighed and said, "Coney, don't talk nonsense. If we go and deal with the cat tribe now, wouldn't we be looking for trouble? The most important thing for us now is to stabilize the morale of the army. Then we can counterattack. Now that the Supreme Elder's injuries have healed, the Mastiff tribe is willing to help us, and the Fighting Bull tribe's human experts have left. This is the best time for us to counterattack. If we go and deal with the cat tribe now, it would only ruin our plans." Wales stood up abruptly when he heard this. The one who came in to report was Bogu. Wales rushed to Bogu and asked, "Really?" Bogu excitedly replied, "Really, the convoy isn't far from here, they'll be here soon." Wales laughed, then he turned around and ran out of the tent. Yale and Mendez also followed behind, while Bogu also ran out. Only Coney was left in the tent, looking at the empty tent. Coney was surprised by Wales' reaction. He looked at the empty tent and muttered, "Why are you so happy? Come, what's the big deal?" Then he slowly stood up and walked out. As soon as he arrived outside, he found that Wales and the others were already riding their mounts and running outside the camp. The sound of hoofbeats startled everyone in the camp. The Herculean bulls were already like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough. They all thought that enemies were coming, so many of them grabbed their weapons and rushed out with Wales. Coney was startled by the situation in the camp. Of course, he knew why Wales and the others jumped out, but he didn't think that the reaction of the people in the camp would be this strong. This time, he had to face the current situation of his tribe. He found that the mood of the people in the tribe was very strange. Coney couldn't help but stare. He recalled Yale's words. In the entire Herculean bull tribe, only Yale could persuade him. This was because Yale was of the same generation as him, and the two of them were good friends. Additionally, Yale was very intelligent, so Coney always listened to Yale. It was precisely because of this that Coney didn't oppose Yale's words. However, Coney wasn't a completely reckless person, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in his position today. He finally found out that the tribe's situation was very strange. The tribe's youths were now like rabbits that had been shot by arrows. When they heard the sound of a bow, they would run away in fear. This made Coney very angry. From Coney's point of view, the Herculean bulls shouldn't be afraid of anyone. They should be the bravest warriors of the prairie. No matter what kind of enemy they face, they should have the courage to charge. No matter how many times they were defeated, the next time they meet an enemy, they should have the courage to be the first to charge. Obviously, these young warriors of the Herculean bulls didn't meet his requirements. Wales wasn't in the mood to care about these things. He already knew about this situation, but he couldn't change it. Now, he was rushing out of the camp under Bogu's lead. From afar, he could see two beastmen friendship flags fluttering in the wind. Below the flags was a carriage, and behind the carriage was a long convoy. Wales laughed heartily and patted his mount. His mount sped up and soon arrived beside Zhao Hai's carriage. Zhao Hai was standing on the carriage and looking at Wales. Wales jumped down from his mount and laughed heartily as he opened his arms and hugged Zhao Hai. "Good boy, you really made me wait for a long time." Zhao Hai also laughed. "You can't blame me for this. But big brother, if you don't let me go, I'll be strangled by you." Wales laughed and put Zhao Hai down on the grass. He turned his head and looked at the grain carriage behind him. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Why did you use a carriage to carry the grain?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "Don't you think that the effect would be better? Let your people see that we have a lot of grain." Wales laughed heartily and patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. He knew that Zhao Hai did this to help him stabilize the morale of his people. At this time, Mendez and Yale also arrived. The two of them walked in front of Zhao Hai and hugged Zhao Hai while laughing. This scene made the people behind Wales stare blankly, not knowing what was going on. Soon, Wales discovered that behind Zhao Hai's grain carriage, there were close to 10,000 Argali. These Argali were exchanged from West Wonder King by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that for beast men, not having Argali in their hands was like humans not having land in their hands. They always felt uneasy, so he released these Argali and prepared to give them to Wales. Wales didn't say anything and just led Zhao Hai into the camp. Although there were a lot of Argali in the camp, compared to a tribe of several 100,000 people, these argali were still too little. On average, each person wouldn't be able to get one. This made the Herculean bulls feel uneasy. However, the grains that Zhao Hai brought this time really made the Herculean bulls feel a lot more relieved. After arriving at the camp, the Herculean bulls saw an even more shocking scene. After the grain was unloaded, piles of grain appeared in the camp. Looking at the piles of grain that appeared out of thin air, the Herculean bulls were stunned. Some of the more timid ones even knelt down and prayed to the beast god. Coney, who was standing on the side, was also staring blankly at this scene. He finally understood why whales wanted Zhao Hai to come quickly. It was because of this. Coney stared blankly at Zhao Hai. He really couldn't see how this small and thin human could have such ability. After taking out nearly 100 million gene of grain, Zhao Hai stopped. At this time, Whales patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and jumped onto the pile of grain. He looked at the people around him and loudly said, "My clansmen, today is a year of disaster for our Herculean bull tribe. Our old patriarch was killed, we were driven out of our homeland by the shameless traitors of the fighting bull tribe. Many people think that our Herculean bull tribe is finished, our Herculean bull tribe has been defeated. But I want to say, our Herculean bull tribe is not finished, we haven't been defeated, we just took a nap and let some thieves steal our things. But our Herculean bull tribe, with the help of our friends, we will definitely take back everything that belongs to us." The people below stared blankly at Whales, who was standing on top of the grain bag. The fire in their hearts was ignited little by little. Just like what Whales said, when they were defeated by the fighting bulls, they felt that the sky was falling, they felt that the Herculean bull tribe was finished. They didn't have any overnight food, they didn't have any argali, they had no hope, their future was gloomy, everyone seemed to have turned into walking corpses. Whales looked at his clansmen, he knew that his words had an effect. He continued, "I want to tell everyone a piece of good news, our Herculean bull tribe's supreme elder has completely recovered, he even made a breakthrough, he is preparing to teach those fighting bulls a lesson." The Herculean bulls cheered. If the grain was said to have stabilized their hearts, then the Supreme Elder's recovery gave them a shot of cardiac stimulant, it gave them a glimmer of hope in the gloomy road ahead. Whales pressed down with his hand, the people below slowly calmed down. Whales continued, "The fighting bulls are shameful traitors, they didn't use their own strength to defeat us, they couldn't defeat us with their own strength, so they invited humans to help, and the humans they invited weren't ordinary humans, but people from the Radiant Church. All the Beastmen know that the Radiant Church is the most evil organization of the human race, they are bent on controlling and enslaving us Beastmen. Now the fighting bulls actually cooperated with them, this is a betrayal of the entire Beastman race, we absolutely cannot forgive them, but we won't ask others for help, our Herculean bull tribe only has our own enmity, we must take revenge, we must take revenge. Revenge!" All the Herculean bulls below shouted, "Revenge! Revenge! Revenge!" Whales continued, "My human brother, Zhao Hai, he is my beheading blood oath brother, my brother is a human merchant, he is also a powerful magician, he has a lot of grain in his hands, he is willing to support us in our revenge. Some time ago, brother Zhao Hai helped us inquire about information from West Wonder King, now that he has come here, he has brought countless grains, we can eat until our stomachs are full, we will have the strength to fight. I command, from today onwards, everyone sharpen your axes, we will be ready to go back for revenge, take back the headquarters, take back everything that belongs to us, and ask for our loved ones back." More and more beastmen gathered below the stage, they shouted, "Take back the headquarters, take back the headquarters." Whales shouted, "My clansmen, come and get your rations. Get your rations and eat until you're full. We're going to fight." After that, he waved his hand, and his guards immediately went to distribute the rations to the beastmen. Currently, the Herculean bull camp only had about 500,000 Herculean bulls, but Zhao Hai had taken out more than 100 million gene of grain. In other words, each person could get more than 200 gene of grain, and among these Herculean bulls, there were a lot of families, so they could get a few hundred gene of grain. For them, this was already a lot. Even if they didn't suffer, it was impossible for each person to get 200 gene of grain during winter. While they were distributing the grains, Whales brought Zhao Hai and the others back to their tent. Upon entering the tent, Whales laughed, Mendez laughed, Yale also had a smile on his face. Zhao Hai looked at them with a puzzled expression, he didn't know what they were laughing about. At this time, Coney was looking at Zhao Hai and Laura, he was really shocked, he didn't think that Zhao Hai could bring them so much grain. With Whale's words, Coney understood what it meant. He believed that the Herculean bulls had completely recovered their self-confidence, even if they were asked to counterattack the fighting bulls, they would certainly agree. Morale, an invisible and intangible thing, but this thing could determine the outcome of a war. An army without morale, even if they were well trained, it would still be impossible for them to defeat a group of farmers with crude weapons. This was the effect of morale. In the past, what the Herculean bulls lacked the most was morale, but now their morale was back. With such an army of Herculean bulls, even if they met the same number of lion or tiger tribes, they would still dare to charge, not to mention a small fighting bull tribe. After some time, Whale stopped, he turned to Zhao Hai and laughed, "Brother, you came at the right time, now we can immediately prepare for the counterattack." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's good that we're not late." "Brother, did you find an ally now? When are you going to make your move?" Whales thought for a moment and said, "We have to be quick, our morale is at its peak, if we wait too long, it would be troublesome. I think we should immediately contact the mastiffs and ask their experts to come out, we have to be quick." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I won't have any problems here, just leave the food supplies to me." "Right, brother, this time you should prepare some gifts for the mastiffs, right? When I wasn't here, you couldn't give them anything even if you wanted to. Now that I'm here, you can tell me what to give, and how much to give." Whales patted Zhao Hai's shoulder, he thought for a moment and said, "Brother, this time my clansmen were able to survive until today thanks to the mastiffs. Moreover, they also gave us a lot of argali and food, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. What do you think about this matter?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Although I have a lot of food in my hands, if I give it to them, then your days won't be easy. Brother, how about this, we can give them milk wine, vegetables, fruit oil, and food as gifts, what do you think?" Whale stared, he understood vegetables and fruit oil, but milk wine was produced by the beast men. Why did Zhao Hai think of giving them away? Looking at Whale's appearance, Zhao Hai knew what he was thinking. He smiled faintly, turned his hand and took out a jug of milk wine and gave it to Whales. "Brother Whales, have a taste, this is the milk wine your brother made." Although Whales stared for a moment, he still smiled and received the jug. "What's wrong? You also started to make milk wine? Do you really want to be a beast man?" While saying that, he took a cup and poured the wine into it. When the wine was poured out from the jug, the people in the tent couldn't help but take a sniff, because the smell of the wine was too fragrant, an unprecedented fragrant smell. Whales couldn't help but take the cup and drink it in one gulp, but he didn't think that the wine would be so strong, he choked and coughed. Zhao Hai was laughing heartlessly, Laura was also laughing at the side, they had already expected this result. After a while, Whales was able to catch his breath, but he didn't pay attention to Zhao Hai. Instead, he looked at the jug in his hand with an inconceivable expression. After a while, he said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai? This is milk wine? Why is there no color? Why is it so fragrant? How did you make it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I can't tell you, your brother is still relying on this wine to feed his family." "How about it, brother, is this wine qualified as a gift?" Whales thought for a moment, but shook his head and said, "Brother, don't give it away. Give it to me, I really can't bear to give it away." On the withered grassland, a huge caravan was moving forward. The total number of caravans in this caravan was more than 2,000. Among them, more than 1,000 were caravans used by the beast men while the remaining 1,000 were caravans used by the humans. Around the carriages, there was a team of 10,000 Herculean bull cavalry guards. At the very front of the carriages, there was a carriage for people. There were 2 beastman flags on the carriage, one for the big-bellied boar tribe, and the other for the giant horned bull tribe. Around the carriage, there was a large group of Herculean bulls. These people were all wearing cloth robes, and it was obvious that they weren't ordinary people. Zhao Hai sat in the carriage and looked at Whales next to the carriage. He said helplessly, "Big brother, can't you drink less? If you drink all the wine later, what will we give as a gift?" Whales was holding a leather bag and pouring wine into his mouth, which made Zhao Hai feel very helpless. Ever since he drank the milk wine that Zhao Hai gave him, Wales didn't stop. No matter what, he would always have a bag of wine in his hand. This made Zhao Hai speechless. Wales stared at Zhao Hai and said, "Who told you to have such good wine and not give it to me?" "Humph, you want to give it to others?" "I have to drink my fill." When Wales said this, Laura and the others laughed. Yale, who was riding his mount next to the carriage, also laughed. He knew that Wales was joking, but to be honest, the wine that Zhao Hai brought was really too fragrant. Even Yale, who wasn't greedy for wine, was a bit greedy. Zhao Hai shook his head impatiently and turned to look at Wales. "Big brother, can we just leave sixth brother in charge of the house?" Wales smiled faintly and said, "No problem, sixth brother is very good at arranging logistics. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "For this winter operation, I think it's best to prepare more wine. Winter is too cold. Whether it's humans or magic beasts, it's best to drink less wine before the battle, so as to avoid freezing." Will's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. This time, we'll fight to the death. I've already ordered them to kill all the Argali in the tribe and make them into rations. At the same time, we'll implement a wine ban and control all the milk wine. We'll only use it when we go to war. If we can't take back the headquarters this time, then I'd rather the Herculean bull tribe disappear from the prairie." Whale's words carried a hint of desperation. Just like he said, the Herculean bull tribe was going all out this time. Now, the entire tribe was holding back their strength, and they've put all their resources into it. If they can't succeed this time, then the Herculean bull tribe would have no chance to turn the situation around. Zhao Hai discovered that Wales was really crazy, but this was what the Herculean bull tribe needed right now. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Did second sister and third sister say anything about eldest sister and fourth sister's situation?" Wales nodded and said, "They did. They were executed by the fighting bull chieftain. Not only them, all the servants who followed them were executed. Only the old and weak who didn't have time to escape were captured and reduced to slaves. This time, I must kill all the fighting bulls who were taller than a wheel." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He knew that for beast men, this kind of killing was very common. But he still asked, "Big brother, when dealing with West Wonder King, you don't have to do this, right?" Whale stared for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "West Wonder King can be merciful, but he must die. Little Hai, all the dead fighting bulls, you must turn them into undead and make them your slaves." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, "Big brother, there are hundreds of thousands of people, do you really want to do this?" Wales nodded and said, "If I don't do this, it'll be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Brother, you must promise me." Zhao Hai impatiently said, "Big brother, isn't it me who's taking advantage of this? If you give those people to me, my fighting strength will be even more powerful. Of course I'll help you." Wales didn't say anything. He thought that Zhao Hai was comforting him. He had a certain understanding of black mages. He knew that if a black mage were to control too many undead, it would be a very serious burden for the mage. Generally, a black mage commanding hundreds of undead was already very good. But what he wanted Zhao Hai to do was to turn hundreds of thousands of people into undead. This request was really a bit excessive. He didn't know that Zhao Hai was just a fake black mage. For Zhao Hai, the undead weren't a burden at all. As he said, they were just tools to increase his strength. Wales now completely regarded Zhao Hai as his own brother. To be exact, he was closer than a real brother. No matter what, a real brother couldn't reach the same level as Zhao Hai. Wales had already thought about it. If they really captured the fighting bulls this time, then he would give the fighting bulls to Zhao Hai as slaves, and give Zhao Hai hundreds of thousands of Argali. However, he didn't say these words out loud. He was only preparing to execute them when the time came. He believed that Yale and Mendez wouldn't oppose, because without Zhao Hai, the Herculean bull tribe wouldn't exist today. This time, when they went to deliver gifts to the mastiffs, Zhao Hai originally didn't want to follow. However, Wales had to drag Zhao Hai along because he felt that he should introduce Zhao Hai to the mastiffs. This way, everyone would know about Zhao Hai's identity and status, and also let Zhao Hai do business with the mastiffs. This way, not only would Zhao Hai benefit, the mastiffs would also benefit. The convoy slowly moved forward. They weren't very far from the mastiffs' camp. The mastiffs had carved out a place in their own territory for the Herculean bulls to live in. At the same time, they were also protecting and taking care of the Herculean bulls. This made whales very moved. For the Herculean bulls, those who could help them were their most loyal friends. This time's disaster could be said to be a touchstone. They would be able to find out who were their true friends, and who were the wolves that couldn't be fed. From the Herculean bulls' camp to the mastiffs' camp, it would take 2 days. Wales wasn't in a hurry, he just slowly moved forward. Before, when he received news from Xianxia about the cooperation between the fighting bulls and the Radiant Church, he immediately told the mastiffs. Among the beast men, the mastiffs had a higher status compared to the Herculean bulls. If he told this news to the mastiffs would be able to pass it to the tigers and lions. This way, the warring tribes would know about this matter, and the entire prairie would be cleansed. If one were to ask which organization the beast men hated the most, then it would be the Radiant Church. Just like what Wales said, in the beastmen's eyes, the Radiant Church was the most evil organization among the humans. They suppressed the beastmen everywhere, saying that the beastmen were barbarians. Moreover, many wars with the beastmen were instigated by them. The most important thing was that they wanted to control the beastmen's tribes several times, causing infighting among the beastmen. This made all the beastmen hate the Radiant Church. When Wales got the information from Xianxia that the fighting bulls were aided by the Radiant Church, he was very excited. This was because he knew that as long as this news was spread, the fighting bulls would be finished. Wales believed that the lions and tigers had already received the mastiff's letter. They should have taken action, this would be very helpful for them to take back the throne. However, Wales still didn't want to rely on the pressure of the lion or tiger tribes to take back the position of the royal family. Because if that happened, their prestige in the bull-headed race would plummet, which would be very disadvantageous for their rule over the bull-headed race in the future. That night, they set up camp in the prairie. Wales didn't show off too much, he just ate a simple meal and went to rest. Now that they had put all their energy into preparing for the upcoming battle, they didn't have time to enjoy themselves. In order to prepare for this battle, Wales had already put everything on the line. Even for this trip, they only brought some simple rations. They didn't even bring a single argali. Just like what Wales had said before, he had already ordered all the argali in the tribe to be turned into rations for battle. The next day, when they continued to move forward, they could already see the mastiffs' foraging team. Because of this, they could see beastmen foraging everywhere in the prairie. The mastiffs were also preparing for winter, so they were also foraging. It wasn't only their people who were foraging, there were also many slaves who were working. It can be said that this was the busiest time of the year in the prairie. The mastiffs also saw Wales' group, but it could be seen that the mastiffs were very fond of the Herculean bulls. Many mastiffs ran over to greet Wales' group. This was also the first time that Xianxia saw the mastiffs. The mastiffs were very tall, they were about 2.5 meters tall. Although they were a bit shorter than the Herculean bulls, they weren't that much shorter. Their bodies were very sturdy, they had a huge mastiff head and a layer of long hair on the neck. This made them look as bold and powerful as lions. Their voices were very low, but there was an indescribable penetrating power in them. It made people feel an imposing aura and a domineering aura from their voices. In fact, the mastiffs were very famous in the prairie. Even the powerful war tribes of the prairie, the wolf tribe, the tiger tribe, the bear tribe, and the lion tribe, didn't want to provoke the mastiffs. The mastiffs were very brave and fierce. With the same number of mastiffs, they weren't at a disadvantage against the lion tribe. Against the tiger tribe, they were only at a disadvantage. Against the wolf tribe was defeated. Against the bear tribe was defeated. The mastiffs also noticed the existence of a human like Xianxia. They looked at Xianxia, and Wales quickly explained that he was his brother under the beheading blood oath. Obviously, the beheading blood oath was a great oath among the beastmen, and was accepted by all beastmen. No matter which race one was from, as long as one made the beheading blood oath with a beastman, then in the eyes of the beastmen, that person was a beastman. Therefore, the mastiffs didn't make any strange moves towards Xianxia. On the contrary, they became more enthusiastic towards Xianxia. This was because they noticed that besides being Wales' brother, Zhao Hai also had 2 friendship flags on his carriage. Friendship flags were very important to the beastmen. Therefore, when the mastiff saw that Zhao Hai was Whale's brother under the beheading blood oath and had 2 friendship flags, they naturally wouldn't treat him like an ordinary human merchant. At noon the next day, they finally arrived at the mastiff's main camp. The mastiff's main camp was much more imposing than Westwonder King's camp. Their current location was a small hill, and below this hill was a small river. The river's volume wasn't small, and it flowed very fast. It could act as a natural barrier for them, making it more convenient for them to use water. On top of the river, the mastiffs built a wooden bridge. The bridge was very wide and sturdy, enough for 10 riders to walk side by side. Moreover, not far from the hill, there was a place where the water flow was very slow, allowing people to wade across. It could be said that this was a good place to set up camp. Naturally, this small hill wasn't very high. One could only see a slight rise and fall from it. However, the camp was very big. It looked like it could accommodate more than 1 million people. These more than 1 million people weren't gathered together, it was impossible for the Beastman camp to gather together. Otherwise, the destruction of the prairie would be too great. Because of this, they seemed to be scattered. Looking from afar, the tents seemed to have covered the entire prairie. Just as Whales saw the mastiff tribe, a group of cavalry rushed out from the main camp. This group of cavalry wasn't a lot, only about 100 riders. These 100 riders were very fast, and they didn't make any sound. Zhao Hai paid attention to their mounts. Their mounts were very special, they were huge mastiffs. There was no need to ask, these must be the beastkin of the mastiffs. The group of cavalry quickly arrived beside the convoy. The leader of the mastiff looked at Whales and laughed, "Whales, you finally came to see me." Zhao Hai sized up this mastiff. He didn't look very old, but his body was very sturdy. He wasn't any worse than the Herculean bulls. Compared to the other mastiffs, the beard on his face was heavier, making him look like a lion. He was wearing a cloth robe, and although the weather wasn't warm, his robe was still open, revealing his chest full of black hair. His entire person looked unrestrained, natural and unrestrained. A person's temperament had nothing to do with their appearance. Although the beastmen had huge beast heads, Zhao Hai couldn't see their expressions. This didn't affect their temperament. The mastiff standing in front of Zhao Hai gave Zhao Hai the feeling of a wanton and unrestrained man. He was a hot-blooded man who was willing to sacrifice himself for his friends. The mastiff obviously saw Zhao Hai. He grinned and said to Whales, "Whales, this is your blood-sworn brother, Zhao Hai, right? I say, since when did you make the beheading blood oath with a human?" Whales rolled his eyes at the mastiff and said, "Buffon, don't talk nonsense. My brother is an honest person, you're scaring him." "Little Hai, this is Big Brother Buffon, the 5th prince of the mastiffs." Zhao Hai quickly gave a salute to Buffon, but he had a feeling of wanting to laugh. Because of the name Buffon, Zhao Hai remembered that back on Earth, there was a football star named Buffon. He didn't expect to meet someone named Buffon here. Buffon looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, "Since Whales has already made a beheading blood oath with you, then you are my brother." "Brother, the mastiff race welcomes you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Since you've made a beheading blood oath with Whales, then you are my brother." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Buffon." Whales then said, "Buffon, you can't let us talk to you here, right? Hurry up and invite us in, I still have a lot of gifts to give to Uncle." Buffon glanced at the back of the car and saw a lot of leather bags. It was obvious that they were filled with something like water. He couldn't help but stare blankly. He turned to Whales and said, "I say, Whales, are you going to give this to my father? Are you kidding me?" Whales stared at him and said, "If you have the ability, then don't drink it later." "Is the lamb roasted? I'm hungry." Buffon obviously didn't get angry, he led everyone into the camp. When they entered the camp, they immediately went towards the hill. Zhao Hai saw that on top of the hill, there was a large flag. It was the flag of the Mastiff King. Obviously, the golden tent of the Mastiff race should be there. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to see the golden tent of the Mastiff race. Although the tent looked very imposing, it didn't have fences and guards like Westwonder King's tent. Aside from the imposing appearance of the tent, it looked like an ordinary beastman tent, except for the 2 guards in front of the door. The convoy had already stopped. Whales only brought Zhao Hai, Yale, and a few guards who were carrying things towards the big tent. Now, Wales had also put away the joking manner he had when he was joking with Buffon. His face was serious. Zhao Hai also followed Wales. The 2 were led by Buffon into the tent. When they entered the tent, Zhao Hai stared blankly. This was because the golden tent wasn't as gorgeous as it looked from the outside. The inside of the tent was very simple. It was similar to West Wonder King's tent. There was a large brazier in the middle, a lamp hanging from the top of the tent, a desk, and an old mastiff sitting behind the desk. On both sides of the desk were rows of chairs. This made the tent look more like a conference room. Aside from this, the furnishings inside were very simple. There wasn't anything good inside. When Wales entered the tent, he immediately took 2 steps forward and knelt down in front of the old mastiff. Wales has seen Uncle Buzier. Zhao Hai also quickly knelt down. Buzier chuckled and said, "Little 7, get up. You don't need to be polite with me. I heard that you also brought a lot of gifts. Why did you bring those things? You're in a difficult time right now." Wales stood up and smiled. "Uncle, I brought some human specialties. For us, these are things that we don't need. Just consider them as my filial piety." Buzier smiled faintly and said, "All right, it's good that you have the heart." "Right, is this your beheading blood oath, brother?" Zhao Hai couldn't help but neglect. He quickly knelt down in front of Buzier and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Uncle." Buzier nodded, then he smiled and said, "Get up. Since you're Whale's brother, then you're my junior. You don't need to be polite with me. Sit down." After Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude, he retreated behind Wales. At this time, Wales stepped forward and waved his hand. A guard behind him immediately brought a silver jug over to Wales. Wales took the jug and said to Buzier, "Uncle, this is Little Hai's milk wine. I think it tastes good, so I brought some for you to try." Buzier nodded and said, "Uncle, this is Little Hai's milk wine." Buzier looked at Wales. He didn't seem angry at all. He smiled and said, "Good, milk wine is a good thing. We beast men can't live without it for a day. I want to taste your human brother's milk wine and see if it has the taste of our beastman's milk wine." Wales smiled faintly, then he went to Buzier's table and poured a cup of milk wine into Buzier's cup. Just like Buzier said, the beastmen couldn't live without milk wine. Milk wine had already become the most important part of their lives. Therefore, Buzier also had a cup of milk wine on his table. However, when Wales poured out the milk wine, Buzier was stunned. He had been drinking milk wine all his life, but he had never seen milk wine that was as clear as water. This made him very surprised. However, he didn't suspect that Wales was joking. This was because he smelled a very strong fragrance of milk wine. One must know that mastiffs have a better sense of smell compared to other beastmen. After Wales poured the milk wine, Buzier immediately picked it up and took a sip. He didn't drink a lot, unlike Wales who drank a large cup of milk wine. He only took a sip, but the fragrance of the milk wine made him intoxicated. Beastmen love wine. This didn't apply to ordinary beastmen or royal beastmen. Buzier also liked to drink, but he swore that he had never drunk such a good milk wine. He couldn't help but close his eyes as he carefully tasted the milk wine. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at Wales, then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. People in the continent always say that humans are smarter than beastmen. I didn't believe it, but now I do. We beastmen have been drinking milk wine for thousands of years, but it didn't make milk wine this good. Young man, you're very smart. Thank you for letting this old man drink such good milk wine. Obviously, these words were directed at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly bowed and said, "Uncle is too polite. This is the material I used. It's good that Uncle likes it." Buzier smiled faintly and said, "All right, Wales, you don't need to accompany this old man. Little 5, go lead Wales and the others to drink. Remember to bring me some lamb chops. Also, invite the elders to bring us more milk wine. This milk wine is very fragrant, we old men should drink a few cups." When the group came out of the tent, Buffon immediately smiled and said, "Wales, you're really not a friend. You only brought out such good wine now. Although my father likes to drink, he doesn't drink ordinary wine. If he can say that the wine is good, then it must be good." Is that wine really brewed by Little Hai? Whales smiled and said, of course it's true. Otherwise, what do you think? Haha, I remember someone said that I was joking when I gave him wine. Then let's not drink for a while. Buffon immediately played dumb and said, really? Who? Who said that? His appearance, coupled with that silly-looking dog head, was really indescribably hilarious. Wales and the others laughed, but they still immediately arranged for someone to deliver the wine to Buzier. It was a big bag of 50 gin of milk wine. Then they went to Buzier's tent, where several bonfires were already set up. Argali were being roasted on the fire. From what Zhao Hai can see, Wales was very popular among the mastiffs. The mastiffs would greet him with a smile. Wales would also greet them, and from time to time, he would joke with them. The mastiffs weren't in awe of the fifth prince, they often made fun of Buffon. However, Zhao Hai could see that the mastiffs really liked Buffon. It can be said that Buffon had already won the hearts of the people. When the group arrived at the bonfire, a few drunkards immediately surrounded them and refused to leave. It was obvious that they were here to eat for free. Buffon didn't want to drive them away, he just laughed and scolded them. Then he told them to go home and bring some delicious food. The drunkards didn't say anything and just ran back home. Before long, they took out some beastman specialties, such as milk skin, milk tofu, and the like. On the other hand, Wales put on a big show and took out a lot of the vegetables that Zhao Hai brought. This made the mastiff's eyes widen. One must know that vegetables were really too rare in the beastman prairie. At this time, the roasted mutton was ready. The milk wine that Zhao Hai brought was also poured. As a result, before the mutton was served, the vegetables that Zhao Hai brought out were already wiped out. Some of the drunkards even went under the table, they drank too fast and got drunk. What made Zhao Hai surprised was Buffon. This guy was simply a wine barrel. When he started drinking, his face was still red, even his tongue was sticking out. But after a few glasses, he actually recovered. Cups of wine were poured into his stomach, but he didn't have any reaction. Moreover, this guy didn't eat the mutton. Instead, he seemed to have turned into a herbivore, desperately stuffing the vegetables into his mouth. This made Wales angry and scolded him, but he didn't react at all, he still did his own thing. Zhao Hai was somewhat envious of Buffon. He now had some understanding of the mastiffs. The mastiffs were the most typical beastman race. They only liked the strong. They put their happiness and anger on the surface. They did their own thing and didn't care about other people's opinions. Such a race was really worth befriending. Zhao Hai and the others were very happy with this meal. The mastiffs were very enthusiastic. When Zhao Hai and the others finished eating, the tents were already prepared for them. Inside the tents, there was a fire pit. Zhao Hai and the others could rest inside the tents. Zhao Hai and Laura were very grateful for the mastiff's arrangement. But they still went inside the space to rest. This time, in order to help Wales, Zhao Hai had invested a lot. There weren't many argali left in the space. Moreover, he also took out a lot of grains, vegetables, and fruit oil. Fortunately, these things were produced in the space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to help. Now that things had reached this point, Zhao Hai didn't have any way to retreat. His investment wasn't small. If Wales couldn't get his revenge, then Zhao Hai's loss would be huge. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about this right now. He just wanted to help Wales get his revenge. Zhao Hai didn't know that the beheading blood oath was slowly affecting him. But this effect wasn't a bad thing for Zhao Hai. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Wales went to see Buzier. Zhao Hai didn't follow. He knew why Wales went, it was to discuss when to counterattack. This meeting between Wales and Buzier could be said to be directly related to the future of the Herculean bull tribe. If the mastiffs agreed to help, then Wales would have a 70% chance of getting his revenge. Otherwise, it would only be 50%. Naturally, he wouldn't ask Buzier to send an army to help him. Instead, he wanted to ask Buzier to send a 9th-rank expert. This was something that Wales had already discussed with Buzier. Now, he needed to see if Buzier would agree. Whether it was the humans or the beastmen, it wasn't easy to ask a 9th-rank expert to step in. Therefore, even if Wales had a good relationship with Buzier, he still couldn't say that he had full confidence. Zhao Hai and Yale were calmly sitting inside Whale's tent. They were waiting for the final news. As long as the matter of the mastiffs was settled, then the only thing left to do was to set a date for the counterattack. When it was almost noon, Wales finally came back. He had a happy expression as he entered the tent. When he saw Zhao Hai, he laughed and said, "They agreed, Uncle Buzir agreed, their 9th-rank elder also agreed. Little Hai, thank you. If you didn't bring back the news, then their 9th-rank elder wouldn't have agreed." Zhao Hai and Yale cheered as they jumped up. They knew that they had hope of getting their revenge this time. They were only one step away from success. While the group was happy, Buffon's voice was heard, "Since you're so happy, shouldn't you drink a few cups?" The group turned their heads to look. They didn't know when Buffon was already standing in front of their tent. He was smiling as he looked at them. Wales let out a strange cry. He rushed over and hugged Buffon as he laughed. "2 cups is enough, we must drink 2 pots. Buffon also laughed. He didn't get any good wine last night. He was carried back to his tent. But he was very happy. This was because the wine was really delicious. After some time, Wales calmed down. He looked at Buffon and said, "Thank you, Buffon. I know that you put a lot of effort into this matter." "Thank you." Buffon chuckled and said, "This is actually for the sake of our mastiff race. Think about it, if your Herculean bulls are really finished, then the cow-headed race would be replaced by the fighting bulls as the royal clan. But the fighting bulls have always been at odds with us. If they become the royal clan of the cow-headed race, then it wouldn't be a good thing for our dog-headed race. So of course I'll support you." Will smiled faintly. He knew that Buffon was just comforting him. No matter which cow-headed race became the patriarch, they wouldn't dare to be rude to the dog-headed race. If one were to talk about overall strength, then the dog-headed race was much stronger than the cow-headed race. After confirming this matter, Wales didn't stay with the mastiffs for too long. The next day, they set out early and headed back. This time, they were very fast and arrived at the Herculean Bull Tribe's camp by nightfall. After arriving at the Herculean Bull Tribe's camp, Wales and the others immediately busied themselves. They were fully prepared for the counterattack. Originally, they had a lot of argali, but they were all slaughtered and turned into rations. Although Zhao Hai could follow them and give them rations at any time, it was impossible for beast men to not eat meat, especially in times of war. Therefore, they still needed to prepare rations. But this time, the rations they prepared were different from before. In the past, the rations they prepared were air-dried and cooked. But this time, they didn't need to air-dry them, they didn't have time to air-dry them. After they killed the argali, they cooked the meat and then handed it over to Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's mobile warehouse, they would be fools if they didn't use it. At the same time, Zhao Hai also ordered Aries and the others to make more milk wine. He even prepared all the fruit wine he had in his storage. If Wales lacked milk wine, then he would use the fruit wine to replace it. For beast men, not allowing them to drink in winter was the same as killing them. The reason why Wales slaughtered argali on such a large scale was not only for food, but also for the sheepskin. Sheepskin was a rare item for warmth, and the winter in the beastmen prairie was too cold. They didn't have any supplies this time, and Zhao Hai didn't have enough supplies. Therefore, they could only kill the argali and use the sheepskin to keep them warm. Zhao Hai didn't oppose this method. The beastmen had their own way of life, and he couldn't interfere. He could only provide some help to Wales within the scope of his abilities. Zhao Hai even thought of putting Wales and the others into the space, and then transport them to a place not far from the fighting bull tribe. Then he would suddenly release them and launch an attack on the fighting bulls. He believed that it would be very sudden. But in the end, he gave up. He knew that this wouldn't work. His secret would be completely exposed, and he would become the target of all the forces on the continent. He wouldn't be able to show his face in the continent for the rest of his life. Green and the others didn't oppose Zhao Hai's help to Wales. Instead, they were very supportive of it, because they thought that this was another way out for them. Now that they were in the Oxu Empire, they didn't dare to show their faces. If the situation in the Black Waste was discovered one day, they would have to find another place to retreat. Although the Carrion Swamp's Flower City was possible, it was also a dead end. If they went there, they could only live there for the rest of their lives. If something happened to Xiao Hai one day, they might not be able to come out. In the end, they could only die there, so it wasn't the most ideal way out. But the beastmen were different. The relationship between the beastmen and the humans wasn't good. Even if Xiao Hai had committed a great sin against the humans, the beastmen would still accept him. But the beastmen weren't that easy to stay in. You had to be accepted by the beastmen first. And Xiao Hai helping whales was the beginning of his integration with the beastmen. As long as he and whales became inseparable brothers, then the beastmen would be able to accept Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai would then have his last way out. Another point was that Kuan, who was well versed in business, was very clear that Xiao Hai was doing business. He was doing a risky investment. If he succeeded, he would get 100 times, or even 1,000 times the return. If he failed, he would only lose some things produced by the space. This kind of loss was completely acceptable. In this case, why wouldn't he help whales? After getting the support of Green and the others, Xiao Hai could go all out. Aside from not letting whales know about the secret of the space, as long as he could help whales, Xiao Hai wouldn't be stingy. The entire Herculean bull camp was bustling. This time, they were using the strength of the entire tribe to launch a counterattack. If they didn't succeed, then the Herculean bull tribe would disappear from the Beastmen Prairie. Xiao Hai looked at the busy people in the camp. He could feel a kind of vigor from these people. Xiao Hai had heard this phrase many times, but there were very few who could actually do it. But now, Xiao Hai believed that these Herculean bulls could do it. This was because they had no way out. They killed all the Argali, which was the same as cutting off all their paths of retreat. For the beastmen, the Argali were equivalent to the land of the farmers and the shops of the merchants. Once they lost the Argali, then the beastmen would have nothing left. Now that the Herculean bulls killed all the Argali, it was equivalent to the farmers selling their land. If they didn't succeed, then they would have nothing left, they would become slaves, they would become dead people. Xiao Hai knew that this kind of tribe was terrible. There was a saying in China, an army with grievances is bound to win. Now, the Herculean bulls were a group of grievances. They had lost the homeland that they had lived in for generations, lost their relatives, lost their pride, and almost lost their hope. Now, they were putting all their strength into one thing, and that was revenge. They wanted to take back everything that belonged to them. If they couldn't, then only death would await them. Laura also noticed the reaction of the Herculean bulls. She didn't say anything, she just followed Meg and the others and helped them do what she could. No matter what, they were now connected to whales. If they couldn't help whales win this battle, then their days in the Beastmen Prairie wouldn't be good. Half a month after whales returned from the Mastiff tribe, the prairie's winter had arrived. It was as if the prairie had entered winter overnight. The bone-chilling wind turned the grass yellow overnight. This was the first time that Xiao Hai and the others knew the fierceness of the prairie's winter. Laura and the others didn't dare to go out of the tent. It was too cold. Laura and the others felt that as soon as they went out, they would immediately freeze to death. Seeing that the tribe was ready, Xiao Hai also knew that the time for the attack was about to arrive. His heart was slightly excited. This was the first time he saw a large-scale battle involving hundreds of thousands of people. How could he not be excited? Xiao Hai and the others were also preparing. They knew that the day of revenge wasn't far away. While Xiao Hai and the others were busy in the tent's curtain was suddenly lifted. Whales walked in, bringing with him a gust of cold wind. Although they were wearing thick clothing, Laura and the others still couldn't help but shrink their necks. When Whales saw Laura and the others, he couldn't help but laugh. Laura, you have to adapt to this temperature as soon as possible. You should know that the coldest time of the prairie hasn't arrived yet. Laura's face paled as she shook her head. I'm afraid that I won't be able to adapt. When the coldest time comes, I think I'll freeze to death. Whales couldn't help but laugh, then he turned to Xiao Hai and said, Xiao Hai, come with me. The Supreme Elder wants to see you. Xiao Hai stared blankly for a moment. He really didn't think that the Supreme Elder of the Herculean Bull tribe would want to see him. The Supreme Elder was a rank 9 expert, and not just anyone could meet a rank 9 expert. However, Xiao Hai immediately reacted and nodded. All right, then let's go quickly. Don't let the Supreme Elder wait too long. Whales nodded and followed Xiao Hai outside. Although Zhao Hai's physique wasn't good, he wasn't afraid of the cold. This might have something to do with the fact that he used to live in the northern part of China. The northern part of China was also very cold during winter. Zhao Hai had already adapted to this temperature. The two quickly arrived outside Whale's tent. Whales didn't stand on ceremony as he lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Zhao Hai also followed. Mendez and Yale were both sitting in the tent, but both of them had their heads lowered, looking like obedient children. At the same time, Zhao Hai also noticed someone in the tent. Inside the tent was an old man wearing plain clothes. This old man's stature was very tall and majestic. He sat there like a mountain. Although his eyes were closed, Zhao Hai could feel that every movement inside the tent couldn't be hidden from him. Once he entered the tent, Wales also became careful. He relaxed his footsteps and slowly walked in front of the old man, saying softly, "Elder, Zhao Hai is here." Zhao Hai stepped forward and bowed to the old man. "Zhao Hai greets Grand Elder." The old man slowly opened his eyes and carefully sized up Zhao Hai. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Get up, young man. I still need to thank you for the medicine." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Elder is too polite. It's Zhao Hai's honor to be able to help." The old man smiled at Zhao Hai. "You and Wales are brothers under the beheading blood oath, so you're also a member of the Herculean bull tribe. I won't be polite with you. Young man, remember that since you're already a member of the Herculean bull tribe, then you must always remember that the Herculean bull tribe has its own pride. We would rather die than abandon this pride. In order to keep the banner of the Herculean bull tribe from being covered in dust, you must use your own life to protect it. Can you do that?" Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment. He didn't know why the old man asked this, but he still solemnly replied, I can do it." The old man nodded and turned his head to look at Wales. Wales bowed to the old man and walked to the side. He picked up a banner that he had prepared beforehand and placed it under Zhao Hai's hand. "Zhao Hai, this is the bullhead banner. Only the royal clan of the cow-headed race can use this banner. Only the patriarch and grand prince of the Herculean bull tribe can use this banner. From today onwards, you are the grand prince of the Herculean bull tribe." Zhao Hai stared blankly for a moment. He didn't think that Wales would find him today just to give him this king's banner. This king's banner didn't only represent that he was recognized by the Herculean bull tribe, it also represented that he had a clear identity in the prairie, the grand prince of the Herculean bull tribe. And in this special time, this king's banner also represented a kind of responsibility. The Herculean bull tribe was about to counterattack. Giving this king's banner to Zhao Hai at this time represented the Herculean bull tribe's confidence in victory and their absolute trust in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai solemnly received the banner. He looked at Wales and said, "Rest assured, big brother, I won't lose face for the Herculean bull tribe." Wales patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Little Hai, I wanted to wait for us to take back everything before giving this king's banner to you. But the Supreme Elder thought that it would be too unfair to you. You've done so much for the Herculean bull tribe, it can be said that our counterattack was all due to your contribution. This king's banner should be given to you before the war, so that the Herculean bulls would remember your contribution. Little Hai, you must cherish this king's banner." Zhao Hai solemnly nodded and said, "Rest assured, big brother, I will cherish it just like how I cherish my own life." At this time, the Supreme Elder said, "All right, Little Hai, you just need to remember your words. We will launch our counterattack after the first snowfall. You should prepare well." After he said that, his figure flashed and disappeared. After setting the date of the counterattack, Wales immediately sent someone to send a letter to the mastiffs. Then they waited in silence. The weather of the prairie was changeable, but the beast men who lived in the prairie all year round had their own way of predicting the weather. On the day that Zhao Hai received the Herculean bull banner, Wales told Zhao Hai that an old man in the tribe predicted that the first snowfall would come in 10 days. Moreover, it would be a snowstorm that hadn't been seen in 10 years. Zhao Hai didn't know what a snowstorm that hadn't been seen in 10 years meant, but he also knew that it would bring a lot of trouble to their counterattack. But on the positive side, no one would think that someone would march and fight in that kind of weather. 10 days wasn't a long time, but for the people who were waiting, these 10 days were as long as 10 years. For this war, the Herculean bulls had gambled everything. Before they set out, all they had to do was sharpen their axes and take care of their mounts. At the same time, whales even issued a ban on drinking. No one was allowed to drink. Not allowing the beastmen to drink in the winter was equal to wanting their lives. But this time, no one objected, everyone calmly accepted the order. If they weren't allowed to drink, then they could only train. When everyone felt cold, they would come out of their tents and practice their martial skills outside. It was also the first time that Zhao Hai saw the beastmen use a beast soul skill. When they used the beast soul skill, a phantom of a magic beast would suddenly appear on their body. Then this phantom would slowly merge into the person's body, and their strength would increase greatly. Zhao Hai felt a chill when he saw this. Why did he feel that this was like a spirit possessing the body, giving people a gloomy feeling? What made everyone disappointed was that 10 days had passed, but although the sky was covered with dark clouds, not a single snowflake fell. This made whales even more anxious. But at this time, the old man who predicted the weather once again found whales. He told whales that the weather had changed. This time, they weren't facing a snowstorm that hadn't been seen in 10 years, but a snowstorm that hadn't been seen in 50 years. It was best to gather the camp immediately, otherwise, all the tents would be crushed by this snowstorm. Although the old man's prediction wasn't accurate, the dark clouds in the sky had already explained everything. Whales still decided to believe the old man. He had everyone gather the tents together, and then reinforced the tents. He also built a few more tents, and had everyone drive their mounts into the tents. The old man's prediction wasn't wrong this time. Just as whales and the others were reinforcing the tents, large snowflakes were blown by the wind and fell down like knives. Fortunately, the Herculean bulls were known for their great strength. They mobilized all of their manpower, withstanding the wind and snow, and finally finished reinforcing the tents. At the same time, they also gathered all the tents together, so that they could keep warm. Of course, whales and Zhao Hai's tents were in the center of the camp, so that they wouldn't be directly ravaged by the cold wind. Now, they were warmer than before. When the snowstorm really came, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others finally knew what a huge snowstorm that hadn't been seen in 50 years was. This snowstorm came too fiercely. For 10 whole days, day and night, the Herculean bulls had to send people out to clear the snow on the tents. Everyone who left the tents had to tie a rope around their waist. Otherwise, they might be swept away by the snowstorm. As long as they were swept away by the snowstorm, the only result would be death. Laura and the others looked at the busy beastmen and suddenly sighed. In front of this snowstorm, human strength is really too weak. Yes, in front of this snowstorm, human strength was really too weak. Even the Herculean bulls, who were famous for their great strength, had to bow their heads to the power of nature. The power of nature was really great. After 10 days, the sky finally cleared up and the sun came out. Although it was still cold on the prairie, the frightening snowstorm finally stopped. The whole camp couldn't help but let out a cheer. Laura and the others also couldn't help but cheer. This was a contest between man and nature. Fortunately, the final winner was the man. But it wasn't without a price. In the final statistics, 123 Herculean bulls were frozen to death in the snowstorm. This kind of loss wasn't much for a tribe of more than 500,000 people, but it still made people feel sad. Although the snowstorm had stopped, whales and the others still couldn't attack immediately. This was because their camp was surrounded by accumulated lightning. In some places, the accumulated snow was even higher than the tents. They had to clear the snow before they could set out. A huge troop was slowly advancing on the grassland. In the endless grassland that had been dyed white by the snow, this troop was as conspicuous as a louse on a bald head. But at this time, there were basically no people on the prairie. The prairie in winter was terrible. Cold winds, torrential rain, wolves, these were the most terrible things on the prairie in winter. Beastmen rarely left their camps during winter. This was especially true for small groups of beastmen. But the number of beastmen in this group was really large, more than 500,000. Although the snowy prairie wasn't very good to travel on, these people didn't stop. If one looked carefully, they would find that this group of beastmen weren't all young and strong. There were also a lot of old people, children, and women. It was as if a large tribe was moving. This group was the Herculean bull tribe. This time, it wasn't just the 200,000 young warriors of the Herculean bull tribe who followed, but all of them. There was a saying in the prairie, if a beast man is taller than a wheel, as long as he hasn't breathed his last, then he is dangerous. This was enough to explain the fighting strength of the beastmen. Some of the older beastmen were even more difficult to deal with than the younger ones. This was because they had been through hundreds of battles. Although their strength couldn't be compared to the younger ones, don't forget that their experience was something that the younger ones couldn't compare to. The women of the Herculean bull tribe were also not easy to deal with. Although they didn't learn any beast soul skills, they were still Herculean bull tribe women. They were born with divine strength, and were in the prime of their lives. Their strength wasn't worse than an ordinary fourth-rank human warrior. This was the most frightening aspect of the beastmen. This time, the Herculean bull tribe went all out. Now in their tribe, there weren't any young children or old people. This was because all the children and old people couldn't escape from the hands of the fighting bulls. They were now slaves. In this case, Wales decided that the entire tribe would go out. This battle must be won, otherwise the Herculean bull tribe would rather die. Xianxia and the others were in the group, but they were in their carriages and not on their mounts. Their carriages were covered with sheepskin. This was because Laura and the others were afraid of the cold. Actually, as soon as they got into the car and closed the door, Xianxia and Laura entered the space. They didn't suffer outside. After entering the space, Laura and Meg immediately went to the villa's kitchen and made some hot tea before bringing it to the living room. Laura drank a cup of hot cocoa and felt a bit better. She put down the cup and sighed, "It's better to be inside the space. I thought I would freeze to death outside." Xianxia smiled and said, "Is it that cold?" "I feel pretty good. It's not too cold." Laura looked at Xianxia and said, "Brother Hai, didn't you live in the imperial capital before? You should be more resistant to the cold than me. How come you don't seem to be cold at all?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "You forgot, you gave me this magic equipment. It's not cold, hee. In fact, this was only one of the reasons." Xianxia himself was more resistant to the cold than Laura, but Laura believed his words. She nodded and said, "That's good. I was really afraid that you would be cold. Your body isn't good, if you get sick, it would be very troublesome." Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't worry, my body is very good. I drink the liquid of life every day. If I get sick, I'm afraid there won't be any good people." While Xianxia and the others were chatting and laughing inside the space, Wales and the others weren't having a good time outside. Their bodies were wrapped in sheepskin, and even their mounts were wrapped in sheepskin. Everyone had a wineskin in their arms, and the necks of the wineskins were exposed. As long as they felt cold, they could lower their heads and suck the wine into their stomachs. The wine was still warm, and when it entered their stomachs, it made them feel warm, so they could feel a bit better. Marching in winter was the biggest test for the beastmen. It required great endurance and incomparable tenacity. Fortunately, Wales and the others were well prepared, so nothing happened. Unlike the cold in the prairie, Fort Iron Mountain didn't feel too cold. People were even wearing unlined clothing. Xianxia and the others had already returned to Fort Iron Mountain when winter came. But at that time, Fort Iron Mountain didn't have any signs of winter. The grass was still green, it was like a completely different world compared to the prairie. Xianxia knew that the reason why Fort Iron Mountain became like this was because of the ring-shaped iron mountains. So the cold of the prairie hadn't reached Fort Iron Mountain yet. Also, it was because of Kair. Kair could release heat during winter, so Fort Iron Mountain's temperature was very warm. Xianxia didn't need to worry about Fort Iron Mountain, so he could focus his attention on the prairie. Compared to Fort Iron Mountain, Wales needed help more. After a day of arduous travel, Wales and the others stopped when the sky was about to turn dark. Everyone started to set up their tents and prepared to rest. But they didn't need to worry about dinner because they had steaming hot mutton to eat at night. This was also Xiaohai's idea. He told Wales that if the cooked mutton was put away, it would still be hot when it was taken out. Even the mutton soup was the same. As long as the soup was put into the space, it would still be hot when it was taken out. After hearing Xiaohai's words, Wales and the others immediately changed their method of preparing the rations. After they cooked the mutton, they immediately had Xiaohai put away the soup along with the meat. This way, when Zhao Hai took it out, they would be able to eat hot mutton and drink steaming hot soup. What could make people happier than this in the winter? Therefore, after the camp was built, Zhao Hai immediately went to deliver food to everyone. This wasn't an easy job. One must know that the entire camp had more than 500,000 people, and Zhao Hai was busy enough to deliver food to everyone. However, Zhao Hai didn't complain. He knew that these beast men had been on the road for a day, and now they were cold and hungry. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't let them out of their tents. Instead, he let them stay in their tents while he delivered the food to them. Now that they were going to war, they couldn't be like before, where they were divided into families. Instead, they were divided into men and women. Each tent had 20 people, and the men and women were separated. In order to avoid accidents, the tents weren't lit. Everyone was wrapped in sheepskin to sleep. However, after eating the hot mutton and drinking the soup, they felt a lot warmer. When Zhao Hai delivered the mutton and soup, he also delivered fodder for their mounts. These were prepared by whales and the others in advance, and Zhao Hai put them into the space. These Herculean bulls were now very fond of Zhao Hai. When they went to war before, they didn't receive such treatment. Now, as long as they had Zhao Hai, all logistical problems would be solved. Whales and the others were always by Zhao Hai's side. From time to time, Whales would ask about the current situation of his clansmen. This kind of behavior made the clansmen very moved. It could be said that Whales now had the hearts of his clansmen in his hands. Because they had to travel during the day, they could only eat 2 meals a day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Almost all of the time during the day was used to travel, and almost no one got down from their mounts. This kind of traveling method was definitely a kind of torture for Zhao Hai. If he were to travel like this, he didn't know if he would be able to persevere. This also made Zhao Hai see the tenacity of the beastmen. After giving out the meals to all the Herculean bulls, Zhao Hai and the others gathered in Whale's tent. They hadn't eaten yet, and their dinner was similar to the Herculean bulls, mutton and soup. Whales drank a mouthful of mutton soup and let out a long breath. With Little Hai following us, we're really happy. How could we be so relaxed in the past? Coney smiled and said, isn't that so? Not to mention the winter, even when we went out to war in the summer, it wasn't much better than now. At this time, Yale frowned and said, but our current problem is that we have too little time to travel every day. We have to pack up our tents in the morning and set them up at night. In addition to the fact that it's winter, the sky gets dark early and the sun rises late in the morning, leaving us with not much time to travel. Now that it's snowing, the distance we travel every day is really too short. Wales also put down his mutton soup bowl and frowned. He didn't have any good ideas right now. If it was summer, they wouldn't need to set up a tent, they could just use a sheepskin to pass the night on the prairie. But it was impossible in the winter. If they did that in the winter, they would only freeze to death. Zhao Hai looked at Wales and said, brother, let's do it this way. When you wake up tomorrow morning, don't take care of the tents, just go forward and I'll pack them up. I'll put them into the space and take them out at night. What do you think? Wales stared and said, how are you going to dismantle the tents by yourself? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if you can't dismantle them, then don't dismantle them. Just put them into the space, isn't that fine? Actually, the tents were already in Zhao Hai's space. But when it was time to rest at night, Zhao Hai would take them out and then Wales would set up the tents. But now it seems that dismantling and setting up the tents was a waste of time. Zhao Hai could only put the tents into the space. Wales stared and said, it can be put in? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know yet. If it can be put in, then it would be the best. That way, we can save a lot of time. Let's try it out yesterday. Wales nodded and said, all right, let's try it out. If it really works, then we can have more time to hurry on our way. Mendez said, according to our current speed, it would take us about half a month to reach the headquarters. Little Hai, did you let the Blood Hawks see that the fighting bulls are all in the headquarters? Zhao Hai nodded and said, they're all there. Sixth brother can rest assured. Now they're just like the other tribes, they don't leave the camp during winter. Zhao Hai and the others were still sitting in the camp, drinking mutton soup and eating mutton, but they were no longer in a hurry. They were ready to take a good rest since they were not far from the Herculean bull tribe's main camp. Wales drank a bowl of mutton soup and ate a piece of mutton, then he felt that he had the strength to speak. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, did the fighting bulls really not discover us?" Zhao Hai nodded, "Rest assured, big brother, they really didn't discover us. Now that the fighting bulls don't come out of the camp, they certainly can't see us. But there is one thing big brother should be prepared for, the way the fighting bulls treated your clansmen." Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai stopped. Wales looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what is it?" Zhao Hai sighed, "They didn't give your clansmen any tents, they didn't give them any cotton clothes, even food was only given once every few days. Of the 300,000 Herculean bulls that were captured by them, only 200,000 are left." Wales' eyes almost popped out of their sockets, he gasped for breath, the blood vessels on his head bulged. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Big brother, don't be angry, we can go and rescue them soon." Wales took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a while he let out a long breath, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, we can take revenge soon. Big brother Hai, I want to thank you for everything you've done for us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Big brother, you don't need to be so polite with me, I'm the Herculean Bull Tribe's Grand Prince, isn't this what I should do?" "Big brother, now your clansmen are gathered together, the elderly are standing outside, the children and women are standing inside, everyone is walking around to keep warm, the fighting bulls didn't send anyone to watch them. Big brother, how about this, I'll sneak in ahead of time and give them some food. If there are weapons, I'll give them some, so that when we attack, they can help." Wales shook his head and said, "Food can be given, but no weapons. They have been tortured for so long, their bodies have long since deteriorated, if we let them fight, they will only die in vain. I think it's better to forget about it." At this time, Mendez shook his head and said, "Little Seven, I agree with Little Hai's words. Weapons should be given, not only can they be used to kill enemies, they can also be used to protect themselves. What if the fighting bulls come and kill them during the war? We should give them weapons." Yale also nodded, "Yes, I also agree that they should be given weapons, but they can't be too big. I think it would be good to give them some hand axes, this way they won't be too eye-catching." "Right, Wales, did the Supreme Elder say when we should make our move?" Wales said, "The day after tomorrow, we can't delay for too long, the longer we delay, the easier it will be for them to find out." Yale nodded, "At night?" Wales nodded, "Yes, at night, we will attack." Yale nodded, "Did the Supreme Elders of the Mastiff tribe come?" "How many came?" Wales said, "They came, 2 came. I really didn't think that the Mastiff tribe would have 3 Supreme Elders. This time, in order to help us, they actually sent 2. Yale said, "That's good, let's have a good rest tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we will attack at night." Their attack was very sudden, so no matter what kind of tribe they encountered, they all bypassed them, trying not to give the fighting bulls a chance to discover them. Their approach was correct, but the movement of 500,000 people wasn't easy to hide. Fortunately, the beastmen didn't move in the prairie during winter, they would only stay in their camp. The eagles that Zhao Hai gave to Wales were a great help this time. These eagles were able to discover the tents of the tribes ahead of time, so they could avoid them. All of these little things were recorded in the hearts of the Herculean bulls. They now knew that without Zhao Hai, they wouldn't have a chance to counterattack. All of this was given to them by Zhao Hai, so the Herculean bulls were now very respectful towards Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai wasn't a member of the Herculean bull tribe, his status wasn't any worse than Koni's. This was because of what Zhao Hai did. Now, every time Zhao Hai went to deliver food to the Herculean bulls, no matter if they were old or young, they would all salute Zhao Hai. This courtesy came from the bottom of their hearts. Zhao Hai looked at Wales and said, "Big brother, it's best if you send someone to follow me. Otherwise, your tribe wouldn't recognize me, if they make too much noise, it would alarm the fighting bulls." Wales understood that Zhao Hai wanted to deliver food to the fighting bulls. He nodded and said, "All right, Uncle Koni, you can go with Zhao Hai, I'll have them prepare the axes." Koni didn't oppose, he nodded and said, "All right, if we're talking about familiarity with the tribe, you're not as good as me, I'll go." At this time, Mendez had already gone out to collect axes. Each of them had a few flying axes, one for each person would be enough to use. Although these flying axes weren't big, in the hands of the Herculean bulls, they were still very formidable weapons. Mendez had already gone out to collect axes. After a while, the axes were collected and placed in the middle of the camp. Zhao Hai looked at Wales and nodded, "All right, big brother, I'll go now." Then he pulled Coney to the middle of the camp. He first collected the axes, then he wrapped the two of them in a black fog. When the black fog disappeared, the two of them also disappeared from the camp. When the two of them reappeared, they weren't far from the Fighting Bull camp. It was a boundless camp, to be exact. It wasn't the Fighting Bull camp, it should be the Herculean Bull camp, but now it was occupied by the Fighting Bulls. Coney was finally able to see the situation outside. He discovered that he wasn't far from the camp. Looking at the distant camp, Coney's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't say anything. Zhao Hai also didn't say anything, he just used the black mist to cover the two of them. When the black mist dissipated, Coney discovered that there were countless ragged clansmen standing around him. These people had wooden expressions on their faces as they constantly moved their bodies. They were all tightly packed together, there wasn't a single gap between them. Zhao Hai also used an earth element magic to squeeze in. His current position was where the Herculean bull captives were. These Herculean bull captives didn't have anything to keep them warm. In order to survive this winter, all of them huddled together to keep warm. Moreover, they were constantly moving, just like penguins in winter. The people outside could always stay outside for a while, and then they would enter the crowd. This way, they wouldn't freeze to death so quickly. Although their method was correct, there was no other way. The weather was too cold, coupled with the blizzard. Of more than 300,000 captives, only less than 200,000 were left. Most of the people who died were old people. In order to let the children of the Herculean bulls survive, these old people surrounded the children and stood outside to block the cold wind. If the fighting bulls brought food, they would give it to the children first. It was precisely because of the cold and hunger that so many people died. When Coney saw his clansman's appearance, he clenched his teeth until they almost broke. With tears in his eyes, he patted the wooden face of the old man beside him, as if he didn't see them, and said, Kalik, I'm Coney, can you recognize me?" The Herculean bull seemed to have woken up, his eyes started to move again. He looked at Coney, but he didn't see him clearly. He closed his eyes and gently shook his head. When he opened his eyes again, he finally saw who it was. His eyes were filled with shock. He looked around and said, "Elder, why are you here? Were you captured by them?" Their movements quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. However, there were some elders of the Herculean bull tribe, some of them were Coney's subordinates. Therefore, when they saw Coney appear, they couldn't help but stare blankly. However, since they were experienced, they didn't make any noise. Instead, they continued to move, surrounding Zhao Hai and Coney in the middle. Coney looked at Kalik and shook his head, his eyes were filled with tears. "Old man, you have suffered, but your suffering will soon be over. The 7th Prince Wales has returned to the clan and has become the new patriarch. He brought us here to kill. You have to endure for 2 more days, after 2 more days, we will attack the fighting bulls. This is Patriarch Wales' blood oath brother, Zhao Hai, he is also our clan's prince, he is a formidable magician. Today we came to deliver you some food and weapons, you have to endure for 2 more days." Kalik and the others looked at Coney with excitement, their tears flowed down. The reason why they lived so hard was because they were waiting for this day, and it finally came. At this time, the sky was already completely dark, the fighting bull camp was also quiet. It seems like the fighting bulls were already sleeping. In this kind of weather, even the polar bear and giant tiger tribes who liked to wage war during winter wouldn't go to war, so they slept peacefully. They weren't afraid that the Herculean bulls would run away. In this kind of weather, the Herculean bulls didn't have any warm clothes. If they dared to run, then they would certainly freeze to death in the prairie, so they didn't send anyone to look after the captives, they only sent people to look after their own argali and food. However, Kalik and the others were old men. Moreover, each of them had experienced hundreds of battles. Although they were now old and were captured, their calmness was much better than the young ones, so they quickly restored their calmness, as if nothing had happened. Coney saw that they had calmed down, then he turned to Kalik and said, "Spread the news of our return, tell them not to make any noise, don't make any movements." Kalik nodded, then he immediately spread the news to the people around him. The news was very simple, Elder Coney had returned, the people of the tribe had returned. This news was like a ripple caused by a stone, it quickly spread among the people. Then Zhao Hai began to give the people food, mutton soup, mutton, but he didn't give them much. Each person was given a half gene of mutton and a bowl of mutton soup. They didn't dare to make too much noise, they were afraid of being discovered by the fighting bulls. Kalik and the others also didn't follow the clansmen, they followed Zhao Hai and Coney and distributed things to the clansmen. Zhao and the others started with the elderly. Some of the elderly were already on the verge of collapsing, so they needed food the most. Kalik and the others were now aware of Zhao Hai's magic. They looked at the bowl of mutton soup in Zhao Hai's hand, they looked at Zhao Hai as if they were looking at the beast god. Zhao Hai didn't give the old men weapons today, he was afraid of being discovered by the fighting bulls. He only gave the old men some food, then under the cover of Kalik and the others, they went to the center of the captives. There were a lot of women and children who needed to eat. Zhao Hai's delivery of food this time was much more difficult than in the camp. In the camp, he only needed to deliver the food to the tents, but here, he had to deliver it to everyone's hands. It wasn't until dawn that Zhao Hai and the others were done. Although it was winter, Zhao Hai and Coney were sweating. When dawn came, everyone drank the mutton soup and ate the mutton. Coney told Kalik and the others that he was going to leave, then he followed Zhao Hai and disappeared into the crowd. Although Kalik and the others still had to endure the destruction of the cold wind, a fire of hope was burning in their hearts. If winter came, would spring be far behind? When Zhao Hai and Coney returned to the camp, Wales and the others didn't sleep, they were waiting for the two. When they saw the ugly faces of the two, Wales and the others fixed their gazes on the two. Zhao Hai was too tired to speak, he just waved his hand and lay down, motionless. Coney was much better than Zhao Hai, after all, he was a beast man, his physique was much better than Zhao Hai's. Moreover, he didn't need to deliver the food to the captives like Zhao Hai, he was much more relaxed compared to Zhao Hai. He looked at Wales and said, the food was delivered, but Zhao Hai didn't give them any weapons, he was afraid that they would find out. He planned to deliver the food tomorrow night, I also think that this is feasible. Wales nodded, how are the clansmen now? Coney replied, there are less than 200,000 people left, among them are old men and women who can fight, there should be about 150,000 of them. They can be considered a force that can't be underestimated. The rest are either frozen or starved to death, they are still lying on the prairie. Wales coldly snorted, fighting bulls, I want you to be slaves for generations to come. Wales looked at the sleeping Zhao Hai and sighed. Wales turned to Mendez and said, sixth brother, take Zhao Hai back to his tent. Have Laura and the others take good care of him. Don't let anyone disturb him today. Mendez stared and said, but what about breakfast? Wales sighed and said, tell everyone to bear with it for a while. Little Hai is too tired, he's the most tired one these days. Mendez didn't say anything, he just carried Zhao Hai and went outside. Before long, they arrived at Zhao Hai's tent and handed Zhao Hai over to Laura and the others. Laura looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and thought that Zhao Hai was injured. She quickly placed Zhao Hai on the ground and whispered, Kair, come out quickly. Kair's figure appeared in front of him. Laura immediately asked, Kair, what's going on? What happened to Brother Hai? Kair looked at Zhao Hai and said, it's nothing, he just fell asleep. Drink some of the space's water and he'll be fine. Then a very small vine appeared on Zhao Hai's mouth and extended into Zhao Hai's mouth. The space's water smoothly flowed into Zhao Hai's mouth. Zhao Hai smacked his lips, then he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Laura and couldn't help but stare. He touched his head and said, did I just fall asleep? Laura looked at Zhao Hai with a pained expression and said, Brother Hai, why are you working so hard? Be careful, what if you get sick? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's all right, don't worry, it'll only take 2 days. Right, we still have to prepare breakfast for them. You didn't see the captives of the Herculean bulls, of the 300,000 people, more than 100,000 have died. Now there are less than 200,000 left, all of them are wearing unlined clothes, they don't have anything to eat or drink, the fighting bulls are really too much. At this point, Zhao Hai's face sank. He had seen several tribes in West Wonder King's place, there were many several tribes in the prairie, but this was the first time he saw several tribes being treated like this. It was obvious that they wanted the Herculean bulls to die. This was the first time that Laura and the others heard about this matter. Zhao Hai didn't tell them about this matter before. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but be surprised at Zhao Hai. Laura and the others had seen several beast men as well as human slaves, but this was the first time that they saw the way the fighting bulls treated their slaves. Although the humans didn't treat their slaves well, they wouldn't just let their slaves die. After all, slaves were their property, and no one was willing to waste their property. The beastman slaves, strictly speaking, were better off than the human slaves. Therefore, they didn't think that the fighting bulls would treat the Herculean bull captives like this. This was too vicious. Zhao Hai sighed and said, I also support Big Brother's revenge. The fighting bulls were too much. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I have to go deliver breakfast. After I finish, I'll go back to sleep. Laura and the others nodded. This was the first time that they knew about the cruelty of war in the prairie. A defeated race really didn't have any dignity, and there was a possibility that they would be exterminated. Whales didn't think that Zhao Hai would come out to deliver breakfast. After everyone's breakfast was delivered, the group returned to Whale's tent. Whale said, Little Hai, why don't you sleep for a while? You don't have to hurry today, it doesn't matter if you eat breakfast or not. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Forget it, I'll sleep a bit later, they can eat their fill, there's nothing wrong with that. I won't talk about it, I'll go back to sleep, don't call me today. Whales nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and returned to his tent. Whales looked at Zhao Hai's back and murmured, Don't worry Little Hai, Big Brother will succeed this time. When the sky turned dark, Zhao Hai came out of the space, he slept very soundly. But what Zhao Hai didn't know was that in order for him to have a good sleep, the entire camp was very quiet. In the evening, Zhao Hai first gave dinner to the people in the camp. Then he went with Coney to the captives and gave them dinner as well as hand axes. This was in preparation for tomorrow night, when they would move out. Zhao Hai and Coney also told the captives about tomorrow's operation. They must stay far away from the camp. The night passed with the distribution of food. After returning to the camp, Zhao Hai gave breakfast to the people in the camp and then went to rest. What Coney didn't know was that when Zhao Hai gave food to the captives, he added a little bit of life liquid into the mutton soup. This was very good for the recovery of the captives. Because the operation was going to start tonight, Zhao Hai didn't only give the captives food for the night, he also gave them a piece of mutton to eat during the day. This way, when Whales and the others move in the evening, they wouldn't be hungry. During the day, the camp was very quiet. In addition to letting Zhao Hai rest, they were also afraid of making too much noise and letting the fighting bulls find out. Fortunately, the fighting bulls didn't have any reaction. Perhaps in the entire prairie, besides the Herculean bulls who were crazy for revenge, no one would start a war in this kind of weather. The sky slowly darkened, the people in the camp began to move. They quietly stood outside their tents, their mounts were beside them, everyone calmly looked at Whales who was standing in the middle of the camp. Whales looked at the moon in the sky. After a while, he turned to his people and said, My people, the time for revenge has come. After saying that, he didn't say anything else, he jumped on his mount and headed towards the Herculean bulls' main camp. All the Herculean bulls jumped on their mounts, they didn't make any noise, their speed wasn't fast, they were afraid of making too much noise and being discovered by the fighting bulls. However, their eyes flashed with a cold light, their hands tightly grasped their weapons, their teeth were tightly clenched together, their faces were as cold as stone. Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to sit inside Alien. Yale also sat inside Alien's resting place. Although there was some tea on the table, Yale wasn't in the mood to drink, he was paying attention to the camp situation. The Herculean bulls were very familiar with this camp. They knew every ravine here because they had lived here for thousands of years. They were born here, and they died here. However, they didn't think that one day, they would be driven out of this place and have to fight their way back. The army slowly approached the fighting bull camp. Because of the snow on the ground, they didn't make too much noise. Whales walked at the front of the army, beside him were the strong youths of the tribe, behind them were some old people, followed by women, and finally some children. Zhao Hai's undead army was beside the army, he was the sole commander. Whales couldn't command Zhao Hai's undead army. As they got closer and closer to the camp, Whales' movements became more careful. When they were about 500 meters away from the camp, Whales suddenly shouted, he patted his mount and directly rushed into the camp. The Herculean bulls at his side also patted their mounts and followed Whales. They held big axes in one hand and lit torches in the other. They let out strange cries as they rushed into the camp. The place they chose was the center of the camp, the closest place to the golden tent. When it came to understanding the camp, the fighting bulls were far worse than the Herculean bulls. The fighting bulls in the camp were also alarmed. The whole camp fell into panic. The fighting bulls didn't think that the Herculean bulls would counterattack at this time. One must know that the Herculean bulls had just occupied the Herculean bulls' main camp less than 2 months ago, and they had also plundered almost all of the Herculean bulls' supplies. They thought that at this time, the Herculean bulls should be worried about how they would survive this cold winter, so how could they counterattack? Therefore, their vigilance was very low. This gave Wales an opportunity. For this attack, Wales was very well prepared. They brought ropes, torches, and weapons. 2 Herculean bulls could pull down a tent with ropes, and when the people inside the tent ran out, what awaited them were axes. The whole camp was ablaze. The scene was like the end of the world. Xiao Hai didn't participate in the attack, he just watched from the side. He knew that Wales and the others wouldn't want him to intervene at this time. Their enmity could only be avenged by themselves. At this time, 2 whistling sounds were heard from the camp. Xiao Hai's face changed, because he could hear that it was the sound of a 9th rank expert. At this time, not far from the camp, another whistling sound was heard. It was obviously another 9th rank expert. With the help of the fire, Xiao Hai saw 2 figures flying out from the camp. One of them was very tall, the other was relatively thin. The taller one was obviously a 9th rank fighting bull expert, while the smaller one was a 9th rank human expert. Xiao Hai didn't think that this 9th rank human expert hadn't left the fighting bull clan. The information that Bell gave him was actually wrong. However, Xiao Hai wasn't too worried. The Herculean bulls wanted to exterminate the 9th rank fighting bulls, so in addition to their own supreme elder, they also invited 2 9th rank mastiffs to exterminate the 9th rank fighting bulls. However, a battle between 9th ranks wasn't decided by numbers. Last time, 2 9th ranks of the Herculean bulls fought against 2 9th ranks of the fighting bulls and 2 9th ranks of the human race. In the end, one died and the other was injured. This time, they didn't know what would happen. Actually, in general, if a 9th rank expert didn't want to fight to the death, then even if 2 9th rank experts besieged them, they would still be able to retreat with injuries. However, if 3 9th rank experts besieged them, then they could only wait for death. It was precisely because of this reason that the mastiffs sent 2 9th ranks to help the Herculean bulls. They wanted to make sure that the 9th rank fighting bull didn't have the opportunity to escape. But they didn't think that at this time, the 9th rank fighting bull that helped the Herculean bulls ran out. For the Herculean bulls, this was definitely a variable. If one of these 9th ranks were to escape, then it wouldn't be a good thing for the Herculean bulls. Especially the 9th rank fighting bull. If he were to escape, then the fighting bulls would most likely rise from the ashes. Therefore, when Yale and Xiao Hai saw the 2 9th ranks, their complexion changed. They were very clear about what this place represented for the Herculean bulls. If the Herculean bulls couldn't do their best in this battle, then it would be very troublesome in the future. Yale's complexion changed. Why is the 9th rank fighting bull still here? This is troublesome. Xiao Hai's complexion was also very ugly. It seems like it's really troublesome, but I believe that the information I received was true. It seems like this human has just returned to the fighting bulls. It's good that he stays here. Yale sighed. That won't be easy. The fighting bull's supreme elder's strength is average. He's on par with the supreme elder of the Herculean bulls. But the 9th rank fighting bull is very strong, much stronger than the supreme elder of the Herculean bulls. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the supreme elder of the Herculean bulls last time. Xiao Hai coldly snorted. Originally, I didn't want to make a move. If a human interferes with the beastman's affairs, then it would leave a good excuse for Big Brother. But now, it seems like I have no choice but to make a move. Then he waved his hand and released Zhao Wen. Then he pointed at the 9th rank fighting bull. Zhao Wen's figure flashed and disappeared from Alien's body. Then Xiao Hai released a large number of blood-sucking mosquitoes. This was the second time that Xiao Hai used them. The first time was when he attacked West Wonder King's cavalry. This time, the blood-sucking mosquitoes were very useful. They were going to directly deal with the fighting bulls. Don't underestimate these small blood-sucking mosquitoes. When their numbers reach a certain level, they would become the most terrible disaster in the continent. In the dark, these small blood-sucking mosquitoes were like super killers. In the dark, people's vision would be affected, making it impossible to guard against these mosquitoes. Yale also saw Zhao Hai's actions, but he was puzzled by Zhao Hai's actions. After releasing the blood-sucking mosquitoes, Zhao Hai turned to Yale and said, "Mr. Yale, rest assured, I'll let Little One help Big Brother. Little One is also a 9th rank expert, moreover, she's a 9th rank fighting beast, I believe she can help." Yale stared blankly, then he looked at Zhao Hai in shock. "You said that you have a 9th rank expert in your hands? She listens to your commands?" If Yale still didn't know who this 9th rank expert was, then he would be an idiot. He understood that the 9th rank expert Zhao Hai spoke of was the crystal-like insect-like magic beast. But this was what made him surprised, because when he saw Zhao Hai's actions, it didn't seem like he was facing a 9th rank expert, but rather his own subordinate. When Zhao Hai heard Yale's question, he couldn't help but faintly smile. "You can understand it that way, Zhao Wen listens to me, but she's not my subordinate, she's my family." Yale looked at Zhao Hai in shock. He understood what a 9th rank expert represented. In the entire Herculean bull tribe, even at their peak, they only had 3 9th rank experts. Generally, they only had 2, but now that they had fallen to their lowest point, they only had 1 9th rank expert. And this 9th rank expert's authority was above that of the patriarch. Even the patriarch had to listen to the 9th rank expert's words. But Zhao Hai actually had a 9th rank expert in his hands, a 9th rank expert who completely listens to his commands. What did this mean? This meant that Zhao Hai could ask this 9th rank expert to act at any time to deal with his enemies, unlike the Herculean bulls, who could only ask a 9th rank expert to act in a matter of life and death. At this time, Whale's group had already rushed into the camp. The fighting bulls weren't prepared at all. They were running in panic. Some wanted to escape, some wanted to fight. Those who wanted to fight couldn't find their mounts. Those who wanted to escape couldn't find their loved ones. The whole camp was in chaos. In this case, it was impossible for the fighting bulls to organize a counterattack, but Whale's group didn't stop. Their goal was the golden tent, although it was the pride of the Herculean bulls, but for them, it was the most important place for the enemy. It was the enemy's heart. As long as they could break through it, then the enemy would be finished. The chaotic fighting bulls were like a sheet of loose sand, while the Herculean bulls were like a sharp knife. The sand couldn't block the knife. Whale's group went straight to the golden tent. Soon, the golden tent was in sight. Whales could already see his enemy, the fighting bull chieftain, who was now accompanied by more than 1,000 guards, who wanted to organize an effective resistance. When enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Whales roared and rushed towards the fighting bull chieftain. The fighting bull chieftain also saw Whales. His face flashed with a trace of fear, followed by a ruthless expression. He waved his scimitar and rushed towards Whales with the people beside him. The guards that followed him were the most elite warriors of the Fighting Bull clan. In their hands were the Fighting Bull clan's golden maces. Their lethality was even stronger. Only the Fighting Bull clan's patriarch held a scimitar in his hand. The two opposing cavalry forces were like 2 flood peaks that came from 2 different directions, instantly colliding with each other. With a loud bang, the water splashed everywhere, but what came out was blood and broken limbs. The two groups had an irreconcilable enmity, but one group's morale was high, while the other group was desperately resisting. The excitement of this battle was far beyond Whale's imagination. Originally, it was impossible for 1,000 people to block Whales, but the strength of the Fighting Bull chieftain's guards was really too strong. The weakest among them was a 6th rank expert, while the strongest was an 8th rank expert. Such a group of 1,000 people, their fighting prowess was astonishing. Just when Whale's attack was thwarted, suddenly their flanks were in chaos. Whales, who was in the midst of the chaos, took a peek. He saw 2 groups of fighting bulls attacking the Fighting Bull chieftain. From the movements of these 2 groups, they were Zhao Hai's undead cavalry, 2 groups of Fighting Bull cavalry, a total of nearly 7,000 people. The reason why the undead cavalry were so hard to stop was because they were not afraid of death, they were not afraid of injury, they only cared about attacking, not defending. Such enemies were more terrifying than people. The Fighting Bull chieftain was obviously stunned by this attack. He didn't understand why the Fighting Bull cavalry would attack him. Moreover, these cavalry were not afraid of death, they would not die. He saw one of the cavalry being knocked down from his mount with a mace. The bones in his chest were all broken. but he was still able to stand up. Such enemies were too terrifying. The Fighting Bull chieftain was a smart man, but his strength was not strong, only a 7th-rank warrior, so he didn't rush to the front line to fight, but this time's matter made him even more afraid. He felt that he might die in the hands of these monsters, so he turned around and ran. When he ran away, the guards around him froze for a moment. Among the beastmen, running away was a very shameful act. It was precisely because of this that when the Herculean bulls were defeated by the Fighting Bulls, the Herculean bulls were in low spirits. In their eyes, they were cowards, shameful escapees. But it was also because of this that when they heard Whales say that he wanted revenge, they were desperate. They wanted to wash away their shame. At first, they ran away because they didn't have a unified command. Now that they had a unified command, they were willing to pay with their lives. But the Fighting Bull chieftain's escape was different. He was the chieftain of the tribe. It can be said that everyone can run, but he couldn't. Paul, Whale's second brother, who was left behind to guard the camp, died in battle. When he was surrounded by the Fighting Bull cavalry, he still led his guards to charge. Even when he was the only one left, he still charged. He died while charging. Such a beast man was worthy of respect, but the Fighting Bull chieftain's escape was shameful, not only his shame, but the shame of the entire Fighting Bull tribe. When the guards saw the chieftain run away, they were stunned for a moment. They couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't know what to do. Just as they were stunned, the undead cavalry rushed over and submerged them in an instant. Whale saw the Fighting Bull chieftain run away. He quickly said, "The Fighting Bull chieftain ran away. Don't let him run away. Chase him." The guards around him also shouted, "The Fighting Bull chieftain ran away. Don't let him run away. Chase him. Kill him." For the beastmen, the war flag was extremely important. The war flag was the pride of the beastmen. It was their life. It can be said that the beastmen would rather lose their lives than to lose their war flag. Now, even their most important war flag had been cut down and casually thrown to the ground. The Fighting Bulls felt as if the sky had collapsed. They had lost their goal. Many of the Fighting Bulls almost instantly gave up resistance. They either stood there blankly as the Herculean bulls chopped them to death, or they turned around and fled into the boundless prairie. In this kind of weather, they didn't bring anything. Running into the prairie alone was tantamount to courting death. Even Whales didn't think that the Fighting Bulls would be defeated so quickly. They didn't even have to fight and already won. The only thing left for them to do was to use their weapons to hunt down the remaining Fighting Bulls. Although this was the case, the battle still continued. There were too many Fighting Bulls. Many of them didn't know that their chieftain had run away. Many of them were still resisting, but they didn't organize any effective resistance. Now, they were just struggling in vain. The battle lasted from night till dawn. At this time, the resistance of the Fighting Bulls was very weak. Most of the Fighting Bulls ran away, but their slaves didn't. These slaves were very clear that if they ran away, they wouldn't be able to survive. They might as well stay here. The Herculean bulls wouldn't kill them. They were slaves, and the Herculean bulls wouldn't kill them easily. They just changed their masters, that's all. Sure enough, as the slaves thought, the Herculean bulls didn't care about them. They just chased down the Fighting Bulls. Now, they had already forgotten about the Fighting Bulls. As long as they saw a Fighting Bull, no matter if it was a man or a woman, old or young, they would just chop down their axes. Everyone's eyes turned red from killing. But what Whales didn't expect was that the captive Herculean bulls had already started to move when they attacked the camp. They blocked the small groups of Fighting Bulls who wanted to escape, then threw their flying axes and chopped them to death. Then they immediately ran over and took back the axes and the weapons of the Fighting Bulls. Then they went to look for another group of Fighting Bulls. In one night, they eliminated more than 30 groups of Fighting Bulls, big and small. The total number of Fighting Bulls was about 10,000 people, which was beyond Whales' expectations. He thought that after being tortured for so many days, the captives wouldn't have any fighting strength left. He didn't think that these old people, women and children could achieve such a result. It was amazing. Whales knew that the reason why these captives had such fighting strength was because of Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai added life liquid to their mutton soup. This made them recover quickly. Many of the old people's fighting strength was even stronger than before they were captured. Xiao Hai didn't participate in the chase. He found the place where the Fighting Bulls stored their supplies and protected it. He was afraid that the fighting bulls would be driven to desperation and burn the supplies. Because of Zhao Hai's decision, the blood-sucking mosquitoes didn't attack the other fighting bulls, they just guarded the storehouse. At the same time, Zhao Hai commanded his undead to put out the fire and turned all the fighting bulls in the camp into undead. Zhao Hai turned the fighting bulls into undead while counting the number of corpses. In just one night, he had already found more than 300,000 fighting bull corpses. The fighting bulls had a total of more than 800,000 people, including the old people and children. Now, he had already found more than 300,000 corpses, and among these corpses, most of them were adult men and women. This was because these people had taken up weapons to resist. As long as they resisted, they would meet the Herculean bulls and die. Because of this, one could imagine how fierce the battle was. The whole camp was dyed red with blood. Laura, who was sitting inside Xenomorph, looked pale. And as expected by Zhao Hai, in just one night, the storehouse that was guarded by Zhao Hai was attacked more than a dozen times. All of them were fighting bull deserters. They wanted to burn all the supplies, but they didn't succeed. Yale now really admired Zhao Hai. While everyone was chasing the fighting bull deserters, Zhao Hai was still able to guard the most important storehouse for the Herculean bulls. As long as the storehouse was there, even if the main camp was destroyed, it didn't matter, they could rebuild it. At dawn, the battle in the main camp had almost stopped. There were no fighting bulls to be seen, whether it was the old or the young, there wasn't a single one left. And now, Zhao Hai had collected more than 400,000 undead. It can be said that even if the fighting bulls ran away, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Zhao Hai didn't go far, he turned the fighting bulls into undead and waited for whales to return. He believed that whales would return soon. He didn't think that whales and the others would chase the fighting bull deserters for 3 days. During these 3 days, they didn't eat a single thing, they relied on the milk wine on their bodies to sustain themselves. When the milk wine was finished, they sobered up and immediately returned to the main camp. Zhao Hai used these 3 days to rebuild the main camp. Now, in addition to Zhao Hai's undead, there were only 200,000 captives. These captives didn't have mounts, so they didn't chase after the fighting bulls. These captives had received food from Zhao Hai, so they knew Zhao Hai. Under Zhao Hai's command, they rebuilt Old Lao and gathered the corpses of the Herculean bulls to prepare for mass burial. The ground of the main camp had turned blood red. Because it was winter, the blood was frozen and couldn't be completely cleaned up. But it was obvious that the Herculean bulls didn't want to clean up the bloodstains. They just put up the fallen tents and cleaned up the corpses in the camp. When whales returned to the main camp, it had already been cleaned up. Besides the corpses of the Herculean bulls and the smell of blood, it was almost impossible to tell what had happened here. A large pot was already set up in the camp. Mutton soup, and milk wine were all prepared. Once whales and the others returned to the camp, they would immediately be able to drink the warm milk wine, eat the steaming hot mutton, and drink the boiling hot mutton soup. Whales and the others were very tired. After returning to the camp, they drank the milk wine, ate the mutton, and immediately went to sleep. This sleep lasted for a day and a night. When they woke up, even Zhao Wen had returned to the camp. Not only did Zhao Wen come back, she also brought back the corpse of the 9th-rank human expert. After Zhao Hai turned that person into an undead, he learned from that person's mouth that this person was indeed a member of the Radiant Church. He was the ultimate weapon that the Radiant Church had cultivated since childhood. The Radiant Church had been secretly carrying out an ultimate weapon program for a long time. This program was to select some gifted children from the continent and cultivate them to the point of death. These children's only goal was to become strong, 8th rank, and 9th rank experts. If they couldn't reach this goal, they would be executed. However, it wasn't easy to nurture a rank 9 expert. This ultimate weapon plan only managed to nurture 3 rank 9 experts over the years. However, there were hundreds of rank 8 experts. This was also the reason why the Radiant Church was so powerful. The 9th rank expert that came to help the fighting bulls this time was a 9th rank expert cultivated by the ultimate weapon program. He was a fire mage, but now he was turned into an undead by Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai's magic staff also contained a method to use fire magic. Now Zhao Hai's ghost staff already contained light, dark, earth, and fire magic. He only lacked water and wind magic. As long as he learned water and wind magic, he would be able to pretend to be an all-round great mage. However, Xiaohai didn't know too much about the Radiant Church from this person's mouth. For the Radiant Church, this person was a weapon. Would you explain too much to your weapon? Weapons don't need to know too much, as long as they can kill people, that's enough. The reason why Xiaohai appeared in the Fighting Bulls' territory was also a coincidence. They had indeed evacuated. This time, Xiaohai came back to inform the Fighting Bulls that the Herculean Bulls had already fled to the Mastiffs. He wanted them to put pressure on the Mastiffs so that the Mastiffs wouldn't care about the Herculean Bulls. But he didn't expect that the Herculean Bulls would counterattack and be killed by Zhao Wen. And from Zhao Wen, Xiaohai also knew that the Fighting Bull tribe's Supreme Elder was killed by the 3 Supreme Elders of the Herculean Bulls and the Mastiff race. He didn't manage to escape, so Wales and the others felt relieved. Although Xiaohai didn't know much, it was still a lot. At the very least, he knew that the Radiant Church had at least 5 9th ranks. On the surface, they had 3 9th ranks, but in the dark, they were still working on the ultimate weapon. Who knows how many 9th ranks they had in their hands? The most important thing was the number of 8th rank experts they had, in the hundreds. Even in the prairie, a tribe like the Fighting Bulls with millions of people didn't have a lot of 8th rank experts. When the Fighting Bull Patriarch was killed, although there were a few 8th rank experts, there were only a few dozen of them. The rest were 6th and 7th ranks. But the Radiant Church's undead knew that they had hundreds of 8th rank experts. This showed how terrifying their strength was. After asking about these matters, Wales woke up. Xiaohai immediately went to Wales' tent. Wales and Mendez were chatting and laughing while eating mutton. Seeing Xiaohai come in, Wales immediately welcomed him and laughed, "Little Hai, come quickly. Ha ha ha, this time we won a big victory, the Fighting Bulls won't be able to make any waves." Xiaohai looked at Wales' somewhat smug face, his heart couldn't help but sink. He quickly said, "Big brother, I have something to tell you." Wales looked at Xiaohai and knew that it was a big matter. He quickly said, "What's the matter?" "Sit down and eat while we talk." Xiaohai nodded and sat down. Immediately, someone brought him milk wine, mutton soup, and mutton. Xiaohai didn't touch the food, but said, "First, I have to tell Big Brother that the 2 9th ranks of the Fighting Bulls have been killed. The threat of the Fighting Bulls is nothing." Wales and the others were very happy. Because the Supreme Elder hadn't returned yet, they didn't receive this news. But they knew from Yale that Xiaohai sent a 9th rank expert to participate in the battle. So Xiaohai's words shouldn't be wrong. Xiaohai looked at their happy faces and said, "The identity of the 9th rank expert who helped the Fighting Bulls has been confirmed. He is a 9th rank expert of the Radiant Church, a fire element magician. This time, he only came to deliver a letter, just in time for our counterattack. The information we received before was not wrong." Wales and the others nodded, then Xiaohai continued, "The Radiant Church's strength is beyond my imagination. They now have at least 5 9th ranks, and at least a few hundred 8th ranks. Big brother, you have to be careful." Xiaohai nodded and said, "That's right." When Wales heard Xiaohai's words, his face couldn't help but change. He looked at Xiaohai and said, "Little Hai, is what you said true?" Xiaohai nodded and said, "There's no mistake, I turned that 9th rank expert into an undead. He told me that the Radiant Church had been carrying out the ultimate weapon program for decades. They selected a group of gifted children and gave them the strictest training since childhood. They wanted to turn them into 9th rank experts, or even 8th rank experts. All the children who couldn't withstand this training died. Because of this, they were able to have a lot of experts." Xiaohai nodded and said, "That's right, I've turned the 9th rank expert into an undead." Wales put down his glass and said in a deep voice, "The Radiant Church is really far-sighted." "Amazing." Xiaohai nodded, but the Radiant Church didn't dare to send these people to the prairie. Otherwise, they would die. What I want to talk about now is the matter of the Fighting Bulls. I cleaned up more than 400,000 corpses of Fighting Bulls in the camp. If we add those who died in the prairie, this number will increase. And with the death of their 9th rank expert, it can be said that the threat of the Fighting Bulls isn't that big." Wales nodded with a smile on his face, this number was within his expectations. This time, they didn't take any captives, they just killed all the Fighting Bulls they encountered. Zhao Hai's words were like a basin of cold water, calming down the happy Whales and the others. Whales put down the wine glass in his hand and closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, Big Brother really has to thank you. This big victory made us a bit too complacent. Fortunately, you reminded us, we still have a lot of things to do, we shouldn't be so complacent. When Zhao Hai heard Whales, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The reason why he told Whales this was to persuade him, and also to see Whales' attitude. If Whales listened to his advice, then it meant that Whales didn't get carried away by the victory. He was a person who could achieve great things, then Zhao Hai would still help him like before. But if Whales didn't listen to his advice, then Zhao Hai wouldn't help him like before. This meant that Whales wasn't a person who could achieve great things. Fortunately, Whales listened to his advice, so he could continue with his words. He looked at Whales and said, Big Brother, we need to deal with West Wonder King as soon as possible, then we need to deal with the escaping fighting bulls. I want to hear Big Brother's opinion, what do you want to do? Do you want the fighting bulls to never rise again, or do you want to leave them a chance to live? Whales coldly snorted, leave them a chance to live? Why would I leave them a chance to live? Didn't you see how they treated my clansmen? They were just some old people and children, they actually wanted to freeze them to death. Why would I leave them a chance to live? When Zhao Hai heard him, he nodded and said, Good, with Big Brother's words, I know what to do. Big Brother can deal with West Wonder King as soon as possible, then report to the warring clans about their collusion with the Radiant Church. Also, tell them about the ultimate weapon plan. At the same time, you need to announce to the prairie that as long as any clan brings a fighting bull's head to the Herculean bull's main camp, they can exchange it for 1,000 jin of food. Children and women can be halved for 500 jin of food. Whales and Yale couldn't help but tremble. Zhao Hai's previous words were still okay, the impact on the fighting bulls was limited. Even if the fighting bulls cooperated with the Radiant Church, for the escaping fighting bulls, it wasn't a big deal. They could say that it was their patriarch's decision, it had nothing to do with them. But exchanging heads for food was too ruthless. Food was too important for the beastmen, especially for the small tribes. If the small tribes encountered the fighting bulls, they would certainly not let go of this opportunity to exchange for food. It can be said that once this announcement was made, the fighting bulls would be exterminated. Whales and Yale looked at Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Zhao Hai's move was too ruthless, they had never seen it before. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, What's wrong? Big Brother, don't forget, we have a lot of food in our hands. In the warehouse, in addition to your original supplies, there are also the fighting bulls' supplies. It can be said that you have a lot more supplies than before. Plus, I have a lot of food here, so why don't we use it to do something? Bang! Whale slammed the table and said, Good, Little Hai, you're right. Let's do this. I want the fighting bulls to disappear from the prairie. But I originally wanted to demote the fighting bulls into slaves and give them to you, but that won't do. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, You can give West Wonder King's people to me, how about it? Whale smiled and said, Good, then let's do it like that. Sixth brother, pass down the order, after 3 days, we will attack West Wonder King's camp. I want to see how this ungrateful West Wonder King will resist my Herculean bull army. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. To be honest, he didn't want to exterminate the fighting bulls. But after seeing the way the fighting bulls treated the Herculean bull's captives, Zhao Hai changed his mind. Plus, the fighting bulls were cooperating with the Radiant Church, and the Radiant Church was Zhao Hai's mortal enemy. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't show any mercy to his enemies. After coming to the Ark continent for such a long time and experiencing so many things, Zhao Hai's heart slowly became ruthless. He knew that if he was too polite to his enemies, he would have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Zhao Hai looked at Whales and said, Big Brother, have you calculated the losses this time? How many people do we have left? How many supplies do we have? How many argali do we have? Have you calculated all of this? Without waiting for Whales to speak, Yale said, I've already calculated this. Before the attack, our tribe had a population of 1,329,000, but now our total population is around 800,000. This figure is only the number of people in the main camp. I believe that there are still a lot of Herculean bulls who have fled to other parts of the prairie. As long as the news of us recapturing the main camp spreads, they should be able to return. In my estimation, our total population should be around 1 million, so we lost more than 300,000 people. In this attack, we didn't lose too many people, only less than 10,000 people, most of which were women and old people. Currently, the number of Argali cannot be calculated because the total number of Argali in our tribe hasn't been calculated yet. Now, with the addition of the Fighting Bull tribe's Argali, the total number of Argali has increased. Our tribe's original resources, together with the Fighting Bull tribe's resources, should be enough for 1 million people to live for 10 years without worrying about food for 5 years. Moreover, the Fighting Bull tribe also left behind 500,000 slaves for us, so now our tribe's total population is around 1,300,000. Whales and the others nodded. It was no wonder that they couldn't count how many Argali they had. It must be known that when beastmen raise Argali, they wouldn't check them one by one. They would usually divide them into groups, and they wouldn't count how many Argali there were in a large group. When they were doing large transactions with humans, they wouldn't check how many Argali there were either. They would take turns to do it. What was a trade? It was when the humans brought some supplies, then the beastman would lead the humans to the herd of Argali, give them a horse, and let them charge into the herd of Argali. You would charge through the herd of Argali and separate them. The ones on the left would be yours, and the ones on the right would be the beastman's. This would depend on the human's skill. If the human's skill was good, then they would get more Argali. If the human's skill wasn't good, then they couldn't blame others. This kind of trade was only suitable for large tribes. Small tribes wouldn't be able to do it. The number of Argali they had was limited, and each Argali was their property, so it was impossible for them to trade in turns. The reason why the humans were willing to trade with the beastmen was also because of this. Some humans who were good at riding could often get Argali that were several times more than the normal trade. The reason why the beastmen were so kind to their slaves was because they had too many Argali. They needed the slaves to take care of the Argali. Because of this, the beastmen didn't know how many Argali they had. They only knew how many herds of Argali they had. But what was certain was that the number of Argali in each race was in the tens of millions. But now, the Argali in the hands of the Herculean bulls were from their own tribe, and with the addition of the Fighting Bulls, it was equal to the total number of Argali in the two tribes. This number was very astonishing. Zhao Hai also nodded. I still have a lot of mutton and mutton soup in my hands. I can use them as food for this expedition. But brother, I was just joking with you. I can't have the Fighting Bulls as my slaves. The Fighting Bulls are considered a powerful warring tribe among the cow-headed race. It would be a pity to have them as my slaves. If you really want to give me slaves, then just give me some ordinary slaves. You can control the Fighting Bulls completely in your hands and make them into a powerful force. Wouldn't that be better? Whales frowned. If that's the case, do we still have to carry out the plan of exchanging food for heads? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course, this time you can take West Wonder King's men as your captives. You can even demote them to slaves. As for those who escaped, you don't need to be polite. I don't think anyone would run to the Herculean Bull tribe's camp to kill your slaves and then use their heads to exchange for food, right? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course we will. Whales and the others laughed. To be honest, Whales had completely calmed down. He also knew that giving the Fighting Bulls to Zhao Hai as slaves wasn't appropriate. The Fighting Bulls were very powerful. Giving them to Zhao Hai was tantamount to giving Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. Whale saw Zhao Hai as his brother, so he certainly didn't want to cause trouble for Zhao Hai. Moreover, as Zhao Hai said, the Fighting Bulls were one of the strongest among the cow-headed race. If they were to be exterminated, then it would have a huge impact on the fighting strength of the entire cow-headed race. Therefore, when he heard that Zhao Hai didn't want the Fighting Bulls as slaves, Whales didn't oppose it. On the contrary, he felt that Zhao Hai was very considerate. Almost everything was thought out for him. The group chatted about the Herculean Bulls' affairs for a while, then Zhao Hai returned to his tent. Now that the Herculean Bulls had just been rebuilt, some of the original management were either dead or missing. Now they had to appoint new management personnel, and this was an internal matter of the Herculean Bulls. Although Zhao Hai was their prince, he was still a human. He didn't want to meddle too much in these matters. This would give the Herculean bulls the impression that he was trying to seize power, and Zhao Hai didn't want that. Seeing that Zhao Hai had returned, Laura immediately asked, "What happened?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big Brother said that we will march to West Wonder King's camp in 3 days. He originally wanted to give the fighting bulls to me as our slaves, but I didn't want them. I wanted some of them with a mild temperament and not too strong fighting strength. The fighting bulls aren't suitable for that." Laura nodded, "I also think so. The fighting bulls are famous among the beast men for their bad temperament. Even if they were given to us, it would still be a troublesome matter. It seems like Big Brother is still taking care of us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. "Big Brother has already thought about it. He wants to wait until the fighting bulls are destroyed, then he will give us all the fighting bulls as slaves." He really is considerate." Laura smiled and said, "I'm afraid that in the entire human race, only we have the most glory in the prairie. But our payment is really enough." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, "Don't worry, our return will certainly be a lot." "Well, let's not talk about this. In 2 days, we still have to go to West Wonder King's camp. I have to go with him. This time, there won't be a big battle. In any case, West Wonder King's camp has very few young and strong men. They shouldn't dare to face Big Brother head-on, but I suspect that West Wonder King won't wait for death. I'm afraid there will be a counterattack, but I don't know what kind of counterattack it will be." Laura smiled and said, "I see that with you, Big Brother doesn't need to bring an army. How many undead do you have in your hands? More than 400,000? With this number, you can even establish a tribe in the prairie. Even if it's a tribe with more than 1 million people like Big Brother, they still don't have as many soldiers as you do. You also have to add in the slaves. The undead in your hands are much stronger than the average beastman army." The reason why Laura was so happy wasn't because of anything else. It was because with these undead, Iron Mountain Fort's safety would be guaranteed. Zhao Hai could now place these undead in Iron Mountain. An army of 400,000 undead was equivalent to a 7th-rank warrior. If they were to fight, they would be able to sweep across the Oxu Empire. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't want to do that. If he really dared to do that, then he would become the enemy of all races in the continent. At that time, he would have no place to stay. Zhao Hai smiled, then he sighed, "I really don't know what kind of face I'll have when I go to West Wonder King's camp." Laura also sighed. Although they didn't get along with West Wonder King, they couldn't help but recognize that they were friends with Beta. In this case, meeting Beta really made them feel awkward. At this time, Meg suddenly said, "Young master, if things here are solved, then we should go back to Iron Mountain Fort for the winter. I'm still not used to this place." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and nodded, "We should go back. The winter in the prairie isn't short, 3 months. After we return to Iron Mountain Fort, we can use this time to go to Rosen Empire. It would be best if we establish a transmission point there. This way, when we return to the prairie next year, we can slowly establish our own business network in Rosen Empire. We can turn our goods into money in Rosen Empire. Moreover, if we need any supplies in the prairie, we can immediately purchase them from Rosen Empire. Rosen Empire is the continent's most powerful country, so they should have a complete set of supplies." Laura nodded. Rosen Empire certainly has a complete set of supplies. Their capital, Carson City, is the continent's largest commodity distribution center. There are rumors that as long as something is found in the continent, you can buy it there. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Isn't that better? When the time comes, even if we take something to sell there, nobody would pay attention to us. But this time, we need to change our approach. It would be best if we cooperate with someone with high authority in Rosen Empire. This way, nobody would dare to make a move against us, and the incident that happened in Purcell Duchy wouldn't happen again." Laura nodded, "I agree with Brother Hai's words. We don't need to worry about the Radiant Church in the Rosen Empire. However, we still need to guard against the influential people in the Empire. They have the ability to make us unable to stay in the Rosen Empire. Therefore, we need to find a powerful person to cooperate with. This way, the situation in the Purcell Duchy won't happen again." Zhao Hai nodded, "Let's go to Rosen Empire's Carson City first and observe the situation there. We need to understand the influence of Rosen Empire before we decide who to cooperate with." Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, I think that the next time we see Bell, we can ask him if he has any connections in Rosen Empire. If he does, we can make use of it. What do you think? Zhao Hai's eyes shone. I really didn't think of that. Right, we can ask Bell. I'm now a member of the League of Dark Mages. The League's strength isn't small, maybe they have some connections in Carson City. The group discussed for a while, then they returned to Iron Mountain Fort and told Green and the others about their decision. Green and the others also agreed with Zhao Hai's plan. But now that winter had arrived in the Black Wasteland, the weather outside the fort was very cold. Fortunately, there was Kyer inside the fort, so it wasn't too cold. The factories inside the fort were still busy, they had a lot of milk wine in stock. The wool factory had also started to produce products, and the grain factory had also started to produce grain. Everything was on track. Zhao Hai and the others felt relieved, but they still wanted to expand Iron Mountain Fort. In the future, they would have more and more people, as well as more and more factories. With the current size of Iron Mountain Fort, it wouldn't be long before it couldn't hold any more. But it's a pity that they didn't have a professional stonemason in their hands, otherwise they would be able to mine stones and expand the fort. The Iron Mountain behind Iron Mountain Fort was almost hollowed out by the dwarves, they couldn't mine any more stones, otherwise it would be dangerous. Therefore, if they wanted to mine stones to expand the fort, they could only go to other places to do so. After all, the Iron Mountain range wasn't small, but they lacked qualified stonemasons, so they couldn't mine stones on a large scale. But now was obviously not the time to expand Iron Mountain Fort, it was already winter, the outside world was too cold. Zhao Hai's plan was to wait until next year. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. After Wales gave the order to dispatch troops to West Wonder King's camp, all the Herculean bulls began to move. This time, they were more prepared than before. Before, they didn't have any supplies, but this time, they had supplies. Naturally, they were more prepared than before. Zhao Hai had tents and other things, so they didn't need to worry about them. Therefore, they only prepared some weapons and other things for themselves. This time, Wales naturally didn't send out the entire tribe, he still left 50,000 guards in the main camp, giving weapons to the elderly and women in the main camp. When the time comes, they would have to participate in the battle. This time, Wales set out with 150,000 Herculean bulls, as well as 100,000 slave warriors. The Herculean bull slaves were mainly half-beastmen and some human slaves. It was impossible for a race like the Herculean bulls to have their own slaves, they weren't qualified. This time, most of the slaves that followed Wales were half-beastmen, they were the children of humans and beastmen. These children didn't have a big beast head like the beastmen, but they weren't completely human either. Their heads had a tribe that looked like a beastman, for example, a half-beastman from the rabbit tribe. They had a rabbit nose or long ears, except for this tribe, they looked like a human. The physical condition of a half-beastman was better than a human, but worse than a beastman. They were also recognized as a slave race in the prairie, they were born as slaves. When the Herculean bull warriors saw that Zhao Hai was going with the army, they couldn't help but cheer. They liked going with Zhao Hai, they didn't need to worry about logistics, they only needed to hurry along and ambush the enemy. The half-beastmen obviously didn't know about this, they were puzzled as they looked at the Herculean bulls cheering Zhao Hai, they didn't know what it meant. But they quickly understood, from the Herculean bulls' main camp to West Wonder King's camp, it would only take about 7 days. Of course, it was winter now, and they had just experienced a snowstorm, so their speed would be slowed down a lot. Therefore, although this time's march would take about 10 days, Zhao Hai and the others had already experienced this before. They were very experienced, they proceeded step by step without any accidents. Along the way, Zhao Hai and the others would occasionally encounter fighting bulls that were killed or frozen to death. It can be seen that this time, the losses of the fighting bulls were too heavy. Zhao Hai released a hawk, and with the Herculean bull camp as the center, he searched for fighting bull corpses. In the end, he found more than 100,000 corpses, most of these corpses were killed, there were also a few that were frozen to death. He counted the number of fighting bull corpses, and now he found nearly 600,000 fighting bull corpses. The fighting bull population was only 800,000, and now more than half of them were gone. Regarding this result, Zhao Hai was really helpless. If it wasn't winter, then the fighting. Bull tribe wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. At most, they would have lost about 500,000 people, and 100,000 would have survived. This was because among the 600,000 people that Zhao Hai accepted, 100,000 of them froze to death. Prairie wolves were recognized as a scourge of the prairie, especially during winter. During winter, the beastmen wouldn't go out to graze, so the prairie wolves would have fewer ways to get food. Because of this, many packs of wolves would unite and attack small beastman tribes, causing great harm. This time, Zhao Hai encountered a large number of wolves, more than 100,000 of them. These wolves looked very thin, and their eyes were glowing with green light. One could see that they had been hungry for a long time. Hungry wolves were the most dangerous. In order to survive, they would attack any living creature. As soon as he saw the pack of hungry wolves, Whales immediately became cautious. They moved forward cautiously. When it was time to sleep at night, he wanted to send someone to keep watch, but Zhao Hai sent an undead to keep watch instead. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't just want to keep watch, he wanted to exterminate these wolves. Zhao Hai discovered that there were many different kinds of wolves in this group. Zhao Hai wanted to capture these wolves and see if the ranch could be upgraded. The current upgrade speed of the ranch made him very dissatisfied. After Whales and the others went to sleep, Zhao Hai immediately had Kyer come out and release some poisonous gas in the camp. This gas was very light, it would only make the beastmen faint and wouldn't cause too much harm to them. The next thing to do was to deal with the prairie wolves. This time, Zhao Hai released all his undead and surrounded the prairie wolves. Although these prairie wolves were very strong, they were still no match for 600,000 undead. Moreover, they were surrounded, so they didn't even have the chance to escape. They were all eliminated, and some were even captured alive. All of this took only 3 hours. After everything was settled, Zhao Hai immediately took the prairie wolves to the space, and then directly went to the ranch. Upon arriving at the ranch, a prompt was immediately heard: Variant Wolf, Level 25, Maturing Time, 20 hours. Can give birth 5 times, each time 5 pups. Consumes 2 pellets of feed per hour. Animal digitized, can be purchased in the Spaces store. Variant Wolf, Level 25, Maturing Time, 20 hours. Can give birth 5 times, each time 5 pups. Consumes 2 pellets of feed per hour. Animal digitized, can be purchased in the Spaces store. The 5 identical prompts made Zhao Hai dizzy. He didn't understand what was going on. He immediately looked at the store's page and saw that there were 5 more pictures of wolf-shaped animals on it. Zhao Hai understood that although these wolves were all prairie wolves, they were also divided into different kinds. It seems like the space considered the different kinds of wolves as new animals. This was a good thing for him. At this moment, the voice of the space came again: Wolf creature, strong attack power, classified as a pest. The space has added a pest caster, able to cast pests to destroy the enemy. The space has met the requirements to upgrade to level 8. Looking forward to the host's efforts. Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't find the space's upgrade strange, but what was this pest's caster thing? He didn't understand. He immediately asked Kai and it turned out that the space's original function was to raise wild animals. Originally, the space could raise wild animals in the space of a friend, destroying their crops and gaining experience. But now that Zhao Hai had become the space's host, and he didn't have any friends, the ability to release wild animals was changed to pests. Since the prairie wolves were pests, this function was activated. Zhao Hai was happy, this function was too powerful. He now had a good card in his hand. Moreover, the space had already risen to level 8. He really hoped that the ranch would rise to level 10 as soon as possible. He wanted to see what would happen when the space reaches level 10. The most important thing was that this time, not only did he upgrade the space, he also obtained the meat, skin, and bones of nearly 100,000 wolves. These were all good things. Zhao Hai exited the space with a happy face. He didn't think that the harvest this time would be so big. Pests casting function, ha ha ha, this was another magic weapon. Zhao Hai found that the space was really black-bellied. Of course, this was in line with his character. The next morning, Whales and the others woke up. They felt that they didn't sleep very well last night, and felt a bit tired after waking up. But after eating Zhao Hai's breakfast, they immediately became spirited. Zhao Hai knew that they felt tired because they were poisoned. Although it was very light, it still played a certain role. Therefore, he added a bit of life liquid into the mutton soup for whales. This way, not only could it detoxify the poison, it could also help them recover faster. But when they were on the road, whales discovered that something was wrong. On the grassland next to them, there were clear traces of a battle. Moreover, the wolves that were following them had also disappeared. Whales knew that this was done by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai must have taken care of those wolves during the night. For Zhao Hai's actions, Whales was very grateful. This was because Whales was very clear about the ferocity of those wolves. Don't look at how strong the Herculean bulls were. If they were attacked by 100,000 li of wolves, even if they were able to repel them, losses would still be inevitable. Before the battle with West Wonder King, they had already suffered losses. This was obviously not what Whales wanted to see. The impact on their morale would be too great. But Zhao Hai quietly helped them to resolve this crisis. The Herculean bulls once again set out. The Serval people now looked at Zhao Hai as if they were looking at the beast god. Their respect for Zhao Hai even surpassed Whales. In the next few days, they didn't encounter anything special. But they did find some corpses of fighting bulls on the road. But it was obvious that these corpses were eaten by prairie wolves. Aside from a few big bones, even the small bones were chewed by the prairie wolves. This showed how fierce the prairie wolves were. With only a few bones left, Zhao Hai had no way to turn them into undead. Magic wasn't omnipotent. In order to turn them into undead, there were a lot of conditions. One of the most important conditions was to keep the corpses intact. Zhao Hai didn't care about these corpses. Whales hated the fighting bulls so much that he didn't care about the corpses. After another 5 days, West Wonder King's camp was approaching. Whales and the others slowed down their pace. They carefully observed West Wonder King's camp. The camp was very calm, nothing was happening. Whales looked at the sky and saw that it was almost dark. Whales stopped and prepared to go to West Wonder King's camp tomorrow. Nothing happened during the night. Zhao Hai was worried about West Wonder King's night attack. He thought that West Wonder King should have already known that the Herculean bulls had returned to their camp. In this case, they should have made preparations. Now that they weren't far from West Wonder King's camp, West Wonder King's strength was weaker than them. If he wanted to defeat them, he should have launched a night attack on their camp. Only then would they have a chance to defeat the Herculean bulls. But now, West Wonder King didn't make any move. It was as if he didn't know about this matter. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Zhao Hai found Whales and discussed this matter with him. Whales also didn't understand. They could only suspect that the scattered fighting bulls didn't escape to West Wonder King's camp and that West Wonder King didn't know about them. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai collected the tents and rushed towards West Wonder King's camp. When they were about 5 li away from West Wonder King's camp, West Wonder King's camp seemed to have discovered them. The whole camp was in a state of panic. Not long after, a cavalry rushed out from the camp. Whales didn't stop and continued to move forward. But everyone was ready with their axes. Not long after, the 2 cavalry met. Whales looked at the person who came. It was West Wonder King. West Wonder King was still wearing his iron armor, but underneath the armor he was wearing cotton clothes. When West Wonder King saw Whales, he stared blankly for a moment. Then he looked at the army behind Whales and frowned slightly. Then he stepped forward and greeted Whales. West Wonder has seen Prince Whales. Whales looked at West Wonder King and coldly snorted, West Wonder, I'm now the patriarch of the Herculean bull tribe. At the same time, I want to tell you some good news. We have defeated the fighting bull tribe and recaptured the headquarters. The fighting bulls have been defeated. Do you want to say something? West Wonder King looked at Whales with a calm face and said, I've seen my king. West Wonder has been preparing to help my king. I didn't think that my king would be able to defeat the fighting bull tribe's patriarch without my help. West Wonder is very happy. Whales stared at West Wonder King. He didn't think that West Wonder King would be so shameless. He lied to his face and said it so confidently. Whales was so angry that he laughed and said, You're saying that you wanted to help me? Ha ha ha. How would you help me? You reduced my sister to a slave to help me? Then I really have to thank you. West Wonder King's face didn't change. My king, if I didn't do that, the Fighting Bull tribe's patriarch wouldn't have let me off. I wanted to preserve my king's power, so I did it. I asked my king to punish me. Whale suddenly stopped laughing. He calmly looked at West Wonder King and said, Really? West Wonder King quickly said, West Wonder wouldn't dare lie. Whales nodded. West Wonder, you did the right thing. It seems that I've wronged you. Right, did any fighting bulls escape to your camp these past few days? West Wonder King shook his head. No, we didn't see any fighting bull deserters. It's because of this that we didn't know what happened in the headquarters. If I knew, I would have gone to help. My king, please rest in your tent. Whale seemed to believe West Wonder King's words. He nodded and waved his hand. All right, let's go to your tent. Zhao Hai didn't come out of the carriage. He looked at Whales and West Wonder King strangely. He just noticed that when West Wonder King saw that Whales agreed to enter the tent, his eyes flashed with joy, while Whales' eyes were gloomy. Zhao Hai had a certain understanding of Whales. He knew that the gloominess in Whales' eyes was definitely not calm. It was the kind of gloominess that would only appear when he was hiding his anger in his heart. Zhao Hai found that things were getting more and more interesting. He knew that West Wonder King must have known what happened. His attitude was just an act. He must have been thinking about how to counterattack. Whales obviously thought of this, so he pretended to be deceived by West Wonder King. In fact, he was carrying out his own plan. Interesting, very interesting. This was a secret battle between the two. This secret battle started before the two even met. Zhao Hai could even imagine that the panic in West Wonder King's camp was just an act to confuse them. Now Zhao Hai wanted to see what the two would do next. Soon, the troops arrived outside West Wonder King's camp. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered that West Wonder King's camp was different. The tents in West Wonder King's camp were too densely packed. There was no place for the troops to rest. Zhao Hai remembered that the last time he came to West Wonder King's camp, it didn't look like this. But he immediately understood why West Wonder King did this. West Wonder King said to Whales with a difficult expression, My king, because of the snowstorm a few days ago, our camp was too crowded, so there was no way for the army to enter. How about this? I ask my king's army to rest in my camp's residence. Whale smiled faintly and said, West Wonder, you're too polite. You don't need to trouble yourself, just let them rest outside the camp. Then he waved his hand and called Coney to his side. He whispered a few words in Coney's ear. Coney nodded and waved his hand, rest in place. Although the Herculean bull cavalry didn't understand what Whales meant, they still stopped. At this time, Whales turned to Zhao Hai's carriage and said, Little Hai, come with Big Brother to West Wonder King's camp and have a good rest. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He opened the door and got out of the carriage. He bowed to West Wonder King and said, Zhao Hai has seen West Wonder King. Looking at the smiling Zhao Hai in front of him, West Wonder King was stunned. His impression of Zhao Hai was very deep, not because of anything else, but because Zhao Hai promised to give them cheap food. He just didn't think that he would meet Zhao Hai again in this situation. In a flash, West Wonder King understood who rescued Whale's second and third sisters. He just didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such strength. But he was also a scheming person. He immediately said, So it was Mr. Zhao Hai. I didn't think that I would meet Mr. so soon. How has Mr. been? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. At this time, Whale's voice was heard, West Wonder, Zhao Hai is our Herculean Bull Tribe's Grand Prince, call him His Highness Grand Prince from now on. West Wonder King's face changed. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be the Herculean Bull Tribe's Grand Prince. He looked at Whales in confusion and asked, My king, are you saying that Mr. Zhao Hai is a Grand Prince? Whale smiled faintly and said, Zhao Hai is my beheading blood oath brother, why can't he be the Herculean Bull Tribe's Grand Prince? West Wonder, do you want me to keep standing here? West Wonder King immediately bowed and asked for forgiveness, but the anger in his eyes disappeared. It was obvious that he was angered by Whale's arrogant tone. Whales only brought 100 guards. He led Zhao Hai into West Wonder King's camp. It seems that he had complete trust in West Wonder King. He didn't have the slightest bit of wariness towards him. West Wonder King had a lot of contact with Whales before. Their relationship had always been good. Whales had never expressed any dissatisfaction with West Wonder King, so in West Wonder King's point of view, he lowered his attitude and found such a reason. It was normal for Whales to not have any vigilance against him. But he didn't think that Whale's reputation as the smartest person in the Herculean bull tribe wasn't for nothing. He had been very vigilant against West Wonder King for a long time. The reason why he put on such an attitude was to let West Wonder King finish his act. He wasn't worried about his own safety. Zhao Hai had hundreds of thousands of undead in his hands, plus a 9th-rank expert. There was nothing that could threaten him. Naturally, West Wonder King didn't know about this. He thought that his plan was a success. He succeeded in tricking Whales into his tent while leaving Whale's army outside. This way, Whales would fall into his hands. Soon, the group entered Whale's tent. Whale's tent was still as gorgeous as before, but his desk had been removed. A few small tables were placed in the tent. In the middle of the tent was a brazier where lamb was being cooked. Milk wine was also placed next to the small tables. A few fighting bull women were standing behind the small tables. It seems like they were there specifically to serve the wine. Just as West Wonder King and the others sat down, the fighting bull women immediately came up and gave them the wine. The wine was warm, the temperature was just right. West Wonder King picked up the wine glass and smiled at Whales. "My king, I'm very happy that you came to West Wonder King's tent. Please drink this wine full of affection." Whales and Zhao Hai also raised their glasses and drank the wine. While West Wonder King was drinking, he was paying attention to the two of them. When he saw the two of them drink the wine, the smile in his eyes became even more intense. Zhao Hai just drank the wine into his stomach. The space's prompt immediately came. Poisonous substance has entered the host's body. The poison threat is low. The host is advised to drink the space's water to detoxify. Zhao Hai stared blankly, but he immediately understood that West Wonder King had poisoned the wine. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. With the space, he could be said to be impervious to poison. Poisoning him was very interesting. He slowly put down the wine glass and smiled at West Wonder King. "Today, I'm very happy to see your highness, so I specially prepared a bottle of fruit wine for your highness to taste." Then with a flip of his hand, a bottle of fruit wine appeared in Zhao Hai's hand. West Wonder King didn't doubt him. He immediately smiled and said, "Good, your highness, fruit wine is also an honor for West Wonder King." Then he signaled the fighting bull woman to pour the wine for them. West Wonder King paid special attention to the wine. He found that the bottle of wine was sealed very well. There were no traces of it being opened. He was relieved. West Wonder King often came in contact with human merchants, so he had drunk a lot of this kind of fruit wine. Therefore, he could tell at a glance whether this bottle of wine was opened or not. If it was opened, then it meant that there was a problem with the wine inside, so he didn't dare to drink it. Whales didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled look. Zhao Hai looked at Whales and smiled, then he glanced at the wine glass. Whales immediately understood. His eyes flashed with anger. This bottle of wine was of course filled with life liquid by Zhao Hai. He was now more proficient in the use of the space. As long as it was within the range of the space monitor, he could directly poison anything. He didn't need to worry about obstructions. This was because the space itself could create spatial cracks, and of course, life liquid was the same. After the fighting bull woman opened the bottle, she poured a cup for Whales, then another for Zhao Hai, and finally one for West Wonder King. Then the three of them raised their cups and drank it in one gulp. After Whales put down his glass, he looked at West Wonder King and smiled. "West Wonder, you're not convinced, right? What are you waiting for? We've been here for so long, why haven't you made a move yet?" West Wonder King stared blankly, then his face changed. He looked at Whales and said, "My king, I don't know what you mean." Whale smiled faintly and said, "You're not convinced. Why can I become the chieftain of the Herculean bull tribe at such a young age? Why can I become the chieftain of the bull-headed race? Moreover, you also saw the fighting bulls escaping from the main camp. You just endured and acted. You just wanted to trick me into the tent and leave the army outside, so that my life and death would be in your hands. You see, I've already acted according to your script. I've already entered the tent. I didn't even hesitate to drink the poisoned wine you prepared for me. But why do you still want to continue acting? What are you waiting for?" West Wonder King listened to Whales' words in a daze. He didn't think that Whales would be able to guess his thoughts. Seeing Whales looking at him with contempt, West Wonder King couldn't bear it anymore. He looked at Wales with a ferocious expression and said, "You knew this and you still did this? Aren't you an idiot?" Wales laughed heartily. "Why do you still have such an idiotic idea even now? If I wasn't completely sure, would I have followed you in? If I wasn't sure that the wine wasn't a threat to me, would I have drunk it? West Wonder, it seems that my father really overestimated you. You're just an arrogant idiot. No wonder even with our help, you still couldn't defeat the Fighting Bull Patriarch. In the end, he seized the opportunity and caught us off guard. And you're even more idiotic, thinking that you'll be fine by relying on the Fighting Bull Patriarch. Why didn't you think that you were a traitor from the Fighting Bull clan? Would the Fighting Bull Patriarch be at ease with you? You're such an idiot, yet you're still alive. It really surprises me." West Wonder King looked at Wales with a fierce face. He sneered, "Even if you know, what can you do? Can you detoxify the poison? To tell you the truth, this poison is the poison that killed your father. Ha ha ha, you didn't think that when you took back the headquarters, I received the news that a person came to find me. Ha ha ha, it was his plan that allowed the Fighting Bulls to take over your headquarters. Now you're doomed to die in his hands. He is the nemesis of your Herculean Bull clan." Wales' eyes flashed with a cold light. "Is that so? Then please come out and meet me." West Wonder King smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Bowman, please." Just as his voice fell, a person came in from the outside. Xianxia and Wales stared blankly at the person. They thought that the other party was a human, but they didn't think that the other party wasn't a human, but a pure beast man, a Herculean bull. Wales didn't think that the other party would be a Herculean bull. He looked at the person called Bowman with a puzzled expression. He was sure that he had never seen Bowman before, so he didn't know who this Bowman was. Although this Bowman looked exactly the same as a Herculean bull, his stature wasn't as tall as a Herculean bull. His body also didn't look that strong. He wore a white magic robe and had a cultured and refined face. It seems like he was a light magician. Bowman looked at Wales and smiled. He bowed and said, "Bowman has seen Patriarch Wales. How has Patriarch Wales been?" Wales looked at Bowman with a puzzled expression. "You're a Herculean bull?" Bowman smiled faintly. "To be more precise, I'm a Herculean bull orphan raised by humans. The God of Light gave me everything, so I've dedicated my life to the God of Light." Hearing Bowman, Xianxia couldn't help but pat his head and said, "Another idiot brainwashed by religion. No wonder he would do such a thing." Xianxia's voice wasn't small, so everyone in the tent heard it. But everyone's reactions were different. Wales looked at Xianxia with an enlightened expression, West Wonder King looked at Xianxia with a proud expression, and Bowman looked at Xianxia with an indignant expression. Bowman stared at Xianxia and said, "Sinner, you dare to speak of the church like that, you will be punished by God." Bowman naturally recognized Xianxia. In fact, the matter between the Fighting Bulls and the Herculean Bulls was handled by him and Xianxia. Bowman also knew that Xianxia was defeated this time, but he didn't think that he would see Xianxia in this kind of situation. Now, Xianxia was no longer his brother in the church, he had turned into an undead. Bowman wasn't familiar with Lindsay Becker, but when he saw Lindsay Becker's clothes, he knew that he was a white-robed bishop of the Radiant Church. Bowman didn't understand, how could Xianxia turn a white-robed bishop into an undead? Xianxia looked at Bowman's appearance, he faintly smiled and said, "The two of you, please greet Mr. Bowman. He is your fellow disciple, but I think he will soon become your companion." Everyone in the tent understood the meaning of Xianxia's words. West Wonder King also knew that Xianxia was a dark magician. Thinking that Xianxia was a dark magician, West Wonder King felt his heart skip a beat. Thinking that he had just drunk a glass of dark magician's wine, West Wonder King felt that he had made the biggest mistake of his life. Xianxia looked at Bowman and calmly said, "Hello Bowman, I didn't expect you to still be here." Xianxia was a high-level undead. In addition to being an undead and being loyal to Xianxia, he still had his own ability to think. But Bowman didn't think so. He didn't pay attention to Bowman. He turned to Xianxia and said, "Don't pretend, he doesn't have the ability to think. You're a devil controlled by the devil, you can't fool me." Xianxia faintly smiled and said, "I didn't control his thoughts, he has his own ability to think. Moreover, he now knows every conversation between you. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. I guarantee that if he knew what color underwear you were wearing before, he would know it now." Wales couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Hai just smiled faintly and said to Bowman, "Do you know this mister?" He was referring to Lindsay Becker. Bowman shook his head and said, "Who knows where you picked up the white magic robe and found an undead to pretend to be a white-robed bishop?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This person isn't a nobody, his name is Lindsay Becker. You might not have heard of this name, but you should have heard of his father's name. His father is Rooney Becker, a cardinal of the Radiant Church. And this is Rooney Becker's son, White Cardinal Lindsay Becker." Bowman stared blankly. Of course, he knew who Looney Becker was. In fact, there weren't many people in the Radiant Church who didn't know who Looney Becker was. Looney Becker was one of the most powerful cardinals in the Radiant Church after the Pope. If you didn't know who he was, then you wouldn't be able to stay in the Radiant Church. When Zhao Hai saw Bowman's expression, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "How about it? Have you heard of this name? When he was in the Purcell Duchy, he wanted to attack me. But I'm sorry, he didn't succeed, so he became like this today. Do you really think that your radiant god can deal with me? Forget it. Just based on your methods of using poison? Haha, it's too funny. You're a Herculean bull, how can you be an orphan just because someone called you an orphan? Then can I say that you were stolen by the Radiant Church? Do you really think that a beast man can enter the core of the Radiant Church? You're too much of an idiot. I said that you were brainwashed by religion, it was already a compliment. You're just an idiot who can't differentiate between good and evil." Wales and West Wonder King really didn't know that Zhao Hai wanted to fight against the Radiant Church in the human territory. Especially Wales. Zhao Hai said that his identity couldn't be exposed in the human territory. It seems like he was right. Although Wales and West Wonder King couldn't be considered as high-level beast men, they were still considered as mid-level beast men. Therefore, they had a certain understanding of the Radiant Church's strength in the human territory. Now that they saw Zhao Hai turn the son of the Radiant Church's cardinal into an undead, they understood why he couldn't stay in the human territory. Zhao Hai looked at the red-faced Bowman. Of course, Bowman wasn't ashamed, he was angry. Just like Zhao Hai said, he had been brainwashed to the point where he couldn't differentiate between good and evil. How could he believe Zhao Hai's words? In his opinion, Zhao Hai was a devil, and a devil certainly wouldn't say that a god was a good person. Zhao Hai looked at Bowman and said, "You're not convinced that you can't differentiate between good and evil? Then let me ask you, the Radiant Church sent you to the Beastman Prairie to deal with the Herculean bulls. You must have some understanding of the Herculean bulls, right? Moreover, they wouldn't have let you act immediately. After you arrived at the Beastman Prairie, you must have lived with the Herculean bulls for a while before slowly acting, right? Do you think that the Herculean bulls have done something evil? Do you think that the Herculean bulls are cruel to the other cow-headed races? Do you think that the Herculean bulls are the kind of race that only wants to kill the human race? Even if you've been brainwashed by the Radiant Church, shouldn't you still have your own ability to think? Are you a puppet?" Zhao Hai's words were like a knife, stabbing into Bowman's heart. In fact, Bowman had been in the Beastman Prairie for a long time, so he had some doubts about the Radiant Church's words. But after years of brainwashing and education, he had developed a style of obeying orders. Therefore, although he discovered that the Beastman Prairie was different from what he knew, he still followed the church's orders. Now that Zhao Hai said these things, it evoked a trace of uneasiness in his heart. It was precisely because of this that he became even more angry. Not only was he angry at Zhao Hai, but he was also angry at himself. He hated himself for doubting the church's words. He could be where he was today because of the church, but now he listened to the enemy's words and doubted the church. He thought that he had betrayed the church, so he was angry. But he couldn't take revenge himself, because he was raised by humans. He didn't know any beast soul skills, battle chi, or magic. The only thing he knew was poison. Therefore, even if he wanted to take revenge on Zhao Hai, it was impossible. He could only poison Zhao Hai, but to be honest, his level of poison wasn't very good. Zhao Hai didn't care about what Bowman was thinking. He thought that a person like Bowman who had been brainwashed by the church was simply not worthy of death, there was nothing to pity. Therefore, he turned to West Wonder King and said, "West Wonder King, do you really think that those poisons can deal with me and my brother? Aren't you looking down on me too much? I didn't poison you, I was polite to you." But you actually played with poison in front of me, it's too ridiculous. West Wonder King coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, do you really think that I only relied on these to deal with you? That's because you're too ridiculous. Whales couldn't help but be interested. He looked at West Wonder King with a curious face and said, do you have other ways to deal with us? Don't tell me that you've asked a rank 9 expert to help you. If you can invite a 9th rank expert, then you don't need to poison us, you can deal with us directly. West Wonder King sneered, do I need a 9th rank expert to deal with you? You think too highly of yourselves. After saying that, he picked up his glass and threw it on the ground. Zhao Hai patted his head and said, throwing a glass as a signal, damn it, how could all these melodramatic things happen at the same time? At this moment, a burst of battle cries came from outside the tent. Zhao Hai looked at West Wonder King and shook his head. He sighed and waved his hand. Rows of undead fighting bull cavalry appeared in the tent, and before long, the tent collapsed. Zhao Hai and Wales also came out of the tent under the protection of the undead. Wales got on his mount and Zhao Hai got on his carriage. Under the protection of nearly 10,000 undead fighting bull cavalry, they rushed out of the camp. When Zhao Hai released those undead, West Wonder King was dumbfounded. He had heard of human dark mages before, but he had never seen a dark mage who could command so many undead. This was too terrifying. While he was in a daze, Zhao Hai and Wales had already left the tent and went out of the camp. Moreover, the people who were waiting to ambush him didn't even have a chance to act before they were repelled by the undead. West Wonder King wanted to organize people to chase after Wales, but it was already too late. Wales had already left the camp. When West Wonder King saw Wales leaving the camp, he knew that he was finished. With the strength of his tribe, it was impossible to stop Wales' army. He knew that he was doomed. But West Wonder King wasn't willing to die. He wasn't a hero, in fact, he wasn't even as good as the Fighting Bull clan's patriarch. He was ambitious, he wasn't willing to live under others, so he cooperated with the Herculean bulls and betrayed the Fighting Bull clan's patriarch. However, he was also greedy for life and afraid of death. He was greedy for power and influence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enslaved the second and third princesses of the Herculean bulls when he learned that the Herculean bulls had been defeated. The plan to deal with Wales this time was entirely Bowman's idea. He thought that there was a possibility of success, which was why he agreed. Plus, this was his last chance, so he wanted to stake his life on it. In his view, in the cow-headed race, besides the Herculean bulls, he was the strongest. The Fighting Bull chieftain who used to suppress him had already been dealt with by the Herculean bulls. At this time, if he could deal with the Herculean bulls, then he might become the cow-headed king. It was because of this greed that he decided to take the risk and deal with Wales. But he didn't calculate the existence of Zhao Hai, so he was doomed to fail. When Zhao Hai came out of West Wonder King's camp, he immediately received his undead. He was afraid that those people would misunderstand. Coney, who was waiting for Wales and Zhao Hai outside the camp, immediately led his troops to protect Zhao Hai and Wales. When Wales followed West Wonder King to the camp, he told Coney to be ready to receive them at any time. Therefore, Coney was very nervous and paid attention to the situation inside the camp. He didn't even drink the milk wine that West Wonder King sent out. He didn't drink it because the milk wine that West Wonder King sent out was poisoned. If they drank it, Zhao Hai would have to detoxify them after he came out. Of course, this was also because Zhao Hai's mutton soup had been mixed with life liquid, which made their bodies have some resistance to poison. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to wait for Zhao Hai to come out before they were poisoned to death. After Coney and the others protected Wales, they didn't advance immediately. Instead, they retreated a bit and rearranged their formation. Zhao Hai's carriage also retreated to the rear. He knew that although he could use his undead to kill West Wonder King, Wales certainly wouldn't want to do so. Wales wanted to settle their own matters, so Zhao Hai didn't participate in the attack and instead retreated to the rear. Wales' eyes flashed coldly as he looked at West Wonder King's camp. He said in a deep voice, "My clansman, West Wonder King is an ungrateful villain, he has completely betrayed us, he has colluded with the Radiant Church, he even tried to poison me. My clansmen, I now declare that the Fighting Bull clan will be demoted to a slave clan from today onwards, kill them all." Then he picked up his axe and waved it forward. The Herculean bull cavalry also picked up their own axes and charged towards West Wonder King's camp with a strange cry. The last time they fought with the fighting bulls in their own camp, they didn't destroy the tents in their own camp. But now it was different, they were fighting in West Wonder King's camp, so even if they destroyed all the tents, they wouldn't feel distressed. Therefore, this time they didn't have any scruples in their charge. Here, they didn't have any scruples. This time, Zhao Hai could be said to have experienced the terror of the Herculean bull's charge. Whether it was people, carriages, or tents, as long as they were in their way, they would all be destroyed. Their impact was no less than that of a tank. Zhao Hai wasn't anxious, he just quietly watched from the back. This time he didn't bring Laura and the others, but this didn't mean that Zhao Hai couldn't see them. Zhao Hai left the ghost staff in the camp. If he wanted to see Laura and the others, he could go back to the camp at any time. Laura and the others could also appear by his side through the space. Zhao Hai also knew that this battle would be the last one he would experience in the prairie this year. After this battle, they would return to the human continent and then set out for the Rosen Empire. Zhao Hai knew that West Wonder King's defeat was certain. West Wonder King's forces weren't as strong as Wales, and their fighting strength wasn't as good as Wales. Now that Wales had won, their morale was high, while West Wonder King's men were lacking in confidence when they saw the Herculean bulls. In this case, the fighting strength of the two sides was simply not proportional. West Wonder King's defeat was certain. What Zhao Hai wanted to see was how Wales would treat the ordinary beastmen of West Wonder King's tribe. While Zhao Hai was watching, a sudden shout came from West Wonder King's camp: "Kneel down and surrender, you will be spared. Kneel down and surrender, you will be spared." Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Hai was completely relieved. This voice didn't come from a single person, it came from all the Herculean bulls. This way, the fighting bulls who didn't want to continue fighting wouldn't attack Wales, they would certainly surrender. Sure enough, as Zhao Hai thought, the ordinary fighting bulls didn't want to fight with the Herculean bulls. They didn't care what West Wonder King thought, they only knew that the Herculean bulls had helped them before, they shouldn't be enemies with the Herculean bulls. This time, when the Herculean bulls were defeated, West Wonder King's actions weren't right. Many of West Wonder King's subordinates couldn't stand it, not to mention the ordinary fighting bulls. Therefore, they quickly surrendered in large numbers. West Wonder King wanted to run away, but in the end, he couldn't and died in the chaos. Bowman also died under the hands of Zhao Hai's undead. He didn't know magic, battle chi, or beast soul skills. Aside from poisoning and conspiracies, he didn't know anything else. In this kind of battlefield, the first one to die was naturally him. This time, the battle lasted for a day before it ended. This time, West Wonder King's fighting bulls were completely defeated. Out of the 500,000 people in the camp, nearly 100,000 died, leaving only 400,000 people. Wales also lost more than 20,000 Herculean bulls. It can be said that this time was a great victory. From now on, there would no longer be any fighting bulls in the prairie. They would only be slaves of the Herculean bulls, they could no longer be called a separate tribe. After the battle ended, Zhao Hai and the others rested in West Wonder King's tent for 3 days. Then they set out to return to the main camp. Of course, they also took all the things in West Wonder King's camp. Zhao Hai originally wanted to see Beta, but after inquiring, he found out that Beta had died in the chaos. This made Zhao Hai very sad, he didn't think that an acquaintance of his would die like this. After more than 10 days of hurrying, they finally returned to the Herculean bull's main camp, the Bull King's camp. Upon returning to the camp, Wales demoted all the fighting bulls to slaves, took away their weapons, and made them live with the slaves. Because it was winter, it wasn't very convenient to transmit news. Therefore, the demotion of the fighting bulls to slaves was something that few people in the prairie knew about. Even among the cow-headed race, many didn't know that the Herculean bulls had once again returned to their main camp. This was the winter of the prairie, dry and closed off. After returning to the main camp, Zhao Hai discussed with Laura and the others and prepared to go back. Although Wales was reluctant, he also knew that Zhao Hai wasn't used to living here, so he agreed. But this time, he couldn't let Zhao Hai go back empty-handed. He gave Zhao Hai 200,000 argali and 100,000 slaves. Now that he was rich, he didn't care about these things. He knew that Zhao Hai liked some strange animals, so he specially caught a stoneskin cow and gave it to Zhao Hai. But it was a pity that Zhao Hai's space had just finished upgrading, so a stoneskin cow wouldn't be enough to upgrade it. However, the stoneskin cow's level evaluation was also very good. The space evaluated it as level 30, and it matured in 24 hours. It could give birth 8 times, and it could give birth to 5 calves each time. In general, Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this trip to the prairie. But he didn't immediately bring the slaves that whales gave him back to Iron Mountain Fort. Iron Mountain Fort couldn't possibly hold so many slaves. Zhao Hai was going to wait until spring came. When the weather warmed up, he would bring the slaves back to Iron Mountain Fort and then expand it. Whales didn't have much of an opinion. In any case, their tribe had enough food, so they didn't have to worry about food. Feeding these people wasn't a big deal. Besides, Zhao Hai had given them so much food, so feeding these people wasn't a problem. Zhao Hai only took 200,000 argali this time. Now that it was winter in the prairie, it was very difficult to feed them. He couldn't leave these argali here and cause trouble for whales. Although they decided to leave, there were still a lot of things to do. After being busy for about 10 days, Zhao Hai and the others finally finished packing their things and prepared to depart. Whales accompanied Zhao Hai for about 10 li before reluctantly saying goodbye to Zhao Hai. Even after seeing Zhao Hai's convoy disappear from his sight, Whale still didn't want to go back. Mendez, who was by Whale's side, said, "Little Seven, let's go back. It'll be fine. We'll be able to see Little Hai again in spring tomorrow. He'll come back. He's our Herculean Bull Tribe's prince, he'll definitely come back." Whale sighed, "It's a pity that Little Hai isn't a true beastman. Otherwise, our Herculean Bull Tribe wouldn't need to be afraid of anyone." After saying that, he turned his bull head, patted his mount, and galloped towards the main camp. Mendez and the others quickly followed. They were also reluctant to part with Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai hadn't been in contact with them for a long time, Zhao Hai had done a lot of things for them. Moreover, everything he did was for them. Under these circumstances, they had a very special feeling towards Zhao Hai. There was kindness, friendship, and even more gratitude. Beastmen were very emotional. They expressed their feelings very straightforwardly. If someone was good to them, they would be good to them. If someone wasn't good to them, they wouldn't be good to them. Zhao Hai had done a lot for them, so they naturally had to be good to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was also looking at Whales and the others. When he saw that Whales and the others had returned, Zhao Hai let out a sigh of relief. He collected everything and led Laura and the others back to Iron Mountain Fort. Because of the war, Zhao Hai and the others hadn't returned to Iron Mountain Fort for a long time. When they arrived at Iron Mountain Fort, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. This was because they didn't think that Iron Mountain Fort would be this warm. Zhao Hai estimated that the temperature in the Beastman Prairie was about -40 degrees. But the temperature in Iron Mountain Fort was more than -10 degrees. As long as people wore thick clothes, they would be fine. Zhao Hai and Laura didn't think that Iron Mountain Fort would be this warm. Laura and the others immediately changed their thick cotton clothes and felt a bit better. They appeared in the living room of Iron Mountain Fort's main castle. There was no one in the main castle right now. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that Green and Kuan weren't in the castle. They should have gone out. The 4 people came out of the main castle's living room and immediately saw a lot of slaves who had been restored to their civilian status. These people were already accustomed to Zhao Hai and the others appearing and disappearing like ghosts. They just bowed to them and went about their own business. Now, each of these people had their own jobs and were living a very fulfilling life. They could eat their fill, wear warm clothes, and get paid. They felt that every day was like a dream. They didn't even dare to dream of such a life before. Zhao Hai and the others first went to the factories to take a look. Every factory was busy, and everything was normal. The output of milk wine was very high. They could already produce 1,000 gin of milk wine every day. The wool products produced by the factory were the same as the Beastman's, and even better. In the past, the Beastman's wool products were processed in an ancient way. Because of this, the style was very simple. But now, there were a lot of human women working in the wool processing factory. These human women were also very clever and had improved the beastmen's processing methods. The wool products produced by the factory were much more exquisite than the beastmen's products. The rice processing factory was very busy every day, and the oil processing factory was also very busy. The trade with the Purcell Duchy hadn't stopped, but Kyer said that there were very few people monitoring Stony Mountain. This was because they knew that they couldn't catch Zhao Hai's shadow, so they slowly withdrew. Zhao Hai and the others slowly walked outside the castle. When they arrived outside, Zhao Hai discovered that it was snowing in the Black Wasteland. Although it couldn't be compared to the snowy scenery in the Beastman's Prairie, it was still very beautiful. Looking at all of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath and said, "I don't know why, but why do I feel that the scenery here is better than the Beastman's Prairie?" Laura smiled and said, "This is our own place, so of course it's better to look at it. But I really admire Kyer's ability. Do you see the difference in temperature between the inside and outside of the castle? I really didn't think that Kyer's ability would be this strong. It seems like we won't need to prepare cotton clothes during winter." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Yes, with Kyer, we won't need to prepare cotton clothes in the future. But next year, we won't be able to do this. Next year, we'll have 100,000 people. Just thinking about this gives me a headache. Where should we arrange these 100,000 people?" Laura smiled and said, "Don't worry, the Black Wasteland is very big, there are plenty of places to arrange. Right now, I'm mainly worried about the materials needed to build Iron Mountain Fort. Although it's possible to mine stones, it's very slow. Moreover, if the houses of the 100,000 people are made of stone, the amount of stones needed would be too large. We can't have all of them live in Iron Mountain Fort. I think we should carry out our plan to build a village." Laura looked at the boundless land and said, "Yes, our kingdom, our own kingdom." Just thinking about it made people excited. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes. Our own kingdom. When Grandpa Green and the others come back, we'll discuss the issue of the 100,000 people. When spring comes, the 100,000 people will arrive. Although these people are beast men, they have been living in the prairie for a long time, so they might not know how to farm. It seems like we need to quickly go to Rosen Empire and buy some human slaves." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Laura nodded, "Yes, but before that, shouldn't we go see Belle and settle the matter of the milk wine with him? Then we can make our move, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded, "Yes, we should. We can leave Stony Mountain and then go to Casa City to take a look. From there, we can go to Isaac family's territory and find Belle to settle the matter of the milk wine. At the same time, we can ask him if he has any connections in Carson City. This will be very important for our next move. But this time, we can't go out as dark mages, that would be inappropriate." Laura nodded, "Of course it's inappropriate. If you go out as a dark mage, you would immediately be suspected. Let's go back first and wait for Grandpa Green and the others to come back. Then we can discuss it with them." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look at the snow outside. Then he led the 3 women back to the fort. Not long after the 4 sat down, Green and the others came back. This time, in addition to Green, Marine, and Kuan, Shu also came back. Shu hadn't been in the fort for some time. He was scouting the terrain of the nearby Iron Mountain. This was a task given to him by Green. Shu had been scouting the surrounding mountains for some time. Green and the others wanted to know everything about the mountain, what was there, where was suitable for mining, where was suitable for logging. Green and the others were wearing rabbit fur cloaks. Obviously, the temperature outside couldn't be compared to inside the fort. But because the fort was too warm, they could easily take off their cloaks. When Green and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they stared blankly. But then they were very happy. Green smiled and said, "Young master, why are you back so early today? Have you dealt with the matters in the prairie?" Zhao Hai nodded and told them about the matters in the prairie. He also told them about the Radiant Church's training of ultimate weapons and beastman children, then sending them back to the prairie to deal with the scarecrows. These matters could be regarded as confidential. This was the first time that Green and the others heard about these matters. When Zhao Hai finished, Green couldn't help but frown. "I didn't think that the Radiant Church would have such a plan. Young master, I think we should tell the League of Dark Mages about this plan. If they know about it, then it wouldn't be bad for us. If they don't know, then we should tell them about it so that they can prepare themselves. Most importantly, they can deal with the Radiant Church. This would reduce a lot of pressure on us. Zhao Hai nodded. I was just about to talk about this matter. This time, I'll have to wait until spring before going to the prairie. I think we can use this time to deal with our matters. I want to go to Kasa City to take a look, then I'll go to Ixa territory to look for Belle. After finding Belle, not only can we settle the milk wine business, we can also tell him about the information we obtained. Then we can ask him if he has any acquaintances in Rosen Empire's capital, Carson City. This way, it would be more convenient for us to develop there. Most importantly, we can open up a market for the prairie's goods as soon as possible. Quinjon nodded. Right, Carson City is known as the continent's largest commodity distribution center. It's indeed a good place. Our goods wouldn't even be able to make a splash there. But our milk wine can't be digested by Belle alone, so we can sell it in Carson City. But Carson City is filled with Rosen Empire's big shots, all of them are greedy by nature. If we can't find a strong backer, then we wouldn't be able to escape the fate of the Purcell Duchy. Belle is a member of the League of Dark Mages, he might have his own network. I heard that there are a lot of dark mages serving in the Rosen Empire's army. This proves that the Rosen Empire isn't that averse to dark mages. The League of Dark Mages might have a lot of influence there, we can take advantage of this point. Quinjon nodded. That's right. Zhao Hai nodded. Grandpa Quinjon is right, we can take advantage of this. But now there's a problem. I want to go to Belle, but I can't go as a dark mage, I can only change my identity. What kind of identity should we use? Green chuckled. This was indeed a problem. In the Oxu Empire, dark mages were investigated thoroughly, so if Zhao Hai appeared as a dark mage, it would be the same as telling others who he was. Green looked at Zhao Hai and said, Young master, what kind of identity do you want to appear as? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid I can't be a merchant, I think I should appear as a mage, but I can't be a dark mage. Now that the space can use both fire and earth element magic, I think I should appear as a dual element mage. Moreover, it would be best to be a bit arrogant, a bit ostentatious, this way people wouldn't suspect me. Green nodded. There's nothing wrong with being high profile. With our current strength, we don't need to be afraid of anyone. Even if they know our identity, what can they do to us? If they send 9th ranks to deal with us, we'll make sure that they won't be able to return. The same goes for the army. Therefore, it's good to be high profile. Zhao Hai smiled. I don't want to reveal my identity right now. If those guys know who I am, although we don't need to be afraid, it would still be very disadvantageous for our future development. Fake identities can be exposed. If exposed, we can just change it, but our real identity must not be exposed. Kuan smiled and said, that's also good. A dual element mage, being too low-key isn't good. You should know that dual element mages aren't many in the continent. These people are generally geniuses, so they are a bit arrogant. But we still need to let Little Hai prepare, at the very least, we need to do some simple makeup. Zhao Hai scratched his head. How do we draw this? Quinjon looked at Zhao Hai, then turned to Laura and said, this will depend on Laura. Laura, draw Little Hai as a playboy. The group chuckled. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, you must dye your hair. I have some hair dye powder, you can dye it golden. Stick a mustache on your lips, so you will look older. Also, wear a pair of pink crystal glasses. Zhao Hai's forehead was filled with black lines. Are you sure you want to dye your hair, stick a mustache, and wear pink glasses? Can't you change it to a different color? Laura smiled and said, pink is good, pink is very popular in the continent right now. I saw a lot of young masters of noble families wearing pink crystal glasses, they are very beautiful. Rest assured, I have a pair of pink gold-rimmed glasses, I'll give it to you later. Zhao Hai shook his head, he decided not to care about it, and let Laura and the others do as they please. But he still turned to Laura and said, what about you? If you go out like this, wouldn't you be more eye-catching? I think there are a lot of people in the continent who know you compared to me, right? Laura smiled faintly and said, I'm simple, I'll just dye my hair and wear a veil. You should know that the female companions of noble young masters generally wear veils. They don't want their companions to be appreciated by others. Laura smiled faintly and said, I'll just dye my hair and wear a veil. Zhao Hai could only smile bitterly, he really didn't know what to say. This was the difference between men and women. Generally, only dark mages would wear a veil while women could wear a veil casually. Green nodded and said, "That's also good. But one day, you will need to use a car. An ordinary car won't do, you need to be gorgeous." "Laura's car can't be used, there are too many people who have seen it, they can recognize it at a glance." "The Radiant Church's car also can't be used, people can recognize it at a glance." "Have you thought about what kind of car you want to use?" Zhao Hai knit his brows. To be honest, he really didn't think about this. If he wanted to pretend to be a silk pants, he would need a good car. It seems like whether it was on Earth or in the Ark continent, a good car could raise a man's status. But the problem was that he didn't have a good car. This made Zhao Hai a bit embarrassed. In the Ark continent, good cars were generally made of good materials. Currently, Zhao Hai didn't have any good materials, so he didn't have a good car. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Getting a good car in such a short time is really difficult." Laura knit her brows and said, "It's not like we don't have a way. We can dismantle the Radiant Church's lightwood carriage and use the lightwood to make a new one. Currently, there are a lot of carriages in the continent that use lightwood. As long as we don't make one like the one used by the Radiant Church, it'll be fine." Kuan nodded and said, "All right, I'll immediately arrange it. We've brought some craftsmen, and among the beast men, there are also some craftsmen who can make carriages. I think it'll be done in a few days." "But what kind of magic beast do you want to use to pull the carriage?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "How about using the large-horned bull? This magic beast's speed is average, but its endurance is very good. Most importantly, this magic beast is unique to the beastmen. If we use this magic beast to pull the carriage, we can let those people know that we have a good relationship with the beastmen. This way, when we buy beastmen products, they wouldn't be suspicious." On the road leading to Casa City, a strange motorcade was slowly moving forward. This motorcade was strange because there were only 2 carriages in it. The one in the front looked like a high-grade product, it was made out of light wood that was rarely seen in the continent. The carriage's appearance was simple and elegant, it was completely different from the carriages used by the Radiant Church. However, one could also see that it was the work of an old noble family. Most importantly, this carriage had a bit of a foreign flavor. The style of the carriage wasn't entirely made by humans, it also had some beastman craftsmanship. The craftsmanship of the beastmen was different from that of the humans. The humans were rich in materials, so when they made their carriages, they would use a lot of iron nails and metal parts. However, the beastmen were different. The beastmen didn't have that many materials, they were lacking in iron. Therefore, their carriages were mostly made out of wood, there were very few metal parts. As long as one was knowledgeable, they would be able to see that. But this carriage that was moving on the road had a lot of beastman craftsmanship. If one was knowledgeable, they would be able to see that this carriage was very different from the ones used by the humans. The magic beast that pulled the carriage was even more incomprehensible. The magic beast that pulled the carriage looked like a bull, but no one had ever seen a bull with such big horns. One of its horns was nearly 2 meters long. The bull lowered its head as it moved forward, yet it took up nearly 4 meters of road. In addition to the lightwood, there was also a large amount of beastman blankets used in the carriage. Those white blankets that people who have been to the Beastman Prairie would know that these blankets were an important material used by the beastmen to make tents. The one driving the carriage was a warrior. This warrior was wearing an ordinary warrior's uniform and had a double-edged axe on his back. He was sitting there with a calm expression on his face as he drove the carriage. The carriage behind this one was a very ordinary bull-drawn carriage. It was very big and had a lot of things on it. A servant was sitting in the carriage and driving it. The pedestrians on the road looked at the car from time to time. They were very curious about this strange car. Just by looking at the appearance of the car, they knew that the person sitting inside was a person of status, so no one went to disturb him. Naturally, this car belonged to Zhao Hai. It was modified from the car that Lindsay and Becker were in. Because many giant horned raging bulls were involved, there were many traces of beastman craftsmen. Because it was winter, a lot of blankets were used to keep the car warm. The one driving Zhao Hai's carriage was Shu. Shu had already figured out the situation in Iron Mountain, so he used the past few days to inform Green and the others about it. Seeing that Shu didn't have anything to do in Iron Mountain Fort, Zhao Hai decided to make him his coachman. Shu didn't oppose, he didn't have any doubts about his young master's ability. He was very happy to accept the coachman's job. The one driving Zhao Hai's carriage was Blockhead. Blockhead and Rockhead were now 6th rank warriors and were about to break through to 7th rank. At this time, cultivation was useless, they should go out and gain experience. Because of this, Zhao Hai arranged a job for the two of them to drive the carriage. Because the two of them looked exactly the same, Zhao let one of them drive the carriage while the other one waited in the space, ready to be replaced at any time. The two were very happy, they had been staying in the space and Iron Mountain Fort all this time. They simply didn't have the opportunity to come out. They were still young, it was their time to be lively. Naturally, they weren't used to this kind of situation, but they had no other choice. Now that there was such a good opportunity, they certainly wouldn't let it go. Blockhead's carriage was filled with ordinary supplies. There was also food inside, it looked like it was used for long-distance travel. This made the people on the road very curious. Zhao Hai's carriage wasn't going from the Black Wasteland to Kasa City. Instead, it was going from the Beastman Prairie to Kasa City. Because of this, the decorations on the carriage and the things inside the carriage made people think of a lot of things. Inside the carriage were naturally Zhao Hai, Laura, Meg, and Mir. This carriage was more spacious than Laura's carriage. The design of the carriage was similar to Laura's carriage. There was a door at the front and back of the carriage, as well as a window on the left and right sides. In the middle of the carriage was a cabinet with a magic furnace. It could use magic stones or charcoal to heat up or boil water. On the top of the cabinet were some practical things, while on the bottom was a refrigerator. On the left and right sides of the carriage were 2 rows of cabinets that acted as chairs. The interior of the carriage was very spacious. The walls of the carriage were nailed with thick blankets, even the bottom of the carriage was covered with blankets. Although it was snowing outside and the weather was very cold, the interior of the carriage was as warm as spring. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't let Shu and Blockhead freeze. The two's clothes were very good for keeping them warm. Most importantly, the two were driving the carriage at the front. Their seats were also modified to prevent the cold wind from blowing on them. The carriage also had a major feature, it was the use of glass. This glass could be considered as a luxury in the continent. Now that Zhao Hai had installed it on the carriage, it seems like Zhao Hai really wanted to be a playboy to the end. Laura looked at the white plains outside through the glass window of the carriage. She smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you think that those who see our carriage would think that the people inside are beastmen?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, he looked at Laura's dyed brown hair and said, "They won't. I haven't heard of any beastmen being so extravagant as to use glass as their windows." Laura smiled and said, "How about it? Isn't my proposal good?" Meg looked at Zhao Hai's dyed blonde hair and felt awkward. When she heard Laura, Meg also smiled and said, "It's very good." Compared to when young master was in the imperial capital, nobody would think of young master's identity. Zhao Hai pretended to stroke his 2 tufts of mustache. He had a feeling about these 2 tufts of mustache. He always felt that he had turned into the 4 eyebrows Lu Xiaofeng in Hero Gulong's pen. Stroking his mustache twice, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Really? Was I really a playboy before?" He was also wearing a pair of gold-rimmed pink crystal glasses. Coupled with his golden hair and the way he raised his eyebrows made him look like a frivolous young master of a noble family. Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time they saw Zhao Hai like this. Laura curiously asked Meg, "Meg, tell me, what was Brother Hai like when he was in the imperial capital? Was he really a playboy like the rumors say?" Meg smiled and said, "Of course, he was even more playboy than the rumors say." "You don't know," Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat his head. He really had a headache right now, but he couldn't say anything. Although those things were done by Adam in the past, he was now using Adam's body, so these things couldn't be blamed on him. Looking at the 3 girls chatting, Zhao Hai's mood suddenly calmed down. He suddenly had a feeling of happiness, this feeling was very warm, but also very moving. Zhao Hai's location wasn't far from Kasa City. Therefore, when the sky turned dark, they were already outside the city. Since they didn't have any badges, they were stopped at the gate. But at this time, Shu took out a mage's badge from his chest and showed it to the city guards. The city guards immediately let them pass. Mages had the right to enter the cities without paying taxes. However, the city guards were still very curious about Zhao Hai's small convoy. Although they were from the Purcell Duchy and weren't far from the Beastman Prairie, these people hadn't seen a giant horned bull before. The giant horned bull was the beastkin of the giant horned bull tribe. They weren't sold outside, so they couldn't be seen in the continent. When Zhao Hai's convoy entered the city, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people. These people from Kasa City really hadn't seen a bull with such big horns, so they curiously pointed at Zhao Hai's carriage. Zhao Hai didn't care. The carriage steadily stopped in front of Kasa City's biggest hotel, the Shelley Hotel. When the people of Shelley Hotel saw Zhao Hai's posture, they knew that he was an important person. Therefore, a waiter immediately came out of the hotel and stood in front of the carriage and loudly said, "Shelley Hotel welcomes you, distinguished guest." Shu stared at the waiter, then he walked over from his seat and placed the suspension ladder on top of the carriage. Then he said, "Young master, we've arrived." The carriage's door was opened, two graceful figures came out of the carriage. They got off first and then stood on both sides of the suspension ladder. At this time, Zhao Hai came out of the carriage with Laura holding his hand. When Zhao Hai reached the suspension ladder, he let go of Laura. Meg immediately went over to support his hand. Zhao Hai slowly walked down the ladder. He didn't pay attention to the waiter and directly walked towards the hotel. The waiter didn't get angry at all. He had seen many people who were more arrogant than Zhao Hai, so he didn't get angry because of Zhao Hai. He just stood there and bowed. He didn't follow Zhao Hai into the hotel. At this time, Shu turned to the waiter and said, "Take care of our carriage and feed the magic beasts. If something goes wrong, I won't forgive you." The waiter immediately replied, "Please rest assured, our Shelley Hotel guarantees that nothing will go wrong. Guest, please leave this to me." Shu nodded, then he called Blockhead and walked towards the hotel. Shu naturally knew Laura's identity, so he didn't dare let Laura do these things. He immediately went to the counter and took over Laura's task, arranging rooms for them. Laura looked at Shu and said, "Prepare the best room for the young master. You and Blockhead can also live in a room." The young master said that his servants cannot be looked down upon. Shu nodded and said, "Prepare the best room for the young master." Shu knew what Laura meant. Zhao Hai didn't want to treat them unfairly, so he found such an excuse. Shu immediately bowed and didn't say anything else. Before long, 2 rooms were prepared. At this time, the attendant who helped Zhao Hai's carriage came back. Shu gave him a silver coin tip and then sent him away. Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to the hotel's rooms. The rooms had 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a dining room. It was one of the best rooms in the hotel. Zhao Hai and the others were just like any other noble young master. After arriving at the room, they handed everything over to Laura and the others while Zhao Hai hid inside the room and didn't come out. When it was time to eat, Zhao Hai ordered a table full of good dishes and a bottle of good wine. He didn't look any different from any other noble young master. Not long after Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the hotel, a servant quickly ran into the Grand Duke's mansion and headed towards a courtyard in the mansion. This courtyard had a very elegant name. It was called Orchid Courtyard. This courtyard used to have a lot of orchids, hence its name. But now, although this courtyard was called Orchid Courtyard, it no longer had any orchids. Instead, it was planted with a lot of red spring flowers. Spring flowers were very beautiful. Their flowers were red, but their flowering period was very short. Moreover, it was very rare for noble families to plant this kind of flower. This was because this kind of flower was too beautiful, it was too gorgeous, making it somewhat tacky. Therefore, noble families with good taste would rarely plant this kind of flower. However, there were some people in the Grand Duke's mansion who liked this kind of flower. Because of this, the orchid courtyard was now filled with spring flowers, while the original orchids had been pulled out. Although the people in the mansion thought that it was a pity, nobody dared to say anything. This was because the one living in this courtyard was the daughter of the Purcell Grand Duke, Ryan Purcell. She was Adam's former fiancé, the one who later broke off the engagement. In the past, Ryan was very famous in the Grand Duke's mansion. Of course, it wasn't because of Grand Duke Evan, it was because Grand Duke Evan didn't have any authority. Evan's father, Ryan, was always cold towards him. She didn't give him any face. At that time, Ryan was relying on her grandfather, a foreign elder of the Evan clan. At that time, this foreign elder was a hardcore supporter of the great elder, Kaiser. Therefore, he was very favored in the clan, and he was very fond of Ryan. This caused Ryan to develop the habit of being arrogant and rude, with her eyes above the top of her head. It was because of this that when Ryan heard that the Buddha clan had lost power, she immediately made a fuss about breaking off the engagement. Her grandfather also did his best to bring this matter to fruition. However, because of the issue of face, the great elder Kaiser didn't say anything. He only put pressure on the Buddha clan, but he didn't expect that in the end, the Buddha clan would take the initiative to break off the engagement, and they quickly lost power. When the great elder lost power, Ryan's grandfather naturally didn't get any better. He lost his power and became an idle elder. He didn't have his previous glory of having servants at his beck and call. On the contrary, Grand Duke Evan suddenly gained power. Grand Duke Evan suddenly gained power and took control of the entire Purcell family. He then cooperated with Laura and earned a lot of money. After that, Laura and the others provoked Southern King and gave the entire Magic Lily shop to the Purcell family. This made the Purcell family's power and influence flourish. Now, Grand Duke Evan's position in the family was unshakable. At this time, Ryan regretted, but it was useless. Her previous attitude towards Evan was too bad, and with the Buddha clan's matter, it was impossible for Evan to forgive her. However, no matter what, Ruayan was still Evan's daughter. Although Evan didn't like her, he didn't do anything to her. She was still the young miss of the Grand Duke's mansion. However, everyone in the Grand Duke's mansion knew that this young miss's status in the mansion was no longer the same as before. However, Ruayan's arrogant temperament could not be changed. Now that everything was not going her way, the servants in the mansion had become her punching bags. She would beat and scold those servants. The most important point was that Ruayan was not a stable master. She had a lot of scandals with a few famous playboys in Casa City, which made her reputation in disrepute. Originally, Grand Duke Evan didn't want to care about her, but now that Ryan was making trouble, she was throwing away the Purcell family's face. Evan couldn't just ignore her. Therefore, Evan sent people to warn the families of the playboys, telling them not to get close to Ryan. At the same time, he also prepared to send Ryan to Rosen Empire's Carson City to study. Because of this news, Ryan was very distressed these days. She didn't want to leave the Purcell Duchy. In the Purcell Duchy, she was a princess. Although she wasn't favored, she still had the status of a princess. Here, she could still call for wind and call for rain. But going to Rosen Empire was different. What kind of place was Rosen Empire? It was the Arc Continent's most powerful country. Let alone a small Purcell Duchy's princess, even if she was a princess of the Oxu Empire, she would still have to be well behaved there. If she went there, she wouldn't be able to be as glorious as she was in the Purcell Duchy. Because she was in a bad mood, she ordered her servant to find something fun to make her happy. Otherwise, she would teach the servant a lesson. Now, the servants of the Grand Duke's mansion were afraid of the young Mississippi. The young Miss' temper was very big, she would whip the servants for no reason. What made the servants even more distressed was that the young miss grew up in Casa City. To put it bluntly, she knew how many mice there were in Casa City, so how could she find something new to play with? While the servants were worrying, Zhao Hai's small convoy entered Casa City. This caused a sensation in Casa City, they had never seen a bull with such big horns. The worried servant immediately ran to the Grand Duke's mansion's orchid courtyard, wanting to tell Ryan the news. Ryan was really annoyed. She knew that she would have to leave the Purcell Duchy in 2 days. Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't help but be annoyed. She loudly said, "Come, that guy Jill hasn't come back yet? If he doesn't come back, then make sure that he never comes back." At this time, a pleasantly surprised voice was heard from outside, "Princess, princess, there's something fun in the city." Ryan froze for a moment, then she frowned and said, "Come in." The door opened and Jill walked in. This Jill had a small nose and small eyes, he looked like he hadn't grown up yet. He was Ryan's servant, a slave of the Purcell clan. He couldn't betray the Purcell clan. At the same time, he was also a eunuch. Otherwise, Evan wouldn't have made him Ryan's servant. When Jill entered the room, he immediately knelt down in front of Ryan and said, "Princess, this little one has something fun to tell you." Ryan stared at Jill and said, "What's so fun about it? Is there anything fun in Casa City that this princess hasn't seen? If you dare to lie to me, then be careful of your skin." Jill immediately smiled and said, "I don't dare, Your Highness. This time, there's something really fun about it." Just now, a carriage came in from outside the city. This carriage was made of holy light wood. The person inside the carriage seems to have a high status. Before he could finish, Ryan picked up a golden whip from the table and hit Ji Li's shoulder. She scolded, "What's so good about holy light wood's carriage? It's not like I don't have one at home. So what if there are people with status? This princess has seen all kinds of people. Is this what you mean by fun? I think you want to taste the taste of this princess whip." Jill quickly replied, "Your Highness, this little one doesn't dare to lie to you." This little one didn't mean the people inside the carriage, but the magic beast pulling the carriage. The magic beast pulling the carriage wasn't a horse, but a cow. The cow looked like a bull, but it had two very large horns. The first horn was about 2 meters long and half a meter thick. This little one has never seen a cow with such big horns. Ryan originally raised her whip, but when she heard Jill, she couldn't help but stare. She put down the whip and looked at Jill. Jill, you're not lying to me, right? How can there be a cow with such big horns in this world? I think you can't find anything fun, so you're just spouting nonsense to make me happy, right?" Jill immediately replied, "Your Highness, this little one really doesn't dare to lie to you. What this little one said is true. The cow is currently in the Shelley Hotel's backyard. This little one has seen it with his own eyes. Are its horns really that thick?" Then he gestured with his hand. This time, Ryan was really interested. She didn't believe that Jill would dare to lie to her, so she immediately asked, "Really? You're not lying to me?" Jill nodded again and again, "Really, really. Even if I borrow the heavens' courage, this little one still wouldn't dare to lie to Your Highness." Ryan nodded, "Prepare the carriage, I'll go to the Shelley Hotel to take a look. If there isn't a cow like you said, then see how I'll deal with you." Then she stood up and walked out. The two maids standing in front of the door were trembling as they followed behind Ruan. These two maids had been whipped by Ruan many times, so they were afraid. Jill was also behind Ruan, but he was currently grimacing in pain. His shoulder was still in pain, but he couldn't let Ruan see it, so he could only grimace behind Ruan. The three of them quickly left Orchid Courtyard. Ji Li immediately went to prepare a carriage for Ruan. Ruan was still holding on to her golden whip. This was also one of Ryan's special points. Ryan was a mage, so it stands to reason that she should be holding a magic staff. However, she didn't like to hold a magic staff. Instead, she liked to hold a whip. If she didn't like someone, then she would whip them. This matter had already become a joke in the Purcell Duchy. Ryan sat on a gorgeous carriage pulled by a flaming horse and went straight to the Shelley Hotel. Her two maids sat inside the carriage while Jill drove the carriage. They didn't have any guards around them because their carriage had the Purcell Duchy's insignia. In the Purcell Duchy, nobody dared to make a move on them. The carriage sped all the way to the Shelley Hotel. Regarding the Shelley Hotel, Jill was very familiar with it. The Shelley Hotel wasn't only located in the Purcell Duchy, it was also very famous in the continent. It was the Shelley family's iconic property, the continent's largest hotel chain. The Shelley family was also known as the Coiling Snake family. This was because their family emblem was a coiled snake. The Shelley family had been in the hotel business for thousands of years. They had always been the representative of high-end hotels in the continent. Almost every major city in the continent had their own Shelley Hotel. In addition to providing accommodation, the Shelley Hotel also had a restaurant. It could also issue mercenary missions. However, the missions that were issued here were only high-level mercenaries, small mercenaries wouldn't be able to accept them. Ryan had also been to the Shelley Hotel before, so Jill was very familiar with the place. It didn't take long before they arrived in front of the Shelley Hotel. The hotel's attendants also recognized Ryan's carriage. When they saw that it was Ryan, one of the attendants immediately came out to greet her. He walked to the front of the carriage and loudly said, "This one welcomes Your Highness." Ryan opened the door and walked out. She looked at the attendant and said, Wei Lin, I heard that a strange magic beast came to your hotel. Is that true? When Wei Lin heard Ruyan, he immediately understood why she came. Wei Lin was very clear that this princess was a tyrant in Kasa City. He couldn't afford to offend her, so he respectfully replied, Yes, your highness, a magic beast came. To be honest, this little one has never seen a bull with horns as big as this one. Ruyan nodded, Yes, your highness. Ryan stared, It's true, take me to see it. Then she got off the carriage and walked towards the hotel. Wei Lin, Jill, and the two maids quickly followed behind. Ryan was very familiar with the Shelley Hotel. Not only did she come here to eat, she also came here with her former friends to do a lot of things. Therefore, the people inside the hotel were very familiar with the princess. However, the hotel had a rule that the guests' secrets must not be divulged. Therefore, not many people knew about this matter. Because of this, Ryan was very familiar with the hotel's back door. She directly went through the hotel's back door and arrived at the hotel's backyard. Ryan blankly stood outside the giant horned bull's cowshed, looking at the giant horned bulls leisurely grazing. The giant horned bulls were originally very docile magic beasts. They simply didn't have any reaction under Ryan's gaze, only shaking their ears from time to time. Ruyan looked at the two huge horns on the giant horned raging bull's head. She didn't say anything for a while. Then, her eyes lit up. She quickly walked in front of the giant horned raging bull, and extended her hand to touch its horns. This time, Ma Jili and Wei Lin were scared out of their wits. Although this bull had always been very docile, one could never know when it would go berserk and hurt someone. The two of them hurriedly went forward to stop it, but they were a step too late. Ryan had already touched the bull's horns. However, the large horned bull didn't show any reaction, as if it didn't feel anything. It was still leisurely chewing the grass in its mouth. Seeing this situation, Wei Lin and Jili felt relieved. But they were also curious about the magic beast, so they couldn't help but touch the bull's horns. The large horned bull didn't have any reaction at all. Even though it was surrounded by so many people, it didn't show any signs of restlessness as it leisurely ate its grass. Ruyan looked at the docile large horned bull. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She turned to Wei Lin and said, Wei Lin, whose bull is this? Tell me, I'll buy it. Wei Lin smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness, you should know the hotel's rules. We cannot casually disclose the identity of our guests. And to tell you the truth, from what I saw, I don't think that he would be able to sell the cow. Ruyan snorted and said, Don't talk nonsense, I didn't ask you who the other party is. You just need to tell me where the other party lives, you don't need to care about the rest. Wei Lin smiled bitterly. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend this young lady. She was an unreasonable person. Besides, it was impossible for their hotel to disclose the information of their guests. However, if someone came to visit that guest, they would still agree. Wei Lin told Ryan about Zhao Hai's room number. Ryan, who was very familiar with the Shelley Hotel, immediately knew that it was one of the best rooms in the hotel. Aside from the small courtyard at the back, it was the best room in the hotel. But at the same time, she was also relieved. Although Ryan was very arrogant, she wasn't a fool. In her mind, Zhao Hai's status was just ordinary. Otherwise, he would have already booked the entire courtyard. Actually, her thoughts were correct. Zhao Hai's identity was indeed ordinary. Now that he couldn't use his identity as a Buddha clan member, and Laura couldn't reveal her identity, the two of them didn't have the status of nobles. They only had Zhao Hai's identity as a magician to protect them. Obviously, the great nobles wouldn't put them in their eyes. Jili knew this young lady better than Wei Lin, so he didn't try to persuade Ryan. He just followed Ryan into the hotel. The Shelley Hotel was divided into 6 floors. The 6th floor had the best rooms, the 5th floor was worse, and the 4th floor was even worse. The 3rd floor had the dining hall, the 2nd floor had some meeting rooms and places to play, and the 1st floor had the reception hall and some ordinary rooms. Zhao Hai's room was on the 6th floor, while Shu and Blockhead's room was on the 5th floor. Although Shu's status was higher than Blockhead's, Shu knew that in Zhao Hai's heart, he couldn't compare to Blockhead and Rockhead. Blockhead and Rockhead grew up together with Zhao Hai. For Zhao Hai, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. Zhao Hai also regarded them as his brothers. Therefore, although Shu's status was higher than blockheads in front of the hotel, he was very low-key when he entered the room. Zhao Hai and the others didn't say anything, they just wanted to take a look at Casa City. They also wanted to pass through the Isaac family's territory. They didn't intend to stay here for long, so they wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that while he wanted to keep a low profile, there would be people who didn't want him to. There was a saying, if you let people sit at home, disaster will come from the sky. This saying was probably referring to Zhao Hai's situation. Laura and the others didn't have anything to do, so they stood in the room and looked at the busy people outside. To be honest, standing at a high place and looking at the scenery outside felt very good. Zhao Hai held a glass of red wine in his hand while Laura and the others stood beside him. Several people were looking at Casa City's scenery through the glass window. Suddenly, Zhao Hai sighed and said, "Sooner or later, I want to build a tall building in Iron Mountain Fort, so that we can see the entire Black Wasteland." Laura smiled and said, "Then we'll need to build a tall building, hee hee." Just as they were talking, a knock was heard on the door. Laura and the others immediately put on their veils, then Mir said, "Who is it?" Shu's voice was heard, "Young master, someone from the hotel came to see me, they said that someone wanted to visit you." Hearing Shu, an Ai-er opened the door. Shu gave an Ai-er a salute before entering the room. Zhao Hai held his glass of wine as he looked at Shu and said, "Visiting me?" "With my current identity, I shouldn't have any acquaintances in Casa City. Why would someone want to visit me?" Shu looked at Laura and the others, then he said with a strange expression, "The person who came to visit young master has a special identity, it's the Purcell Duchy's princess, Ryan Purcell." Upon hearing Shu say this name, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. These people knew about Zhao Hai's identity, so naturally, they also knew about the entanglement between Zhao Hai and Ryan Purcell. They didn't think that Ryan would visit them at this time. Zhao Hai frowned, "Why did she come to visit me? What did the people in the hotel say?" Shu replied, "The hotel only said that Princess Ryan is waiting for you in the dining hall on the 3rd floor. Because we used the name Wales when we registered, nobody knew about our identity. The people in the hotel only said that Princess Ryan came to visit Mr. Wales." Zhao Hai used the name Wales this time. In any case, there weren't many people in the continent who knew the name Wales. It just so happened that Zhao Hai needed a name, so he used it. Zhao Hai nodded, "It seems like she doesn't know my identity, so why did she come to visit me?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "Why? Don't you want to see your ex-fiancée? She's a famous beauty in Casa City. Moreover, she likes romantic people the most. With Brother Hai's current appearance, she would definitely like you." Meg and the others laughed. Zhao Hai's current appearance really did look like a romantic person. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly, then he turned his head and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Now that we've arrived at the Purcell Duchy, it wouldn't be good if we didn't meet their princess. I want to see what Her Highness Princess Ryan wants to do." Then he led the group downstairs. Blockhead was also waiting for Zhao Hai downstairs. When he saw Zhao Hai and the others come out, he quickly followed behind them. The group arrived at the Shelley Hotel's dining hall. The Shelley Hotel's dining hall on the 3rd floor was open to the public. Moreover, the chef here was very capable. He was very famous in Casa City. Some people with status in Casa City would come to the Shelley Hotel if they wanted to treat someone. At this moment, there were a lot of people eating in the hotel's lobby. Some of these people were famous people in the Purcell Duchy. Some of them were guests of the hotel, their identities weren't simple. To be exact, people who can stay in the Shelley Hotel weren't simple. At the very least, they were rich merchants. Otherwise, the cost of the hotel room would be enough to make them feel pain. When Ryan entered the dining hall, all the people who knew her stood up and gave her a salute. These people knew that Ryan liked to show off, so they were happy to cooperate. Ryan was sitting there drinking tea. Her famous golden whip was placed on the table. Jill and her maid were standing behind her. The people in the dining hall were secretly looking at Ryan. They didn't know who Ryan was meeting today. Ryan's romantic affairs weren't a secret in Casa City. Moreover, her engagement with the Buddha clan was cancelled. Although everyone knew that the cancellation was the result of the Purcell Duchy's pressure on the Buddha clan, there were still a lot of people who thought that the Buddha clan cancelled the engagement because of Ryan's romantic affairs. Sometimes, the lives of nobles were very boring. They also wanted to find some entertainment. Therefore, romantic affairs like this would become the best topic of conversation among the nobles. At this time, several people entered the dining hall. When the nobles looked at them, their eyes lit up. The ones who made their eyes light up were Laura and the other two. These nobles were all experienced in flowers. They didn't need to look at a woman's appearance. They could tell from the woman's figure that these three were women. There was no doubt that Laura and the other two were rare beauties. Most importantly, the nobles could see that Laura and the other two were still young girls. This made the nobles' eyes light up. The other person who made their eyes light up was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's low-key yet gorgeous attire showed his taste. His glasses and mustache showed that he was a romantic. These people could see that Zhao Hai's age wasn't very old, but he had a mustache and pink eyes. This showed his identity. Therefore, these people thought that Zhao Hai's identity wasn't simple. Moreover, he was a romantic person. Almost everyone in the restaurant knew that Ruiyan liked romantic people the most. Those who were rumored to be with her were all famous romantic people. It seems like Ruiyan liked to associate with those people. Now, the people in the dining hall were almost certain that the person Ryan was waiting for was this arrogant guy with glasses. However, they didn't have any aversion to Zhao Hai's attire. They were just waiting to watch the show. Ruiyan liked romantic men because they were very handsome. Moreover, they knew how to please a girl, they knew what to say to make a girl happy. For a vain person like Ruiyan, this was very important. Ruiyan didn't care what kind of person they were, as long as they looked good and knew how to please her. She was like a queen, always playing with men. However, Zhao Hai obviously couldn't enter her eyes. Although Zhao Hai was handsome, he still wasn't able to move her heart. Zhao Hai also looked at Ruiyan. He had heard about his ex-fiancée for a long time, but today was the first time he met her. It couldn't be denied that Ruiyan was a beautiful woman. She had long brown hair, white skin, and her clothes were very colorful. Just sitting there, she looked like a beautiful flower. However, Zhao Hai didn't like this kind of woman. She was too flamboyant and too arrogant. Although she was very beautiful, she always gave people an arrogant and frivolous feeling. Zhao Hai didn't like this kind of woman. Laura and Nir also looked at Ruiyan, but Laura and Nir had seen Ruiyan before. Ruiyan was an influential person in Kasa City, so the two had some interactions. However, their personalities didn't match, so they didn't have a deep relationship. Zhao Hai didn't take the initiative to greet Ruiyan. Instead, he turned his head to look at Shu. Shu immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning, so he went to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, the people in the hotel said that Princess Ruiyan came to visit you, but she didn't want to disturb you, so she was waiting for you in the dining hall. This is Princess Ruiyan." Then he pointed at Ruiyan. These words didn't sound like anything, but it was clear that they were trying to raise Zhao Hai's status. This was because Shu said that Ruiyan came to visit Zhao Hai and was afraid to disturb him, so she waited in the dining hall. He didn't say that Ruiyan wanted to see Zhao Hai and wanted Zhao Hai to meet her in the dining hall. When Shu's words came out, the people in the dining hall began to buzz. The people in the dining hall knew that Ruiyan was someone who cared about her face the most. Now that Shu said this, it was as if she was begging to see Zhao Hai. How could she stand it? Sure enough, when she heard Shu's words, Ruiyan's face turned ugly. She coldly snorted, then she slammed her cup on the table. In an instant, the dining hall turned silent. Everyone was looking at Zhao Hai's group. These people were now thinking that Zhao Hai was a small noble from some unknown place. When nobles meet ordinary people, they would always put themselves in a superior position to show off their superiority. But this method was obviously not suitable for Ruiyan. This was the Purcell Duchy, and Ruiyan was the Purcell Duchy's princess. In their territory, it was unwise to give Ruiyan face like this. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He thought that Shu's words were very good. He didn't have the mood to pay attention to Ruiyan's feelings. His current identity was that of a young master who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he was too normal, then it would arouse suspicion. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Ruiyan and said, "I don't know why the princess is looking for me." Ruyan looked at Zhao Hai's rude appearance, her face paled. You are whales? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I am whales. Ruyan slammed the table and said, rude, you dare to be rude to me? Zhao Hai pretended to be curious as he looked at Ruyan and said, is this rude? First, I'm not a person from the Purcell Duchy. Second, I'm a magician, I have the authority. I don't know what the princess wants from me? Ruyan's face turned white, she stared at Zhao Hai and said, what a rude magician. Don't forget, you're still in the Purcell Duchy. You dare to be rude to me, do you not want to live? Zhao Hai frowned and said, if the princess doesn't have anything else to say, then I'll be going back. It was obvious that he didn't put Ruyan's threat in his eyes. The people in the dining hall stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that they would encounter such a scene. In their opinion, Zhao Hai's courage was too big. Being rude to Ruyan in the Purcell Duchy was the same as courting death. Ruyan was so angry that she couldn't speak. Zhao Hai looked at Ruyan's appearance and calmly said, if the princess doesn't have anything else to say, then I'll take my leave. I'll be on my way tomorrow. Ruyan couldn't stand Zhao Hai's rudeness anymore. She grabbed her whip and lashed it towards Zhao Hai's body. However, a wind blade suddenly appeared and knocked the whip away. The one who made the move was Meg. Meg was a 6th-rank wind magician. Although she had the iron book of sealing magic in her hands, Marine told her not to use it too much. She wanted to use her own magic in order to increase her strength as soon as possible. After all, the iron book of sealing magic was an external object, it wasn't enough to rely on external objects. At the same time, Shu also made his move. Another Shu appeared beside Ruyan and grabbed her neck. The people in the restaurant stared blankly for a moment before an uproar broke out. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would dare to make a move on Ruyan. His courage was too big, too savage. At the same time, they also discovered Shu's identity. They didn't think that the respectful warrior beside Zhao Hai would be Shu. Regarding Shu's matter, many nobles knew that Shu didn't have a good impression of nobles. They didn't think that Shu would appear beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coughed and said, all right, Shu, release the princess. Shu complied, then the avatar disappeared from Ruyan's side. Ruyan was frightened, she really thought that Shu would kill her. One must know that Shu had killed a lot of people like him had a murderous aura around them. Although Ruyan was a mage, she grew up in a greenhouse. Aside from practicing magic a few times, she didn't use magic at all. Because of this, when Shu grabbed her, she didn't react at all. After Shu released Ruyan, Zhao Hai looked at Ruyan and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Please forgive my subordinate's rudeness. But if Your Highness didn't attack me, then he wouldn't have made a move. May I know why Your Highness is looking for me? If you don't say anything, then I'll take my leave. Ruyan reacted, but her reaction made everyone feel strange. Ruyan looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression and said, Mister, please wait a moment. I think that everything that just happened was a misunderstanding. I came this time to ask if Mister is willing to sell his driving bull. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Mister, please wait a moment. Ruyan's reaction made everyone in the dining hall lose their ability to speak. They all stared blankly at Ruyan, wondering why Ruyan had such a reaction. When Zhao Hai heard Ruyan, he understood why she came here today. He couldn't help but stare, then he smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, princess. That bull was given to me by a beastman friend. I can't sell it to you, please forgive me. Ruyan suddenly became easy to talk to, she quickly said, Mister is too polite. Since the magic beast is so important to Mister, then I won't mention the matter of selling it. May I know why Mister came to the Purcell Duchy this time? Is there anything that I can help you with? Zhao Hai couldn't understand Ruyan's sudden change in attitude. But since Ruyan was so polite, he couldn't keep his cold face. He shook his head and said, Princess is too polite. This time, I'm just passing through Casa City. Tomorrow, I'll be heading to the Xianxia territory. I don't need any help. If Princess doesn't have anything else, then I'll take my leave. Ruyan looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, Mister, please go ahead. Zhao Hai then led Laura and the others back to their room. Ruyan looked at Zhao Hai as he left the dining hall. Then she turned to Jill and said, let's go back. Then she turned around and walked out. She didn't even take her golden whip that never left her hand. Ruyan's behavior was very unusual, it wasn't like her usual behavior. Everyone was puzzled as they looked at Ruyan, who was slowly leaving. They didn't know what Ruyan was thinking, but they were sure that Ruyan was thinking about how to deal with Zhao Hai. They knew that Ruyan wasn't someone who would just eat a loss without saying anything. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to their room, Zhao Hai frowned and said, "What do you think is going on with Ruyan's behavior? Shouldn't she be angry and deal with us? Why was she so calm?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "What else could it be? Look at Ruyan's eyes, it seems like she's about to spit fire. Brother Hai, do you want to make a bet with me? Ruyan will definitely go with us to the Xianxia family's territory tomorrow." Zhao Hai stared, then he shook his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I almost killed her just now. I think that after she goes back, she'll find someone to deal with us." "How could she go with us?" Laura coldly snorted and said, "You're too slow. If you don't believe me, you can ask Meg if Ruyan's eyes were strange." Zhao Hai turned to look at Meg. Meg nodded and said, "Yes, young master. The way Ruyan looks at you is really strange. I think Sister Laura is right, she might really come with us tomorrow." Meg nodded. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Meg would say the same thing. He was puzzled, is it really that obvious? Then why didn't I see it? Moreover, I didn't give her any face, and Thousand Shadows almost killed her. Doesn't she hold a grudge against me? Laura snorted and said, "Who knows? Maybe she was born to be taught a lesson. But we still have to inquire if the young miss is going out recently. If she really is going out, then it's possible that she'll be following us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai was sitting in the hotel's living room. She was reporting to him, "Young master, I've inquired about it. Because of Ruyan's recent actions, Grand Duke Evan sent her to Rosen Empire's Carson City to study. I heard that she'll be leaving in a few days. Ruyan was very unhappy because of this matter. I heard that a lot of servants in the Grand Duke's mansion were implicated and got whipped." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that Ruyan would really go far, moreover, she would be going to the same place as him, Rosen Empire's Carson City. Laura smiled and said, "This is really heaven's will, I didn't think that the young miss would actually go the same way as us. If she knows that we're going to Carson City, then she would definitely follow us." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I don't have that kind of charm. We're going to Xianxia City while she's going to Carson City. These roads are different, she shouldn't follow us." Laura nodded and said, "I hope so. If the young miss really follows us, then it would be very troublesome. Right, Brother Hai, now that Shu's identity has been exposed, my uncle will certainly know about it. What will his reaction be? Shouldn't we make preparations in advance?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Shu's identity will be exposed sooner or later. I've already thought about it. When we captured Shu, not many people knew about it. This time, we can say that Shu was seriously injured and was saved by us. Out of gratitude, he became my follower. Shu, you have to remember this. Later on, if someone asks, just say this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Shu, you have to remember this." Shu nodded, "Yes, young master." At this time, a knocking sound was heard from the door. Zhao Hai frowned, it was already late, who would be looking for him at this time? Shu immediately went to the front door and asked, "Who is it?" A voice came from outside the door, "Hello Mr. Wales, I am a waiter of the hotel. I am here to tell you that Grand Duke Evan has sent someone to invite you to the mansion." Zhao Hai and the others stared, they didn't think that Evan would invite them to the mansion. Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat his head and said, "It's really troublesome. It seems like you were right. This big sister is really troublesome. I just got in touch with her and trouble came." Laura smiled, she knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to like Ruyan. However, Laura was still very careful when Evan invited Zhao Hai to the mansion. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, why did Grand Duke Evan invite you to the mansion? Is it only because of Ryan's contact with us?" Zhao Hai frowned, after hearing Laura's words, he felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. It was impossible for Evan to invite them to the mansion because of their contact with Ruyan. This wasn't something that a Grand Duke would do. If it wasn't because of this, then what else could it be? Seeing Zhao Hai's frown, Laura had Shu send the messenger away. Then she went to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, we'll accompany you to see Grand Duke Evan. Since Grand Duke Evan has invited us, if we don't go, then we wouldn't be able to justify ourselves. Zhao Hai nodded and said, let's go and see my Uncle Evan, hee. Then he led the group out of the hotel. Shu went ahead and prepared Zhao Hai's carriage. When Zhao Hai and the others came out of the hotel, Shu also drove the carriage to the hotel's entrance. Zhao Hai and the others were accompanied by a person from the Grand Duke's mansion. This person was a small steward of the Grand Duke's mansion. He specifically came to invite Zhao Hai. This small steward rode a horse and followed beside Zhao Hai's carriage. It was obvious that he was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't know the way to the Grand Duke's mansion. The carriage quickly arrived in front of the Grand Duke's mansion. Shu drove the carriage to the Grand Duke's mansion. After the carriage was parked in the Grand Duke's mansion's inner courtyard, Zhao Hai, Laura, and Meg were led by the small steward to the Grand Duke's mansion's second courtyard. They went straight to Evan's study. Evan's current position was more stable than before, but he didn't have to deal with as many things as before. At that time, he had just taken over the Purcell family's power center, so he needed to know a lot of things about the family. Because of this, he had to personally deal with a lot of things. But now, it was different. Now that he had complete control over the Purcell family, he had arranged some of his trusted aides in important positions, so there were a lot of things that he didn't have to personally deal with. This time, Zhao Hai only brought Laura and Meg. Shu, Blockhead, and Mir were left behind in the carriage. There was a small courtyard where the carriage was parked. There were a few rooms there, which were specifically for servants to rest. It was obvious that Zhao Hai's current status couldn't be compared to Laura's, so Shu and the others couldn't be arranged to rest in a better place. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived outside Evan's study, the small steward who led them immediately went to the door and said to a servant standing outside, "Please inform the Grand Duke that Mr. Wales has arrived." The servant looked at Wales, then he gave a salute and said, "Mr. Please wait a moment." It was obvious that he had received special training, so he didn't show any disrespect. Zhao Hai gently nodded and calmly stood there. Up until now, Zhao Hai still didn't understand why Evan was looking for him. It was only because of Ruyan's matter, which made him feel a bit guilty. Evan shouldn't be looking for him for such a trivial matter, but as for why, Zhao Hai wasn't sure. At this time, the servant who came to report came out. He gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Wales, please, the Grand Duke is waiting for you inside." Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Laura and Meg inside. Evan's study didn't change, it was still the same as before. Evan was sitting in the lounge waiting for Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai and the others were led by the servant to Evan. The three of them gave a salute and said, "We have seen the Grand Duke." Evan looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but frown. It was obvious that he didn't like Zhao Hai's attire, but he still nodded and said, "Mr. Wales, please take a seat." After Zhao Hai gave his thanks, he sat opposite to Evan. Laura and Meg stood behind Zhao Hai, the two of them were wearing veils. Evan only looked at the two of them and didn't pay any attention to them. However, his impression of Zhao Hai had worsened. The servant poured Zhao a cup of tea, then Evan said, "This time, I took the liberty to invite Mr. here because I have something I would like to ask Mr." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Please ask, Grand Duke, I will tell you everything I know." Evan smiled faintly and said, "I heard that Mr. has friends in the Beastman Prairie?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he immediately remembered that he did say this to Ryan. Therefore, he didn't deny it and said, "Yes, I won't hide it from the Grand Duke. I have some business dealings with some tribes in the Beastman Prairie, so I can be considered a friend." Evan nodded and said, "I wonder if Mr. has heard any news about a dark mage in the Beastman Prairie?" Zhao Hai and Laura stared for a moment, then they immediately understood that Evan didn't call them for Ryan's matter, but for Zhao Hai's matter. When they withdrew from Casa City, they bought a lot of supplies that they needed in the Beastman Prairie. People with discerning eyes knew that they went to the Beastman Prairie. Therefore, when Evan heard that Zhao Hai had friends in the Beastman Prairie, he immediately invited Zhao Hai to ask about them. However, Zhao Hai just frowned and said, "Dark Mage? I haven't heard of this before. The Grand Duke also knows that the Beastman Prairie is too big, and my area of activity is only a small area. Therefore, I haven't heard of any dark mages in the Beastman Prairie." Evan was obviously disappointed, but he still nodded and said, then forget it. But I still want to ask Mr. for a favor. If Mr. goes to the Beastman Prairie in the future, I ask Mr. to help me pay attention to the news of a dark mage, as well as a young lady named Laura. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this isn't a problem, it's just on the way. But can I take the liberty to ask the Grand Duke, why do you want to inquire about these two people? If these two people offended the Grand Duke, then I can discuss with my friends and fund the arrest of these two people. Zhao Hai deliberately said this, he just wanted to see how Evan would react. Evan froze for a moment, then he smiled and said, Mr. Misunderstood. These two people didn't offend me. On the contrary, they are my friends. But because of some matters, they went to the Beastman Prairie to do business, and we lost contact. I just want to know the news of these two people. Zhao Hai suddenly understood, he smiled embarrassedly and said, I misunderstood the Grand Duke. So they are the Grand Duke's friends. I ask the Grand Duke to rest assured, I will certainly help the Grand Duke keep an eye out. I ask the Grand Duke to tell me the names of these two people. Evan smiled and said, good, the Dark Mage is called Zhao Hai, and the other is Laura. Laura was originally a member of the Marquis Del clan. I hope Mr. can help me pay attention. Zhao Hai smiled and said, the Grand Duke is too polite. For me, this is just a matter of convenience. I will ask my Beastman friends to help you pay attention. Evan smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Later on, when Mr. comes to the Purcell Duchy, you must come to the Grand Duke's mansion. I appreciate a young talent like Mr. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, the Grand Duke is overpraising me. I only have a small business, I'm just trying to make a living. I don't deserve the Grand Duke's title. Then Zhao Hai pretended to look at the sky, then he said to Evan, it's already late, I'll take my leave. Tomorrow, I'll be on my way, I ask the Grand Duke to forgive me. Then he stood up. Evan smiled faintly and said, Mr., please. I've troubled Mr. today. Evan also stood up and prepared to send Zhao Hai out. But when he stood up, his gaze fell onto Laura and Meg. Although the two were wearing veils, they were wearing light ones, so one could still see their faces. Evan couldn't help but stare at the two. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he saw the two's faces. Then his eyes flashed as he carefully looked at Laura and Meg. When Zhao Hai saw Evan's expression, he had a bad feeling. Evan's eyes seemed to have seen something. Zhao Hai immediately said, Grand Duke, please wait. I'll be taking my leave. Then he led Laura and the others out. At this time Evan was carefully looking at Zhao Hai. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Evan couldn't help but stare, then he immediately shouted, Mister, please wait. Zhao Hai stopped and turned his head to look at Evan. Evan carefully looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes flashed with joy. Then he turned his head to the servant standing on the side and said, you go out first. Tell the others that nobody is allowed to approach my study. The servant answered, and turned away, closing the door behind him. Zhao Hai couldn't help but complain inwardly, he knew that Evan had discovered something. When the servant went out, Evan immediately went to the door and carefully looked outside. Then he turned his head and looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. Zhao Hai looked at Evan and said, I don't know what the Grand Duke wants me to do. Evan looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, kid, don't pretend. Do you really think that I wouldn't recognize you after not seeing you for so many years? Even if I can't recognize you, how can I not recognize Meg? You still don't know, but your father gave me a portrait of you. If you weren't dressed like this, I would have already recognized you. Zhao Hai stared. When Evan called out Meg's name, he knew that he was exposed. He just didn't think that Evan's eyes would be this sharp. Evan looked strangely at Zhao Hai and said, I just don't understand, why would Laura be with you? Laura, what's going on here? Laura also stared, she didn't think that Evan would recognize her. Now that things have turned out this way, even if she didn't want to, she couldn't. Laura took off her veil and looked at Evan with a puzzled expression. Uncle Evan, how did you recognize me? Meg also took off her veil. Although Zhao Hai didn't move, he still carefully looked at Evan. Evan didn't answer Laura's question, instead he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Adam, why are you with Laura? What's going on here? When Zhao Hai heard Evan, he completely gave up. It seems that he was really recognized by Evan. He sighed and said, Nephew has seen Uncle Evan. Nephew has now changed his name to Xiaohai Buddha. Usually, I'm called Xiaohai. Evan stared at Xiaohai and said, Xiaohai, you said you're called Xiaohai? That dark mage Xiaohai? Xiaohai nodded and said, yes, nephew is the dark mage Xiaohai who appeared in the Purcell Duchy some time ago. Evan looked at Xiaohai with disbelief. How is this possible? This is impossible. Didn't you drink the water of nothingness? How can you still use dark magic? Divergent technique? It's actually a divergent technique. No wonder. Evan looked at Xiaohai, his expression was complicated as he said, good, this divergent technique is good. With this divergent technique, I don't need to worry about you. Right, Xiaohai, where are you staying? Why do you have so much food in your hands? Xiaohai awkwardly replied, I'm sorry Uncle Evan, but I can't tell you. Evan looked at Xiaohai and sighed, forget it, if you don't want to tell me, then I won't ask. But you can't go out like this. If there are any acquaintances, then they would be able to recognize you. Forget it, you can sit here first, I'll be back in a while. Then he turned around and left the study. Xiaohai and Laura looked at each other and sighed. Xiaohai gently shook his head and said, it seems like we overestimated our makeup skills. We were actually recognized. Laura forced a smile and said, I didn't think that Grand Duke Evan's eyes would be this sharp. Brother Hai, what do you think Grand Duke Evan wants to do? Xiaohai shook his head and said, forget it, let's see. Uncle Evan doesn't seem like he wants to do anything to us. Let's see what he wants to do. Laura nodded. At this time, the study's door was pushed open as Evan came in from the outside. In his hand was a box and several pieces of paper. Evan went to Xiaohai and said, Xiaohai, Uncle didn't have the ability to help you before, but now I do. But for the sake of the family, I can't help you too much. This is all that Uncle can do for you. Inside this box are 3 elven magic masks, you don't need to worry about your makeup anymore. Although it's just an ordinary Viscount, it should be enough for you to walk around outside. This Viscount identity is something that I prepared for a servant of the family to use. Now, I just need to change the age of the Viscount so that you can use this identity in the future. You don't need to be afraid of being investigated. Evan nodded and said, yes, Uncle is a Viscount, but it's enough for you to walk outside. After saying that, he placed the items in his hands on the table. The box was opened, and there were 3 thin masks inside. Each mask had some mysterious symbols drawn on it. Those pieces of paper were the identity of the Viscount that Evan had prepared. There was also a badge on the paper. Naturally, this was the family badge of the Viscount. Evan was the Grand Duke of the Purcell Duchy. According to the laws of the Empire, he could give out titles, but he couldn't give out titles higher than Earl. He couldn't even give out the title of Earl. At most, he could only give out the titles of Viscount, Baron, and Lord. Xiaohai didn't think that Evan would actually give them these things. These things were exactly what they needed, especially the elven mask. The elven mask, as the name suggests, was a magic mask made by the elves. It wasn't known what the elves used to make this mask, but once it was worn on a person's face, it would appear as if it was growing on the person's face. Whether it was washing the face or doing something else, the mask wouldn't need to be taken off. Moreover, this mask had the ability to transform, it could transform into 5 different faces. Moreover, it didn't need any energy to activate it, as long as it was worn on the person's face, it would be fine. Naturally, these things weren't very common. In the continent, only a few great clans had them. Moreover, there weren't many of them. The Purcell clan had obtained these 3 elven masks because of a previous fortuitous encounter. As for the Viscount title, it was also very important to Xiaohai. Currently, Xiaohai couldn't use his Buddha clan identity, nor could Laura's Marquis clan identity. The only identity they could use was that of a mage. Because this identity didn't have an official title, it wasn't something that could be brought out. However, the Viscount title was different. Although the Viscount title was considered a low rank among the nobles, it was precisely because of this that it wouldn't be suspected. Some merchants of various countries, in order to travel the continent more conveniently, would try to obtain a low rank such as Viscount, Baron, and so on. Although these ranks were very low, they were recognized by the entire continent, making it very convenient for them to travel the continent. Evan could see that Zhao Hai wanted to travel the continent with the identity of a merchant, so he gave Zhao Hai the discount title. This title was just like what he said, it was prepared for a loyal servant in his mansion. It had all the necessary background and identity, except for the age difference. But as long as it was changed, it would be fine. This kind of thing was very common in the continent. All the great nobles would select some capable and loyal servants from their own families, give them a title, and then let them help the family do things. This way, not only would it increase the family's strength, it would also win over people's hearts. Evan would prepare a few of these titles every year. The one he took out was prepared some time ago. He just changed the name and age so that Zhao Hai could use it. The name was Wales, and the age was 20 years old. Zhao Hai looked at the things on the table and couldn't help but feel grateful. Just like what Evan said, he could only help Zhao Hai with these things. Although Evan was the Purcell family's patriarch and held great power, he still needed to consider his own family. Even if he wanted to help Zhao Hai, he still needed to look at the situation. After all, he had a large family behind him. Zhao Hai looked at Evan and said, "Thank you, Uncle Evan. These things are very important to me. You should know my current situation, it's impossible for me to develop in Oxu Empire. Therefore, I want to go to Rosen Empire and see if there are any developments there." Evan thought for a moment and said, "Alright, going to Rosen Empire is also good. Although the situation there is very complicated, the opportunities there are also very big. Moreover, the commerce there is much more developed compared to Oxu Empire. If you sell some unique things there, it wouldn't attract people's attention. Unfortunately, I don't have any friends in Carson City, so I can't help you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You've already helped me a lot." "Right, Uncle Evan, I also want to give you something." Then with a flip of his hand, a spatial bag appeared. Zhao Hai handed the bag over to Evan and said, "Uncle Evan, this is a spatial bag. It has 10 cubic meters of space inside, I'll give it to you." Evan stared, he knew that the Buddha clan didn't have any spatial bags. Now that Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and gave it to someone, if he wasn't sure that the person sitting in front of him was Adam, he would have thought that he recognized the wrong person. However, Evan wasn't polite, he nodded and received the spatial bag. "Do you really want to go to Ixa territory? What are you going to do there?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "When I was doing business in Beastman Prairie, I met Bell and discussed a business with him. This time, I want to confirm this business." Evan knit his brows and said, "Bell? Why are you cooperating with this person? This person isn't easy to get along with." "Laura, what's going on?" "Adam, no, Little Hai doesn't know." "Don't you know who this Bell is?" Laura smiled and said, "Uncle Evan, you can rest assured. Of course I know who this Bell is. But our cooperation with him is only to sell things to him, nothing else. You don't need to worry." Evan nodded and said, "In short, you need to be careful of Bell." "Right, this time you exposed Shu's identity, won't this bring you trouble? How do you plan to solve this?" Zhao Hai smiled as he explained his solution. Evan nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll do as you say. Tomorrow, I'll release the news that you're a mage doing business in the Beastman Prairie. Shu was injured and ran to the prairie to be rescued by you. This time, you came here to get a title from me. What do you think?" Evan nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll do as you say." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Wouldn't this make people suspicious of my identity? After all, Zhao Hai had cooperated with you before. If I suddenly cooperate with you at this time, wouldn't it make people suspicious?" Evan smiled and said, "Don't worry, this kind of thing happens every year, nobody would suspect anything. Also, since you're going to Rosen Empire's Carson City, it just so happens that Ruyan is going there as well. I'll have her accompany you, you can also help me take care of her." At this point, a sly smile appeared on Evan's face. Zhao and Laura froze. Zhao patted his head in distress. "Uncle Evan, I have to remind you that I am now engaged. I have 2 fiancés. One is Laura, and the other is Meg. Also, I have already broken off my engagement with Ryan." Zhao shook his head and said, "Uncle Evan, I have to remind you." Evan smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I know, I didn't want you to marry Ruyan. I also know that Ruyan isn't worthy of you. But Little Hai, this time I let Ruyan follow you, it's actually a cover for your identity. This would make people think that there's something going on between you and Ruian. Because of this, I gave you this title. This way, it would be more legitimate for you to receive it. Evan couldn't do anything about it. What kind of person was Ruian? The entire Purcell Duchy knew. Laura had stayed in the duchy for a long time, it was impossible for her not to know. And with Zhao Hai's current strength, even Laura had become his fiancée. What qualifications did Ruian have to marry Zhao Hai? Thinking of this, Evan couldn't help but sigh. In the past, Zhao Hai was a playboy, but now, he had completely grown up. He had become a talent that could take charge of a lot of things. And now that Ruian had become like this, Evan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Zhao Hai looked at Evan's insistence, he couldn't refuse, so he nodded and said, "All right, but tomorrow we'll wear a mask, I'm afraid that Ruian wouldn't recognize me." Zhao Hai came out of Evan's study in a daze. In order to avoid suspicion, they didn't stay in Evan's place for too long. Evan also didn't come out to send them off. However, the matter of Ruian accompanying them to Rosen Empire was settled. Although Zhao Hai wasn't willing, there was no other way. To be honest, he didn't want to get in touch with Ruian. But now, it seems like he had no other choice. Laura stood by Zhao Hai's side, she didn't know what to say. To be honest, the one who didn't want to travel with Ruian the most was her. But there was no other way. Just like what Evan said, this was the best cover for Zhao Hai's identity. When they left the study, a servant immediately came over and bowed to Zhao Hai, "Mister, this way please, your carriage is already parked in front of the door." Zhao Hai nodded and followed the servant out of the second door. When they came out of the second door, Zhao Hai and Laura stared blankly. There was a carriage parked in front of the second door, it was his carriage. But strangely, there was a badge hanging on the carriage. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, he carefully looked at the badge and saw that it was the discount badge that Evan gave him today. He didn't expect Evan to act this quickly. Zhao Hai didn't know that Evan had already prepared these badges for his servant to use after he was officially promoted to a viscount. Now, it was just in time for Zhao Hai to use. Zhao Hai's title that was given to him by a Grand Duke was different from the one given by a king. For a title that was given directly by a king, one can make their own design on the badge. But for a Grand Duke's badge, one can also make their own design, but in the corner of the badge, there must be a miniature version of the Grand Duke's badge. In other words, the badge must be branded with the Grand Duke's family's logo. This was the identity that Evan gave to Zhao Hai. Because Zhao Hai's Viscount title was given to him by Evan, the corner of the badge had the emblem of Evan's family on it. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the badge. The badge was made very well. There was a picture of a spear on the badge and a shield on the back. In the upper left corner of the badge, there was a miniature version of the running bull emblem. Zhao Hai looked at the badge and then turned around to leave the Grand Duke's mansion. He had already told Evan that he would leave Casa City tomorrow. So if Ryan wanted to follow him, then he would have to come out early to find them. Otherwise, they wouldn't wait for Ryan. Evan didn't oppose it. Although he said that letting Ryan follow Zhao Hai was to cover for him, he also wanted to matchmake them. Although they didn't have much contact today, don't forget that Zhao Hai used to be a dark mage in the Purcell Duchy. At that time, Zhao Hai and now Zhao Hai, Evan already knew how good Zhao Hai was now. In addition to Evan's relationship with Zhao Hai's father, how could he be willing to give up this son-in-law? Although Zhao Hai had broken off the engagement, don't forget that Zhao Hai wasn't in power when he did. Although he couldn't change it now, he still hoped that Zhao Hai could get along with Ryan and see if they could fall in love with each other. If they could, then all the problems would be solved. However, Evan also knew that Zhao Hai didn't like Ryan. When Ryan made a fuss about breaking off the engagement, the Buddha clan also knew about it. It was impossible for Green to not tell this matter to Zhao Hai. The last time Green came to break off the engagement, it was clear that there was a problem. Therefore, Evan could only use him to help Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was grateful to him, so he stuffed Ryan to Zhao Hai's side. As for how the two would develop, it would depend on their own fortune. Evan had already done everything he could. Evan was very clear that even if he didn't help Zhao Hai would still have his own strength, he wouldn't need to be afraid of them. Especially when Zhao Hai arrives at Rosen Empire, Oxu Empire's matters wouldn't affect him. At that time, Zhao Hai wouldn't need to care about him. Therefore, Evan wanted to use this opportunity to give Ryan and Zhao Hai more chances to get along. Otherwise, Ryan wouldn't have the opportunity to get back together with Zhao Hai. Fortunately, Evan got the news that Ryan's impression of Zhao Hai's current identity wasn't bad. Although there was a small conflict at the Shelley Hotel today, it seems like Ryan's impression of Zhao Hai was very good. Evan also had a headache when it came to this daughter of his. He was very clear that this daughter of his was spoiled by her mother, causing her to develop the bad habits of those noble ladies. Although Ryan had always been cold to him, which made him very angry, she was still his daughter. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing about it. Zhao Hai and the others actually guessed Evan's thoughts. But just like what Evan thought, since Evan had just helped them, they couldn't refuse him. Therefore, they could only agree. When they returned to the hotel, it was already late. Zhao Hai and the others discussed tomorrow's matters and then went to bed early. They still had to hurry on with their journey the next day. They didn't know that when they came out of the Grand Duke's mansion today, it caused a sensation in Casa City. When their carriage entered the Grand Duke's mansion, they didn't have the Viscount's badge. But when they came out of the Grand Duke's mansion, they actually had the Viscount's badge. This made everyone in Casa City puzzled. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others woke up early. After eating breakfast, they prepared to leave Casa City. Just as their small convoy left Casa City, they saw a convoy waiting for them. The convoy was composed of 5 cars. The cars were hung with the Purcell clan's running bull emblem. There were also 100 guards. At the front was a very luxurious box car. It seemed to be used for people. The cars behind it seemed to be used for loading things. When Zhao Hai saw the appearance of this convoy, he knew that it was Ryan's convoy. This young lady's attitude was really big. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had Shu drive the carriage over. When the carriage arrived next to the luxurious carriage, the carriage's window opened. Ryan's flower-like face appeared from the window. She smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Wales, you're late." Zhao Hai still hadn't put on the mask that Evan gave him. They had just left Casa City. There were too many people who saw him yesterday. He didn't want those people to find out that he changed his appearance after sleeping. That would arouse suspicion. Therefore, he was still wearing yesterday's clothes. Zhao Hai nodded to Princess Ruyan and said, "I apologize for making Princess Ruyan wait for a long time, we can go now." Then he closed the window and let Shu drive the carriage forward. What he did was actually very rude. If it was someone else, Ruyan would have already been angry. But strangely, when facing Zhao Hai, Ruyan couldn't get angry. She actually chuckled and murmured, "He really has a stubborn temper." "Jill, keep up." Jill, who was driving the carriage, quickly complied and kept up with Zhao Hai's carriage. Jill was actually grateful to Zhao Hai. It wasn't because of anything else, but because of Ruyan's current attitude. A few days ago, Ruyan's mood was very bad. The servants were also unlucky. They were often whipped. But after Ruyan came in contact with Zhao Hai, her temper suddenly became better. They didn't get whipped anymore. No matter what the reason was, Jill was very grateful to Zhao Hai. In the morning, they were silently hurrying along. Ruyan didn't cause any trouble. At noon, Zhao Hai was prepared to eat something in the carriage before continuing on their journey. However, Ruyan wanted to stop and eat. Zhao Hai didn't care about her and let the carriage continue on their way. "If you want to eat, then stop and eat, we won't stop anyway." Ruyan had no choice but to let Jill follow. When Jill and the others came out, they didn't prepare any rations, so they could only starve. For Jill and the others, this wasn't a problem. The same was true for the guards who followed Ruyan. They were all servants, so it was normal for them to suffer. If they didn't come out so suddenly, then the cavalry would have prepared rations. The cavalry knew that if they were in a hurry, they wouldn't have time to stop and eat. They could only eat while riding. Ruyan was somewhat angry, but she didn't care too much. The design of her carriage was similar to Zhao Hai's. There was a cold box inside as well as a magic stove. Moreover, there were also snacks inside. Even if they didn't stop for lunch, she would still be able to eat snacks and wouldn't be hungry. In the evening, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at a small town called Blanca. The population of this small town wasn't large, less than 100,000 people. However, because it was located on a major road, it was very prosperous. Hotels and restaurants could be seen everywhere in the town. Zhao Hai and the others found a medium-sized hotel called Brown Hotel to rest. Although the hotel wasn't big, its service was very good. When Zhao Hai's carriage stopped in front of the hotel, two waiters immediately came out and bowed beside the carriage. After Zhao Hai and the others got off, one of the waiters immediately led Zhao Hai and the others to the hotel and arranged a room for them. Then the other waiters drove the carriage to the parking lot behind the hotel. Zhao Hai and the others went to the hotel's lounge and sat down to rest. She went to the reception desk to book a room. At this time, Rian also went to Zhao Hai's side. She didn't care about Zhao Hai's expression as she sat in front of Zhao Hai. She curiously looked at Zhao Hai's face. Now that Zhao was wearing the elf mask, his whole appearance had changed. Now, Zhao's face was the same as when he was on Earth. It was an ordinary face that couldn't be more ordinary. Most people wouldn't remember it at all. Ryan chuckled and said, "I'm just curious, why does Mr. want to use this face?" "It's very special." Zhao Hai calmly replied, "What's the difference? What does a face represent? Even if I'm handsome, if I don't have strength, then I'm nothing." Ryan looked at Zhao Hai's serious expression. She couldn't help but curl her lips and said, "Mister, looking at your appearance, you shouldn't be such a serious person. Why do you look so serious right now?" Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. He discovered that he had forgotten himself. He was currently playing the role of a playboy. If he were to be so serious, then he wouldn't look like a playboy. Zhao Hai's expression was clearly reflected in Ryan's eyes. She was even more curious about Zhao Hai. She didn't know why Zhao Hai's expression changed just because of her words. This was the most magical aspect of the elven mask. When one wore it, one's face would change completely. Even one's expression could be clearly reflected. Ordinary people simply wouldn't be able to see it. However, Zhao Hai immediately reacted. His expression also returned to normal. He looked at Ryan and said, "That depends on who I'm facing. If I don't like someone, then I'll just keep a straight face." Ryan felt that Zhao Hai's words were false. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then he wouldn't have changed his expression. Now that he said it, it meant that he was hiding something. Therefore, Ryan didn't get angry, she just curiously looked at Zhao Hai. She was getting more and more curious about Zhao Hai. At this time, Shu also came over and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Young master, the arrangements have been made. We've arranged 20 lower class rooms for the guards, 2 upper class rooms for young master and Princess Ruian. Me, Blockhead, and Mr. Jill have been arranged a middle class room." Zhao shook his head and said, "Change the rooms of the guards to medium class rooms, and you to a superior room next to ours. That way, if anything happens, you will know immediately. Later on, we will follow this arrangement." She nodded, then he turned around and went to the hotel's reception. Before long, the rooms were arranged. Because there were a lot of people today, not only did they have to arrange rooms, they also had to prepare meals. Fortunately, she was an old mercenary, so he was very familiar with these matters. Therefore, the arrangements were done properly, there weren't any mistakes. Zhao Hai was now rich, so he didn't care about money. A hotel like this would only cost a few dozen gold coins a day, it wasn't a big deal. Although Zhao Hai had the space, in order to pretend, Zhao Hai had Shu inform Brown's hotel to prepare some rations for them to eat on the road. After everything was arranged, Zhao Hai and the others returned to their rooms to rest. Shu also had the hotel prepare a meal. After a while, Zhao Hai and the others would go to the dining hall to eat. Zhao Hai now knew that he was a hedonistic young master. When a hedonistic young master goes to a place, how could he just hide in his room and eat? He would certainly go to the dining hall and eat a good meal, showing off his style. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't stay in his room to eat, but went to the dining hall instead. However, this made Laura and the others feel wronged. This was because according to the customs of the continent, when Zhao Hai was eating, Laura and the others weren't allowed to sit on the table. This was because Laura and the others were only acting as his maids and concubines, they weren't his wives. Laura and the others didn't have any opinion, no matter what, Zhao Hai was acting as a hedonistic young master. If he was too good to people, then it wouldn't be justified. In the end, Zhao Hai had Laura and the others return to the space to eat. When they were full, Zhao Hai and the others came out of their rooms and went to the dining hall. The dining hall had already prepared a meal for them. The dishes on the table were all magic vegetables. Although it was winter, this was the magic continent. It was normal to have vegetables in winter. Naturally, the price of the dishes wouldn't be cheap. When Zhao Hai sat down, Rian arrived. He wasn't polite and directly sat opposite to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown, his heart felt uncomfortable. Laura and Meg, his two official fiancées, couldn't eat with him and could only stand by his side. Ruyan actually sat opposite to him. This made Zhao Hai somewhat dissatisfied with his current identity. Although he was dissatisfied, he still had to act. Zhao Hai could only sit on the table and look at the dishes, he couldn't eat. Zhao Hai turned his head to Meg and said, "Gemma, go get the wine that we brought back from the prairie. I want to drink that wine today." This was something that Zhao Hai and the others had discussed. This time, Meg changed her name to Gemma. Laura also changed her name to Julie while Nir didn't change her name. When Meg heard Zhao Hai, she knew that Zhao Hai was talking about the milk wine that they brewed themselves. She immediately complied and turned to her room. Before long, she came out with a wineskin. Humans generally used bottles or jars to store wine, nobody would use wine bags. On the other hand, almost all the beastmen used wine bags to store their wine. This was because it was more convenient for them. They were cavalry, so it was easier for them to use wine bags. The people in the dining hall, whether it was Rian or the others, looked curiously at the wineskin in Laura's hand. They didn't understand why Zhao Hai suddenly wanted to drink the beastman's wine. Could it be that the beastman's milk wine was better than the human's fruit wine? The beastman's milk wine was very famous in the continent. Merchants would often bring it back to the human continent as a rare product. Unfortunately, there weren't many humans who were used to the taste of milk wine. Moreover, milk wine that wasn't distilled couldn't be stored for a long time. Because of this, milk wine didn't sell well in the human continent. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He just poured out the contents of the wineskin and then put it down. Meg took the wineskin and poured a cup of milk wine for Zhao Hai. When the wine was poured out, everyone was surprised. Many of the people in the dining hall had drunk milk wine before. In their impression, milk wine was white. But Zhao Hai's milk wine was colorless, it looked as clear as water. Then they smelled the wine's aroma. The wine's aroma mixed with the milk's aroma produced a very peculiar aroma. It gave people a feeling of intoxication. Zhao Hai picked up the glass and took a sip. He nodded and then put down the glass. Then he ate a mouthful of food. Looking at his appearance, one could see that he was enjoying himself. Ruyan looked at Zhao Hai's appearance. Then she curiously looked at the wine in Zhao Hai's glass. She asked Zhao Hai, "Mister, what kind of wine is this?" Ruyan had drunk milk wine before. But to be honest, she didn't like the taste of milk wine. So after taking a sip, she didn't drink anymore. Today, she looked at Zhao Hai's milk wine and felt very curious. This was because the milk wine that Zhao Hai was drinking was different from the milk wine that she had drunk before. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course it's milk wine. What kind of wine can the beastmen make?" Ruyan frowned and said, "But I've also drunk the beastman's milk wine. It doesn't look like this." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is the beastman's special milk wine. Even the beastmen don't have a lot of it. This milk wine is much better than fruit wine. Gemma, pour a glass for Princess Ruyan and let her have a taste." Gemma nodded, then she took the wine bag and poured Ruyan a glass of milk wine. Then she returned to Zhao Hai's side. Ruyan curiously looked at the milk wine in the glass. She took a deep breath and then picked up the glass. Imitating Zhao Hai, she took a sip. Then her face couldn't help but turn red. However, she didn't put down the glass and immediately took another sip. Then she put down the glass and ate a mouthful of food. After that, she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's really good, this milk wine tastes really good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He just continued to eat and drink. Before long, the entire glass of milk wine had been drunk. Zhao Hai picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. Then he turned to Ruyan and said, "Princess, please take your time. I'll be taking my leave." Ruyan's glass was still half full. Although the milk wine was very fragrant, it was also very strong. Because of this, Ruyan drank it very slowly. At this time, Ruyan's face was flushed red, making her even more charming. However, Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't see it as he got up and left. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Ruyan didn't have the mood to drink anymore. She stood up and returned to her room. Everyone in the dining hall looked at the half-full glass of milk wine in Ruyan's glass. If there weren't so many people in the dining hall, then someone would have already drunk the milk wine. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately went to the space to eat. He didn't eat enough in the dining hall. He didn't like to eat with Ruyan, but he had to put on an act. Therefore, he drank a glass of milk wine and returned to his room. He didn't expect that as soon as he entered the space, he would hear a prompt, discovered camouflage magic item type, mask type, can change appearance. Extracting ability, adding ability to the ghost staff. Host can use the ghost staff's ability to use this function. Zhao Hai stared blankly. He remembered that he still hadn't taken off his mask. However, he was very curious about the ghost staff's ability. After he took off his mask, he took out the ghost staff and looked at it. He discovered that the skull on top of the ghost staff seemed to have a lot of mysterious symbols. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Use the mask function." Just as his voice fell, the skull on top of the ghost staff suddenly flew up and covered Zhao Hai's head. Zhao Hai was scared and closed his eyes, but he didn't feel anything. When Zhao Hai opened his eyes, he found that there were no changes to his body. The only difference was that the ghost staff in his hand had turned into an ordinary staff. However, it looked like it was made of dark green crystal, making it more beautiful. The original bone structure of the staff had also disappeared. Zhao Hai went in front of the mirror and looked at his current appearance. He discovered that he didn't look any different from when he wore the mask. Moreover, the most amazing thing was that the skin on his face and neck didn't change at all. It was as if he wasn't disguised at all. He looked just like Zhao Hai back on Earth. The only difference was that the color of his hair and eyes had changed. Zhao Hai couldn't help but touch his face. The skin on his face changed along with the movement of his hand. It was as if he was born this way. Now, even if an immortal were to come, they wouldn't be able to see that he was wearing a mask. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, the space was really mystical. It was even able to extract the function of a mask. Laura and the others were also amazed, but since they had seen the space's mystical abilities, they were only surprised for a moment and didn't take it seriously. After eating, Zhao Hai and the others sat in the living room of the space's villa and looked at the situation inside Brown's hotel. They didn't want to monitor anyone, but they had developed this habit. When they slept at night, they were used to sleeping inside the space. Even Shu and Blockhead were inside the space. Zhao Hai looked at the situation outside the space, then he turned to Shu and said, "Shu, have you arranged the food and drinks for the guards?" Shu nodded and said, "Young master can rest assured, everything has been arranged. The guards didn't have any requests, I just had the hotel prepare some ordinary meals for them." They were already very happy, but there were still 10 of them patrolling around the hotel. She nodded and said, "Young master can rest assured, everything has been arranged." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry about them, that's their duty. Their actions have relieved us of our worries. But the 3 of you still need to make some arrangements. At night, one of you will be responsible for monitoring the situation inside the hotel. If anything happens, immediately call us." Shu and the other 2 nodded. Even if they were to monitor the situation at night, they would just sit in the living room and watch the situation on the monitor. It was already late, so Zhao Hai and the others also took a bath and went to sleep. The space was very quiet, the air was very good, people fell asleep very quickly. While Zhao Hai was sleeping soundly, the space stone's voice was heard, young master, come quickly, there's a situation." Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately sobered up. He quickly went to the living room and looked at the monitor. The monitor was showing the situation inside the Brown Hotel. At this time, a team of 100 people had already surrounded the hotel and were sneaking inside. The Purcell family's guards who were on night duty had already been knocked out. It seems like they used death warriors this time. Zhao Hai turned to Shu and said, "You 2 go back to your rooms and pretend to be resting. When you hear the movements in my room, come out." Shu and Blockhead nodded, then their figures disappeared from the space and returned to their rooms inside the brown hotel. Zhao Hai turned to Kai and said, Kai, come out. After we go out, pay attention to the monitor. When those people enter the room, remind me to pay attention and see if there are any death warriors who can make themselves invisible. Kai nodded, then her eyes shined as she looked at the situation inside the hotel. Zhao Hai and the others appeared in their rooms and laid down on their beds, waiting for the arrival of those people. Although these people hadn't entered the hotel yet, Zhao believed that they were coming for them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for the hotel to be attacked in the evening. Looking at Brown Hotel, it hasn't been open for a day or two in Blanca City. If it was attacked from time to time, then it wouldn't have been able to continue operating. Zhao Hai was afraid that it would have already closed down. After shouting, Zhao Hai waved his staff and a 1-meter-wide fireball flew towards the hotel's door. Boom! The entire hotel shook. Then outside Zhao Hai's door, a scream was heard. It was obvious that the invisible assassin was killed by Zhao Hai's fireball. At this time, the door to Zhao Hai's room was pushed open. Blockhead and Shu came out with their weapons and asked Zhao Hai, Young master, what happened? Zhao Hai loudly said, There are assassins who want to attack me, kill them. Zhao Hai's movement was so big that it alarmed everyone in the hotel. Ryan's guards also came out with their weapons, they didn't have time to wear their armor. At this time, Jill ran towards Ryan's door. Don't know when he got a sword in his hand, it seems like Jill wasn't a simple servant. At this time, Ryan came out of his room in a daze. Seeing Jill standing in front of the door, he was puzzled. Jill, what's going on? Why is it so noisy? Jill immediately replied, Your Highness, someone wanted to attack Mr. Wales, but was discovered by Mr. Wales. I'm afraid that the people we sent to patrol the night have met with misfortune. Ryan woke up from his stupor. He turned his head and looked at the door that had been blown up by the fireball. His face turned ugly as he said, Immediately send someone to investigate. Find out who was so bold. At this time, Ryan's 2 maids came to Ryan's side. One of the maids was holding a set of clothes. She whispered to Ryan, Your Highness, put on your clothes first. Ryan was still wearing his pajamas, and it was a very sexy pajamas. Now that the hotel was in a mess, it wouldn't be good if someone came and saw it. Ryan nodded, then he returned to his room and quickly put on his clothes. Then he went out of his room and said to Jill, What's the situation with Mr. Wales? Jill replied, It's fine, Mr. is still in his room. Shu has already gone out to deal with it. But it's clear that those people underestimated Mr. Mr. is a fire element mage. Ryan stared, then he nodded and said, It seems like Mr. has a lot of experts by his side. Mr. himself is a fire element mage, his maid is a wind element mage, and his carriage driver is 1,000 shadows. I don't know how strong the other carriage driver is. At this time, a battle cry was heard outside. Before long, the sound disappeared. Then Shu entered Zhao Hai's room and said to Zhao Hai, Young master, it's settled. Zhao Hai nodded and went out of his room. At this time, he had already put on his clothes. Laura and the others followed behind Zhao Hai as the group headed towards the hotel's courtyard. Ryan also quickly followed behind, her guards were holding their weapons as they vigilantly looked around. Before long, Zhao Hai's group arrived at the hotel's courtyard. There was a fat man standing in the courtyard. When he saw Zhao Hai's group come out, the fat man immediately ran towards Zhao Hai, but Shu blocked his path. The fat man immediately stopped and loudly said to Zhao Hai, Respected Mr., I am the owner of Brown Hotel. Mr., I am very sorry for what happened, but I ask Mr. to believe me, this matter has nothing to do with our hotel. Zhao Hai looked at the fat man. The fat man was wearing gorgeous clothes, his hair was combed very well. His fat face was covered in sweat, but there was no expression on his face. This made him look strange. Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. At this time, footsteps were heard from his side. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that it was Ryan. Ryan's hair was messy, her clothes were also messy. This made Zhao Hai stare, but then he knew that something was wrong. Zhao Hai turned his head to the fat man and said, Are you the owner of this hotel? The fat man immediately nodded and said, Yes, mister, I am the owner of this hotel, Brown Hotel. Zhao Hai nodded. Just as the fat man relaxed, Zhao Hai suddenly said to Shu, "Kill him." Shu stared for a moment, but he immediately reacted and chopped his axe towards the fat man's head. The fat boss displayed an agility that didn't match his body shape. His body moved and dodged Shu's axe. However, he forgot about Shu's nickname, 1 man against 1,000. Just as the fat boss moved, a large group of people suddenly appeared around him. These people stood in a secretive manner, holding axes in their hands as they stared at the fat boss like a tiger eyeing its prey. Feeling that he had nowhere to run, the fat man suddenly let out a strange cry. His body moved, and a piece of clothing suddenly fell off from his body. While everyone's attention was on this piece of clothing, a thin figure suddenly rushed towards Zhao Hai at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. At the same time, his hands kept waving, and a cold light flew towards Zhao Hai from his hands. When Shu saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Eight-armed demon, young master, be careful." Just as his voice fell, 4 stone golems suddenly appeared around Zhao Hai. These 4 stone golems were like 4 walls, blocking Zhao Hai in the middle. When the cold lights hit the stone golems, a ding-ding-dang-dang sound was heard. Then one of the stone golems waved its hands and grabbed the thin figure. The thin figure screamed and stopped, then he immediately shouted, I surrender, I'm willing to take a blood oath to follow you, don't kill me." Zhao Hai stared, then he waved his hand, causing the stone golems to disappear. However, the thin figure still couldn't move. His body seemed to be locked by invisible chains, he couldn't move at all. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was wind element magic. Now, everyone was shocked. Zhao Hai used 2 elements of magic in a short time. If the fireball that he released was included, then he would have used 3 elements of magic. Zhao Hai looked at the thin figure, then he turned to Shu and said, "Shu, who is this guy?" Ruyan and the others also looked at the thin figure. This person wasn't tall, only about 1.5 meters tall. He was very thin, he didn't seem to weigh more than 100 pounds. He wore black clothes, his head was covered with black cloth, even his face was covered with black cloth, only his eyes could be seen. On his back was a very short sword, it couldn't even be called a sword, it could only be considered a long dagger. When Shu saw that the thin figure was captured, he relaxed, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this person is a very famous freelance assassin, his nickname is 8 Arms Demon, his name is Shun. He doesn't have any special abilities, he only knows how to sacrifice himself. However, he has a unique skill, hidden weapons. Nobody knows where he hides his hidden weapons, but he can constantly release them, it seems like he has an endless supply of hidden weapons. Moreover, he is very proficient in makeup, he can disguise himself as anyone in a short time. Because of this, he is very difficult to deal with. His hidden weapons are very fast and powerful, when he releases them, it seems like he has 8 arms, this is why he is called the 8 Arms Demon." At this time, Shun loudly said, "Correct, I am the 8 Arms Demon Shun. Mister, may I know where my disguise went wrong? How did Mister see through it?" Zhao Hai looked at Shun, then he smiled faintly and said, "Your disguise is very good. But do you think that a hotel owner would have the time to tidy up his clothes and comb his hair meticulously after knowing that something happened to his store?" Shun stared, then he couldn't help but sigh, he really didn't think about this. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "Where is the hotel owner?" Shun weakly replied, "He's in his room, he fainted." Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't care, he turned to Shu and said, "Take him back to my room." Zhao Hai nodded to Ruyan, then he turned around and walked towards his room. His room's door was broken, but fortunately, Shu and the others were staying in a high-class room, so the door was still intact. Zhao Hai directly entered Shu's room. Shu held Shun in his hand, Blockhead closed the door and stood at the door. Zhao Hai sat in the living room, he curiously looked at Shun and asked, "Who sent you?" Shun shook his head and said, "I don't know, I received a mercenary mission from a hotel, they didn't say who issued the mission." Zhao Hai looked at Shun and said, "What mission did you receive? Kill me?" Shun shook his head and said, "They didn't say to kill you, they only said to attack you, dead or alive. As long as you return alive, you can get 10 gold coins as commission. But it seems like they sent people to monitor us, if someone didn't come, then they wouldn't pay." Zhao Hai stared, then he waved his hand as a huge projection appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the projection, then he said, Kai, did you find anyone monitoring us? Kai appeared on Zhao Hai's shoulder. She shook her head and said, I didn't find anyone, there's no one around the hotel. The people monitoring us might be the hotel's guests, there's no way to be sure. Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the projection. Ignoring the dumbfounded Shun, he turned his head to Laura and said, Laura, why did they send people to attack me regardless of whether I'm dead or alive? Why? Laura knit her brows and said, from the mission, it seems like they really didn't want to kill you, they just wanted to probe you. I just don't know what they're probing about. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, who could it be? With our current status, we don't have any enmity with anyone, why would someone suddenly attack us? Blockhead's words made Zhao Hai and the others stare blankly. At this time, Blockhead continued, you see, we came back from the prairie, and we received our title from Grand Duke Evan. All of this seems to indicate that we have a connection with Grand Duke Evan and the prairie. The only person who could connect to Grand Duke Evan and the prairie was the dark mage Zhao Hai. Therefore, the person who issued this mission probably wanted to use this attack to see if the young master is a dark mage. If they can confirm that you are a dark mage, then they can confirm your identity, which would be very disadvantageous for us. Zhao Hai and Laura looked at each other and nodded. They also felt that Blockhead's guess was very well prepared. Otherwise, they really couldn't find a better explanation for this attack. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his gaze to Shun. He looked at Shun and said, you should have guessed my identity by now, right? Tell me, are you still willing to follow me? If you are, then make a blood oath and be loyal to me like Shu. I won't treat you unfairly. Otherwise, you should know my methods, right? Zhao Hai's methods were already well known in the Purcell Duchy. Everyone knew that he liked to turn people into undead and make them his slaves, the most loyal slaves. Naturally, this was also a method that dark mages often used. This was also the reason why most people in the continent liked to oppose dark mages. Nobody liked to have their corpse serve others after they died. Shun knelt on the ground and said, yes, I am willing. Then he bit his hand and made a blood oath. Zhao Hai felt the same feeling that Shu had when he made a blood oath. Zhao Hai believed that Shun didn't deceive him. Zhao Hai looked at Shun and said, good, you will follow me from now on. Shu, take him away and tell him about my rules. Shu complied and then led Shun away. Zhao Hai looked at Blockhead who was standing in front of the door. He smiled and said, Blockhead, you actually became enlightened. You actually thought of things that we didn't think of. Blockhead smiled and said, the young master was just thinking too much, so he didn't think of it for a while. My head is simple, I don't need to think too much. Naturally, I thought of it. You're getting more and more interesting, Zhao said, laughing. Well, we've had enough trouble tonight. I don't think the other party will dare to come again. Let's go back and rest. Blockhead nodded, then turned and left. In a hotel like this, each suite would have 3 or 4 rooms. Brown Hotel had 3 rooms. Shun, Shu, and Blockhead stayed in one room, Laura and the others stayed in another room, and Zhao Hai stayed in the last one. In fact, this was just for show. Zhao Hai and the others actually preferred to rest in the space. But because of the things that happened tonight, Zhao Hai decided not to go to the space and rest in the hotel. Zhao Hai and the others went to rest, but the other people in the hotel couldn't rest. First, the hotel's owner, Brown, was rescued from his room. He didn't suffer any serious injuries, he was only knocked unconscious. After he woke up and found out what happened, he became even more distressed. He didn't know how to explain to Zhao Hai about what happened tonight. It must be said that Brown had some background. He was the brother-in-law of Blanca City's lord, so he could afford to open this hotel. But Blanca City's lord was only a viscount, Zhao Hai was also a viscount. As for Ruyan, her carriage was hung with the Purcell clan's crest. It can be said that Brown couldn't afford to offend them. But the two of them were ambushed, this made Brown want to die. On the other hand, Ruyan's heart wasn't calm. She didn't think that Wales would be a tri-element mage. In the continent, the average person's talent in magic was a single element, they could only learn one element of magic. Being able to learn 2 elements of magic was already considered a genius. Being able to learn 3 elements of magic was very rare in the continent. However, even if it was a tri-element mage, they would still focus on one element of magic. This was because it would be easy to be distracted if one were to learn too much magic. But looking at Xiao Hai's appearance, he was a tri-element mage. Moreover, it seemed like all three elements of magic were quite good. What did this mean? It meant that he had a very high talent in magic, he was a genius. Ruyan was still somewhat proud of herself. Although she was young, she was a water element mage genius. Now that she was a 6th rank water element mage, she could be considered a rare genius in the continent. But in the past 2 days, she had suffered a blow. Not to mention the abnormal attributes of Xiao Hai's tri-element magic, even Meg, who was by Xiao Hai's side, wasn't any weaker than her. This was a huge blow to her. Ruyan was sitting in her room, 2 maids were standing behind her. Jill and a warrior were standing in front of her. Ruyan looked at the two and calmly said, "What do you think of today's matter?" The warrior looked at Ruyan and said, "That group of people was obviously targeting Mr. Wales. But from what I can see, they don't seem to belong to any force. For example, that 8-armed demon Shun is a very famous assassin in the continent. He only kills for money and never joins any group. He's a very difficult person to deal with. I heard that in addition to using concealed weapons and makeup, he's also an expert in using poison. His concealed weapons are all poisonous. But this also shows that the people who attacked tonight were either mercenaries or assassins. They only did things for money." Ruyan frowned and said, "Are men of sacrifice also mercenaries? How come I've never heard of mercenaries having men of sacrifice?" The warrior calmly replied, "There are all kinds of people in the mercenary world. Some men of sacrifice betrayed their families and went outside to marry and have children. They taught their children everything they know. This kind of situation isn't unusual." Ruyan nodded, then she turned to Jill and said, "Tonight, you were in the same room as Shu and that blockhead, did you manage to find out anything?" Jill shook his head and said, "Nothing." After eating, they returned to their rooms and closed the door. Then there was no sound. "I called them, but they said that they were tired and wanted to rest. They didn't come out." Ruyan knit his brows and said, "What I want to know is, what did father say to them? Why did he give them the title of Viscount, and why did he allow me to travel with them? This matter is really strange." "Right, were our patrolling warriors knocked unconscious or killed?" Ruyan frowned and said, "Yes, I'm very curious." The warrior replied, "They were killed, not a single one was left alive. It seems like it was the work of that man of sacrifice. There was only one wound on their bodies, it was on their necks. Their throats were cut by a sword, it wasn't Shun's doing. If it was Shun, then he would have used a poisonous concealed weapon." Ruyan nodded and said, "Cremate their bodies and send their ashes back to the Grand Duke's mansion. Tell father to give their families more compensation." The warrior nodded. Ruyan frowned and thought for a moment, the attack this time is too strange, and Whale's identity is too mysterious. No matter what, we should be more careful in the future. We should increase the number of night patrols." The warrior nodded, Jill also nodded. Ruyan looked at the two and said, "Go back and rest, the night patrols still need to be sent out. Jill, I think Wales went to your room. You can rest with Xianxia tonight." Jill nodded and then left with Xianxia. Seeing the two leave, Ruyan muttered, "It's getting more and more interesting." "Haha, interesting." Then she yawned and returned to her room to rest. The next day, Xiao Hai and the others woke up late. They couldn't do anything about it, Xiao Hai's body wasn't very good, he needed to rest. Therefore, they woke up late. After they finished washing their faces and rinsing their mouths, they came out of their room and saw a fat figure standing outside their door. Seeing them come out, the fat figure immediately came forward to greet them. Shu blocked Xiao Hai's way, the fat man stopped and bowed, "Little Brown has seen Lord Viscount. Lord Viscount was frightened yesterday, this little one would like to apologize to Lord Viscount." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Little Brown has seen Lord Viscount." Xiao Hai looked at the fat man. This fat man looked exactly the same as Shun. However, his eyes were bloodshot, his face was sweaty, his expression was as if his mother had died. Xiao Hai calmly said, "It's nothing, I don't blame you. Those people were after me. I still haven't apologized to Mr. Brown, I destroyed a lot of things in your store yesterday." Brown bowed even lower. Sir Viscount, I am very happy that you don't blame me. I have already prepared a table of wine for you to calm your nerves. Sir Viscount, please come to the dining room. Zhao nodded. Then he said, Sir Viscount, please come to the dining room. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and walked into the dining room. As soon as he entered, he saw Ruyan sitting at a table drinking tea. When she saw Zhao Hai, she quickly put down her cup and stood up. Mister, you came. Did you rest well? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and walked into the dining room. Zhao Hai calmly replied, I'm fine. Your Highness, please take a seat. Then he also sat down. Fat Boss Brown stood on the side, he bowed to Zhao Hai and Ruyan and said, Your Highness, Lord Viscount, this one has specially prepared a table of food and wine for the two of you. I hope that the two of you can give me some face. Ruyan didn't speak, she just looked at Zhao Hai. It was clear that Zhao Hai had the final say. Zhao Hai wasn't polite, he calmly looked at Brown and said, Alright, Boss Brown doesn't need to be polite. Let them serve the food, after we finish eating, we still need to hurry on with our journey. As I said before, I don't blame you for that matter. You don't need to be long-winded here. After the two had breakfast, they checked out. Of course, Zhao still paid for the room. As a hedonistic young master, he had to pay for the room. This was a matter of identity. Not paying for the room was not something that people of his status could do. This was the mark of a hedonistic young master. After the group boarded their carriage, the carriage slowly left Blanca City. Shun and Shu sat outside Zhao Hai's carriage, driving it for Zhao Hai. Today, Shun's attire was more normal. He wore an ordinary warrior's uniform and sat next to Shu, looking very honest. Last night, Shu told him about Zhao Hai's mystical abilities. He told Shun that if he dared to betray Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would certainly turn him into an undead. Shun didn't want to be turned into an undead, so he was very honest. He also asked Zhao Hai what he didn't like. Because of this, he only wore an ordinary warrior's attire today. It can be said that Shun's appearance wasn't ugly. He had a baby face and a short stature, making him look younger than his actual age. Zhao Hai also asked about Shun's strength. Shun was a death warrior, he could use hidden weapons, and he could also use makeup. It can be said that this guy was born to be an assassin. Moreover, his fighting strength wasn't weak, he was equivalent to a 6th-rank warrior. If he wanted to assassinate someone, then even a 7th-rank warrior wouldn't be able to escape from him. Regarding Shun's strength, Zhao Hai was very satisfied. And with Shun's blood oath, Zhao Hai believed that Shun wouldn't dare lie to him. However, Zhao Hai still decided to observe Shun for a day or two before deciding whether to bring him to the space. If Shun wasn't trustworthy, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to him. He might as well turn him into an undead. In any case, after turning him into an undead, he would still retain his current strength. Shun was very honest, he also recognized his situation. He was now Zhao Hai's slave. If Zhao Hai wanted him to die, then he wouldn't be able to live. In this case, he naturally had to be honest. At noon, they ate a simple lunch. However, their lunch was better than Ryan's. Ryan's group ate some ordinary dry food while Zhao Hai's group had mutton to eat and mutton soup to drink. These mutton and mutton soup were leftover from the prairie. At that time, whales and the others had slaughtered a lot of argali for the expedition. In the end, they won a great victory and obtained a lot of argali. Naturally, whales wouldn't care about the already cooked mutton and mutton soup. Therefore, Zhao Hai still had a lot of leftover, enough for them to eat for a while. Now that it had snowed in the continent, the weather wasn't warm at all. To be able to eat steaming hot mutton and drink delicious mutton soup in such weather, the taste was very good. At night, because Zhao Hai's group missed their lodging, they could only rest in a small village. This village was called Kadir Village. There were only a few dozen households in this village, and the highest official was the village chief. This village chief wasn't appointed by the state, but the people in this village all had the same surname. The village chief was the patriarch of this surname, so he had a lot of authority in the village. However, in the eyes of the nobles, this village chief wasn't an official at all. They hadn't seen any high official before, the highest official they had seen was the tax collector from the city. That tax collector wasn't a noble at all. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai's group, they were frightened. When they heard that Zhao Hai was a viscount and Ryan was a princess, they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed like they were pounding garlic. In the end, Zhao Hai still had to coax and scare them to calm them down. The village chief also gave some of the best houses in the village for Zhao Hai's group to live in. Zhao Hai wasn't polite and directly moved in. He also asked the village chief to invite the women in the village to cook for them. The village chief quickly agreed and invited the women in the village to cook for Zhao Hai's group. The food was provided by Zhao Hai's group, the women only needed to do the cooking. But even so, Meg was still present. The women were good at cooking, but what Zhao Hai took out were magic vegetables. These were vegetables that the women hadn't even heard of, let alone know how to make them. Fortunately, Meg knew how to make them, so the dinner was quickly prepared. After eating dinner, Zhao Hai's group returned to their own courtyard to rest. Xu and the others naturally followed. Zhao Hai's group had a small number of people, so a small courtyard was enough for them. Ryan's group had a lot of people, so they had to live in 3 large courtyards. Moreover, each house could accommodate more than 10 people. After returning to the courtyard, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go to sleep. He sat in the living room and drank some tea. He looked at the furnishings in the living room. The house that they lived in was one of the best houses in the village, but the furnishings in the living room were still very simple. One could see at a glance that life wasn't very good here. Zhao Hai wasn't too careless, these villagers seemed to be living a good life. They were able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes, this was already very good. One must know that even in the 21st century, China still had some places that could barely reach this standard, not to mention the Arc continent. Jin Shun suddenly walked in front of Zhao and knelt down. Master, this small one has already made a blood oath to follow you. This small one is sincere in following you. Please allow the small one to go home and settle down his family. Zhao Hai nodded. Jin Shun knelt down in front of Zhao. Zhao Hai stared, he looked at Shun and said, "You have a family? What kind of people are there in your family?" In Zhao Hai's mind, people like Shun shouldn't have a family. If he were to die while on a mission, then wouldn't his family be out of luck? Shun nodded and said, "Yes, this small one has a family. There are altogether 5 people in my family. Besides this small one, there's also my old mother, my wife, and 2 children." Zhao Hai stared, "Where does your family live?" Shun quickly replied, "Tomorrow we can pass by this small one's house. This small one's house is in a small village not far from here." This small one bought a few acres of land in the village and told the villagers that this small one was doing business outside. Because of this, the villagers didn't know about this small one's identity. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go pick up your family and bring them to my territory." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll take care of your family." Shun stared, but he immediately replied, "Thank you, young master. From here to my house, it would only take about 2 hours. However, my house isn't on the main road, it's on a fork in the road. If we go along the main road, then we won't be able to reach my house." Zhao Hai nodded and looked at the sky. Then he turned to Xu and said, "Xu, you drive the carriage and follow Shun to pick up his family." Xu complied and drove Zhao Hai's carriage to pick up the family. This made Shun feel strange, he had never seen a noble who would use his carriage to pick up his servant's family. Seeing Xu and Shun leave the village, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, are you really that relieved? Aren't you afraid that they'll run away?" Zhao Hai smiled, "Didn't they make a blood oath? Where can they run to? Also, do you think that they can run away? I've already placed the ghost staff on the carriage. If they make any moves, we can immediately rush to the carriage, they won't be able to escape." Just as they were talking, a knock was heard from the outside. Then Jill's voice was heard, "Is Mr. Wales in? Her Highness wants to ask if Mr. went out." It was obvious that they saw Zhao Hai's carriage leaving the village, so they came to ask. Block had opened the door and invited Jill inside. When Jill saw Zhao Hai sitting in the living room and drinking tea, he relaxed and quickly went forward to give Zhao Hai a salute. Then he said, "Mr. Wales, Her Highness saw your carriage leave and thought that Mr. had something to do. So she sent this little one to ask." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've made the princess worry, we really don't have anything to do. I just sent 2 of my servants out to do something, they'll be back soon." Jill nodded and then asked Xiao Hai to leave. Seeing Jill leave, Laura couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Hai, it seems like Princess Ruyan is determined to follow you. Have you thought about what to do? Xiao Hai sighed and said, what can I do? Just let her follow me. In any case, once we reach Rosen Empire, she wouldn't follow us. We can't just leave right now, that would be unfair to Uncle Evan. Laura smiled and said, I can see that the princess is very attentive to you. Look at her, she even changed her previous bad habits, this isn't easy. Xiao Hai sighed and said, what can I do about it? I'm not a stranger to her. Forget it, don't talk about her. I didn't think that Shun would have a family. Right, do you want to give Shu a family as well? He's not young anymore. When Laura and the others heard Xiao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Meg said, young master, aren't you worried about too many things? You even care about your subordinates getting married. Xiao Hai chuckled and said, I already have 2 fiancés, I can't let a full man not know the hunger of a hungry man. It's time for me to take care of Shu. When Laura and Meg heard Xiao Hai, they couldn't help but spit at him. But when they saw Xiao Hai's smile, they couldn't help but laugh along with Xiao Hai. The group chatted and laughed, time passed unknowingly. The sky slowly turned dark, it was impossible for a village like this to use magic lamps, but they still used oil lamps. Xiao Hai didn't light any oil lamps, instead, he entered the space and turned on the monitor to look at Shu and Shun. Shu and Shun were walking while chatting. The two talked about Shun's family, Shun also asked about Xiao Hai's situation. But Shu's mouth was very tight, he didn't say anything, he just repeatedly told Shun not to betray Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai looked at the road that the two were walking. Sure enough, after they left Kadir village, they walked along the main road for a while before they reached a fork in the road. After walking for a short distance, they saw a small village in front of them, the village was brightly lit. When Shunny saw the small village, his face couldn't help but show a gentle expression, he turned to Shu and said, Brother Shu, this is our village. My father used to be a death warrior, but he was injured and stayed here. I learned all of my skills from him. My mother was a pharmacist in the village, but she didn't study medicine properly. She only used herbs from the mountain to treat minor illnesses, but she was also very good at using poisons. She knew that the herbs in the mountain were poisonous, and she knew how to use poisons. Later on, because of my father's old injuries, he died, so I went out to play. A few years ago, I received a few missions and had some money. I returned to the village to buy a few acres of land. I also married a wife and gave birth to 2 children. These years, I've received very few missions, and I've tried my best to avoid dangerous missions or missions that are too far away from home. Most of the time, I've been doing farm work in the village. I feel that this kind of life is very good. Shani looked at Shu and said, I've also received a lot of money from the village. Shu looked at Shun's appearance, he smiled and said, if you really think so, then following the young master wouldn't be a mistake. Later on, you'll know that following the young master is the best decision you've made in your life. Shun smiled bitterly and said, perhaps I just don't want my children to be slaves for a lifetime. But I've already made a blood oath to follow the young master. If I leave, the family wouldn't have a backbone, so I can only ask the young master to settle them down. But the young master wants to take them away, I don't know where to put them. Shu looked at Shun's appearance and smiled, don't worry, I guarantee that it will be the best place in the world. Going there would be the same as going to heaven. To be honest, she really liked Iron Mountain Fort. In Iron Mountain Fort, there was no competition, everyone worked hard to improve their lives. Their children were taken care of, they could eat their fill every day, and they didn't have to worry about anything else. For ordinary people, such days were like heaven. Shun sighed and didn't speak, his mood was very complicated. He was very clear that although his family had bought land in the past few years, it was only enough to make a living. If his family wanted to live well, they would have to rely on him to go out and do missions. But now that he was Xiao Hai's slave, if he left, then the family's biggest source of income would be cut off. Because of this, he couldn't help but tell Xiao Hai that he wanted to go home and settle his family down. But he didn't expect that Xiao Hai would take his family to his territory. This made him both happy and worried. He was worried that if he took his family to Xiao Hai's territory, then his family would become slaves. but if he didn't take them, then his family would starve to death. While they were talking, they had already entered the village. This village was about the same size as Kadir village. Behind the village was a mountain that seemed to be a remnant of the mountain. It didn't matter how high it was, the mountain was full of trees. As soon as they entered the village's low-level magic beasts, the native dogs, started to bark. These native dogs were similar to the native dogs on Earth, but their fighting strength was much stronger compared to the native dogs on Earth. After all, they were still magic beasts. Shu looked at the direction that Shun was pointing at. It was a typical small farmhouse courtyard. The courtyard walls were made of stone. The courtyard wasn't very big, because it was winter, one couldn't see what was inside the courtyard. There were 4 mud houses. In a place like this, most people would use mud to build their houses. Very few would use stone to build their houses. Mud houses were warm while stone houses were cold. Because of this, most of the houses here were made of mud. Now that the sky was dark, there were still lights coming from the house. Looking at it made people feel warm. Unknowingly, Shu couldn't help but feel infatuated. At this time, Shun's ears suddenly twitched. He seemed to have heard a strange sound coming from his house. It was the sound of armor rubbing against each other. This made Shun stare for a moment. Just as he was about to get up, a voice was suddenly heard, "Don't move, your family has been kidnapped. If you go now, you might bring danger to them." It was Zhao Hai's voice. Shun couldn't help but stare. He clearly remembered that Zhao Hai didn't come with him, but she was already used to it. His face turned serious as he said, "Young master, why did you come?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Originally, I didn't want to come, but I discovered that there were people in Shun's family, so I came." "Alright, stop the car, Shun's family has 10 people. They are all gathered in a room, one person is watching while the other 9 are lying in ambush outside. It seems like they are preparing to deal with Shun. Strange, they seem to have arrived early. Did they know that Shun would be coming back today?" Zhao Hai nodded. "That's right." Zhao Hai naturally saw Shun's situation through the monitor. He just didn't understand why the other party would lie in ambush. Shun's house shouldn't be easy to find. Zhao Hai turned his head to Shun and said, "Shun, who knows about your house's location? How did they get to your house? Looking at those people, it's obvious that they know your identity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many people to deal with you. Moreover, these people are holding shields and wearing armor. It's obvious that they are guarding against your hidden weapons." Shun stared for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "No one should know about my house. I generally act alone. Although this place isn't very remote, no one would come here. So how could anyone notice my house?" Shun was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, no matter what, let's save your family first. Then we'll deal with those guys." After saying that, Zhao Hai moved his hand, and a projection appeared in front of them. It showed the situation of Shun's family. Shun's mother, wife, and 2 children were gathered in the easternmost house. A man wearing armor, holding a tower shield in one hand and a greatsword in the other was standing in the house, coldly looking at Shun's family. Shun's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Zhao Hai said, "Kair, deal with that guy, don't make a sound." Kair complied. Then under Shun's gaze, a vine silently appeared behind the armored warrior. Then the vine turned into a sharp point and stabbed towards the back of the man's head. The man's body trembled, then he didn't make a sound. However, the vine didn't immediately retract. Because of this, Shun's family didn't notice anything unusual. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright." Then with a wave of his hand, 3 people appeared in front of Shun's family. When Shun's family saw Shun, they wanted to shout, but Shun immediately said, "Don't make a sound, come with me." This was what Zhao Hai told him to say. When Shun's family saw Shun, they immediately nodded and closed their mouths. Then the group disappeared from the house. Zhao Hai also took the warrior who was killed by Kair to the space. Upon entering the space, Shun and his family stared blankly. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. "Shun, this is our biggest secret. Now that you know about it, you don't even have the right to betray me." Shun nodded and said, "Alright, Shun." Shun quickly replied, "Young master can rest assured. Since I followed you, I've never thought of betraying you. This time, I want to thank the young master for saving my family. Then he introduced his family to Zhao Hai. Shun's mother was called Sujiu, his wife was called Nalan. His 2 children were called Shun Gan and Shun Lu. Upon hearing these names, Zhao Hai almost laughed. Shun Gan, Shun Lu, this name was really domineering. Zhao Hai didn't ask if Shun had participated in the war and if he knew Wang Baoqiang. Zhao Hai nodded, then he invited the group to sit inside the Space's villa. Zhao Hai turned on the monitor and looked at the people in the courtyard. These people were wearing full body armor and were lying in ambush in the courtyard. They had faintly surrounded the courtyard. It was clear that they wanted to capture them in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai looked at the appearance of these people and said, looking at their appearance, they don't look like ordinary mercenaries. Their armor is very refined, they should be the guards of a great family. Shu, what do you think? Shu looked at the monitor for some time before he said, right, although they don't have any badges, their weapons and armor are all standard. Ordinary mercenaries wouldn't be able to afford them. Zhao Hai nodded, it seems like a great family has their eyes on Shun. Let's bring these guys over, I want to see who wants to deal with Shun. Shun looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also knew that it was already late, so he turned his head to Shu and said, Shu, arrange 2 rooms for Shun's family to rest in. After we capture those guys, we'll go back and look for Laura and the others. Shu nodded and said, all right. Shu nodded, then he went along with Shun to settle his family. Afraid that they haven't eaten dinner, Zhao Hai gave them some food to eat. He also told them where to go to the bathroom and how to use it. Then the group went to the living room with relief. After looking at the warriors, Zhao Hai turned his head to Shu and Shun. Shu, Shun, I'll leave the rest to you. Remember their positions. The 2 nodded, then Zhao Hai released the 2 of them. When the 2 arrived outside, Shu immediately released 100 clones while Shun prepared his hidden weapons. Then he pretended to walk towards the house. Shu was lying in ambush outside the courtyard. As long as they make a move, he would immediately rush in from the outside and surround them. Sure enough, as soon as Shun entered the courtyard, those people immediately rushed out from their ambush point and surrounded Shun. They were all holding large shields in their hands, and 2 of them were even holding arrows. It seems like they were well prepared this time. They knew that Shun's movements were flexible, so they prepared crossbows. These crossbows were specially made to deal with agile people like Shun. When Shun saw this situation, he pretended to be startled, then his complexion changed. Where did you come from? I don't think I've offended you. One of the warriors said, don't waste your breath, your family has already fallen into our hands. Be obedient and let us capture you, our master has something to ask you. At this time, footsteps could be heard from outside the courtyard. This caused the people to stare. At this time, Shun's figure moved, 2 concealed weapons were thrown towards the 2 crossbowmen. Among these people, these 2 were the biggest threat, so Shun wanted to deal with them from the very beginning. These people were all experienced soldiers, they just stared blankly for a moment before they recovered. The 2 who were holding the arrows immediately raised their shields. But this way, they wouldn't be able to see the arrows. At this moment, Shu had already rushed in. The strength of these warriors wasn't very strong, they were only around 6th rank. But since they were wearing armor, ordinary concealed weapons couldn't penetrate their armor. Additionally, they also had Shun's family under their control. Because of this, they dared to deal with Shun. But now, with Shu's help, Shu's strength was much higher than theirs. Adding on to the fact that they outnumbered them, it didn't take long before the warriors were captured. This time, they were captured and not killed. Then the 2 of them brought the warriors to Zhao Hai's carriage. At the same time, they brought out the corpse of the warrior who was executed by Kai. But the wound that Kai made was also pierced by Shun's sword. This way, even if others saw the wound, they would only think that it was caused by Shun's sword. Zhao Hai sat on the carriage and looked at the warriors who were being pressed down. He smiled faintly and said, tell me, why did you come here to deal with my servant? Are you targeting my servant or me? When the warriors saw Zhao Hai, they didn't make a sound. Each and every one of them closed their mouths tightly, looking like martyrs of the revolution. Zhao Hai looked at their appearance and couldn't help but smile. You don't want to talk? Alright, since you're wearing armor, if I roast your armor, what do you think will happen? When Zhao Hai said this, the faces of the warriors paled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so ruthless. They were currently wearing metal armor. If Zhao Hai roasted them, then they would turn into barbecued meat. Zhao Hai said as he took out his ghost staff. A fireball appeared on top of the staff and then flew towards one of the warriors. The warrior's face turned pale. He quickly shouted, I'll talk, don't roast me. Zhao Hai looked at the other warriors. When they saw this, they knew that they wouldn't be able to escape, so they immediately nodded and said, I'll talk as well. Zhao Hai turned to Shu and said, Shu, take them to the room and interrogate them separately. If two of them say something wrong, then interrogate the others. Find the one who lied and see how I deal with him. Zhao Hai calmly sat inside the carriage as he watched Shu bring the people into the house one by one. Before long, the interrogation was over. Shu brought the warriors in front of Zhao Hai's carriage and said, Young master, we've interrogated them. These guys were sent by the Southern King to Blanca City to investigate whether we are dark mages or not. That day at Brown's hotel, they didn't find anything, so they began to investigate Shun. They wanted to find Shun so that they could better understand our situation. They knew that Shun was active in this area, so they concluded that Shun's house was nearby. Finally, they found Shun's house through Blanca City's lord. They knew that if Shun followed you, then he would certainly return home to settle down his family. Therefore, they wanted to wait for Shun here, but they ended up being caught by us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Shun and said, Shun, what do you think? How should we deal with these guys? Shun hardened his heart. These people dared to threaten him with his family. Naturally, he wouldn't be polite, so he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Young master, you deal with them. Young master Zhao nodded, then he turned to look at the people, then he turned to Shun and said, Shun, you won't be able to return to this place for the rest of your life. I think we should just burn this house down. Shun stared for a moment. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he still nodded. He knew that Zhao Hai was right, he wouldn't be able to return to this place for the rest of his life. Zhao Hai looked at Shun's nod, then he waved his hand and sent out several wind blades. The heads of the warriors were directly chopped off. Then Zhao Hai had Shu throw the warriors into Shun's house. Then he cast several fireballs as well as a sea of fire spell, turning Shun's house into a sea of fire. Zhao Hai didn't turn the warriors into undead, he didn't lack undead right now. So he just killed the warriors and cremated them. This way, the people wouldn't doubt his identity. Looking at his home slowly being engulfed by the fire, Shun's heart was very sad. But he also knew that he wouldn't be able to return to this place in the future. In the end, he hardened his heart and turned around to leave with Shu. As soon as they left the village, the villagers found out about the situation of Shun's family. The villagers attached great importance to their feelings. When a family needed help, everyone would help, not to mention a fire as big as this. Therefore, everyone took things to put out the fire. However, the fire was lit by magic, so it wasn't easy to put out. In the end, Shun's family was burned to ashes before the fire slowly went out. When the villagers saw that the fire couldn't be put out, and they didn't see Shun's family, they knew that something had happened. When the fire was extinguished, they went to Shun's house to take a look. Inside the house, there were several sets of armor that had been burned out. Some experienced elders even found some human bones inside the armor. This made the villagers even more certain that something had happened to Shun's family. Nobody dared to stay near Shun's house anymore. In the end, the village chief ran several dozen li to report this matter to the town. After the town sent someone to take a look at the situation, the people in Blanca City knew about it, including Southern King. But at this time, Zhao Hai and the others were no longer in the Purcell Duchy. That night, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the village and immediately went to rest. When Ryan and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they didn't say anything. The next morning, after eating something in the village, they left the small village called Kadir Village. Although the village was very small, Zhao Hai felt that the villagers were very enthusiastic. When the villagers saw them, although they were somewhat nervous, they could see that these people really wanted to entertain them. This made Zhao Hai and the others feel very moved. Before they left, Zhao Hai gave the village chief 10 gold coins, which was the cost of the night's accommodation. This scared the village chief, so he didn't dare to accept it. In the end, Zhao Hai insisted on giving it to him, so he accepted it and kowtowed to Zhao Hai. It must be said that the villagers' days weren't very good. Fortunately, the Purcell Duchy's taxes weren't high, so they were able to eat well and wear warm clothes. With these 10 gold coins, they would be able to have a good winter. Along the way, Zhao Hai made sure that Ryan and the others didn't pay attention to them. Then he called Shun to the carriage and took Laura and the others to the space to see Shun's family. Shun's family had already woken up. They hadn't been to such a good place before, so they didn't dare to move around. They stayed in their rooms. Naturally they didn't eat breakfast. Zhao Hai called them out and then took them to Iron Mountain Fort. He had Marine and the others arrange a place for them to live. Then he told Shun about the situation there. Shun understood that Zhao Hai was actually the Buddha clan that had caused a stir in the Oxu Empire. And the place where they lived was Iron Mountain Fort in the Black Wasteland. Although surprised, Shun quickly accepted reality. He had already made a blood oath with Zhao Hai, so he wouldn't betray Zhao Hai for the rest of his life. Naturally, he wouldn't have any other ideas. Then Zhao Hai arranged for someone to lead Shun to look around and familiarize him with the situation of Iron Mountain Fort. When Shun saw that there were a lot of beastmen in Iron Mountain Fort, he was very surprised. Then he saw that Iron Mountain Fort was still very warm even though it was winter. This made him even more surprised. Then Zhao Hai had Green and the others arrange for Shun's 2 children to go to school. Then he gave Shun's family a place to live. After tossing and turning for a day, they returned to the carriage. For the next few days, they were very calm, they didn't encounter any attacks. It must be said that the journey from Casa City to the Xianxia family's territory was very peaceful. There were no thieves here, unless they were specifically targeting them, otherwise there wouldn't be any danger. After walking for 2 days, they finally entered the Xianxia family's territory. The Xianxia family's territory was much smaller compared to the Purcell Duchy. They only controlled 1 medium-sized city and 3 small cities. Belle lived in the medium-sized city controlled by the Xianxia family, Sart City. The Xianxia family's current title was only a marquis. They were still a bit away from being a duke, let alone a grand duke. However, the Xianxia family could be considered as an old noble family. They had existed for more than 1,000 years. Although they didn't have any big development in these years, their strength wasn't weak. Additionally, their territory was directly connected to the Beastmen's territory. They had made a lot of money from smuggling. However, if the Beastmen were to invade the human territories, the Xianxia family would be the first to attack. When Zhao Hai and the others entered the Xianxia domain, they first had to pass through Rang City, a small city, before they could enter Sart City. Zhao Hai and the others rested in Rang City for a day before they rushed to Sart City the next day. Rang City was a satellite city of Sart City, so it only took about a day to reach Sart City. Therefore, when they left Rang City, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at Sart City the next night. However, Zhao Hai didn't go directly to Belle. Instead, he found a hotel in Sart City to stay. Then he sent Shun out to inquire about the news, preparing to visit Belle the next day. Although they were now in the territory of the Xianxia family, the local customs and living environment weren't any different from Casa City. Thinking about it, there wasn't anything strange about it. They were both at the back of the empire, so naturally, there wouldn't be too much of a difference. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others woke up early. Today, they were going to visit Belle. Ryan and the others couldn't stay in the hotel. No matter what, Ryan was still a princess of the Purcell Duchy. Since they were in the Xianxia family's territory, they should pay a visit. The relationship between the 2 families was very good. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai and the others sat in the carriage and went directly to Belle's residence. Belle's residence was very famous in Sart City. It was called Spring Grass Residence. Hearing the name, it seemed like the mansion wasn't big, but those who knew about it were very clear that the Spring Grass Residence was a big mansion in Sart City. The entire mansion occupied an area of 10 mu, which was only a little smaller than the city lord's mansion. It was very famous in Sart City. Their carriage stopped in front of Spring Grass Residence. The residence's entrance looked very ordinary, there was nothing special about it. The gate was closed and there was no one in front of it. Shun and Shu parked the carriage. Shun got off the carriage and walked to the door. Then he gently tapped the door knocker. Sounds of footsteps could be heard from the door, then a person wearing a servant's uniform opened the door. He looked at Shun and the carriage behind him, then he immediately asked, "Who is this mister?" This servant was very knowledgeable. He could see that Zhao Hai's carriage was made of light wood. Moreover, the carriage had a viscount's insignia. Naturally, he didn't dare neglect it. Shun smiled faintly and said, "I'll have to trouble little brother to inform your master that an old friend from the prairie has come to visit." When the servant heard Shun, he stared for a moment, but he immediately replied, "Please wait a moment, I'll immediately inform him." Then he turned around and ran towards the courtyard. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, he just sat in the carriage and waited. After some time, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Then the door opened and Belle came out. When Zhao Hai saw Belle come out, he quickly got off the carriage as well. When Belle saw the large horned bull pulling the carriage, he didn't doubt Zhao Hai's identity. However, when he saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai smiled at Belle and said, "Brother Belle, in order to make it easier for me to go out, I had to change my appearance." "What's wrong? You can't recognize me?" Belle quickly nodded and said, "I really can't recognize you. Brother, I've been waiting for you for many days. You finally came, please come in." Then he took Zhao Hai's hand and led him into the residence. Before long, Zhao Hai and Belle arrived at the backyard of the spring grass courtyard. This was a place where only close friends could come. This showed how important Zhao Hai was in Belle's heart. After the group sat down in the living room, Belle smiled at Laura and the others and said, "You're dressed like this, I can't recognize you. But that's good, nobody would pay attention to you, ha ha ha. Otherwise, your appearance would attract trouble." Zhao Hai and the others knew that Belle was joking, so they just smiled and didn't say anything. Belle looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I'm sorry about the Herculean bulls, I didn't think that the Radiant Church would return to the prairie. By the time we received the news, it was already too late to inform you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. Actually, I have a lot of information for you this time. You can share it with the Alliance." Then Zhao Hai told Belle about the Radiant Church's ultimate weapon as well as the brainwashing of the Beastmen children. Belle obviously didn't know about this information, his face was heavy as he said, "So there's such a thing. It's good that you told me. I think the Alliance might not know about this information is very important to us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's good that I can help the Alliance. Now that we're all part of the Alliance, we have a common enemy. If I know about this information, then I'll share it with the Alliance. If I only know about it, then it wouldn't be very useful." Belle smiled and said, "Don't worry, you won't be giving this information for free. The Alliance will reward you. If you want money, the Alliance will give you money. If you don't want money, then you can exchange it for contribution points. Later on, if you want information, then you can use these contribution points to get it. Moreover, those who contribute a lot of contribution points will have priority in getting the information. There are a lot of benefits." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why does it sound like you want me to exchange contribution points?" "It's fine, I'll exchange it for contribution points." "Right, let's talk about the milk wine, what do you think?" "About the milk wine?" Belle smiled and said, "Rest assured, I've already prepared the milk wine. As long as you send me the milk wine, I'll immediately package it and sell it. No matter what, we need to make it more refined so that it can be sold at a higher price." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I've already prepared it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to you. But there's one thing I need to tell you. You should choose a place close to the prairie or a place close to the prairie. This way, people won't suspect me. I don't want them to know that I'm related to the milk wine." When Belle heard Zhao Hai, he knew what Zhao Hai was worried about, but he didn't mind. He smiled and said, "That's easy, I have a stronghold in the prairie. You can just send the milk wine there. I'll give you a map later. The stronghold has been guarded by my people all year round. Moreover, I have a cooperative relationship with the tribe, so you can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. How much does the milk wine sell?" Belle thought for a moment and said, "Let's do as we said before, 500 jin a month. When the market opens, we'll buy more." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's also good. I'll cooperate with you in Oxu Empire, but I might need to find a partner in Rosen Empire." Right, do you have any connections in Rosen Empire? Relationships in the alliance are also good. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see anything. Bell smiled and said, I can't even swallow the Oxu Empire's market, this market is enough. Have you calculated how much income it can bring to the alliance? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he didn't know what to say. Bell was more of a fanatic, he was willing to do anything for the alliance. Compared to Bell, Zhao Hai's contribution to the alliance was too little. Bell looked at Zhao Hai and said, forget it, I don't want to talk about this with you. Right, did you just say Rosen Empire? Which city do you want to go to? Carson City? If you want to go to Carson City, I really don't have any connections there. That's the capital of Rosen Empire, dragons and snakes are mixed together. It's not easy to mix around there. But Skywater City's city lord is someone from the alliance. If you want to go to Skywater City, you can contact him. With his protection, there wouldn't be any problems. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't expect the alliance to have such a strong relationship with Rosen Empire. Moreover, it was a city lord, he quickly said, tell me more about it. Bell nodded and said, Skywater City is an important port city of Rosen Empire, it's ruled by the Rosen Empire's old noble Calci family. The Calci family is very famous in Rosen Empire, they have a lot of people in the Rosen Empire's army and court, they have a lot of influence in the empire. But almost everyone doesn't remember that the Calci family's achievements today is due to their family's military exploits. When they first joined the army, they were dark mages and death soldiers. It can be said that the family started out with dark magic. Even now, there are still a lot of dark mages in the family. Perhaps because of their bloodline, they didn't have much talent in magic, they were mostly dark mages. Because of this, they joined the League of Dark Mages. Besides me, their family is also one of the main sources of income for the League of Dark Mages. Moreover, their family has several elder positions in the League of Dark Mages, they can be said to be the backbone of the League of Dark Mages. Even the establishment of the League of Dark Mages was inextricably linked to their family. Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that there would be such a family in the continent. For Zhao Hai, this was very good. With the help of the Calci family, he believed that he wouldn't encounter the same situation as the Purcell Duchy in Rosen Empire. Zhao Hai nodded, alright, then I'll go to Skywater City. In any case, I'm going to Rosen Empire to do business. Going to Skywater City would be the same. Skywater City is a port city, its commerce should be flourishing, it's better to go there. Bell smiled and said, alright, I'll write you a letter and tell the Calci family about your situation. Then I'll inform them through the League. This way, you won't have any problems when you go to Skywater City. Zhao Hai smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you. Bell smiled and said, there's no need to be polite. The information you sent as well as the milk wine will be of great help to the League. I'll report it to the League. Zhao Hai smiled and said, then I'll have to thank you. Give me the map of your stronghold in the prairie, I'll have someone deliver the milk wine to you in 2 days. Don't forget to inform the prairie to receive it. I won't be going there directly, I'll be going to Rosen Empire. Bell smiled and said, you're quite busy. Alright, I'll do it in a while. Right, I'll give you the money for the wine, I don't have any other way to do it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, no need, just do it like a business. When the milk wine arrives, you can give the money to the person who delivers it, there's no need to give it to me right now. Bell nodded, he looked at the sky and said, it's already late, you should eat here today. I'll entertain you well, but you'll have to pay for the wine. Zhao Hai laughed and said, no problem, I'll pay for the wine, you can rest assured. Bell immediately ordered the servants to prepare lunch. Of course, it had to be prepared well. There were a lot of servants in Spring Grass House, and Bell also had a lot of family members. He had 6 wives, a few children, and a few servants. The entire Spring Grass House had a few hundred people. Bell's courtyard also had a lot of guards. For a big merchant like him, it was impossible for him to not hire guards. There were a lot of people eyeing his wealth, so he couldn't afford to not hire guards. At noon, Zhao Hai and the others ate at Bell's house. Bell also introduced his family members to Zhao Hai. Bell had 3 sons, 4 daughters, and 7 children. But his children weren't very old, the oldest was only 14 years old, so she couldn't stand on her own. From this point, it can be seen that Belle already considered Zhao Hai as one of his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have introduced his family members to him. Zhao Hai didn't have anything to say to Belle, everything went smoothly. After all, the two of them belonged to the same organization and had a cooperative relationship, so their relationship was naturally good. On the other hand, Ruiyan's meeting with the Xianxia patriarch wasn't very smooth. When Zhao Hai and the others left in the morning, Ruiyan also came out of the inn. She sat in her carriage and went to the marquis mansion with her entourage. The two territories weren't far from each other, so even if they didn't have a deep relationship, they still had a lot of relations. Because of this, Ruiyan couldn't help but pay a visit to Sart City. Moreover, this time, in order to facilitate Ruiyan's trip, Evan prepared a lot of gifts for her before they left. These gifts were placed in different categories and were given to Jill. Because of this, Ruiyan didn't need to worry about these things. Ruiyan sat in her carriage and slowly arrived at the Viscount's mansion. The Viscount's mansion was much more imposing compared to Spring Grass House. It had a 3-meter-high wall and a 4-meter-high gate. Outside the gate, there were 4 guards, 2 on each side. On the gate hung the Xianxia family's crest, a galloping horse. As soon as Ruiyan's carriage stopped in front of the city lord's mansion, a servant immediately came up and bowed to Ruiyan's carriage. "Welcome, Your Highness Princess Ruiyan." Then he led the carriage directly into the Viscount's mansion. When the carriage entered the mansion, a young man came out of the mansion. This young man looked to be in his 20s and had a pair of peach blossom eyes. It seemed like he was constantly emitting electricity. He was wearing a noble's robe and his hair was neatly combed. He also wore a pair of glasses and had a pale complexion. This young man was the first successor of the Xianxia family, Fernand Xianxia. This young Master Fernand was very famous in Sart City. It wasn't because of his talent, but because of his playfulness. Although this young Master Fernand was only 22 years old, he already had more than 20 wives and concubines in his family. Moreover, it was said that he had at least 7 lovers. In Sart City, his romantic affairs could be written into a book. Today, when Fernand heard from the servant that the young lady of the Purcell family, Ruiyan, had come to visit, he immediately became excited and rushed to greet her. He had heard that this young lady of the Purcell family was a romantic person. She had an inexplicable romantic relationship with many of the young masters in Casa City. Moreover, this young lady was very fond of romantic men. Fernand thought that he was a romantic person, so how could he let go of this opportunity to get close to this young lady? At this time, Ruiyan had just come down from the carriage when Fernand arrived beside it. When he saw Ruiyan's flowery appearance, Fernand couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. He immediately greeted her and said, "Fernand is late to greet you, Princess Ruiyan, please forgive me." Ruiyan looked at Fernand and said, "Young Master Fernand is too polite, Ruiyan wouldn't dare to blame you." When Fernand saw Ruiyan's appearance, his heart couldn't help but itch even more. However, he didn't act too rudely and just smiled at Ruiyan. "Princess, please come inside. I have already sent someone to inform my father. I believe that he will be back soon." Ruiyan smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare to trouble the Viscount, please." Then she gently lifted her hand. Fernand didn't understand what was going on, so he immediately extended his hand and gently held Ruiyan's hand as they walked towards the mansion. Jill and the others quickly followed behind, they were still holding gifts in their hands. However, they also knew the young lady's temperament, so they didn't make a sound and just silently followed behind. It didn't take long before the two arrived at the living room of the Viscount's mansion. The decoration of the living room was very luxurious. There were 6 maids standing in the living room. When they saw Fernand and the others come in, the maids busied themselves with hot towels and served them hot tea. The fireplace was also lit. Fernand reluctantly let go of Ruiyan's hand and asked her to sit down. Then he said, "I didn't know that Princess Ruiyan suddenly came to visit. I apologize for my rudeness. Did Princess Ruiyan pass by or do you have something to do here?" Ruiyan smiled faintly and said, "I'm just passing by. I originally wanted to go to Rosen Empire to study, but my father didn't trust me, so he had me accompany a Viscount of the duchy. The Viscount wanted to discuss some matters with Belle, so I just wanted to visit Uncle Robert and give him a small gift that my father prepared for him." Fernand said, so that's how it is. Princess Ruyan actually wanted to go to Rosen Empire to study. The mountain is high and the river is far away, the road would be very arduous. Moreover, it's currently winter. Why did the Grand Duke choose this time to send the princess to Rosen Empire? Fernand quickly replied, right, I forgot about it. I heard that the entrance requirements of Rosen Empire schools are very strict. But with the princess's talent, it wouldn't be a problem for her to enroll in the school. Ryan covered his mouth with his hand and chuckled, forget it, I don't have any talent. Didn't you see the Viscount who came with me this time? He's only in his 20s, but he's a wind, earth, and fire magician. Moreover, he's very good at using the first element. He's definitely a genius. After saying that, Ryan's eyes sparkled. When Fernand saw Ryan's expression, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. One must know that Ryan was his prey. Now that Ryan was praising another man in front of him, Fernand's face couldn't help but turn ugly. At this time, footsteps could be heard from the door, followed by a man's voice. He didn't enter the door, but he laughed and said, ha ha ha, little Ryan, you haven't come to Uncle's place for a while. Then he strode into the room. The person who entered the door looked to be about 40 years old. He wasn't very tall, he looked thin and weak. He wore a noble's robe and a pair of transparent glasses on his face, making him look very handsome. This person was the Xianxia family's patriarch, Robert. Although Robert was only 45 years old, he was already a 7th-rank wind mage. Moreover, he took over the Xianxia family when he was 25 years old. He had been the patriarch for 20 years. In these 20 years, although the Xianxia family didn't have much development, they still made a lot of money by smuggling and collecting taxes. The Xianxia family was different from the Purcell family. The Purcell family had a council of elders that could restrict the patriarch. However, the Xianxia family didn't have a council of elders. Although there were a few elders, they were only subordinates of the patriarch, they couldn't control the patriarch. Because of this, Robert had absolute authority in the Xianxia family. Robert and Fernand had different temperaments. Robert only had one wife and one concubine in his life, and this concubine was his wife's maid. Because of this, Robert didn't like Fernand's attitude. But since his wife spoiled him, he couldn't do anything about it. Seeing Robert come in, Ruyan and Fernand quickly stood up and gave Robert a salute. Robert nodded and turned to look at Ruyan. Well, little Ruyan has grown up. The last time I saw you, you were only 7 years old. So many years have passed since then. Is your father doing well? Ryan smiled and said, Father is fine. This time, I came to visit Uncle. I brought Uncle a gift, Jill. Jill immediately took out a box and walked over. Inside the box was a very good magic staff. Robbie was a magician, so giving him a magic staff was the best choice. Robert smiled and received the gift. Then he turned to Ryan and said, Ryan, what brings you here? Ryan quickly replied, it's nothing, I'm just passing by. This time, I'm going to Rosen Empire to study, but my father didn't feel comfortable letting me go alone, so he had me accompany a Viscount from the duchy. But the Viscount wanted to discuss business with Belle, so I came along and also wanted to see you. Robert smiled and said, is that so? Your father was willing to let you go so far to study? Well, it seems like I need to learn from your father. I need to let this disappointing thing go out and explore. Fernand's face was bitter, he had the same idea as Ruyan. In his family's territory, he was considered a person. But in a big empire like Rosen Empire, his status was nothing, he knew that he was just a fart. Ryan smiled and said, Father said the same thing. He said that he wanted me to go out and broaden my horizons, hee hee. Robbie smiled and said, all right, it's good to gain experience. Right, this old man won't be chatting with you anymore. Have Phil accompany you to play in the mansion. Remember to eat lunch here. Robbie smiled and said, good. Then he stood up and left. When Fernand saw his father leave, he relaxed. Usually, Robert was very strict with him. Whenever he was free, he would scold him. Now, whenever Fernand saw his father, he would feel nervous. Ryan looked at Fernand's appearance and couldn't help but despise him. If it was before, she would still be in the mood to tease a playboy like Fernand. But ever since she met Xiao Hai, she no longer had the mood to do so. Naturally, Ryan could see the fire of lust in Fernand's eyes. She deliberately praised Zhao Hai in front of Fernand in order to tease him. At the same time, she also wanted to cause some trouble for Zhao Hai. Ryan had suffered a few losses in Zhao Hai's hands. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't give her a good face. This made Ryan very angry. So when she saw Fernand's expression, Ryan knew that he was a lawless playboy. As long as she showed a good impression of Zhao Hai, this playboy would certainly cause trouble for Zhao Hai. Ryan wanted to see how Zhao Hai would deal with this matter. Then Fernand invited Ryan to visit the Marquis mansion. At the same time, he also wanted to go to Sartre to have a look. But on the way, Ryan didn't stop bothering Fernand. The most important thing was that she kept boasting about Zhao Hai, which made Fernand very angry. Just like what Ryan said, a playboy like Fernand couldn't tolerate a woman who was praising another man in front of him. Not to mention, they were in his territory. Therefore, Fernand's expression became more and more ugly. Soon, it was time for lunch. Ryan followed the angry Fernand back to the Marquis mansion. Fernand led Ryan to the living room. Not long after they sat down, a maid came in and told them to go to the dining room. When they arrived at the dining room, they saw that Robert was already waiting for them. This meal was very relaxing. Robert had been the patriarch for 20 years, so he had seen all kinds of people. Naturally, he knew how to make the atmosphere at the dining table lively. Moreover, the dishes cooked by Robert's family were very good, so Ryan was very happy to eat. After eating lunch, Robert went to do his own things. Ryan originally wanted to go with Fernand to look around the city, but Fernand said that she wanted to see the Viscount who was traveling with him. When Ryan heard Fernand, he knew that Fernand couldn't help but laugh in his heart. At the same time, he also brought Fernand to their hotel. Naturally, the hotel that Zhao was staying in couldn't be too bad. In any case, he was playing the role of a dandy. If he lived in a bad place, then it wouldn't fit his identity, so the place they were staying in was very luxurious. When the two arrived at the hotel, in addition to Ryan's guards, there was only Blockhead. Blockhead was now Zhao Hai's truck driver, so his status wasn't high enough. Therefore, he didn't follow Zhao Hai to Belle's place. Ryan led Fernand to her room and immediately sent someone to find Blockhead. Although Blockhead didn't know what happened, he still went. When he entered the room, Blockhead immediately gave Ryan a salute and said, "This one has seen the princess. May I know why your highness is looking for this one?" Ryan didn't wait for Fernand to speak. Fernand stood up and gave Blockhead a slap. Blockhead was stunned. He covered his face and looked at Fernand and asked, "Who are you? Why did you hit me?" Fernand looked at Blockhead's appearance and proudly said, "I hit you because you don't have eyes. You didn't kneel in front of the princess, you didn't even know how to salute the Marquis' successor. Shouldn't I hit you? Like master, like servant. Looking at your face, I can see that your master isn't any better than you." Ryan didn't think that Fernand would make a move as soon as they met. For a noble, this was the lowest form of behavior. Ryan couldn't help but look down on Fernand even more. However, in order to cause trouble for Zhao Hai, Ryan endured it. She just coldly looked at Blockhead. Blockhead's heart was filled with anger. He couldn't wait to pull out his sword and kill Fernand. But in order to not cause trouble for Zhao Hai, he endured it. Just as Blockhead was about to salute Ryan and Fernand, a voice was suddenly heard, the air of a marquis, how awe-inspiring. "What's your current rank?" Blockhead was about to say something to Ryan and Fernand, but suddenly a voice was heard, "The air of a marquis is quite awe-inspiring." While speaking, Zhao Hai's silhouette appeared in front of Ryan's door. When Ryan saw Zhao Hai appear, she wasn't startled, instead, she was happy. She wanted to see how Zhao Hai would solve this matter. Fernand also looked at Zhao Hai. Although he looked very ordinary, his attire was extraordinary. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, Fernand couldn't help but coldly say, "Does being a Marquis' successor mean that I can't control you?" Zhao Hai looked at Fernand. Although he didn't know what happened, he knew that Blockhead was beaten. This made him angry. One must know that Blockhead had been with him since before the Buddha clan's incident. They were like brothers. Now that Blockhead was beaten, how could Zhao Hai swallow this anger? When he heard Fernand, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "A Marquis title is very high, but I don't know if your title is higher than mine. I don't know if you have the right to discipline my servant." Fernand's expression couldn't help but change. Although his father was a marquis, his title wasn't high. He was only a viscount, the same as Zhao Hai. For him to discipline Zhao Hai's servant was indeed excessive. There was a saying that when you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. His blatant discipline of blockhead was clearly a slap to Zhao Hai's face. This was a taboo among nobles. Fernand coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I'm also a viscount, can't a viscount discipline a servant?" Zhao smiled faintly and said, "A viscount can discipline a servant, but that is to discipline his own servant. You are not qualified to discipline my servant. Since he hit my servant, then I will also hit your servant. This is not excessive, right?" Then he waved his hand, and a wind blade went straight towards the servant behind Fernand. Fernand smiled. Of course a viscount can discipline his servant. Fernand didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually make a move. The servant's reaction wasn't slow. When he saw Zhao Hai make a move, he immediately circulated his battle chi and covered his entire body. However, Fernand's servant was only a 5th-rank warrior, his battle chi defense was limited. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's wind blade was equivalent to a 7th-rank mage's magic. So even though the servant reacted quickly and circulated his battle chi, he still wasn't able to block Zhao Hai's wind blade. With a pitiful cry, the servant's arm fell to the ground. Fernand looked at the miserable state of his servant, his face paled as he said, "What a bold madman. You dare to behave so atrociously in the Xianxia family's territory. I think you don't want to live anymore." Zhao Hai smiled coldly and said, "Whether I want to live or not, that's not up to you. Blockhead, let's go." Blockhead complied and followed behind Zhao Hai, leaving Ryan's room. Ruyan was now really scared. She didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually make a move. Moreover, he directly took Fernand's servant's arm. This was too bloody. Moreover, this would make the enmity between Zhao Hai and Fernand bigger. This matter wouldn't be easy to deal with. Ryan didn't think that Fernand would be this reckless, and that Zhao Hai would be this tough. He didn't even make a concession, he was ruthless. Fernand's face paled. He didn't think that Zhao Hai wouldn't give him any face. This made him very embarrassed. From childhood to now, nobody in the Xianxia family's territory dared to not give him face like this. But he was helpless. He didn't bring too many guards this time, so even if he wanted to cause trouble for Zhao Hai, he couldn't. Fernand could only coldly snort. He lifted his foot and walked outside. Fernand's servant was also very strong. He endured the pain in his arm and used his battle chi to seal the blood vessels in his arm, stopping the blood from flowing out. Then he followed Fernand outside. Ryan didn't think that things would turn out this way. Looking at the bloody arm on the ground, Ryan couldn't help but feel scared. She suddenly remembered that in the Purcell Duchy, she had threatened Zhao Hai, but the result was that she was almost killed by Zhao Hai's men. At that time, Zhao Hai knew her identity. He wasn't afraid of her in the Purcell Duchy, so why would he be afraid of the Xianxia family? After thinking about this, Ruyan couldn't help but feel regret. This matter was now beyond her control. If she didn't handle it well, then Zhao Hai and the Xianxia family would have an all-out war. Although Ryan wanted to teach Zhao Hai a lesson, she didn't want Zhao Hai to die. So now that the conflict between Zhao Hai and Fernand escalated, Ryan didn't want to see this. While Ryan was secretly regretting, Shun suddenly appeared outside Ryan's door and said, "Your Highness, the Viscount wants to see you, he has something to discuss with you." Ryan stared for a moment, then she immediately nodded and said, "All right, I'll be right there." Then she stood up and followed Shun to Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai was sitting in the living room, waiting for Ryan. When he saw Ryan arrive, he nodded and said, "Your Highness, please sit." Ryan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you've been too reckless this time. This is the Xianxia family's domain. You clashing with Fernand here is really unwise. Although Fernand isn't favored by the Xianxia family, you've still slapped their face. They wouldn't let you off." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Ryan and said, "Mister, you've been too reckless this time." Zhao Hai calmly looked at Ryan and said, "Your Highness, I just want to know, why did Fernand hit Blockhead? Is it because Blockhead didn't give a salute?" Ryan was flustered by Zhao Hai's stare. She knew why, but she couldn't say it, so she lowered her eyes and said, "Mister, what do you mean? Is Mister doubting me? Then I'll have to ask Mister to bring your servant over, let's see if I'm lying or not." Zhao Hai looked at Ryan and calmly said, if your highness says there isn't, then there isn't. But as your highness can see, I've caused a lot of trouble, your highness wouldn't be safe with me. Later on, I'll have to ask your highness to go our separate ways. I'll talk to the Grand Princess about this. Shun, see the guest out. Then Zhao Hai closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to Ryan. Ryan stared, she didn't think that Zhao Hai would use this method to deal with her. She quickly said, you can't do this. My father sent you to take care of me, you dare to ignore me? Do you believe that my father won't take back your title? Zhao Hai opened his eyes, he looked at Ryan and said, I don't care, I'll take it back. To be honest, this Viscount title wasn't given to me by your father, it was given to me by your father. If he wants to take it back, then take it back. Then he ignored Ryan. Ruyan wanted to say something, but Shun came over and said, Your Highness, please. Ruyan glared at Shun, snorted, then turned around and left. Seeing Ryan go out, Laura couldn't help but ask, Brother Hai, do you really want to drive her away and not take care of her anymore? Zhao Hai opened his eyes, he looked at Laura and said, Take care of her? How can I take care of her? If I keep her by my side, I don't know when she'll cause trouble for me. I don't need to do anything else, just thinking about her makes me a troublemaker. Laura was also helpless, just like what Zhao Hai said, Ryan was a troublemaker. Fernand was obviously looking for trouble, it was impossible for him to look for trouble for no reason. The cause of this matter must be because of Ryan, as long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to figure it out. To be honest, Laura didn't want Ryan to follow them, but she had to give Evan face. This was good, she didn't need to worry about Ryan in the future. Meg was worried, young master, can Belle really talk to the Xianxia family? If he can't, then what will we do? Will we really go to war with the Xianxia family? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I think Belle should be able to speak. He's been in Sart City for so many years, his business is very big. If he doesn't have the support of the Xianxia family, then he wouldn't be able to do it. If he really can't solve it, then we'll just have to go to war with the Xianxia family. In any case, we're not afraid of them. If we leave, can they stop us? Laura smiled and said, I think that this might be an opportunity. Maybe we can use this matter to get in touch with the Xianxia family. This would be very beneficial for us in the future. Zhao Hai smiled and said, There's such a good thing, let's wait and see what Belle has to say. While they were talking, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from outside. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a monitor appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and saw a group of cavalry heading towards their hotel. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, He's really a playboy, he actually called the army over. It seems like compared to a real playboy, I still have a long way to go. Laura and the others smiled, they didn't seem worried at all. However, the hotel's reaction was contrary to Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai's hotel was the Shelley Hotel. In all medium-sized cities of the continent, Shelley hotels had chain stores. Moreover, the quality of service here was the best. Therefore, when Zhao Hai's group arrived at Sart City, they immediately stayed at the hotel. At least, Zhao Hai knew that the hotel had nothing to do with Belle or the Xianxia family. If it was an ordinary hotel, when faced with a cavalry attack, they would immediately be scared and drive the guests out. But the Shelley Hotel's reaction was contrary to Zhao Hai's expectation. They didn't drive the guests out, they just kept the hotel's door open as if they didn't see the cavalry outside. The hotel's waiters didn't have any reaction, only a steward went to the front of the hotel and looked at the cavalry. Next to the cavalry was a carriage, inside the carriage was Fernand. The steward was thin and had a shrewd face. Zhao Hai had seen him before, he usually didn't smile, but now he had a calm expression. The steward bowed to Fernand's carriage and said, So it's the young master, I wonder what business does the young master have with us? Fernand looked at the steward and angrily said, Ilan, you don't have the right to speak here. I'm here to look for trouble with whales. You better get out of my way, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Ilan calmly looked at Fernand. Fernand had an illusion that he was being stared at by a snake, this feeling made him very uncomfortable. Ilan looked at Fernand and calmly said, Young master, you should know that we are doing business, we don't have any reason to drive away our guests. I don't know what kind of grudge young Master Wales has with Mr. Wales, but as long as Mr. Whale stays in the hotel for a day, he will always be a guest. If we can't guarantee the safety of our guests, then there's no need to open a hotel. Young master, please go back. If young master wants to find trouble with Mr. Wales, then wait until Mr. Wales leaves. At that time, young Master Wales would have nothing to do with the hotel, but now is not the time. Fernand didn't think that Ilan wouldn't give him any face. His face paled as he said, Ilan, you servant, did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? You dare to talk to me like that? Do you not want to live anymore? Today, I'll tear down your hotel. Ilan's eyes flashed with a cold light, then he said, my Shelley family has opened hotels all over the continent. Until now, no one has dared to say that they would tear down our hotel. If the young master really wants to tear down our hotel, then I, Ilan, wouldn't stop you. But I don't know if the Marquis can give us an explanation. Fernand calmed down. Although he was a playboy, he wasn't an idiot. His father had already told him that in his family's domain, there were a few places that couldn't be touched, and this Shelley Hotel was one of them. He was just angry. He didn't think too much about it. Now that he heard Ilan, Fernand calmed down. He knew that what Ilan said was true. The Shelley Hotel had been opened all over the continent. With such a big business, how could the family's influence be small? Not to mention a small family like the Xianxia family, even the Oxu Empire's imperial family would have to think twice before making a move against them. Thinking of this, Fernand couldn't help but suppress his anger. Then he said, if you don't want me to look for trouble, then go and call Wales out. We'll solve our own problems. Ilan shook his head and said, young master, please forgive us. Our hotel's rules are that if the guest doesn't call us, then we can't disturb the guest's rest. Fernand suppressed his anger. He couldn't help but shout, Ilan, I didn't care about your rudeness because of Shelley family's face. But now you don't want to give face to me. Come, let's go. Fernand shouted, all right, all right. Just as the cavalry were about to rush in, 10 stone giants suddenly appeared outside the hotel. These stone giants were like a wall blocking the entrance. Then Zhao Hai's voice was heard, young Master Fernand, if you want to see me, then I'll come out. There's no need to make such a big fuss. After saying that, Zhao Hai walked out of the hotel. He first gave Ilan a salute, then he smiled and said, thank you for Mr. Ilan's protection, this Zhao Hai will never forget it. Ilan smiled faintly and calmly said, as long as Mr. stays in the hotel, then you're our guest. Naturally, we'll ensure the safety of our guests. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He would remember this favor in his heart. At this time, Zhao Hai turned his head to Fernand and said, young master, I don't think our matter is that serious, right? You beat up my servant, and I beat up your servant as well. We're even now. I wonder why young master has mobilized so many people? Fernand sneered, what? Now you want to admit defeat? It's too late. You didn't even ask whose territory you're standing on. Daring to treat me like this, you're simply courting death. Zhao Hai looked at Fernand and smiled, young master, do you think I'm afraid of you? To tell you the truth, I'm giving face to the Marquis. I don't want to make a big deal out of this. If this matter gets too big, then it wouldn't be easy to clean it up. Young master, please reconsider. Fernand sneered, it's too late to talk about this now. Come, take him down. The cavalry held their lances and prepared to charge. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded, stop, stop. When Zhao Hai heard this voice, he couldn't help but smile. This was Belle's voice. He finally came. If he was late, then they would have started fighting. Fernand turned his head and saw that it was Belle. Fernand couldn't help but frown. In Sart City, if there was one person he didn't want to provoke, then it would be Belle. Belle was the biggest merchant in the Xianxia domain. Moreover, he was a good friend of Fernand's father. Although Fernand looked down on this merchant, he still had to give Belle some face. Now that Belle suddenly appeared, Fernand couldn't help but frown. If Belle was involved in this matter, then things wouldn't be easy to handle. At this time, Fernand remembered Ruyan's words. Ruyan told him that this time, Zhao Hai came to Xianxia domain to discuss a cooperation with Belle. Now it seems like their cooperation has already been reached. Belle was in a hurry this time. He didn't even take a carriage, he just rode a horse. His forehead was covered in sweat. She was also riding a horse behind him. Belle quickly ran to the front of the shop. First he nodded to Zhao Hai, then he turned to Fernand and frowned. Eldest young master, I don't know how my friend offended you. I asked the eldest young master to give me some face, please calm down your anger. Belle was indeed a merchant, his first words were to apologize. This was the so-called don't slap a smiling face. Hearing him say this, most people wouldn't dare to get angry. When Fernand saw Belle and heard Belle's words, he didn't want to get angry anymore. He knew that since Belle had come forward, he couldn't help but give him some face. At this time, Rian came out of the shop and looked at Fernand. When Fernand saw Rian appear, he couldn't help but be happy. Then he saw Rian look at him with contempt, then turned to Zhao Hai with a face full of admiration. Fernand couldn't help but get angry, he forgot to give Belle face, he sneered and said, Belle, you're just a small merchant, why should I give you face? Because of your filial piety to my family, my father calls you brother, I also call you uncle, what's wrong with that? Do you really think you're a big shot? Get out of my way, otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face, I'll arrest you as well. When Belle heard Fernand's words, his face turned pale. He clearly saw that Fernand's expression had eased up a lot, so why did he suddenly change his tone? Belle didn't speak to Fernand, instead, he turned his head to look at Fernand. He wanted to find out why Fernand's attitude changed. When he turned his head, he saw Rian. Looking at Rian's dress and expression, Belle knew that she was the Purcell family's princess that Zhao Hai spoke of. He also understood what was going on. Belle took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Fernand. He couldn't help but sigh, he didn't understand, Robert was such a smart person, how could his son be as stupid as a pig? He couldn't see through such an obvious provocation, he was just too stupid. Belle also didn't know what to do, if the eldest young master really wanted to do something, then he wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, he was still the Xianxia family's eldest young master. At this time, a voice was heard, you're quite awe-inspiring, do you want to arrest me as well? The voice wasn't loud, it was very normal, there wasn't any change in it. But when Fernand heard this voice, his face changed. Belle and Dylan looked happy, Zhao Hai also turned his head towards the direction of the sound, there was a carriage slowly approaching. The carriage was very big and looked very luxurious, but this kind of luxuriousness was different from the luxuriousness of the nouveau riche, this was a low-key, tasteful kind of luxuriousness. A middle-aged man was standing on the carriage. Although he was wearing a noble's uniform and glasses, the clothes on his body made him look very handsome. The glasses also added to his scholarly aura. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but have a good impression of him. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he was a nerdy author, so he naturally had a scholarly aura. Therefore, when he saw this person's temperament, he couldn't help but have a good impression of him. This person was naturally Robert, although Robert's face was calm, everyone knew that he was angry. At this time, Belle quickly greeted Robert and bowed, Sir Marquis actually came in person, how could I dare? Wales, come and greet Sir Marquis. Zhao Hai quickly went over and bowed to Robert, Wales has seen Sir Marquis, good day to Sir Marquis. Robert nodded and looked at Zhao Hai. At first glance, Zhao Hai looked like a good-for-nothing playboy, but upon closer inspection, he found that something was wrong. Although Zhao Hai's clothes could be said to be gorgeously dressed, he also wore a pair of pink glasses. Naturally, Robert wasn't used to such attire, but Robert wasn't fooled by it, he was just like Zhao Hai, he also noticed Zhao Hai's temperament. Zhao Hai also had a scholarly aura, this was because of his experience on Earth. When he was on Earth, he was a novelist, and he also liked ancient literature, so he naturally had a scholarly aura. Additionally, when he was on Earth, he lived in a peaceful society, so when he came to the Ark continent, he naturally had a unique temperament. Zhao Hai didn't know that his temperament was unique in the Ark continent. Robert was a shrewd person, so naturally he noticed Zhao Hai's temperament. When he looked at Zhao Hai's attire, he immediately understood that Zhao Hai deliberately dressed up like this. He couldn't help but smile faintly, but he didn't say anything, he just nodded to Zhao Hai and said, young man, you're very good, haha, but it's a pity that your temper is still a bit big. When Zhao Hai heard this, he knew that the Marquis already knew what was going on. Zhao Hai couldn't help but blush. To be honest, he was a bit impulsive, so he said embarrassedly, Sir Marquis is right, I was too impulsive. Zhao Hai nodded, Sir Marquis, I was too reckless. Robert looked at Fernand but didn't say anything. Then he turned to the cavalry and said, "Who is leading the troops today?" A cavalry leader came forward and bowed to Robert. This subordinate is 3rd Battalion Commander Nicholas. This subordinate has seen the Marquis. Cavalry would always dismount when they see the king. Because of this, even if this cavalry leader was Robert's subordinate, he didn't dismount. Robert looked at Nicholas and nodded, "Go back and receive 50 beatings." Nicholas gave a salute to Robert and said, "Yes." Then he waved his hand and led the cavalry away. Nicholas also knew why he was punished. He was part of Sart City's defense force. Although they were under the control of the Xianxia family, they couldn't be easily moved. If you want to move them, you need Robert's token. But this time, because of Fernand's words, they came out. This was too much, so Robert decided to punish them. Seeing Nicholas leave, Robert turned to Fernand and said, "Let's go home, Mr. Wales. Belle, come with me to my house." Then Robert turned to Ilan and smiled, "Manager Ilan, this kid was rude, please don't take it to heart. I'll come and apologize one day." Ilan smiled and said, "The Marquis is too polite. If the Marquis has time, please come and take care of my shop's business." Robert laughed and said, "Mr. Ilan is too polite, pulling business to my head. Ha ha ha. Alright, I'll come when I have time, I won't stay any longer." Ilan quickly said, "Sir Marquis, please." Robert nodded to him. Then he gave the order to the carriage and left. Zhao Hai and Belle quickly followed. Zhao Hai got on the carriage while Belle got on his horse and followed Robert to the Marquis mansion. Fernand also got on the carriage and followed behind them. When they arrived at the Marquis mansion, Robert invited Zhao Hai and Belle into the living room. Fernand naturally followed. When they entered the living room, the maids immediately served them tea before they were driven out by Robert. When the maids went out, Robert's face sunk, he slammed the table and looked at Fernand, "You idiot, how could I have such a stupid son? Shelley Hotel is a place where even I have to pay for my meals. You actually dared to surround the place and break in, do you want to die?" Fernand lowered his head and didn't say anything. Robert looked at Fernand and said, "Don't think that our Xianxia family has such a large territory. Our family's territory is given to us because of those great nobles' disdain. Do you really think you're someone's important? Shelley Hotel's branches, the Marquis Mansion, one of the top families in the continent, you dare to provoke such a family? Do you want the entire Xianxia family to be buried along with them?" Fernand still didn't speak, he just lowered his head, but his heart was somewhat disapproving. In his opinion, Robert's words were too exaggerated, he didn't believe that a hotel could have such power. Robert looked at Fernand and knew that he didn't take his words to heart. Robert couldn't help but sigh, "And this time, can't you see that Ryan is deliberately provoking you? You actually fooled me. I, Robert, have been a shrewd man for my entire life, how could I have such a stupid son? Aside from women, can't you think of anything else? If you want a good woman, I won't oppose it. But don't you know what kind of person Ryan is? He has a bad reputation in the Purcell Duchy. Evan had no choice but to send him to the Rosen Empire to study. For such a woman, is it worth it for you to mobilize so many people?" At this time, Zhao Hai's words weren't appropriate. Belle was Robert's peer, so he didn't say anything, he quickly said, "Sir Marquis, you can't blame the young master for this. It's just that Princess Ryan is too pretentious. Just look at her dress, you can see how she seduces men. If I met Princess Ryan when I was younger, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist." Robert stared at him and said, "You can't resist? Then how could Wales resist? I just saw that Wales didn't have a good impression of the princess." "Wales, what's going on? Why don't you have a good impression of the princess?" It was no wonder that Robert was puzzled. He could see that Zhao Hai's Viscount title was given to him by Evan. Logically speaking, Zhao Hai should be more interested in Ryan. So why did he seem to dislike Ryan? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, he had already prepared an excuse and said, "Princess Ryan is very beautiful, but her reputation in the Purcell Duchy isn't very good. I don't dare marry her. Although my title was given to me by Grand Duke Evan, I didn't want it. He fancied my strength, so he gave me this title. I really didn't take it seriously." Robert chuckled and said, "It seems like I wasn't mistaken. You're just putting on a pretentious look. What's wrong? Is there something that's hard to say?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing." Isn't it good to wear this? Nobody would say anything if I act arrogantly, hee. It's very relaxing. Robert laughed, then he turned to Fernand and said, well, it seems like I have to prepare for you as well. It's best if you go to Rosen Empire to study. When Fernand heard Robert, he quickly looked at Robert and said, Father, I'll be obedient in the future. Don't make me study in Rosen Empire, it's too far, I don't want to go. Robert looked at his appearance, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, forget it, you can go back first. Come and accompany Wales and your Uncle Bell for dinner. Fernand looked at Zhao Hai and Belle, then he nodded and turned to leave. Looking at Fernand's reluctant appearance, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head, he sighed and said. He's been spoiled by his mother. He's already an adult, yet he's still a child. Belle smiled and said, it's already yesterday, don't nag me every time I come here. Right, let me introduce you to a new member of the alliance, Zhao Hai, you should have heard of this name, right? When Zhao Hai and Robert heard Belle, they couldn't help but stare. Belle's words were equivalent to telling Zhao Hai and Robert that they were on the same side. Zhao Hai and Robert looked at each other, then they turned to look at Belle. They saw that Belle was secretly laughing. Robert couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, so it's true. You did a good job of keeping it a secret, even I didn't know about it. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly, he didn't think that the Xianxia Patriarch would be a member of the League of Dark Mages. But when he thought about it, he heard that Robert was a 7th-rank Wind Mage. How could he be a member of the League of Dark Mages? Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Belle smiled and said, don't think that the League of Dark Mages only have Dark Mages. There are a lot of Dark Mages who are also members of the League, like me and Robert. We couldn't stand the Radiant Church being too overbearing, and we also didn't dislike the League of Dark Mages, so we joined. Zhao Hai nodded. Robert curiously looked at Zhao Hai and said, you're also a member of the League? Are you a Dark Mage? Zhao Hai smiled and said, yes, I just joined the League a while ago. I'm a Dark Mage, but now I'm using the name of Fire, Earth, and Wind Mages to move around the continent, it's more convenient. Robert and Belle stared at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled bitterly, don't look at me, I don't actually know magic, what I know is my divergent technique. My divergent technique can imitate many kinds of magic effects. I can imitate earth, wind, water, dark, and light elements, that's why I can pretend to be a 3-element mage. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. Robert and Belle looked at him with even more surprise. In fact, this was because Zhao Hai didn't understand divergent techniques. In the continent, divergent techniques were mysterious things, so when they heard that Zhao Hai knew divergent techniques, they were very surprised. The reason why she knew divergent techniques was because he became famous too early, everyone already knew about it. Now that they heard Zhao Hai say that he also knew divergent techniques, Robert and Belle were very surprised. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled bitterly. He didn't speak anymore, he knew that the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. It would be better if he spoke less in the future. Robert and Belle saw that Zhao Hai didn't want to say anything, so they didn't ask. The League was a very loose organization, everyone had their own secrets, so it wasn't good for them to ask. Robert changed the topic, right, Zhao Hai, why are you looking for Belle? This guy is a profiteer, do you want to do business with him? It was obvious that Robert and Belle's relationship was very good, the two of them were teasing each other. This kind of relationship made Zhao Hai envious. Belle looked at Robert and said, what's wrong? Zhao Hai can't do business with me? Did you forget what he does? Robert stared for a moment, then he remembered the Haven products that caused a stir in the Purcell Duchy. Those things were brought out by Zhao Hai, so it wasn't strange that Zhao Hai wanted to do business with Belle. Robert nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, what kind of business do you want to do with Belle? Or Haven products? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, not this time it's milk wine. I want to sell the milk wine to Belle, he'll sell it exclusively in the Oxu Empire. Robert was surprised, milk wine? What's so good about that? Can people buy it? Belle smiled, I'll let you try it later, I want to see if you want to drink other wines in the future. Several people chatted in the living room. Unknowingly, it was already time for dinner. They talked about the League of Black Magicians. Zhao was a new member, so he didn't know much about the League. Now that he had such an opportunity, he certainly wanted to ask for advice from the two of them. The two didn't hide anything from him. Originally, Robert was able to join the League of Dark Mages thanks to Belle. The two had a good relationship. Later, when Belle was chatting with Robert, he tested Robert's attitude towards the Dark Mages. He didn't expect that Robert didn't dislike the Dark Mages at all. On the contrary, Robert was not used to the Radiant Church's tyranny. After many contacts, Belle finally managed to get Robert to become a member of the League. Xianxia listened to Robert's words. He felt that it was a bit strange. According to what they said, Robert had already become a member of the League of Dark Magicians. This was too strange. But since the matter was in front of him, he couldn't help but believe it. In the end, Xianxia completely believed it. The two then told him about the League's matters, allowing Xianxia to understand a lot about the League. During dinner time, the group went to the dining room. Fernand also came out to accompany them. Fernand now understood that although he was a playboy, he wasn't stupid. In the morning, he was just blinded by the fire of jealousy. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, he knew that he had been schemed against by Ryan. Although he knew that he was being schemed against, his heart still felt uncomfortable. No matter what, he still suffered a loss this time. This made him feel very uncomfortable. When it was time to eat, Robert sent someone to call him. Only then did he come out. After the group sat down, Robert took out his fruit wine. When Belle saw it, he quickly stopped him and said, "Don't, keep your wine. We're drinking Wales wine today." "Wales, why don't you take it out?" Because Fernand was present, Robert didn't want Fernand to know about Xianxia's identity. Therefore, he still called Xianxia Wales. This didn't mean that Robert didn't want Fernand to come in contact with Xianxia. In fact, he was doing this for Xianxia's sake. Xianxia's identity in the Oxu Empire couldn't be exposed. The less people know about it the better. Fernand wasn't stupid, but he was impulsive. If he were to reveal Xianxia's identity, then it would affect Belle, Robert, and Evan. Therefore, Robert decided not to tell him about Xianxia's identity. Robert also looked curiously at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, "All right, try my wine. Consider it my apology to Brother Fernand." Then he turned his hand and took out a large leather bag. This time, Fernand didn't dare look down on Xianxia. The entire Xianxia family didn't have a single piece of space equipment. Looking at Xianxia's appearance, it was clear that he had one. In this continent, having a piece of space equipment was a sign of status. Fernand wasn't sure about Xianxia's identity. Xianxia didn't care about Fernand's expression. He took out his wine bag and poured a glass of milk wine for the three of them. Then he put down the wine bag and raised his glass to Fernand and said, "Brother Fernand, today your brother was too impulsive and offended you. Please drink this glass as my apology." When Fernand heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He quickly raised his glass and said, "Brother, you're too polite. Today's matter was my fault. Brother, you go ahead." Then the two men clinked their glasses and drank. Xianxia was used to drinking milk wine, so he didn't have any problem. However, this was the first time Fernand drank such a strong wine. After drinking the glass, he coughed again and again, his face turned red. Xianxia smiled faintly and poured himself another glass of milk wine. Then he turned to Robert and said, "Sir Marquis, today's matter was my fault. I unexpectedly had to trouble you. Please drink this glass." Robert looked at Fernand and couldn't help but be surprised. He was very clear about his son's alcohol tolerance. Fernand might not be good at other things, but when it comes to drinking and women, Fernand was much better than his father. Fernand was already drunk by a glass of milk wine. How could he be fine after drinking it? Belle looked at Robert and smiled. "It's all right, this milk wine is very fragrant, but it's also very strong. You should be careful, don't drink it like a fruit wine. Drink it bit by bit, it's definitely a rare delicacy." Robert looked at Belle with an expression of disbelief. Belle looked at him and took a sip of the milk wine. Then he had an intoxicated expression on his face. Robert looked at this and became even more careful. He took a sip and tasted the milk wine. Robert couldn't help but close his mouth and savor the taste. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Good wine, good taste." At this time, Fernand suppressed the smell of the milk wine. Xianxia gave him another glass and laughed. "How is it, Brother Fernand? Isn't this milk wine good? Fernand didn't care, he just looked at the milk wine and nodded, good, very good. Compared to this milk wine, the ones I drank before were like water. This milk wine is very strong. Then he raised his glass and took another sip. Robert also began to drink, the group began to enjoy the food on the table. Men can easily make friends on the table. Before long, the relationship between the group had improved a lot, Zhao and Fernand even called each other brothers. This meal was very happy, but Fernand still didn't want to go to school. He was scolded twice by Robert, but looking at Fernand's appearance, it seems like he didn't take it seriously. After the meal, Zhao Hai returned to the hotel. When he went there, he didn't bring Laura and the others. It wasn't appropriate for Laura and the others to go. Upon entering the hotel, Ilan immediately greeted them. Zhao Hai quickly gave a bow and said, Manager Ilan, hello. Ilan smiled and said, Mr. Wales, hello. Mr. Wales, I have something to discuss with you. Can we talk in private? Zhao Hai stared, but his impression of Ilan was very good, so he immediately said, all right, manager, please. Ilan quickly extended his hand and said, please. Then he led Zhao Hai to his room on the first floor. Ilan's room was very stylish, besides the large living room, there was also a bedroom inside. But since the door was closed, Zhao Hai couldn't see it clearly. After asking Zhao Hai to sit down, Ilan personally poured Zhao Hai a cup of milk wine. Then he sat down and said, Mr. went to the Marquis mansion, did Marquis Robert make things difficult for Mr.? If there's a problem, then this one can come forward and help Mr. deal with it. In Sart City, this one can be considered to have some face. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, thank you, manager. Marquis Robert is very good, I also had a meal at his place before coming back. Although he expressed his gratitude, Zhao Hai's heart was secretly vigilant. Ilan was too enthusiastic, it didn't seem like he was treating a guest. This kind of attitude was very suspicious. Ilan nodded and said, it's good that you're fine. This time, I invited Mr. to Casa City's Shelley Hotel to ask about the wine that Mr. drank. I heard that the wine was very fragrant. Where did Mr. get that wine? Did you really buy it from the Beastmen? When Zhao Hai heard this, he understood what was going on. So it was because of the milk wine. There was nothing to hide, so he shook his head and said, although this wine is made using the milk wine method, it has been improved by me. That's why it has such a good taste. Manager, what do you mean by this? Zhao Hai nodded and said. Ilan smiled and said, Mr. doesn't need to be nervous. Our Shelley family has always been amiable. We want to buy a large amount of this wine from Mr. and then sell it in the store. Is that all right? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Mr. doesn't need to be nervous. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he smiled and said, I can, but I've already agreed with Bell that the entire Oxu Empire's milk wine will be sold to him. If I sell it to you, it wouldn't be justified. Moreover, the production rate of this wine isn't high. To tell you the truth, the production rate of this wine isn't very high. A gin of wine requires a lot of milk, so I'm afraid that this wine can't be mass-produced. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's right. Ilan nodded, he was also a businessman, so he naturally knew about Zhao Hai's difficulties. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, how about this, you sell some wine to me. We don't sell it directly to the hotel, we only provide it to our guests. Besides Mr. Bell, how much can you provide each month? How about the price? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, Manager, you can say that. How about this, I'll give you 10,000 gin of milk wine every month. If the production increases later on, I'll increase the price. What do you think? Ilan's eyes lit up, although 10,000 gin isn't a lot for us, it should be enough for the time being. I hope that you can increase the production as soon as possible. That's settled, how much will Mr. pay for the milk wine? Zhao Hai smiled and said, 2 gold coins per gin, this is also the price I sold it to Bell. Manager Ilan, what do you think about it? Ilan nodded, the price isn't high. Alright, that's settled. When will Mr. deliver the wine? How do I pay Mr. for the wine? Zhao Hai smiled and said, in a few days, I'll have Bell deliver it to you. Bell will give you the money and he'll hand it over to me. What do you think? Ilan nodded and said, alright, we'll do as Mr. says. Does Mr. need to write down a receipt? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, no need, I believe that Shelley family's business is a big one, so I won't have any problems. Manager can wait until the wine arrives and check the goods before paying. If there's a problem with the goods, you can return them to me. What do you think? When Zhao Hai returned to his room, Laura and the others had already eaten and were chatting. When they saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately went forward to greet him. They carefully sized up Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai's hair stand on end. He quickly asked, what's wrong? What are you looking at? Laura smiled and said, I'm just looking at you. What happened? Did Marquis Robert make things difficult for you? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's nothing, after drinking this wine, I've already become friends with them. How could they make things difficult for me? Right, what about you? Have you eaten yet? Laura smiled and said, we've eaten, but what did Robert say? Zhao Hai smiled and told them about Robert's visit. When they heard Zhao Hai say that Robert was a member of the League of Dark Mages, Laura and the others couldn't help but feel surprised. They didn't expect Robert to be a member of the League of Dark Mages. It seems like the League of Dark Mages' strength wasn't small, no wonder they dared to challenge the Radiant Church. Zhao Hai nodded, then he told Laura about the milk wine business with Ilan. Laura nodded and said, this business is good, I was worried about it. Our current business has two main aspects, one is the business with the Purcell Duchy, the other is the Prairie. The only new business we have right now is milk wine, but our milk wine factory can produce more than 1,000 gin of wine a day. Such a quantity isn't small, just Bell alone wouldn't be enough. Moreover, if we only have one sales channel, then it wouldn't be a good thing. With Ilan, we have another sales channel, so we can take the initiative. Laura nodded and said, now that we have milk wine, our milk wine factory can produce more than 1,000 gin of wine a day. Zhao Hai smiled and said, right, and most importantly, I want to use this matter to establish a relationship with the Shelley family. You didn't see Robert's expression change when he mentioned the Shelley family. It can be seen how strong the Shelley family is. If we can establish a relationship with them, then it would be very good for our development. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you're right. Laura smiled and said, that's good, but I'm afraid that it's impossible to achieve. Shelley family is a big business family, they wouldn't do things too quickly. They only look at benefits, if there are no benefits, then they wouldn't care if you're a friend or not. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's also good, in fact, it's all the same. If we're just ordinary civilians, then Southern King wouldn't deal with us and the League of Dark Mages wouldn't let us join. In any case, cooperating with the Shelley family wouldn't be a bad thing. Laura nodded and said, in any case, we're already cooperating with them, so there's no need to rush this matter. I think that when the Black Wasteland develops, we can start raising cows and our gully outside. We can also raise some fire fishes inside the space. This way, we'll have more opportunities to cooperate with the Shelley Hotel. They'll pay more attention to us and we'll be qualified to have them do things for us. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, let's do that for now. But it seems like we'll have to stay here for another day. I'll go talk to Belle about the situation here and then we'll leave. Right, tomorrow, I'll have Thousand Shadows return to Casa City and tell Uncle Evan about Rian's situation. I don't want to lead her anymore. If she tries to harm me again, I don't want to be there every day. Laura smiled and said, all right, but I think we should let Shun go. Shun is light. I think we should send an eagle to carry him. Let's see if the eagle can carry him. If it can, then we'll have an air force in the future. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Forming an air force had always been his dream. Although the eagle's body wasn't small, it would still be very strenuous for it to carry people. Shun was different, he was very light, he believed that the eagle would be able to carry him. If it's really possible, then they'll be able to establish a standard for the space. It was already late, Zhao Hai drank some wine, so the group chatted for a while before going to rest. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others went to the dining hall to eat as usual. While they were eating, Ruyan walked in from the door. She looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted. Then she sat at another table and ordered a lot of dishes before eating. Zhao Hai didn't care, she didn't eat. Zhao Hai called Laura and the others over to eat as well. This was the first time that Laura and the others ate with Zhao Hai in front of outsiders. At this time, the sound of a horse's neigh could be heard from outside. Before long, a person came in. Zhao Hai curiously turned his head and saw Fernand. When Zhao Hai saw him, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't know why Fernand came in at this time. He remembered that Fernand was drunk yesterday, so why did he wake up so early? Fernand swept his eyes over the people in the dining hall. He first gave a salute to Ruyan. Then he ran to Zhao Hai's table and smiled at Zhao Hai. "Brother, you're eating. Big brother also hasn't eaten yet, let's eat together." "Right, it's early in the morning, you don't have any wine. Come, give big brother a cup." Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the drunkard. He said, "Brother Fernand, how can you be like this? Running over early in the morning and asking for wine, aren't you afraid that Uncle Robert will scold you?" While the two were chatting and laughing, the people in the dining hall were startled. Most of the people in the dining hall knew that the two almost fought yesterday. Moreover, Fernand even called for the city guards. If it wasn't for Marquis Robert's appearance, then it would be hard to say what would have happened. How did the two of them become brothers after just one night? How could the world change so fast? Everyone was puzzled and shocked as they looked at the two. Ruyan was also stunned as she looked at the two. She really didn't understand. Fernand was provoked by her yesterday and almost fought with Zhao Hai. How could Fernand ignore her today and instead run over to Zhao Hai's table? Fernand didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. He turned to Zhao Hai and smiled. "In any case, I've been scolded every day, I'm already used to it. Since you're leaving, why don't you take out some wine?" Zhao Hai impatiently said, "Forget it, I won't be leaving today." "Don't worry, I'll leave some wine for you when I leave." "Right, I'm also preparing to cooperate with Shelley Hotel. They might sell some wine in the future, you don't have to worry about not being able to drink it." Zhao Hai nodded, "You don't need to worry." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Fernand's eyes couldn't help but light up. "Really? That's great, I'm afraid that I won't be able to drink in the future. But I'm a poor man, I can see that your wine isn't ordinary. Later on, I wouldn't dare to drink too much, I can't afford it." Zhao Hai gave him a blank look and said, "Don't complain about being poor, I'm not looking for you to borrow money." "Really, a dignified Marquis Mansion's young master, why would you complain about being poor?" Fernand smiled bitterly. "Brother, you really don't know the hardships of people like me. Although I'm the Marquis Mansion's young master, my allowance is limited. If I spend too much, my father will punish me. Do you think I'm like you? You can spend as much as you want, nobody cares about you." Fernand smiled bitterly. Zhao Hai gave him a blank look and said, "You make it sound easy, I've been running around all day, do you think it's easy? Why don't we exchange places?" This time, it was Fernand's turn to roll his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Get out of my way, you're still running around all day. If I had a few beautiful girls to accompany me, I would be willing to run around all day as well." Zhao Hai didn't know what to do with him. It must be said that Fernand didn't have any bad intentions, he had the same problems as the other young masters. However, he was different from the other young masters. If he liked a girl, he would find a way to marry her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many concubines in his house. Even if he wanted to go out to play, he would look for women like Ruyan. In short, compared to the other young masters, Fernand was far worse. Moreover, Fernand and Zhao Hai were about the same age. Also, Fernand was spoiled by his mother since childhood, so his character was similar to Zhao Hai's friends back on Earth. Because of this, he was able to chat with Fernand. Laura looked at Fernand's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. This time, Fernand and Zhao Hai ate together, but in the end, Zhao Hai didn't give him any wine. Looking at them chatting and laughing while eating breakfast, Ruyan's complexion turned pale. She didn't understand what was going on. Why didn't this playboy Fernand flatter her? Instead he went to chat with Zhao Hai. After eating, Zhao Hai got up and rushed out of the city. Although Fernand didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, he still followed Zhao Hai out of the city. After parking their carriage outside the city, they found a place where no one was around. Zhao Hai whistled as a blood hawk descended from the sky. This blood hawk was naturally released by Zhao Hai, but in order to not be seen by Fernand, Zhao Hai deliberately whistled to call him down. Fernand had been following Zhao Hai, so when he saw the blood hawk, he was very curious. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to him, he turned his head and called Shun over. When Shun stood beside the blood hawk, Fernand couldn't help but smile. Shun's stature was small, he wasn't even as tall as the blood hawk. When he stood in front of the blood hawk, Fernand couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the blood hawk and said, "How is it? Can this blood hawk carry Shun?" The blood hawk looked at Shun and then nodded. Zhao Hai nodded, then he handed a letter to Shun and said, "Shun, take this blood hawk to Kasa City and give this letter to Grand Duke Evan. This is my badge, you take it as well. After you read the letter, tell him that I'm waiting for his reply, go and come back quickly." At this time, Fernand was shocked as he looked at Zhao Hai. "You're leaving? What kind of magic beast did you raise? How can it carry people?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's my virtuous phantasmal beast. Hee, don't think that it can carry Shun. If you go up, then it wouldn't be able to carry you. Shun is light, so it can carry you." Fernand looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, do you know that your blood hawk is a treasure? Ask around in the continent, besides ninth ranks, who can fly. You should know that flying magic beasts are the most difficult to subdue. Aside from ninth ranks, it's impossible for ordinary people to subdue them. Even if you can subdue them, they are small in size and cannot carry people. Although your blood hawk can carry people, for great nobles, wouldn't it be easy for them to find some light warriors? If these blood hawks can be bred in large numbers, then they would be able to form their own air force. If people were to know about this, then it wouldn't be good. Brother, don't blame me for not reminding you, but you mustn't tell anyone about this." "Right, you said that this blood hawk is a virtuous phantasmal beast? Are you sure you're not mistaken? How can there be such a big virtuous phantasmal beast?" When Zhao Hai heard what Fernand said, he couldn't help but feel that Fernand's heart wasn't bad. He also treated Zhao Hai as a friend. Otherwise, if he were to tell others about this matter, then Zhao Hai would have to change his identity. Fernand's heart wasn't bad. But when he heard Fernand's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Why would I lie to you about this? If it's a virtuous phantasmal beast, then how about I give you one?" When Fernand heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. "Really? That's great, where is it? Quickly call them over." "That's right, your mirage beast is so big, it must eat a lot." "Forget it, your brother's small body can't withstand them." Fernand's words were reasonable. Phantom beasts on the continent could only survive by absorbing the energy of their masters. If an eagle were to absorb the energy of a human, Fernand, who was only a half-baked magician, would have already sucked the eagle dry. Zhao Hai smiled at him and said, "You can feed them meat. Don't tell me you can't even afford to feed them meat. Otherwise, I'll despise you." Fernand was puzzled. "Are you saying that your phantom beast eats meat? It can't be, right? Are you really an illusion beast?" Zhao Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Do you want it or not? Remember, either you feed him meat, or wait for him to go out and find food himself." Fernand's eyes lit up as he said, "I want it, I want it. How can I not want such a good thing?" "Great, when will you give it to me?" Zhao Hai gave a whistle, then a blood hawk descended from the sky. It was as majestic as the one before. Zhao Hai turned to Fernand and said, "I'll give it to you." Then he nodded to the blood hawk. The blood hawk walked towards Fernand and used its sharp beak to rub Fernand's body, showing its intimacy. Fernand wasn't afraid at first. The blood hawk's mouth was glowing with a cold light, it was as sharp as a steel hook. But after looking at the blood hawk's appearance, he realized that it wasn't dangerous. Fernand then excitedly touched the blood hawk, but the blood hawk didn't respond. Then Fernand looked at the blood hawk with hatred. "How can I bring this thing back? Can I put it on the carriage? That would be too frightening." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "You don't have to put it on the carriage, just let it fly and follow you. When we arrive at your house, you can arrange a place for it to live." Fernand happily nodded, then he pointed at the blood hawk and loudly said, "Fly." The blood hawk was very obedient, it immediately flapped its wings and flew up. Fernand laughed, "Good, very good, this hawk is really obedient. I say, Wales, why do you have so many good things in your hands?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, "Isn't it good to have many good things? Since I'm giving it to you, just take it. Let's go back, I still have to go to Belle's place to discuss the matter of the milk wine." Originally, I was only going to sell it to him, but since Ilan wanted it, I could only sell it to them. Fernand smiled. I think you should do the milk wine business with my family, what do you think? I'll talk to my father about it. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, alright, don't talk nonsense. If I do the milk wine business with you, I'll let you drink it all. Let's go. Then the carriage entered Sart City and went straight to Spring Grass House. Fernand didn't care about what happened yesterday, he still followed Zhao Hai everywhere. Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire Fernand's thick skin. When Zhao Hai went to talk to Belle about the milk wine business, Belle didn't oppose it. Shelley's family only sold it to the people staying in the hotel, it wouldn't have a big impact on his business. Moreover, he knew that his sales wouldn't go up, so it was normal for Zhao Hai to look for a buyer. Moreover, Belle also understood that his strength couldn't be compared to Shelley's family. If Zhao Hai didn't want to be in the same alliance, then he wouldn't have cooperated with him. Shelley's family was a famous merchant in the continent, not to mention 1,000 jin of wine a month, even if it was 10,000 jin, they would still be able to digest it. Now, Zhao Hai was giving the Shelley family 10,000 jin of wine per month. This might sound like a lot, but just like Robert said, the Shelley family had more than 10,000 branches in the continent. If they were to divide this amount, then they wouldn't even get 1 jin of wine per branch. What could they do with this amount? Because of this, Belle didn't get angry and immediately agreed to Zhao Hai's request to help transport the wine. Belle also had his own plans. If he helped Zhao Hai transport the wine, then he might be able to get closer to Ilan. As long as Ilan gave him a small business, then he would be able to make a lot of money, it would be much better than the prairie. When Zhao Hai saw that Belle agreed, he was very happy. He immediately arranged to have a meal at Belle's place. Belle naturally didn't oppose, so Fernand also stayed to eat. Belle also didn't have any business, so he just chatted and laughed with Fernand. Belle was also an experienced person, so he naturally understood Fernand's temperament. Fernand's temperament was like a child's temperament. Once his temper flared up, no one would be able to control him. Only Robert could control him, no one else could. Zhao Hai also knew about Fernand's temper, so the two were able to reconcile. Belle had a lot of contact with Fernand, so he naturally knew about his temperament. Because of this, he didn't get angry with Fernand. Fernand also didn't take this matter to heart, he even joked with Belle from time to time, making Zhao Hai surprised. Zhao Hai was also helpless with Fernand's temperament, this might be why Fernand was so cute. After eating lunch, Zhao Hai sent Fernand back home. Fernand had drunk a lot. After arriving at Robert's house, Zhao Hai gave Fernand a lot of milk wine before returning to Shelley Hotel to have a good rest. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shun came back. This guy looked very spirited. When he saw Zhao Hai, he immediately handed the letter over to Zhao Hai. The letter had a wax seal, it was written by Evan. Zhao Hai opened the letter and looked at it. The letter didn't say anything, it only told Zhao Hai that he didn't need to worry about Ruyan, he could just go by himself. It can be seen that Evan was very disappointed with his daughter. Zhao Hai was also very impatient, he and Ruyan were already on bad terms. If Ruyan were to cause trouble for him, then he wouldn't be able to handle it. If it was someone else, then Zhao Hai wouldn't mind, but in front of Ruyan, Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. After all, Ruyan was Evan's daughter, and Zhao Hai owed a debt of gratitude to Evan. If Evan wanted to kill his daughter, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to justify it. Zhao Hai also didn't know what to do, he couldn't afford to offend this young lady. However, Zhao Hai looked at Ruyan's appearance, it seems like she really wanted to rely on him. Zhao Hai didn't leave Sart City, Ruyan also didn't leave, she just waited here, this made Zhao Hai very impatient. After a good night's rest, the next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai and the others set out. Just as Zhao Hai expected, Ruyan also followed Zhao Hai, this made Zhao Hai very impatient. Unexpectedly, just as they came out of Sart City, they saw two carriages parked on the side of the road, one was Belle's, the other was Fernand's. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's carriage, Belle and Fernand immediately greeted him, Zhao Hai also quickly got out of the carriage. Belle looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, this journey isn't close, you have to be careful. I've already received the letter, when you arrive at Skywater City, you can hand it over to the city lord. Zhao Hai nodded, Belle also didn't say anything, there were too many people here, it wasn't convenient to say anything, in any case, Belle already told him what to do. Fernand looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes were somewhat red. This couldn't be blamed on him. The friends he made before were either because of his identity or because they couldn't play together. Zhao Hai didn't care about his identity, although he couldn't play together with him. He still had a lot of good things in his hands, such as the eagle and the wine. He also had a good temper with Fernand. It wasn't easy to find such a friend. Fernand patted Zhao's shoulder and said, "Wales, big brother isn't like you, going all over the world. Your big brother's greatest ability in this life is to be a tyrant in this small area. Later on, if you find something good, make sure to give big brother some wine." Fernand patted Zhao's shoulder and said, "Wales, big brother isn't like you, going all over the world." Zhao Hai angrily slapped Fernand's hand away. "Go away, are you thinking about me or the wine? I've never seen someone like you. Alright, I'll definitely come when I have time." When Zhao Hai heard Fernand's words, he couldn't help but feel warm inside. Although Fernand was impulsive and cared a lot about his face, he was still very considerate towards his friend. He knew that Zhao Hai didn't get along with Ryan, so he was afraid that the Purcell family would take back his title. If that happened, then it would be inconvenient for him to travel in the continent. Therefore, Fernand gave his family's badge to Zhao Hai. One must know that a noble's badge can't be used by just anyone. Generally, only the immediate family of a noble can use it. Anyone who uses this badge would have to report it to the empire and register it. Zhao Hai knew that it was impossible for Fernand to know about his relationship with Evan. Fernand did this for Zhao Hai's sake. A noble's badge can't be used casually, there are a lot of problems involved. For example, if Zhao Hai used the Xianxia family's badge to do something bad, then in the end, the Xianxia family would be blamed for it. In the end, when the empire calculates the accounts, all of these things would be accounted for. This situation was different from when Evan gave Zhao Hai a title. Evan gave Zhao Hai a title. Although Zhao Hai was responsible to Evan, Zhao Hai still had his own title. If Zhao Hai did something wrong, then Evan would have the authority to deal with it. The empire wouldn't pursue Evan's responsibility. This was completely different from directly using a family's badge. Zhao Hai received the badge and carefully put it away. Then he patted Fernand's shoulder and said, "Brother Fernand, you have to take care of yourself. If there's anything important, you can write a letter to the blood hawk that I gave you. It will find me and deliver the letter to me." Fernand nodded, then he gave Zhao Hai a hug. Zhao Hai returned the hug, then the two let go. Zhao Hai turned to Belle and gave him a salute. Then he turned around and got on his car. He waved to the two and left. Looking at Zhao Hai's car slowly disappearing on the road, Evan sighed and said, "This is an eagle, his heart contains the entire sky." Fernand smiled faintly, "Yes, it's an eagle. It's good to have such a friend. Uncle Belle, let's go to my house. Wales left me a lot of wine, let's go have a drink." Belle laughed and said, "Forget it, an old man like me can't drink with you. You go back and take your time, I have to deal with the accounts." Fernand smiled, "You're just like my father, always having things to deal with, really boring." "Then I'll go back and drink some of Wales' wine." Then he got on the carriage and headed towards the city. Belle looked at Fernand's appearance, he smiled bitterly and said, "You're living a carefree life, I don't know how long you'll be able to do so." Then he got on the carriage and left. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting inside the carriage, holding the badge that Fernand gave him. He was silent for a long time, then he sighed. To be honest, his first meeting with Fernand wasn't pleasant. But now, it seems like this friend was worth making. Laura and the others also heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Fernand. They didn't think that Fernand would be so loyal. Laura looked at the badge and said, "I really didn't expect Fernand to be such a sentimental person." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and received the badge. Then he took out a map and placed it on a small table inside the carriage. He looked at a mark on the map and said to Laura, "This mark is Belle's stronghold. I think we should arrange for the milk wine to be delivered to him as soon as possible." Laura nodded, then the group looked at the map. It wasn't bad, the map was very detailed. It clearly showed how far the tribe was from the Xianxia family's fortress, as well as which direction they were heading towards. Moreover, the tribe's name, flag, and the names of their contacts were all clearly written. They wouldn't make a mistake. Zhao Hai looked at the map, then he turned to Laura and said, "What do you think we should do now?" I think we should send an eagle with the ghost staff. When we arrive at the prairie, we should release the carriage and deliver the milk wine. What do you think? Laura nodded. That would be the best, it wouldn't attract any attention. But we can't just use undead, I think it would be best to send someone. How about Shu? Zhao Hai smiled and said, alright, we'll let Shu go. In any case, they will return to the space to rest at night. Moreover, the distance isn't far. After reaching an agreement, Zhao Hai called Shu into the carriage and told him about this matter. Shu didn't have any objections. Although the prairie was cold, it wasn't like he hadn't been there before. Moreover, this trip wouldn't take too long, he could return as soon as he finished his business, so he naturally agreed. Unbeknownst to Ruyan and the others, an eagle had already soared into the sky and flew towards the prairie. They were very close to the prairie, so it only took 2 hours for the eagle to arrive. Zhao Hai immediately released the carriages, a total of 10 carriages. Each carriage was loaded with wine. The total amount of wine was exactly 11,000 jin. Then Shu went to the prairie through the space and took over the carriages. Then they went towards Bel's stronghold. Zhao Hai discovered that Kai Er's advantage was that with Kai Er, the ghost staff could be released. It was equivalent to having 2 ghost staffs, one could be released while the other was in his hands. The day passed by in a dull hurry. Soon, they arrived at a small town for the night. This time, they didn't encounter any problems. Ruyan was also honest, he didn't even bother Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. If Ruyan obediently followed him, he wouldn't have any problems. Although Zhao Hai wanted to separate from Ruyan, when he thought of Evan's letter, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel apologetic, so he could only do this. The next 3 days were very peaceful. On the 3rd day, Shu went to the tribe that Bel told him about and gave the milk wine to the person that Bel told him about. But this time, Shu didn't get the money, he had to wait until next month. This was something that Zhao Hai and Bel had agreed on. After delivering the goods, Shu also returned. Although Shu disappeared for a few days, Ruyan and the others didn't say anything. Now, Zhao Hai and Ruyan didn't talk much, everyone just kept on rushing forward. After traveling for half a month, they finally arrived at the center of Oxu Empire. Zhao Hai was even more careful here, he just kept on rushing every day. Even if they passed by a big city, they wouldn't stay for long, they would only stay for 1 night before leaving. Zhao Hai thought that Ruyan would want to stay in the city for 2 days, he didn't think that she would be able to endure it. She just silently followed behind Zhao Hai's carriage, this made Zhao Hai somewhat uneasy. Zhao Hai didn't want to go to Oxu Empire's capital this time. Zhao Hai had stayed there before, there were too many people who were familiar with Zhao Hai. Although the ghost staff could help him with his disguise, he still didn't go there. After traveling for another 10 days, they finally arrived at the border between Oxu Empire and Rosen Empire, the Kellen Mountains. The Kellen Mountain Range was the continent's largest mountain range. This mountain range spanned across almost the entire continent. It was also the border between the Oxu Empire and the Rosen Empire. Just like the Black Wasteland and the Purcell Duchy, this mountain range was only connected by a canyon. This canyon was the only road between the Rosen Empire and the Purcell Duchy. It was jokingly called the Lifeline. However, the situation was different from the Black Wasteland. In the Kellen Mountains, besides the Lifeline, there were a lot of small roads. These roads were used by merchants to smuggle goods. Every day, a lot of caravans would use these roads to cross the mountains and enter Oxu Empire or Rosen Empire. Zhao Hai and the others had some understanding of this situation, but they didn't want to cross the mountains and use the small roads. They were prepared to use the main road to enter Rosen Empire. In this case, they could only use the Lifeline. If they wanted to use the Lifeline, they would need to pass through 2 fortresses. One was Oxu Empire's Cold Wind Fortress, while the other was Rosen Empire's 100 Battles Fortress. Zhao Hai was prepared to rest in Cold Wind Fortress for 2 days before continuing on their journey. After traveling for so many days, they needed a good rest. The scale of Cold Wind Fortress was very large. It was 200 feet tall and was entirely made of bluestone. There were 6 gates from the north and south. The widest gate was more than 20 meters wide and had more than 10 Mago units. The smaller gate was 12 meters wide and had 8 Mago units. The gate was made of iron wood and iron, it was very sturdy. There were 100,000 troops stationed here all year round, These troops were the famous Magic Beast Cavalry Regiment of the Oxu Empire. The cavalry used by this cavalry regiment were all captured from the Quran mountain range. There were countless magic beasts in the Quran mountain range. It was said that there were even 9th-rank magic beasts, but no one had ever seen one. Because there were so many magic beasts in the Kelen Mountains, it was very difficult for large armies to cross the mountains. This made the Kelen Mountains a natural barrier between Oxu Empire and Rosen Empire. Coldwind Fortress was a paradise for mercenaries and adventurers. Every day, there would be countless adventurers and mercenaries coming and going from here. It was also a city of chaos. The garrison of Coldwind Fortress didn't maintain law and order. They were stationed here for two purposes: one was to prevent Rosen Empire from invading, and the other was to collect taxes. Zhao Hai and the others entered Coldwind Fortress in a very low-key manner. He couldn't help but be low-key because Coldwind Fortress was ruled by Southern King. They were now in the enemy's territory. There was also a Shelly Hotel in Coldwind Fortress. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others decided to rest inside the hotel. In such a place, it was safer to rest inside the Shelly Hotel. If they went to other hotels, they might run into a scam. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who hadn't been to the Rosen Empire, even Laura and the others haven't been there. Therefore, they needed to understand the place. However, Shu had been to the Rosen Empire before. He wandered there for a while before coming to the Oxu Empire, so he had a certain understanding of the Rosen Empire. Zhao Hai had Shu tell him about the Rosen Empire's situation. The Rosen Empire was the continent's most powerful country. In 100 Battles Fortress, there were 150,000 soldiers stationed there all year round. Among them were 50,000 magic beast cavalry and 100,000 were infantry. The Rosen Empire's heavy infantry were the continent's most powerful troops. They wouldn't be at a disadvantage even against cavalry. Magic was prevalent in the Rosen Empire, so their army had mages stationed there all year round. Moreover, there were also a lot of dark mages serving in the empire. It might be because of this that dark mages weren't suppressed in the Rosen Empire. The Rosen Empire was worthy of being called the continent's most powerful country. It was bordered by the sea on its east and west. Its navy was also very famous in the continent. To its north was the Oxu Empire and to its south was the Lion Empire. Its territory was 7 times bigger than the Oxu Empire. One could imagine how huge the empire was. The Rosen Empire's environment was also very unique. To its south was the Akra Mountain, which was also the territory of magic beasts. There was only one road leading to the Lion Empire, while to its north was the Kolan Mountain Range, which led to the Oxu Empire. Such geographical conditions made it very difficult for them to be attacked by other countries. Because of this, the people of the Rosen Empire developed an arrogant personality. They believed that they were the citizens of the most powerful country in the continent. They were naturally superior to the citizens of other countries. Because of this, they called the people of the Oxu Empire barbarians, while the people of the Lion Empire were called Southern barbarians. From this, one could see the attitude of the people of the two countries. It can be said that these people were born with a very arrogant heart. They looked down on people of other countries. Therefore, people like Zhao Hai, who was a noble in the Oxu Empire, were looked down upon by the people of the Rosen Empire. Even the commoners wouldn't give him a salute. After knowing this, Zhao Hai also felt very helpless. He thought that he would be able to survive anywhere with his identity as a noble to protect himself. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. After resting in Coldwind Fortress for 2 days, Zhao Hai and the others left for 100 Battles Fortress via lifeline. They didn't encounter any trouble along the way. If one were to talk about the busiest route on the continent, the lifeline line would definitely be in the top 10. Although the gate of Coldwind Fortress was very wide, people still had to line up to leave the city because there were too many people. Zhao Hai and the others also lined up to leave Coldwind Fortress and head towards 100 Battles Fortress. The distance from Coldwind Fortress to 100 Battles Fortress was more than 300 li. From this point, one could see how huge the Orchid Mountains were. Just the width of the mountain range alone was several hundred li. Along the way, Zhao Hai saw a lot of caravans. These caravans had the insignia of nobles on their carriages. Some of them even had the insignia of famous nobles in the continent. These caravans were very impressive. Each caravan had a few hundred to 1,000 carriages, as well as more than 1,000 guards. Zhao Hai's small caravan was like a drop of water in the ocean compared to these large caravans. Nobody paid attention to them at all. This made Zhao Hai happy. He didn't know if it was because of this situation that Rian was scared, but she became more and more well-behaved. Every 3 days, she could be described as living in seclusion. If she didn't stay in her room, then she would stay in her carriage, not coming out at all. This made Zhao Hai feel a lot more relaxed. But along the way, there were a lot of people who paid attention to Zhao Hai's carriage. Or rather, they paid attention to the large horned bull that was pulling the carriage. After all, this kind of magic beast was very rare in the continent, so it was inevitable that some people would take a second look at it. But after a long time, no one paid attention to it. This was because they discovered that besides the horns of the large horned bull, there was no difference in its eyes compared to other bulls. Because of this, they only thought that the large horned bull was an unintentional variant of the large horned bull that was raised by humans. There was nothing special about it. It would take more than a day for the large horned bulls to travel 300 li. Because of this, they had no choice but to camp in Lifeline Canyon at night. But it was obvious that the merchants were already prepared. They brought along their tents and set up temporary camps at night. Zhao Hai also found a relatively flat place to set up a temporary camp. After the camp was set up, she went to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, we need to be careful tonight." In Lifeline Canyon, almost every day, small caravans would mysteriously disappear. Whether it's Rosen Empire or Aksu Empire, they wouldn't send people to manage this place. Because of this, there would be a high incidence of robberies. Moreover, this place is under Colon Mountain, so it's possible that magic beasts would attack at night. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll pay attention to it." "Right, go and remind Rian to be careful. No matter what, Grand Duke Evan still helped us, so we should take care of him." Shu nodded and then turned around to leave. Laura looked at Shu's back and sighed. It must be said that Rian is quite pitiful. She's a single girl, yet she went to a completely unfamiliar place to study. Moreover, she went from being a noble princess to an ordinary person. She might even be looked down upon by others. This feeling is really hard to bear. Zhao Hai also sighed, but he didn't say anything. In fact, Rian's current situation was something she brought upon herself. She was too smart, but she used her intelligence where it shouldn't be used. Because of this, she ended up in her current situation. She thought that her father was incompetent and couldn't give her a good life. Because of this, she spoke sarcastically to her father and didn't give him a good face. She thought that marrying Adam wouldn't bring her a good life, so she was determined to break off the engagement. She thought that she was very smart, so all men should submit to her. Because of this, she played with men like an arrogant empress. In the end, she made herself infamous. In the end, Grand Duke Evan had no choice but to send her to study. It can be said that she brought all of this upon herself. People say that a pitiful person must have a hateful side. This sentence was fully reflected in Rian's case. She was very pitiful now, but the things she did were also very hateful. Because they were camping in the wilderness, the surrounding people were very vigilant against them. Because of this, they didn't have any contact with other people. In fact, the situation of the other caravans in Lifeline Canyon was similar to them. Except for some caravans that they knew, the other caravans were very vigilant, afraid that they would be attacked. Just like Shu said, it was unknown how many caravans disappeared in Lifeline Canyon every day. Because of this, the people here were very vigilant. After Zhao Hai and Laura entered their tent, they immediately returned to the space. Tonight, Blockhead was on duty while Rockhead was outside driving the carriage. This was also Zhao Hai's request. Blockhead and Rockhead would switch positions every day. Today, Blockhead would drive the carriage while Rockhead would stay inside the space. Tomorrow, Rockhead would drive the carriage while Blockhead would stay inside the space. This way, both of them could go outside and have someone on duty. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very relieved. Shu also told Shun and Rockhead about the situation here. The three of them were resting while holding their weapons. They didn't take off their clothes, they were ready to fight at any time. In the middle of the night, Blockhead discovered some shadows moving towards their camp. However, their target didn't seem to be them, but Ruyan's group. Zhao Hai's camp was next to Ruyan's camp, but there was still some distance between them. This made the people in Lifeline Canyon feel strange. They didn't know if they were together or not. When Blockhead saw this situation, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't know if he should wake Zhao Hai up or not. In the end, he decided to wake Zhao Hai up. He was afraid that the people outside would attack them. After thinking about this, Blockhead stood up and walked towards Zhao Hai's room. He knocked on the door and whispered, young master, there's a situation." Zhao Hai was a light sleeper, so when Blockhead knocked on the door, he woke up. He put on his clothes and opened the door. "What's the matter?" Blockhead led Zhao Hai to the living room and pointed at the monitor. Zhao Hai looked at it and nodded. Then he turned to Blockhead and said, "We'll go out and wake up Shu, Shun, and Rockhead. Prepare for battle. No matter what, Ruyan is with us right now, we can't let anything happen to her. If she's not with us, we won't be able to explain to Uncle Evan." Then the two left the space. They didn't wake up Laura and the others. In any case, Laura and the others wouldn't be able to help, so there was no point in worrying about them. In order to deal with today's situation, Shu, Shun, and Rockhead didn't go to the space to rest. Instead, they rested in a tent outside the space. Zhao Hai and the others directly appeared in Shu and the others' tent. When they appeared, Shu and the others immediately woke up. When the three saw Zhao Hai, they immediately grabbed their weapons. Shu whispered, "Young master, is there a situation?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Some people are surrounding us. But the date marker should be Ruyan's." "Shun, go inform Ruyan and the others so that they can prepare." Shun nodded, then his body moved and disappeared from the tent. Zhao Hai and the others didn't see how he went out, even the tent's curtain didn't move. Zhao Hai brought up the monitor's projection. The group looked at it seriously. The group didn't seem to be from the caravan, they seemed to have come from the mountain. They also came from the Kolan mountain range, there were about 700 of them. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems like these people have been lying in ambush for a long time, waiting for a fat sheep to appear. But do we really look like fat sheep? When Shu, Blockhead, and Rockhead heard Zhao Hai, they chuckled. Shu smiled and said, "We don't look like fat sheep, but Ruyan does." This caused Zhao Hai to stare. Why? If we really want to calculate, shouldn't we be the ones who look like fat sheep? We only have a few people, but we have 2 carriages. And no matter what, Ruyan has nearly 100 guards. Shu smiled faintly and said, "All merchants who travel through Lifeline know that if they don't have absolute confidence, they wouldn't go without escorts. We only have 2 carriages, and it seems like we don't have any escorts." In the eyes of the mercenaries, these people are either idiots or experts. If we have an expert, then they would only be courting death. Because of this, they wouldn't make a move against us. On the other hand, Ruyan is the opposite, she has nearly 100 escorts with her. This number is already a lot compared to her carriages. Moreover, the mercenaries can see how strong her escorts are. Compared to us who don't know how strong or weak they are a much better target. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I didn't think that there would be such a thing. But what they said is right. Let's not talk about anything else, just you alone is more than them. If they attack us, then they would just be courting death." Shu smiled faintly. To be honest, he was very satisfied with his ability. In the continent, Shu could be said to be 1,000 shadows. Shu was a famous figure. Shu smiled faintly. To be honest, he was very satisfied with his ability. At this time, the curtain moved slightly as Shun's figure appeared inside the tent. He whispered to Zhao Hai, "Young master, I've notified Jill. They are already prepared, but it doesn't look too optimistic." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Let's go out. Can we not fight this battle? Otherwise, it would alarm too many people." Shun nodded, then he opened the tent's curtain. Blockhead and Rockhead went out first, followed by Zhao Hai and Shu. When the group went out of the tent, Zhao Hai waved his staff. A 1-meter-wide fireball appeared on top of the staff. Then Zhao Hai directed the fireball to rise into the air, illuminating the small camp. The mercenaries didn't think that Zhao Hai would suddenly make this move. While they were at a loss, Zhao Hai calmly said, "Friends, there's no need to hide. come out and say something." The mercenaries were in an uproar. Then a big bearded mercenary came out from the crowd. He looked at Zhao Hai and then at the fireball. It was obvious that he was a veteran mercenary, his eyesight was extraordinary. Therefore, when he saw the fireball released by Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai was a 7th rank mage. A 7th rank fire element mage was definitely a nightmare for these small mercenaries. The big bearded man came forward and bowed to Zhao Hai. "We didn't know that Mr. was here. We ask Mr. to forgive us. We will immediately withdraw, we won't disturb Mr.'s rest." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Good, you're very good. It's not easy for you to come out at night. Shu, take out 1,000 gold coins and treat these brothers to a drink." Although Shu didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, he still turned around and entered the tent. Inside the tent was a bag filled with 1,000 gold coins. Shu took out the bag and walked towards the big bearded man before placing the gold coins on the ground. The big bearded man looked at Shu. He couldn't help but ask, "I don't know if Mr. is facing 1,000 shadows?" Shu looked at the man and knit his brows. He didn't know who this person was. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you know me?" When the man heard Shu recognize him, he couldn't help but show a panicked expression as he said, "So it really is Mr. Shu. I ask Mr. Shu to forgive us, we really didn't mean to disturb you this time." Shu smiled faintly and said, "Forget it, this is Mr.'s reward for you. Take it and have a drink. Mr. is in a good mood today, and your performance has made Mr. satisfied. Otherwise, none of you would be able to return alive." Then he turned around and returned to Zhao Hai's side. The big bearded man didn't know whether he should take the money or not, he just stood there at a loss. Zhao Hai looked at the big bearded man and said, "I'll give this money to you, but you can't take it for free. I don't want to be disturbed tonight, so I'll have to trouble you to keep watch. Are you willing?" The big bearded man stared for a moment, then his face turned happy as he said, "We're willing, we're willing. Mr. can rest assured, we guarantee that not even a mosquito will fly into Mr.'s tent." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." Then he turned around and returned to his tent, no longer making any sound. Zhao Hai's move made the other people in Lifeline Canyon admire him. This was too awesome. First, he used his strength to deter the thieves, then he tasted the money, and then he gave the thieves face by inviting them to keep watch. This method was too awesome. All the merchants in Lifeline Canyon knew that it's best not to offend the thieves. Even if you're strong, it's best not to offend them. Even if these thieves aren't strong, they still have a lot of crooked means up their sleeves. They can harass you in the night, even if you have tight defenses, they can still cause you losses. They can also find ways to lure magic beasts down from the mountains to attack you. Moreover, they don't even need to sacrifice a single person to make you lose a lot of things. It can be said that these thieves are like bugs, they're constantly flying around you, and you can't do anything to them. Unless you can kill them all in one fell swoop, otherwise, they'll always be watching you, making you feel uncomfortable. Moreover, there was another reason why merchants didn't want to offend the thieves in Lifeline Canyon. These thieves have connections with the garrison of Coldwind Fortress and 100 Battles Fortress. If you go too far and the garrison of Coldwind Fortress and 100 Battles Fortress find out, then they'll think of ways to make things difficult for you. When the time comes, your losses would be even greater. Because of this, most merchants would bring enough people to make the thieves unable to deal with them. The merchants who often passed through Lifeline Canyon were also acquainted with the thieves. They would regularly send some money as a form of filial piety. This way, the thieves wouldn't deal with them. This time, among the caravans camping in Lifeline Canyon, there were a lot of caravans who often passed through this route. They could see that Zhao Hai's group was a newcomer, they had never passed through this route before. And when they saw the strength of Zhao Hai's group, they knew that the thieves would certainly make a move tonight. Because of this, a lot of people were looking at Zhao Hai's group, waiting to see how they would deal with it. However, nobody thought that Zhao Hai would make such a beautiful move. 1,000 gold coins. Not only did he solve the crisis, he also made a connection with the thieves. If he were to walk this route in the future, then the thieves would certainly give him some face. For a while, because of Zhao Hai's actions, he had won a lot of attention. Those people were wondering where this person came from, and how he did things was too standard. This night, nothing happened in Lifeline Canyon. The next morning, when Zhao Hai woke up, he discovered that the thieves were really keeping watch for him. Moreover, each and every one of them looked very energetic. This was especially true for Big Beard. When he saw Zhao Hai come out, Big Beard immediately greeted him. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you're up. Us brothers should also go. I ask Mister to take care of yourself. I can guarantee that in the future, as long as we see Mister's family caravan passing by, nobody would bother Mister." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, you've worked hard. Right, I'll give you some things. Blockhead, bring 2 bags of rations." Blockhead complied, then he went to the supply cart and pretended to take out 2 large bags of rations. They weighed a few hundred pounds, enough for the mercenaries to eat a few meals. Blockhead placed the rations in front of Big Beard. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "These rations were made using Beastman methods. If you want to eat them, just take out a piece and put it in a pot with water. Then you can eat it. Don't underestimate these 2 bags of rations, they were made using 4 argali meat. These 2 bags are enough for your brothers to eat 3 or 4 meals. I'll give them to you as a small gift." When Big Beard heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he gratefully said, "Thank you, Mister." Although these mercenaries weren't far from Cold Wind Fortress and 100 Battles Fortress, they still needed to control the roads and ambush. Therefore, they lived in the wilderness and could only eat flatbread for food. Now that they heard Zhao Hai talk about the benefits of these rations, they couldn't help but be happy. For them, these rations were hard to come by. Zhao Hai didn't care, he just smiled faintly and said, "All right, you can go now. We should also be on our way." Big Beard called 2 of his brothers to carry the 2 bags of rations away. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and led his men away. At this time, Laura and the others came out of the tent. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "This is the first time I've seen a robbery like this. Hee, interesting." Zhao Hai didn't care, he just smiled faintly and said, "They didn't have it easy. All right, let's eat something and get ready to go." At this time, Jill came over and bowed to Zhao Hai, "Thank you, Mister, for last night. Her Highness the Princess asked me to represent her to thank Mister." Zhao Hai and the others were about to pack up their things, they were about to depart. At this time, a person suddenly came from the camp next to them. This person was wearing gorgeous clothes, but it wasn't a noble's robe, it was a very common warrior's robe. But when Zhao Hai saw the warrior's robe, he knew that this person was purely putting on airs. He hadn't seen anyone who used such good cloth to make a warrior's robe. It was estimated that this battle would cost a mercenary a year's income. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the person who was slowly walking towards them. This person didn't have any weapons on his body, he had a smile on his face, he didn't seem to be a threat. The person seemed to know the rules, he stopped 5 or 6 meters away from Zhao Hai and the others. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this one is Freewind Merchant Steward. Today, I came to look for Mister with no other intentions, I just want to travel together with Mister. What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared, he looked at the person. Although the person's clothes were a bit different, the scale of the caravan wasn't small. Zhao Hai estimated that there were more than 200 carriages. When the person saw Zhao Hai's expression, he quickly said, "Mister, don't misunderstand, we didn't offend the thieves here. Our Freewind Merchants Company has been doing business between Rosen Empire and Aksu Empire for nearly 100 years. We have been walking this lifeline for a long time, we are very familiar with our friends. This time, we just want to travel together with Mister, we don't have any other intentions." Zhao Hai looked at the merchant and smiled faintly, "It just so happens that this is our first time going to Rosen Empire, we don't know the rules. Since we are traveling together with Mister, this one is called Wales, may I know Mister's name?" The person quickly replied, "This one is Freewind Merchant Steward. Storm rises, if Mister is ready, then we can immediately depart." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, let's set off together. Mr. Feng, please." Feng Shou smiled and returned to his convoy. Zhao Hai didn't quite understand the meaning behind the storm. Why did he suddenly want to travel with him? After sitting in the car, Zhao Hai asked Laura, "Laura, have you heard of Freewind Trading Company?" Laura nodded, "Of course I've heard of it. Freewind Trading Company is a medium-sized firm in Rosen Empire. Their scale isn't very big. They often do business back and forth between Rosen Empire and Oxu Empire, but because Purcell Duchy is far away, they haven't been there yet. Zhao Hai nodded and said, what about their reputation? Right now, we don't know anything about the Rosen Empire. If there's someone who knows about it, it would be good. Laura nodded and said, their reputation is very good. Freewind Trading Company is known for their honesty and trustworthiness. Although they aren't a top firm in Rosen Empire and Oxu Empire, they are still very famous in the business circle. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. But why do you think they looked for me? We don't have any contact with them. Moreover, we only have 2 carriages, and one of them is for people. It's obvious that we aren't doing business. Laura smiled faintly and said, although we don't seem to be doing business, your performance tomorrow is very important to them. Don't forget, not only did you display the strength of a 7th rank mage, but you also dealt with those thieves so beautifully that they were willing to stand guard for you. For a person like you, how could they not think of ways to win you over? Laura smiled faintly and said, that's right. You're a 7th rank mage. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I just don't want to become enemies with those mercenaries. Think about it, those mercenaries were able to move around in this place. Moreover, they passed through a lot of people's camps to surround us. Wouldn't those camps have guards on night duty? That's impossible, right? Those people had guards on night duty, but they pretended not to see us. This shows that the bandits were very familiar with them. Therefore, I don't want to have a conflict with them. Actually, when Zhao Hai saw those bandits, he suddenly thought of the escort agencies that he read about in novels back on Earth. Those escorts would shout out the number of the escort and insert the escort flag. This was to tell others that they were from the escort agency. Just as it was written in the book, if you want to open an escort agency, you don't have to rely on how good your martial arts are. The most important thing is to see if your network is wide and if your friends in the underworld will give you face. Those bandits dared to rob here. Even if they managed to steal something, they would still go to Cold Wind Fortress and 100 Battles Fortress to sell it. It would be impossible to say that they had no relationship with the garrison of those 2 places. Zhao Hai didn't want to provoke the garrison of 100 Battles Fortress before he even reached it. Therefore, he gave the bandits 1,000 gold coins. Of course, he couldn't tell Laura and the others about this. Laura and the others didn't feel any heartache about the 1,000 gold coins. For ordinary people, 1,000 gold coins was indeed a lot, but for them, it wasn't much. Spending 1,000 gold coins to have the thieves on night watch was worth it. Just as their convoy set out, a voice was heard from the side, Mr. Wales, would you like to sit in my carriage? I've already prepared some side dishes and fruit wine. How about we have a drink? Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned his head to Laura and said, come, I'll go take a look. Then he laughed loudly and said, I had the same idea. Then he opened the door and went outside the carriage. Outside the carriage, Zhao Hai looked to the side and saw a carriage that was similar to his carriage. This carriage had a flame horse. Storm was standing on the carriage and looking at Zhao Hai. The 2 carriages were very close to each other. As long as they took a step, they would be able to reach each other's carriage. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and stepped onto Storm's carriage. Storm invited Zhao Hai to his carriage. The interior of his carriage was similar to Zhao Hai's, it had the same design. It seems like this kind of interior design was very popular in the continent. On the small cabinet in the middle of the carriage, there were 4 side dishes as well as 2 cups full of red wine. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 side dishes and saw that they were actually very popular magic vegetables in the continent. Moreover, they were made very well. Although the quantity was small, they were very refined. One must know that in winter, it was very difficult for ordinary people to eat magic vegetables. There were a lot of commoners in the continent who could only eat pickled vegetables during the winter. Some families didn't even have pickled vegetables. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Laura said that Freewind Trading Company was a medium-sized firm. In the continent, medium-sized firms were already very good. Back in the Purcell Duchy, Laura's Magic Lily shop could only be regarded as a small firm in the continent. It simply wasn't worth mentioning. After Storm invited Zhao Hai to sit down, he raised his wine cup towards Zhao Hai and said, to be able to meet on this journey is also a kind of fate. Mister, please. Zhao Hai also raised his wine cup and clinked it with Storm's. Then he smiled and said, "Please." The two took a sip of wine and then placed their cups on the cabinet. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Mr. Feng, why did you suddenly decide to travel with me today?" Storm stared. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so direct. But he still smiled and said, "It's mainly because of Mr.'s actions last night. I won't hide it from Mr. The bandits in Lifeline Canyon are known to all of us. Since it was Mr.'s first time here, it's natural that they would try to rob you. But to be able to resolve the situation as well as Mr., this is the first time I've seen someone like Mr. I can't help but want to make friends with Mr." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Mr. is really frank. Actually, for me, exterminating those bandits is just a matter of waving my hand. But I'm afraid that these bandits might have connections with the garrison of Cold Wind Fortress and 100 Battles Fortress. Therefore, I didn't make a move on them." Storm nodded and said, "Mr. is right. These bandits can be said to be raised by the garrison of Cold Wind Fortress and 100 Battles Fortress. Naturally, they would have connections. Don't look at how these bandits rob. In the end, they don't get a lot of money. Most of their money would be handed over to the garrison of Cold Wind Fortress and 100 Battles Fortress. We are well aware of this matter." Zhao Hai looked puzzled at Storm and said, "Why would they do this? Wouldn't it be the same if they just set up a checkpoint in the fortress?" Storm smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you notice? Most of the people who pass through Lifeline are chambers of commerce. And most of these chambers of commerce have connections with great nobles. Don't underestimate the power of these great nobles. These great nobles have the ability to make the garrison unable to set up checkpoints to collect taxes. Because of this, the garrison came up with this method. Although everyone understood what was going on, they still couldn't do anything about it." Zhao Hai nodded. He thought that Storm's words were correct. In the continent, one shouldn't underestimate the power of great nobles. Those who underestimated the power of great nobles were all dead. Great nobles indeed had the ability to prevent the garrison from setting up checkpoints and collecting taxes. Using the bandits' method was very convenient. The ones who wanted to rob were the bandits, and these bandits were in Lifeline. It wasn't convenient for the Rosen Empire and Oxu Empire to deal with them. Even if the great nobles felt that these bandits were too excessive, they could just replace them. For the garrison, this wasn't a problem at all. Storm looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "I don't know why Mr. went to Rosen Empire this time. Looking at the insignia on your carriage, you should be someone from Oxu Empire's Purcell Duchy, right? The carriages behind you seem to belong to the Purcell Duchy, right?" "Yes, I'm a Viscount of the Purcell Duchy. This time, I'm going to Skywater City to do something. Behind me is the Purcell Duchy's princess. She's going to Carson City to study." Zhao Hai nodded. "Yes, I'm a Viscount of the Purcell Duchy." Zhao Hai knew that Storm was probing him, but he didn't care. He was indeed going to Skywater City to do business, so there was nothing to hide. He smiled and said, "As Mr. said, I'm going there to do business. But since it's my first time there, I'm just going there to take a look." Storm smiled and said, "Skywater City is really good. I don't know what kind of business Mr. is going to do there." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have some business in the prairie, but I don't want to do it in the Purcell Duchy. I want to go to Skywater City to take a look. I heard that there are ships going to the prairie from Skywater City." When he heard Zhao Hai, Storm didn't have any doubts. There were a lot of people from the Rosen Empire who went to the prairie to do business, so there was nothing strange about it. Moreover, doing business in the prairie from the Rosen Empire was allowed, and the taxes weren't very high. It wasn't like the Oxu Empire, where they had to smuggle goods. There were also a lot of people that needed to be taken care of. Therefore, doing business in the prairie from the Rosen Empire was cheaper than doing business in the Oxu Empire. There was a reason for this. The Rosen Empire and the prairie were separated by the Oxu Empire. Even if the Beastmen wanted to invade the south, the first place they would attack would be the Oxu Empire. For the Rosen Empire, this wasn't a big deal, so they naturally wouldn't restrict doing business in the prairie. On the other hand, the Oxu Empire needed to control their business, because if they didn't do well, they would end up supporting their enemies. Therefore, every year, there would be a lot of merchants from the Oxu Empire who would go to the Rosen Empire and then enter the prairie from the Rosen Empire. In the end, most of these merchants settled down in the Rosen Empire and became citizens of the empire. However, Storm was very interested in Zhao Hai's business. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Does Mr. have business in the prairie? Is Mr. very familiar with the beastmen? I wonder if the business on the prairie is good." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's easy, the business in the prairie is very good. The beastmen lack food, materials, and everything else. As long as you bring things to the prairie, you can exchange them for cattle and sheep. However, the cattle and sheep of the prairie would usually get sick when they reach the continent, making them very hard to raise. Because of this, the cattle and sheep that are brought back are usually killed immediately. The wool products in the prairie are also very good, they are also very popular in the continent." Storm's eyes lit up. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Is there no risk in doing business on the grasslands?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course there's a risk, and it's very big. Those beastmen can turn into bandits at any time. However, they usually only steal food and won't kill people. Of course, most of the beastmen are still willing to do business with us. It's just that it's not as profitable as people say." Storm nodded, he believed Zhao Hai's words. Although doing business with the beastmen was very profitable, the risk wasn't small. He had seen a lot of merchants who did business with the beastmen, but the best result was that they didn't have any good results. Zhao Hai asked Storm about the Rosen Empire. Storm didn't hide anything from Zhao Hai, he told him about the Rosen Empire's situation in detail. However, Shu had also told Zhao Hai about Storm. Because of this, Zhao Hai's harvest wasn't that big. The two chatted as they hurried forward. Along the way, they lived in peace. Before long, their carriage slowed down. Storm didn't smile as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "We must have arrived at 100 Battles Fortress. Everyone is lining up to enter the city. I won't keep Mr. here, we still need to pay taxes and register. Mr. should go back and make the necessary arrangements." Zhao Hai stood up, he smiled faintly at Storm and said, "Then I'll take my leave. If Mr. has time to visit Skywater City in the future, please come and look for me. However, I might need to go to Carson City first." Storm smiled and said, "After passing through 100 Battles Fortress, there are 3 roads. The one in the middle leads to Carson City, the one on the left leads to Skywater City, and the one on the right leads to Yabli City. My destination is Yabli City. If Mr. wants to go there in the future, you must look for me. Once you reach Yabli City, you just need to look for the Freewind Trading Company. Ask around and you'll be able to find me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, I'll certainly go if I have the opportunity. Goodbye." Then he opened the door and returned to his carriage. However, he didn't immediately enter the carriage. Instead, he stood on top of the carriage and looked at 100 Battles Fortress. This 100 Battles Fortress looked even more imposing than Cold Wind Fortress. With a height of 250 feet, it was like a giant beast entrenched at the entrance of Lifeline Canyon. The carriages below were like ants in front of this huge fortress, constantly crawling forward. Zhao Hai didn't expect to see such a tall wall in the Ark continent. He couldn't understand how the people of the Ark continent managed to build such a tall wall. However, when he thought of the mystical magic, he felt relieved. In this world, there were even mystical things like magic and special techniques. What else was impossible? Looking at the carriages in front of them, there were still several thousand of them. Zhao Hai didn't know when their turn would arrive, but he didn't worry. He returned to the carriage where Laura and the others were chatting. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura immediately asked, "Brother Hai, how was it? What did Storm talk to you about?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "He didn't say anything, we just chatted for a while. You're right, he really liked how I dealt with those thieves last night. But when he heard that I wanted to do business with the beastmen, he didn't seem to be very enthusiastic. It's very strange." Laura smiled and said, "Not all merchants in the continent like to do business with the beastmen. Freewind Trading Company is one of them. I heard that ever since they were established, they haven't done business with the beastmen. It seems like the first owner of Freewind Trading Company had a grudge against the beastmen." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "But today, Storm asked me about doing business in the prairie. Could it be that they also have the intention to meddle in the business in the prairie?" Laura thought for a moment and said, "It's possible. In any case, in the eyes of most people, doing business in the prairie would be very profitable. After so many years, it's normal for them to want to do business with the beast men. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything about this matter. For Zhao Hai, Storm was just a passerby in his life. He didn't know if he would encounter Storm again in the future. He looked at Laura and said, I want to send Ruyan to Carson City first, then we'll go to Skywater City. What do you think? Laura didn't oppose, she just nodded and said, that's also good. No matter what, she's still Uncle Evan's daughter. We should take care of her. Sending her to Carson City and settling her down would be the most benevolent thing we can do. Zhao Hai nodded and said, after Ruyan settles down, we'll send a letter to Uncle Evan. Even if we complete the mission, we can't control what happens in the academy. If Ruyan offends someone in the academy, I'm afraid that even Uncle Evan wouldn't be able to handle it. Laura sighed and didn't say anything. Instead, it was Meg who said, Young master, I think we should go directly to Skywater City. Letting her follow us here is already good enough. With what she did, we should have just left by ourselves. We shouldn't care about her at all. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he knew that Meg hated Ruyan more than Laura. This was because Ruyan first refused the marriage and then plotted against Zhao Hai. These were all reasons for Meg to hate Ruyan. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, forget it, I'll help her to the end. Just as he said that, a voice was heard from outside, the carriage is in the back, listen up. You need to take the initiative to pay your taxes. If you're not a citizen of the Rosen Empire, you need to register here. Zhao Hai didn't move, these matters were handed over to Shu and Shun, they didn't need to worry about it. The guards wouldn't make things difficult for them, no matter what, they were still nobles. Soldiers like them wouldn't dare go too far. Shu paid 2 gold coins as tax and did a simple registration. Then they were let go by the guards. But in Zhao Hai's opinion, the 2 gold coins tax wasn't cheap. One must know that they only had 2 carriages, 1 gold coin per carriage was too high. Actually, what he didn't know was that this was because they were citizens of the Oxu Empire. If they were citizens of the Rosen Empire, they would only need to pay 1 silver coin per carriage. Nobles would even be exempt from taxes. But Oxu Empire citizens couldn't, they had to pay a heavy tax. Because of this, people from the Oxu Empire who came to the Rosen Empire to do business would have a status inside the empire. They would even spend money to buy a noble status inside the empire. This was one of the Rosen Empire's methods. Before long, Zhao Hai's group entered 100 Battles Fortress. Upon entering the fortress, Zhao Hai opened the window and looked outside. Compared to Cold Wind Fortress's streets were very dilapidated. One could see armored mercenaries everywhere. On the other hand, 100 Battles Fortress's streets were very neat. There were many shops on both sides of the street, pedestrians were shuttling back and forth. It was very bustling, completely different from Cold Wind Fortress. Zhao Hai didn't intend to leave 100 Battles Fortress immediately. He wanted to rest here for the night and then leave tomorrow. He also wanted to understand the local customs and customs of the Rosen Empire. If a place like Cold Wind Fortress had a Shelley Hotel, then it was impossible for 100 Battles Fortress to not have one. Zhao Hai didn't choose another hotel to stay in, so he directly went to the Shelley Hotel. However, upon arriving at the hotel, Zhao Hai felt that it was different. In Cold Wind Fortress, the Shelley Hotel's business was very good. Most of the merchants stayed there. But in 100 Battles Fortress, the Shelley Hotel's business wasn't very good. There weren't many people inside, it gave people the impression that the business was very bleak. Ruyan also rested with Zhao Hai inside the hotel. Ruyan was a bit too honest during this time. This made Zhao Hai feel uneasy, he didn't know what kind of scheme she was planning. After the group entered their room and sat down, Zhao Hai turned his head to Shu and Shun. Shu, Shun, you two go out and inquire about the Shelley Hotel. Why is their business so slow? The two nodded and then turned around to leave. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, why are you asking about this? Even if there's a problem, it's the Shelley family's matter, what does it have to do with us? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I just want to know who is trying to steal business from the Shelley family. If it's someone from the Rosen Empire, then we need to pay attention to this person. Someone who dares to steal business from the Shelley family must be a character. If we meet someone like that in the future, we need to be careful. Laura thought for a moment and then nodded. Right, someone who dares to go against the Shelley family wouldn't be a simple character. Don't look at these big business clans, they only use commercial means to compete with others. If they don't use their resources, then wouldn't it be a waste? Zhao Hai nodded. That's why I need to pay attention to the Shelley Hotel's business. In any case, we can't allow the same thing to happen in the Purcell Duchy. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a place to stay in the continent. Zhao Hai nodded. That's why I need to pay attention to the Shelley Hotel. Laura nodded. Right, if the same thing happened in the Purcell Duchy in the Rosen Empire, then I'm afraid we can only hide in the Beastman Prairie. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. To be honest, I really like to associate with beastmen. At least they don't have as many thoughts as humans. Laura smiled. I also like to associate with beastmen. It's much simpler, I don't need to think about it. Right, Brother Hai, Ruyan has been very honest these days. What is she trying to do? Is she really going to be honest? Zhao Hai shook his head. This woman's mind, nobody can guess it. Forget it, let's just escort her to Carson City. After that, whatever happens to her has nothing to do with us. At this time, a knock was heard on the door. Blockhead immediately asked, Who is it? Jill's voice was heard. Jill wants to see Mr. Wales. Blockhead turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded. Blockhead opened the door and invited Jill in. Jill stared when he saw Laura and the others sitting on the sofa with Zhao Hai. Laura and the others' status, they weren't qualified to sit with Zhao Hai. But now wasn't the time to think about it. Laura's is his status. But this wasn't the time. Right, said SSSSSSS and SS. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, Yes, we'll go to Carson City first before heading to Skywater City. What's the matter? Jill bowed to Zhao Hai and said, No, Jill is here to thank Mr. Her Highness is not sensible and has made Mr. angry. Please forgive her. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Forget it, this time I'm giving face to Grand Duke Evan, so I won't bother with her. But I hope that such a thing won't happen again in the future. To tell you the truth, after what happened last time, I already sent a letter to the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke's intention was for me to ignore Princess Ruyan. But no matter what, Princess Ruyan is still the Grand Duke's daughter, so I can't go too far. But I hope that Princess Ruyan won't challenge my bottom line, otherwise I won't be polite. I don't care about this title, I'm just grateful to the Grand Duke, but this doesn't mean that I'll compromise on everything. Zhao Hai shook his head and said. Zhao Hai knew that this time, Jill was sent by Ruyan to sound them out. So he decided to talk about this matter. If Ruyan goes too far, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. When Jill heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but sigh. Naturally, he knew about Zhao Hai's temperament. Zhao Hai simply didn't care about Ruyan's status. Last time, Zhao Hai didn't directly ignore them because of the Grand Duke. If the princess continues to provoke him, then it would be hard to say. Looking at Jill's awkward expression, Zhao Hai sighed and said, Forget it, you can leave. Looking at Ruyan's appearance, she won't listen to you. I won't make things difficult for you. In any case, I'll send her to Carson City as an explanation to the Grand Duke. In the future, Carson City can't be compared to Casa City. Although there's only a difference of one word, the difference between the people inside is like heaven and earth. If you make a mistake, your little life will end here. Don't think that you're smart, there's no such thing as a fool in this world, you can leave now. There's no such thing as a fool in this world. Jill complied, then he bowed and retreated. Looking at Jill closing the door, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Jill following such a master is really unlucky. Laura forced a smile and said, Actually, Princess Ruyan's situation is very common among nobles. People like Fernand are already considered good. I heard that there are still nobles who practice the right of first night in their territories. Zhao Hai stared, then he turned to Laura and said, There's such a thing? Laura nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, How about we also practice the right of first night in our territories? Laura also knew that Zhao Hai was joking. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, All right, as long as you're busy. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Forget it, I still want to live for 2 more years. But the nobles in the continent are really too unreasonable. We can't allow such things to happen in our territories in the future. Laura smiled and said, That place is our domain. What we want to do with it is up to us. At this time, another knock was heard on the door. But this time it was only 2 knocks before Shu and Shun came in. The two bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, we've inquired about Shelley family's business in Rosen Empire. In Rosen Empire, people prefer to go to Lionheart Hotel. Lionheart Grand Duke Lionheart is one of the most powerful Grand Dukes in Rosen Empire, so they aren't afraid of Shelley family." Zhao Hai nodded, so it was a battle between a native force and a foreign force. He heard that Shelley Hotel's headquarters wasn't in Rosen Empire, so it wasn't strange for Lionheart to have the upper hand. After all, even if Shelley family was formidable, he was still a dragon crossing the river. He might not necessarily be able to win against a local snake. Lionheart wasn't a snake, he could be considered a tiger sitting on the ground. Laura turned her head to Shu and said, "Alright, you should take a rest as well. We'll be on our way tomorrow." "Right, tell the hotel to prepare some food for us." At this time, Shun said, "Young master, madam, there's another situation. I heard that Lionheart Hotel had issued a statement that whoever stays in Shelley Hotel would be punished. Should we pay more attention to it?" Zhao Hai and Laura stared. Laura looked at Shun and said, "Really? Is this information accurate?" Shun nodded and said, "It should be prepared. I heard that there were people from Rosen Empire who stayed in Shelley Hotel before something happened. Because of this, Shelley Hotel's business became very bleak." Zhao Hai calmed his face and said, "It seems like we've offended someone we shouldn't have when we arrived in Rosen Empire. But isn't this Lionheart Grand Duke going too far? Can Shelley family just stand by and watch?" Laura shook her head and said, "Certainly not, Shelley family's influence in the continent is much bigger than Lionheart's. It's impossible for them to just stand by and watch. But it seems like Shelley family hasn't retaliated yet. It seems like our days won't be easy." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "This time, Grand Duke Lionheart has gone too far. I think Shelley family's counterattack will be very tough. If they can't defeat Lionheart, then the one to fall would be Shelley family. We're just a tool for Lionheart to establish his prestige. But I want to see how he plans to deal with us." Laura smiled faintly, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, do you think that Shelley Hotel's people will use our milk wine as a tool for their counterattack?" Zhao froze for a moment. He really didn't think of this point. But when he heard Laura's words, it was possible. He smiled and said, "Forget it. Who cares if he is or isn't, we'll just sell the wine. We don't care about anything else." Laura waved her hand and said, "Alright, you can go now. You don't need to worry about this matter." Shu and Shun nodded, then they turned around and left. Zhao Hai turned to Blockhead and said, "Blockhead, tell Jill about this matter and have them prepare early. I'm afraid the road ahead won't be peaceful." Blockhead nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "How do you think Grand Duke Lionheart will deal with us? We're just staying in the hotel, moreover, we just came from the Oxu Empire. He shouldn't be too excessive, right?" Laura shook her head and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Grand Duke Lionheart might just order the people who stayed in the hotel to be taught a lesson. As for what his subordinates would do, it's hard to say. Maybe his subordinates want to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. If that's the case, then we would be in danger. Those people would certainly try to lay their hands on us. If we were Rosen Empire's nobles, then they wouldn't go too far. After all, those nobles are inextricably linked with each other. But we are from Oxu Empire, we don't have any roots here. If they want to deal with us, then they wouldn't need to worry about us. If they want to deal with us in the dark, then we wouldn't be afraid. At worst, we can just fight with them. What we don't need to be afraid of is that they would use Rosen Empire's power to deal with us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he knit his brows and said, "We're now Oxu Empire's nobles, would they dare to charge us?" Laura forced a smile and said, "They dare. The Rosen Empire has always considered themselves superior. It's normal for them to charge people with crimes." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If they really dare to do that, then we'll make trouble. Don't forget, besides being a viscount, I'm also a 3-element mage. If they really dare to do that, then we'll make trouble. I want to see what they can do to us." Laura thought for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Mages are existences that any country in the continent wouldn't easily offend. If they really dare to deal with us, then we can really make a ruckus." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Block had returned. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "How was it? Did you tell them?" Block had nodded and said, "I already told Jill, they should be prepared, but it seems like he's still very worried." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's good that you told them. You should go rest as well, tomorrow we'll leave 100 Battles Fortress. I really want to see how Grand Duke Lionheart would deal with me." But it was a pity that Lionheart didn't give Zhao Hai this opportunity. The next day, Zhao Hai didn't wait for someone to come to his door. Zhao Hai and the others rested in their room for a while. While they were having their meal in the hotel's dining room, they heard a loud noise coming from outside. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He turned to Shun, who immediately went out. Before long, Shun came in with a strange expression. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, a lot of cavalry came to arrest you. They said that you're a spy sent by the Oxu Empire." They were stopped by the hotel's people. Zhao Hai stared, then he turned to Laura and smiled faintly. "I didn't expect them to come. We should go out and take a look, no matter what, they're here to arrest us." Then he stood up. Laura and the others also stood up. Sitting at another table, Ruyan heard Shun's words and looked at Zhao Hai's expression. She knew that it was the matter that Jill told her. Ruyan couldn't help but stand up. She also wanted to see how Zhao Hai would deal with this matter. Before long, the group arrived at the hotel's lobby. Just as they arrived, an arrogant voice was heard. "Shelley Hotel's people, do you want to shelter a spy?" A calm voice replied, "No matter who he is, after he entered the hotel, he is our guest. Before he leaves the hotel, nobody is allowed to disturb our guests. Otherwise, it would be a declaration of war against the Shelley family." The arrogant voice laughed and said, "So what if we declare war against the Shelley family? Do you think that your Shelley family is more powerful than the law? If you're sensible, then obediently step aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai quietly stood in the hotel's lobby. He didn't think that the Shelley Hotel would do such a thing. They really protected their guests well. Zhao Hai took a deep breath and calmly walked outside. Just as he arrived at the door, Zhao Hai saw at least 1,000 cavalrymen surrounding the hotel. The leading cavalryman was about 2 meters tall, wearing steel armor with a tower shield on his back. He had a two-handed greatsword on his waist and a spear inserted into his saddle. The triangular flag on the spearhead fluttered in the wind, looking very cool. His mount was very special. Although it was a horse, it was very tall. It was about 4 mago in height. Its body was completely black and had 2 curved horns on its head. Its eyes were blood red. It looked very scary. Zhao Hai remembered seeing this magic beast in the Book of Magic Beasts. It was a 5th-rank magic beast with a very simple name, Magic Horse. It was of the dark attribute and could grow up to 6 mago. Its divine strength was amazing. It could use the blood element blood devour technique, as well as the dark element weaken, slow, and confusion techniques. It was very difficult to subdue it. Zhao Hai also noticed that the saddle of the cavalryman was specially designed. There were 2 stools on each side of the saddle, allowing people to grab the stools and mount the horse. When Zhao Hai came out, the cavalryman saw Zhao Hai. However, he didn't put Zhao Hai in his eyes. For him, Zhao Hai was just a tool to cause trouble for the Shelley Hotel. Even if it wasn't Zhao Hai today, if it was someone else, he would have done the same. He didn't have any grudges with the people living here, he only had grudges with the hotel. He only needed an excuse. As for who the excuse was, it had nothing to do with him. But perhaps he would regret it soon. This was because he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. He thought that the other party was a chess piece that could be used and discarded at will. But when he moved this chess piece, he discovered that it wasn't a chess piece, but a thorny ball that could stab people at any time. Zhao Hai looked at the cavalryman and said, "I heard that sir is looking for me. May I know what's the matter?" The cavalryman looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're Wales. We suspect that you're a spy. Come back with us." The cavalryman had a good understanding of the hotel. He knew that the hotel wouldn't let them take people away easily. This gave him a reason to clean up the hotel. As for the guest, he directly ignored him. Zhao Hai looked at the cavalryman and faintly smiled. "I'm a noble of the Oxu Empire. Do you have any evidence that I'm a spy? If not, Then can I suspect that the Rosen Empire is insulting the nobles of the Oxu Empire? This would cause a diplomatic dispute. The cavalryman didn't care about Zhao Hai's words. He shouted, "Don't waste your breath. Since you're in the Rosen Empire, you need to abide by the Empire's rules. Obediently come with us, otherwise, you won't have a good time." Just as the people from the hotel were about to speak, Zhao Hai's complexion sank. "Sir Cavalryman is very awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, you provoked someone you shouldn't have." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the cavalryman couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. He didn't find anything special about Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai waved the staff in his hand. One by one, stone golems emerged from the ground. There were more than 20 of them. When the cavalryman saw this, his complexion couldn't help but change. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be a mage. Moreover, his rank wasn't low. Being able to summon so many stone golems without chanting an incantation was indeed astonishing. The cavalryman grabbed his spear and a tower shield appeared in his hand. At the same time, he shouted, "Prepare to meet the enemy. Secret formation, retreat slowly." The cavalrymen behind him were obviously well-trained soldiers. They quickly made the same movements as the cavalrymen. Then they controlled their mounts and slowly retreated. They were preparing to retreat a certain distance in order to open up space for a charge. Heavy armored cavalrymen like them were only powerful when they charged. If they stood still and fought, they would lose at least 50% of their fighting strength. Zhao Hai held the staff in his hand and softly said, "Bind." A wind-binding spell was released and wrapped around the legs of the cavalrymen's mounts. This made the cavalrymen's mounts feel very uncomfortable. Naturally, their retreating speed became slower. The cavalryman's complexion became even more ugly. He was a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles. He was very clear that Zhao Hai just used wind magic. A dual-element mage would be very popular no matter where he went. He wasn't someone that a small cavalryman like him could afford to offend. But this wasn't the end. Zhao Hai held the staff and said, "Surround." The cavalrymen who were retreating were suddenly surrounded by a huge ring of fire. The ring of fire seemed to have come out of nowhere. The flames were more than a meter high and looked very frightening. Most magic beasts were afraid of fire. Only some fire element magic beasts weren't. When the fire came out, it made the cavalrymen's magic beast shrink back. However, the cavalrymen's mounts were all well-trained. Under the support of their masters, they quickly stabilized themselves. However, the cavalryman's complexion became even more ugly. This was because he discovered that he had offended a triple-element mage. Zhao Hai coldly looked at the cavalryman and said, "Stop. If you keep going, then don't blame me for being impolite." The cavalryman also knew that Zhao Hai was right. If Zhao Hai really wanted to move against them, then he wouldn't have trapped them here. He would have just let the stone giants attack. The leading knight stopped and gave Zhao Hai a salute. "Mister, I've offended you before. I ask Mister to forgive me." This time, it was a misunderstanding. "Someone sent me false information. I ask Mister to forgive me." Zhao Hai looked at the cavalryman and said, "All right, since you said so, I won't make things difficult for you. I just don't like to be disturbed. You can go." Then he waved his hand as the stone giants, wind-binding spell, and ring of fire disappeared. When the cavalryman saw Zhao Hai receive these things, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, mister. We will take our leave." Then he waved his hand and followed the cavalryman away. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to teach these cavalrymen a lesson, but he knew that this wasn't the right time. They were in the Rosen Empire, and they were people of the Oxu Empire. If they really had a conflict with these cavalrymen, then the Rosen Empire wouldn't let them off. But he also knew that the other party's main target was the Shelley Hotel, not him. So naturally, they wouldn't have a conflict with the mage. Seeing the cavalryman retreat, the manager of the hotel immediately went to Zhao Hai and gave a bow to Zhao Hai. "Thank you, mister. It was our mistake to disturb mister. Please accept the hotel's compensation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Manager doesn't need to be polite. I have a bit of friendship with your hotel. I also have some business dealings with Manager Ilan of Sart City. It can be considered a friendship." When the Shelley Hotel's manager heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He immediately became happy and said, "So you're the Mr. Wales that Celine talked about." "I've been rude, mister, please come in." Then he invited Zhao Hai into the hotel. After inviting Zhao Hai to the hotel's dining area and finding a private room to sit down, the manager immediately said, "Mr. Wales, I'll introduce myself first. I'm called Fuan, the manager of the Shelley Hotel's 100 Battles Fortress branch. A few days ago, I received news from Ilan that we were cooperating with Wales. But recently, we encountered some matters here, so we didn't pay attention to Mr. Please forgive me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Manager Fuan doesn't need to be polite. I was just passing by, there's nothing special about it. Please don't mind it." Fuan smiled and said, "No matter what, we've been rude. When Ilan sent us a letter, he told us to pay attention to Mr. He also said that as long as Mr. stays in the hotel, we can't charge you any fees. Hee, I've been too busy recently, I didn't even notice Mr.'s arrival. I have to thank the cavalry. Otherwise, if Ilan knew that I received Mr.'s money, he wouldn't let me off." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Mr. Ilan is too polite. We'll be heading to Carson City tomorrow, there's no need to trouble yourself." At this time, Fuan had an apologetic expression as he said, "Mr. Wales, I'm afraid this time's matter will be somewhat troublesome. Right now, a powerful person from Rosen Empire is looking for trouble with us. Since Mr. has offended the cavalry today, they might retaliate against Mr. The person who wants to deal with us has a lot of influence in Rosen Empire. I'm afraid that they wouldn't let Mr. off easily. I hope that Mr. will forgive us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Are you talking about Grand Duke Lionheart? Don't worry, we're already mentally prepared, there won't be any problems." "Alright, Mr. Fuan, I'll be going back to rest first. We still have to hurry on with our journey tomorrow." Then he stood up and said his goodbyes, ignoring the dazed Fuan. Fuan didn't think that Zhao Hai would know that Grand Duke Lionheart was looking for trouble with them. This made Fuan feel that Zhao Hai was unfathomable. One must know that Ethan had investigated Zhao Hai before. He knew that Zhao Hai hadn't been to Rosen Empire before. So how could he know about the conflict between Grand Duke Lionheart and 100 Battles Fortress in less than a day? Does he have his own information network in Rosen Empire? Actually, Zhao Hai deliberately told Fuan about Grand Duke Lionheart. He wanted to let Fuan know that he didn't know anything. At the same time, he wanted Fuan to not be able to see through his details. This was just a simple trick. Sometimes, people shouldn't talk too much, but sometimes, talking too much can make people unable to figure out your details. Just like Zhao Hai, this time, he told Fuan about Lionheart's matter. Naturally, Fuan couldn't figure out Zhao Hai's details. This way, when Zhao Hai cooperates with them in the future, they wouldn't be on equal footing and wouldn't be looked down upon. After returning to the room, Laura frowned and said to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, although the cavalry left today, I'm afraid that they wouldn't let us go. We should prepare early." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course they won't let us go. Even if the cavalry doesn't dare to move against us, Grand Duke Lionheart wouldn't let us go. Don't forget, when Fuan said that he wanted to cooperate with us outside the shop, there were a lot of people around at that time. They should know that Grand Duke Lionheart wouldn't let us go. But as long as they don't use their official power to deal with us, then I'm not afraid." Laura still frowned. "Do you think that Fuan deliberately led us to talk about it? This way, even if Lionheart doesn't want to deal with us, he would have no choice but to deal with us. We would have no choice but to rely on the Shelley family." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, this isn't a bad thing. We don't have any friendship with Grand Duke Lionheart. Moreover, his way of doing things is too overbearing. I don't want to cooperate with him. Although the Shelley family is scheming against us, their way of doing things is much gentler. We wouldn't suffer any losses if we cooperate with them. I also deliberately let the people outside know that we're cooperating with the Shelley family. This way, if Lionheart tries to deal with us, the Shelley family would feel uneasy. This way, our relationship with them would become closer." When Laura heard Zhao Hai's plan, she relaxed, but she was still worried. "We just arrived at Rosen Empire, offending Lionheart isn't good, right? If the Shelley family loses to Lionheart, then what should we do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, right now, we're gambling. If the Shelley family wins, then we can further cooperate with them. If the Shelley family loses, then it doesn't matter. Don't forget, when we go to Skywater City, we can also get in touch with the Kelsey family. The Kelsey family is in our alliance, and we're currently working with Belle. With the Kelsey family as the middleman, I don't think Grand Duke Lionheart would go too far. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and didn't say anything else. She nodded and said, what about Ryan? If Grand Duke Lionheart can't deal with us, then wouldn't he make things difficult for Ryan? Zhao Hai nodded, it's possible, but no matter what, Ryan is still the Purcell Duchy's princess. Moreover, she went to the academy to study. I heard that Rosen Empire's academy has a very high status in their country. Ryan shouldn't have any problems, right? Laura nodded, she didn't say anything else. Actually, her impression of Ryan wasn't very good. But because of Evan's face, they couldn't ignore Ryan. Although Zhao Hai said so, Laura was still worried, what if those people make things difficult for Ryan in the academy? No matter what, she's still a girl and is unfamiliar with this place. If something really happens to her, I'm afraid she won't be able to find anyone to discuss it with. If something really happens to her, we won't be able to explain it to Grand Duke Evan. Zhao Hai sighed, then we have no way to help her. Actually, Grand Duke Evan released her this time because he wanted her to face the world independently. He wanted her to know what the world is like. If we help her with everything, then we would be letting the Grand Duke down. Zhao Hai sighed, then we can't help her. Laura froze for a moment, she hadn't thought of this point, but she still nodded in agreement. Grand Duke Evan letting Rian out this time was to let her temper herself. If they really helped Rian solve everything, then Rian wouldn't be any different from the time she was in Casa City. This night, Zhao Hai and the others were very calm. The cavalry didn't come to find trouble with them. But now, the merchants who were resting in 100 Battles Fortress already knew about Zhao Hai's name. When they were in Lifeline Canyon, they knew that Zhao Hai was a 7th-rank fire element mage. But they didn't think that Zhao Hai's strength wasn't his full strength. These merchants were now getting more and more curious about Zhao Hai. His strength and his ability to handle matters made Zhao Hai seem like a firefly in the night. Wherever he went, he would be dazzling. Many large forces began to pay attention to this person that they had never heard of before. These large forces only had one purpose in understanding Zhao Hai, and that was to see if they could pull him into their force. Even if they couldn't pull him into their force, they still wanted to understand him. This way, if they were to become enemies in the future, they would have a way to deal with him. Zhao Hai didn't know that these large forces were already paying attention to him. He didn't think that there was anything worth paying attention to. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others had their breakfast. Under Fuan's welcome, they left 100 Battles Fortress and headed towards Carson City. Along the way, Rian was still as low-key as before. This time, Zhao Hai didn't suspect what she was planning to do. In any case, as long as they send Rian to Carson City in about a month, they would be considered to have accomplished their mission and retired. Rosen Empire's territory was very large, and its population was also very large. Therefore, they didn't need to worry about not having a place to rest along the way. Shu had already stayed in Rosen Empire before, so Zhao Hai had him lead the way. They didn't need to rush along the way, they could take their time to understand the situation inside Rosen Empire. However, Zhao Hai and the others were very careful when they left 100 Battles Fortress. In 100 Battles Fortress, they had lost face with the knights, so the knights wouldn't let them off easily. At the same time, Grand Duke Lionheart behind the knights wouldn't let them off easily. Although Zhao Hai hadn't seen Grand Duke Lionheart, he already knew how overbearing the Grand Duke was. The more overbearing a person was, the more they wouldn't tolerate people disobeying them, let alone Zhao Hai and the others who slapped their faces. Moreover, after the incident, Zhao Hai and Fuan were very friendly, as if they already knew each other. This would make Lionheart think that Zhao Hai was a friend of the Shelley family. In this case, Lionheart would deal with him even more. After leaving 100 Battles Fortress, Zhao Hai and the others felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. The road from 100 Battles Fortress to Carson City should be very busy, but along the way, they didn't see a single person. It was almost as desolate as the Black Wasteland. Zhao Hai knew that these people wanted to deal with them, but he didn't think that they wouldn't put him in their eyes. They didn't let other people pass through this road, it was clear that they wanted to deal with him. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would understand that these people daring to do so was equal to dealing with them. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he immediately sent Laura and the others to the space. At the same time, he told Blockhead and the others to be more careful and prepare for battle. He also told Ryan and the others about this situation. Ryan and the others were also very nervous, their strength was far worse than Zhao Hai's. It has been more than 2 hours since they left 100 Battles Fortress, but they still haven't encountered any attacks. Not only did they not encounter any attacks, they didn't even meet a single person. This made Zhao Hai and the others feel a lot of pressure. They were very nervous, fearing that the enemy would suddenly attack them. They weren't too far away from Orchid Mountain. The terrain here was hilly, there were often hills on both sides of the road. Although these hills weren't very high, the trees on them were very lush, they could be used to ambush people at any time. Among them, Ryan and the others were the most nervous. Zhao Hai and the others were a bit better. Zhao Hai was sitting inside the carriage, looking at the monitor. If there was an ambush nearby, then it shouldn't be able to escape his eyes. More than 2 hours had passed, but there was still no sign of a person on the monitor. This made Zhao a little puzzled. He didn't think that those people would be so patient. More than 2 hours had passed, and they still hadn't made a move. While Zhao Hai was pondering, suddenly, green dots appeared on the monitor. These green dots were densely packed, there were at least several thousand people on the hills on both sides of the road. Zhao froze for a moment, then zoomed in on the monitor. This time, he found that the ones who had come out to deal with him were all magic beast cavalry. They were wearing full body armor, with tower shields on their backs, swords in their hands, and spears in their hands. They were using the gentle slopes on both sides of the hills as a foundation to reduce the distance of their charge. They were waiting for them to exhaust themselves. There weren't any trees on the hills where these magic beast cavalry were. They stood there with their armor reflecting light, allowing Zhao Hai to easily see them. They didn't seem to have any intention of hiding, they just wanted to kill Zhao Hai and the others in broad daylight. Seeing this situation, Zhao immediately handed the ghost cane over to the hawk. He had the hawk take the cane and fly into the sky. He wanted to investigate and see if there were any other ambushes around. If there were no other ambushes, then he could make his move. The people of the continent had always said that the Beastman cavalry was the strongest cavalry in the continent. Although Zhao Hai's undead were much stronger than the Beastman cavalry, Zhao Hai still wanted to see how strong they were. At this time, Shu and the others also saw the cavalry, so the carriage stopped. Ruyan and the others also stopped, but the guards looked at the cavalry in despair. The guards were veterans who had been through hundreds of battles. They could see that there were about 5,000 cavalrymen on the hillside. Using 5,000 cavalrymen to deal with them was giving them face. However, this also meant that they didn't have any chance to escape. In the eyes of these guards, even if Zhao Hai was strong, he was still only a 7th rank mage. A 7th rank mage facing 5,000 heavy cavalry, only an idiot would think that he could win against them. Zhao Hai came out of the carriage and looked at Ruyan and the others. He hesitated, if Ruyan and the others were here, then they would certainly see the undead. But if Ruyan and the others saw it, then this secret would no longer be a secret. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai turned to Shu and said, "Shu, go inform Ruyan and the others, tell them to protect Ruyan's carriage. No matter what happens, just protect Ruyan's carriage." When Shu heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. He excitedly nodded and then went to inform Ruyan. Ruyan and the others didn't know what to do, the enemy was too strong, so they immediately followed Zhao Hai's instructions. Shun had just joined, so he didn't know how many undead Zhao Hai had, so he didn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do. When Zhao Hai saw that Ruyan and the others were ready, he immediately used the dark mist to cover them, making them unable to see the situation outside. Shun looked at Zhao Hai, he didn't know why he did this. But when he saw the excited faces of Shu, Blockhead, and Rockhead, he didn't ask anything. He just curiously looked at Zhao Hai, he didn't know what he would do next. Zhao Hai looked at Shu and the others, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Shu, why are you so excited? I didn't ask you to make a move." Shu smiled and said, "To be able to see a cavalry battle from such a close distance makes me excited. Young master, let's quickly deal with them so that we can leave." Zhao Hai laughed, then he turned to the cavalry and loudly said, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you started yet? Are you waiting to be treated to lunch?" Shu, Blockhead, and the others laughed, but the cavalry became angry. The reason why they didn't attack was because Zhao Hai hadn't reached their optimal attack range. In their minds, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to run away, so what's the point of waiting? As long as Zhao Hai enters their optimal attack range, they would be able to crush Zhao Hai's group and then return. Now that they heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't bear it anymore. Under the orders of their leaders, the cavalry raised their spears and prepared to charge. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand as 5,000 undead fighting bull cavalry appeared in front of him. They formed a neat square formation, there wasn't a trace of chaos, there wasn't a single sound, they stood there exuding waves of death chi. Shun stared blankly at the undead fighting bull cavalry, he didn't know what to say. The cavalry on the hillside also stared blankly at the undead cavalry, their heads were still in a daze. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "If you don't want to charge, then let me do it." Then with a wave of his hand, the 5,000 undead fighting bull cavalry divided into two square formations and rushed towards the cavalry on both sides of the hillside. While the fighting bull cavalry were charging, Zhao Hai also used the formation management function. The two square formations were not messed up at all, they were like two square blocks of wood moving forward. None of the cavalry were faster, and none of them were slower by a step. Shun stared blankly at all of this, the undead cavalry already surprised him, but Zhao Hai's control made him even more surprised. Shun had been wandering outside for many years, he had always been in contact with mercenaries. Some of the major mercenary groups in the continent had their own cavalry, and their cavalry's fighting strength wasn't any worse than a tribe's cavalry. Therefore, Shun had a very good understanding of cavalry, he knew that it was very difficult to train a cavalry. A qualified cavalry needed at least 2 years of training, and even if it was an elite cavalry, it would still be very difficult for them to maintain their formation when charging. Humans could maintain their formation, but magic beasts couldn't. But Zhao Hai's undead cavalry didn't mess up their formation when charging. This wasn't something that the undead could do, it must be the result of Zhao Hai's control. To be able to control so many undead to this degree, Shun had a new understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. After a period of panic, the cavalry on the hillside also discovered that the undead charging towards them were undead. But they didn't think that they would be undead zombies. They were very clear that undead zombies were much more difficult to deal with compared to undead skeletons. Of course, it was also more difficult for a mage to make them. They now understood that Zhao Hai wasn't a 3-element mage, he was a 4-element mage. Moreover, it was very likely that he majored in dark magic. But now, they didn't think too much about it. They were still very confident in themselves, they believed that they could defeat these undead. Therefore, they quickly stabilized themselves, and under the leadership of several captains, they began to charge towards the undead fighting bulls. Shun looked at the undead with some worry. In his mind, it was already very difficult for Zhao Hai to control so many undead. The level of these undead shouldn't be too high. If that was the case, then it would be impossible for these 5,000 undead to stop the charge of 5,000 heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry was one of the more difficult units to deal with in the continent. However, their cost of production was very high. Because of this, ordinary forces wouldn't be able to afford it. These heavy cavalry used the slope of the mountain to charge forward. They were 3 times sharper than when they were charging on flat ground. Their fighting strength was also increased by 5 times. They believed that this time, they would be able to defeat any enemy, they would be able to crush them. But when the 4 teams of cavalry clashed, the heavy cavalry discovered that they were wrong. These undead were very powerful, they wielded their maces and each of them was no less than a 7th-rank warrior. Moreover, they weren't afraid of pain, they weren't afraid of death. Such enemies were even more difficult to deal with. In a single charge, the heavy armored cavalry lost more than 3,000 men, more than half of their men. This was almost unimaginable for the heavy armored cavalry who were lining up to charge. What made them even more unbearable was the fact that the undead cavalry didn't suffer any losses. Many of the cavalry's spears had already pierced the undead, but for the undead, it didn't affect them at all, they could still wield their weapons. What made the cavalry feel even more unbearable was the fact that some of them had their heads smashed, but they could still recover. These undead were much more difficult to deal with compared to the undead they had encountered before, they were truly undead. This made the cavalry almost collapse, but they were veterans who had been through hundreds of battles, they weren't that easy to knock down. After one charge, they exchanged positions with the undead cavalry of the Fighting Bulls. They were now much closer to Zhao Hai's convoy. The several cavalry captains immediately shouted, they didn't stop, they directly charged towards Zhao Hai. They were very clear that as long as they eliminate Zhao Hai, the undead would automatically disappear. But just as they were about to charge, another group of undead appeared in front of them. This time, it was another group of undead cavalry, they were Fighting Bulls, there were 5,000 of them. This time, the cavalry really collapsed, they didn't think that it would be like this. They couldn't deal with a single undead cavalry, now there was another group, how could they survive? At this time, the undead cavalry behind them turned around, causing them to be caught in a pincer attack. Shun stood beside Zhao Hai, he didn't know what to say. After some time, he recovered, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, how many undead do you have? Can you control so many undead?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I can control them. As for the number? I really haven't calculated it before. In the past, there was a number, but now? I can't count it, but I have about 700,000 undead." Shun stared blankly at Zhao Hai, he stammered, "Young master, you said 700,000? Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just smiled. Shu patted Shun's shoulder and said, "Shun, you'll know when you follow the young master for a long time. The young master has a lot of secrets." Blockhead and Rockhead also laughed, they were already used to the space's mysteries, only a newcomer like Shun would be surprised. At this time, the heavy cavalry had been completely eliminated, not a single one managed to escape. However, there were still a lot of mounts left, this was Zhao Hai's order. The mounts of the heavy cavalry were magic beasts that didn't exist in Zhao Hai's space, they could now be added to the mix. These magic beasts were all horse-shaped magic beasts, and the lowest level was around level 4. Only horse-shaped magic beasts around level 4 were most suitable for heavy cavalry mounts. The heavy cavalry's armor was very heavy, and it was very difficult for them to carry it. Even if they could carry it, they wouldn't be able to charge for long distances. Heavy cavalry that couldn't charge for long distances were a lot less useful on the battlefield. Because of this, the magic beasts that the heavy armored cavalry used were all 4th to 5th rank horse magic beasts. This was because horse magic beasts were mostly docile and were most suitable to be used as mounts. Moreover, their ability to carry weight was also considered high among magic beasts of the same rank. Although they couldn't compare to cow magic beasts, their temperament was much better than cow magic beasts. Therefore, all the countries in the continent generally used horse magic beasts for their heavy armored cavalry. Zhao Hai received the horse-type magic beasts into the space, raising the ranch's level to 9th rank. Zhao Hai was very excited, he really wanted to find some rare magic beasts to raise the space to 10th rank. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to the ranch. Then Zhao turned the 5,000 heavy cavalry into undead and sent them to the space. Then he let the 5,000 heavy cavalry undead sweep the battlefield. Only then did he remove the dark mist that surrounded Ruyan and the others. Ruyan and the others were frightened as they stayed inside the dark mist. They didn't dare to go out, they were afraid of offending Zhao Hai. Moreover, they knew that their fate was closely linked to Zhao Hai's. If Zhao Hai lives, they live. If Zhao Hai dies, they wouldn't be able to survive in the Rosen Empire. Therefore, they could only wait. Inside the dark mist, they felt like a year had passed. Every minute felt like an eternity. Moreover, Zhao Hai's dark mist wasn't an ordinary one, it was an advanced one. Not only could it make people unable to see outside, it also made them unable to hear anything. Because of this, they were now blind and deaf, this made them even more worried. Just when Ruyan had completely lost her patience and was about to go crazy from the pressure, the dark mist disappeared. They were finally able to see the situation outside. However, what they saw was completely different from what they expected. Besides Zhao Hai and the others, there was nothing else, there wasn't even a trace of blood on the ground. Zhao Hai didn't explain anything to them, he just told Xu to inform them that they can leave. Then he took the lead and left. Although Ruyan and the others were confused, they could only follow behind. At night, they rested in a small town. Zhao Hai and the others had their dinner and returned to the space to rest. On the other hand, Ruyan couldn't sleep, so she called Jill and Xianxia to her room. She didn't have anyone she could use right now, so she could only discuss with them. Ruyan looked at the two and said, "What do you think about today's matter?" Xianxia and Jill looked at each other, then Jill opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness, after we were surrounded by the dark mist, there was a huge battle outside. Although the place was cleaned, there was still a heavy smell of blood. But what's strange is that there were no traces of magic being used. This is very strange." Ruyan frowned and muttered, "Black magic, whales, and the prairie, do you think there's a connection between them?" Jill's heart moved, he looked at Ruyan and said, "Princess, if there's a connection, then there's only one, Zhao Hai." Ryan stared blankly, then she looked at Jill with a startled expression. "You mean Zhao Hai from Stony Mountain? I heard that he's a black mage, and he likes to turn people into undead." Jill nodded, "Yes, Your Highness. Think about it, Whales knows dark magic, but he didn't use it. He came from the prairie. I heard that when Zhao Hai and Laura retreated, they bought a lot of things that the beastmen needed. It seems like they wanted to do business in the prairie. Moreover, after they had a conflict with us, the Grand Duke invited them to the mansion and gave them a title. This shows that the Grand Duke and Whales knew each other. Combining all of these, doesn't Your Highness think that it's very similar to Zhao Hai?" Ruyan's face couldn't help but turn pale when she heard Jill's words. Zhao Hai's reputation in the Purcell Duchy was too big. Ruyan knew that Zhao Hai had killed more than 1,000 people in the duchy. Moreover, these people were all turned into undead, how could she not be afraid? Ruyan suddenly thought of the tall woman beside Zhao Hai. She always felt a sense of familiarity with her. Moreover, Zhao Hai's attitude towards those women wasn't the same as a noble young master's attitude towards his maids and concubines. Now that she heard Jill's words, Ruyan was almost certain that the tall maid was Laura. Ryan stood up and muttered, "So it turned out to be them. No wonder they weren't afraid when facing 5,000 cavalry. This Zhao Hai is too formidable. Why did father want us to travel with him?" Ryan nodded and said, "That's right." Jill looked at Ruyan and calmly said, "Your Highness, I think the Grand Duke knew that Zhao Hai wanted to come to Rosen Empire to do some business, so he asked him to take care of us along the way. Your Highness doesn't need to worry." Jill wasn't like Ruyan, he saw things from a different perspective. He didn't have any fear towards Zhao Hai, this was because he heard that Zhao Hai didn't casually kill people. The people he killed were those who wanted to kill him. Moreover, when the Purcell Duchy suffered a food shortage, Zhao Hai was the one who helped. Such a person couldn't be a bad person. He also knew that the reason why Ruyan was so afraid was because she had schemed against Zhao Hai before. She was afraid that Zhao Hai would retaliate against her. Jill wasn't too worried, Zhao Hai didn't care about the past because of Grand Duke Evan's face. But if Ruyan offended Zhao Hai in the future, then it would be hard to say. Dark mages were known to be temperamental, but it seems like Ruyan wouldn't dare to offend Zhao Hai in the future. Ruyan stopped and said, "It seems so. My God, father is really too much, he actually made me follow this demon. Let's go to Carson City quickly, I don't want to become an undead." "Alright, you two can go back, we still need to hurry on with our journey tomorrow." Jill and Xianxia nodded and then turned around to leave. Ruyan laid on her bed for a long time without sleeping. To be honest, she was really afraid of Zhao Hai. Although she didn't believe the rumors in the Purcell Duchy did deal with Zhao Hai in the beginning. At that time, her grandfather was still in power, so she was very clear about Zhao Hai's situation. Those who went to deal with Zhao Hai didn't come back alive, she was very clear about Zhao Hai's methods. Just like what Jill thought, Ruyan was afraid that Zhao Hai would retaliate against her. One must know that in the past, she had been looking for trouble with Zhao Hai. Originally, Ruyan wanted to wait until they arrived at Carson City. After settling down, she would deal with Zhao Hai. She wasn't stupid, she knew that this was her first time going out, she needed someone to look after her. Because of this, she was very cooperative with Zhao Hai. She was very honest and didn't cause any trouble for Zhao Hai. But now it was different. Now that she knew about Zhao Hai's identity, she didn't dare to make a move. Ruyan didn't want to expose Zhao Hai's identity. In her opinion, this move might be useful in Aksu Empire. This was because she knew that the reason why Zhao Hai retreated was because they offended Southern King. But now that they were in Rosen Empire, Southern King couldn't do anything to Rosen Empire. Even if she exposed Zhao Hai's identity, it wouldn't be of any use. It would only make Zhao Hai want to deal with her more. Zhao Hai and the others didn't feel anything today. Although they eliminated 5,000 cavalrymen, for them, this kind of scene was too common. Although the Lionheart clan might retaliate, they weren't afraid of the Lionheart clan. Also, the 5,000 cavalrymen were missing. There were no corpses left on the scene. They believed that those people wouldn't be able to use their influence to deal with them. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and the others had their breakfast, they continued their journey. They weren't worried at all. Moreover, the road wasn't as empty as it was yesterday. There were a lot of pedestrians on the road. This made Zhao Hai and the others feel relieved. Their journey was very calm, but 100 Battles Fortress wasn't. 100 Battles Fortress wasn't under Lionheart's control, but because of Lionheart's influence in Rosen Empire, the people in 100 Battles Fortress wanted to take this opportunity to help the Grand Duke clean up the Shelley Hotel. Moreover, Lionheart was a very generous person. He didn't treat those who helped him unfairly. In the eyes of the defenders of 100 Battles Fortress, if they helped the Grand Duke, then the Grand Duke would owe them a favor. They would also receive a lot of rewards. Therefore, they found an excuse to deal with the Shelley Hotel. However, they didn't think that they would provoke a 7th-rank triple element mage. For them, this wasn't a small matter. But later on, they also heard that the mage seemed to be very familiar with the Shelley Hotel. This made the defenders hate Zhao Hai. Just like what Zhao Hai and the others thought, the defenders thought that Zhao Hai was invited by the Shelley Hotel to make them lose face. After inquiring, they found out that Zhao Hai was going to leave 100 Battles Fortress tomorrow and go to Carson City. So they prepared to deal with Zhao Hai midway. But after the night passed, they didn't see the cavalry return. When they sent people to check the scene, although they found traces of the cavalry had disappeared. 5,000 cavalrymen wasn't a small number. 5,000 cavalrymen were a force to be reckoned with. Even the city lord of 100 Battles Fortress didn't have the authority to casually transfer 5,000 cavalrymen. Now that they suddenly disappeared, this was too frightening. The defenders of 100 Battles Fortress panicked. If it was any other place, then it would be reasonable to transfer 5,000 troops. But what was this place? This was 100 Battles Fortress, the Empire's capital. The Rosen Empire already had a rule that those who transfer 10 soldiers of 100 Battles Fortress will be beheaded. In 100 Battles Fortress, if you casually transfer 10 soldiers, then you would be immediately beheaded. But now, 5,000 of them disappeared. How would they deal with this matter? How would they deal with it? The city lord of 100 Battles Fortress could already imagine his own tragic end. The disappearance of 5,000 soldiers was something that couldn't be hidden. Even if he wanted to hide it, there would be people who would spread the news, and the first one would be the Shelley family. The Shelley family would certainly spread the news and shift their firepower to Grand Duke Lionheart. Because of this, the city lord knew that he wouldn't be able to survive. But in the end, he wrote a letter to Grand Duke Lionheart and asked him to prepare as early as possible. At the same time, he also asked the Grand Duke to take care of his family. The city lord of 100 Battles Fortress was also a hoodlum. After doing this, he sent a letter of apology to the Rosen Empire and then committed suicide in the city lord's mansion. At this time, the family of the city lord was currently in Carson City. This was because there was a rule in Rosen Empire that the city lord of 100 Battles Fortress must leave his family in Carson City. This was because the city lord of 100 Battles Fortress was bribed by the Aksu Empire. The Shelley family didn't let go of this opportunity. After Fuan learned about this matter, he immediately wrote a letter to inform the family. However, they were still one step too late. The city lord had already taken care of the matter. And with Grand Duke Lionheart's influence in the Rosen Empire, this matter couldn't move the Grand Duke. However, the Shelley family was very grateful to Zhao Hai. They knew that the disappearance of 5,000 soldiers was related to Zhao Hai. Although they didn't believe that Zhao Hai could deal with 5,000 cavalrymen, they knew that the 5,000 soldiers were sent to deal with Zhao Hai. Because of this, the Shelley family began to send people to protect Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know about these matters. They were still slowly moving forward, even stopping to rest at night. Nothing unusual happened. However, Zhao Hai also discovered a problem. He discovered that although Ruyan was still with them, the distance between them had increased by several hundred meters. This made Zhao Hai very confused. He didn't know what Ruyan was doing. When it was time to rest at night, Ruyan became even more honest. She didn't even go to the hotel's restaurant to eat, she just had the food delivered to her room. It was as if she was hiding from Zhao Hai. After eating, Zhao Hai returned to his room. He was puzzled and asked Laura, "You said that Ruyan was acting crazy? Why did she suddenly seem to be hiding from us?" Laura coldly snorted and said, "Maybe she's afraid of being implicated by us. This time, someone attacked us because of our relationship with the Shelley family. She might be afraid of being implicated by us, so she's hiding from us." Zhao Hai stared, "Really? I'm afraid that Grand Duke Lionheart already knows that she's with us. Does she think that by hiding from us, she would be fine?" Ruyan discovered that Zhao Hai had become more estranged from her these past few days. Although she didn't know why, she was very happy. To be honest, she didn't want to have any relationship with Zhao Hai, it was too scary. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was somewhat surprised. It has been 7 days since the attack on 100 Battles Fortress. But in these 7 days, they didn't encounter any attacks. This was beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Naturally, he didn't know that the city lord of 100 Battles Fortress had already committed suicide because of him. The power of 100 Battles Fortress was being reshuffled, and all the people in the Rosen Empire who had the ability to compete for the position were staring at the fortress. They simply didn't have time to care about him. The city lord of 100 Battles Fortress actually didn't have a lot of power. Although there were some civilians living in the fortress, because it was a military fortress, there weren't a lot of civilians. Moreover, the city lord only had the power to mobilize troops during wartime, he didn't have much power during normal times. But then again, 100 Battles Fortress was also a lucrative position. It was one of the Rosen Empire's fortresses, so there would be merchants passing through every day. Just the taxes alone would be a lot. Adding the tributes from the bandits, the total amount would be quite a lot. Because of this, although the city lord of 100 Battles Fortress changed every 5 years, the first time a new city lord took over, it would attract a lot of attention from the great nobles. However, this situation couldn't be maintained for a long time. After all, 100 Battles Fortress was one of the Empire's fortresses, its defense was very important. Therefore, a new city lord was appointed. This time, the suicide of the city lord of 100 Battles Fortress was an unexpected situation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the position of city lord to remain vacant for such a long time. Now that the matter had passed, Lionheart, who was implicated, naturally hated Zhao Hai. Although the city lord of 100 Battles Fortress wasn't a direct subordinate of the Grand Duke, their relationship was still good. In the end, the city lord was forced to commit suicide by Zhao Hai. Lionheart didn't get any benefits, he also suffered a lot. Moreover, the Shelley family had a handle on him. Lionheart couldn't accept this, so he was now thinking of ways to deal with Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai didn't know that the Grand Duke was preparing to deal with him, he still didn't lower his guard. He was very clear about the consequences of offending a great guild in Rosen Empire. Although it wasn't as serious as offending Southern King in Aksu Empire, it was still the same. The reason why Zhao Hai was so slow these past few days was because he wanted to inquire about the Grand Duke. Needless to say, the Grand Duke had a lot of influence in Rosen Empire. Although he was granted the title of Grand Duke, he didn't stay in his duchy for many years. Instead, he stayed in Carson City because he was a trusted aide of the current emperor, as well as the empire's Minister of Finance. It can be said that his position was very high. It was precisely because of this that he was qualified to go against the Shelley family. After knowing this, Zhao Hai became even more careful. He knew that provoking such a person wouldn't be easy in the future. On the 8th day, they arrived at a small city called Right to Rest. In the past few days, Zhao Hai tried not to go to the big cities to rest. This was because he knew that people like Grand Duke Lionheart would certainly extend their hands to the big cities. If they went to the big cities to rest, it would be even more dangerous. It was better to rest in a small city. Even if something happened, they could still rush out without causing too much of a commotion. Naturally, it was impossible to have a Shelley hotel in such a small city. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others found a hotel in the small city called Siri and stayed there for the night. This hotel could only be regarded as a medium-sized hotel in the city. It wasn't the biggest, but the service was good and it looked clean. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others chose to stay here. In the eyes of Laura and the others, this kind of hotel was considered a low-end hotel. Although Zhao Hai and the others booked the best rooms in the hotel, they couldn't be compared to Shelley Hotel's rooms. At most, they could be considered clean, but the facilities inside were far worse than Shelley Hotels. However, this wasn't important to Zhao Hai. They were going to rest inside the space at night, so they didn't care about the rooms. Although Rian felt that the rooms were bad, he didn't dare say anything. After guessing Zhao Hai's identity, Rian didn't have any funny thoughts. He was afraid that he would offend Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the hotel, it was already late. After settling down in the room, Zhao Hai and the others went to the hotel's dining room. The hotel's dining room was very simple. It was located on the first floor of the hotel, but the area wasn't small. It was enough to accommodate nearly 100 people. When Zhao Hai and the others entered the dining room, the originally noisy dining room became quiet. A lot of mercenaries lived in this hotel. Not only did they live here, they could also receive missions from the hotel. Therefore, the hotel's business was very good. Most of these mercenaries were rough people. They drank a lot of wine and ate a lot of meat. In their opinion, these were the most enjoyable things to do. And since they didn't have anything to do at night, these mercenaries would eat and drink in the hotel's dining room before going to sleep. Zhao Hai and the others were wearing noble attire, especially Zhao Hai. His attire made people think of playboys. It was completely different from the hotel style. One must know that no playboy would live in a hotel with mercenaries. Therefore, when Zhao Hai and the others entered the hotel, the mercenaries didn't speak. They just stared at Zhao Hai's group, especially at Laura and the others. Their eyes were glowing with green light. Zhao Hai looked at the mercenaries and helped Laura and the others to sit down. Then he ordered a bunch of dishes and had the hotel staff prepare them. At this time, the mercenaries started to drink again, making the dining room lively. However, Zhao Hai felt that the mercenaries were looking at them, which made his heart tingle. At this time, a mercenary who seemed to have drunk too much stood up and staggered towards Zhao Hai's table. He reached out his hand to touch Laura's veil and said, "Little beauty, why are you covering your face? Let me see. What's so good about following that pretty boy? It's better to follow me." How could Laura let him touch her? She moved her body to the side. But she didn't think that the mercenary's movements weren't slow at all. Although she let him touch her the first time, the second one immediately came. How could Shu, who was sitting on the side, let the mercenary succeed? He took out his axe and chopped it towards the mercenary's hand. The mercenary quickly moved to the side and avoided the axe. He fell to the ground and shouted, "Murder! Murder! Murder! Nobles are murdering!" After he shouted, the mercenaries in the dining room stood up and took out their weapons. They surrounded Zhao Hai's group. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he knew that these people weren't ordinary mercenaries. They had come prepared and were specifically targeting him. Zhao Hai sat there and looked at the surrounding mercenaries. He coldly said, "All of them are 6th and 7th ranks. How come I didn't know that there were so many experts in the mercenary world?" Shu and Shun also noticed that something was wrong. When the mercenaries were sitting there, they didn't feel anything. But now that they were surrounded, Shu and the others discovered that something was wrong. There were nearly 100 mercenaries in the dining room, and most of them were 6th and 7th ranks. There wasn't a single 5th rank expert. Wasn't this too unusual? Shu immediately stood by Zhao Hai's side. Laura and the others also stood by Zhao Hai's side. At this time, the mercenary who fell to the ground stood up and shouted at Zhao Hai, "Good. Even if you're nobles, you still can't kill people as you wish. Fortunately, Grandpa dodged quickly, otherwise I would have lost my arm. Pretty boy, you need to give Grandpa an explanation. Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, you spent so much effort to set up such a big trap, and now you want an explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? After he said that, Zhao Hai turned his head to Shun and said, Shun, go and see if Princess Ruyan has eaten yet. When they heard Zhao Hai, the mercenaries' complexion couldn't help but change. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this meticulous, he even thought of this point. Just as Zhao Hai thought, the mercenaries' goal this time was to deal with Zhao Hai's group while the other group would deal with Ruyan's group. In their minds, as long as Ruyan's group was captured, they would have hostages in their hands. At that time, Zhao Hai would be able to do whatever he wanted. However, they didn't think that as soon as they made their move, Zhao Hai would react and immediately send Shun to Ruyan's side. The mercenaries could only hope that their companions had already succeeded. However, they still wanted to buy some time for their companions. When the leader saw that Shun was about to leave, he immediately said, brothers, we can't let them escape. We need them to give us an explanation. Then he took out his weapon and attacked Zhao Hai. The mercenary's weapon was a pair of short axes. This was the most suitable weapon for attacking in a small place like the dining hall. But when he moved, Shun immediately threw a concealed weapon at him. Shu's figure moved and transformed into dozens of doppelgangers that surrounded Zhao Hai's group. For the two of them, Zhao Hai's safety was the most important thing. But what about Ruyan's safety? Does it have anything to do with them? Zhao Hai sat there quietly and looked at the mercenaries. At the same time, he was communicating with Kai. He wanted Kai to check on Ruyan's situation. However, Zhao Hai didn't go to save Ryan right now. He didn't want to expose his strength too early. Looking at these people, Zhao Hai knew that they wanted to use Ryan to threaten him. Ryan should be fine for now. The attacks of the mercenaries were very fierce. Moreover, it can be seen that they often acted together and coordinated very well. Most importantly, from the methods of these mercenaries, it seems like they were real mercenaries and not regular soldiers. Regular soldiers and mercenaries were two different things. Soldiers generally fought on the battlefield, so their fighting style was very special. They used the weapons in their hands to kill the enemy as quickly as possible. But mercenaries were different. Mercenaries generally didn't go to the battlefield, so their enemies weren't all humans. Because of this, they would use all means to deal with their enemies. Even if they couldn't kill them, they would at least injure them. Zhao Hai looked at the mercenaries and couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't want to be entangled with these mercenaries for too long, so he and Meg immediately used magic to attack. This time, Zhao Hai used wind element magic. Wind element magic was very fast, and it was very powerful in this small space. Meg also happened to be a wind element mage, so naturally she would use wind element magic to attack. Since Shun couldn't go to Ryan's side, he naturally joined in the fight. At this time, Zhao Hai knew how fierce Shun was. Just like what Shu said, Shun was really worthy of being called an 8-armed demon. He threw out hidden weapons one after another. Zhao Hai didn't know how many hidden weapons he had on him. In short, there was no end to them. Moreover, his hidden weapons were poisoned, causing the mercenaries to be tired of dealing with them. With the help of Zhao Hai and Meg, the number of injured mercenaries slowly increased. When the leader saw the situation, he immediately called out, "Retreat." Then he led the mercenaries away. In just a blink of an eye, the mercenaries in the dining hall had all retreated. Aside from some broken tables and chairs, as well as Shun's hidden weapons, there was nothing else on the floor. At this time, the waiter who was hiding outside the door came in, trembling with fear. When he saw the situation inside the restaurant, his face turned gloomy. Shun wanted to see Ruyan's situation, but Zhao Hai stopped him and said, "You don't need to see her, she was taken away. The guards are all dead. Come over and clean this place up. Don't worry, I'll compensate you." "Right, remember to bury the guards, I'll pay you separately." Shun nodded and said, "Don't worry." When the waiter heard Zhao Hai, his expression became better. He immediately nodded and started to clean up. But Shun stopped him, he had to retrieve his hidden weapons first, otherwise they would hurt the waiter. This was the first time that Zhao Hai and the others saw Shun retrieving his hidden weapons, so they were very curious. They saw Shun take out a few stones and put them on the ground. Then he walked back and forth a few times before the hidden weapons were collected by him. When Zhao Hai saw this, he understood that Shun had something like a magnet in his hand. Because of this, he was able to collect the hidden weapons so quickly. Moreover, Zhao Hai also noticed that Shun was wearing a pair of leather gloves. The leather gloves were tightly attached to Shun's skin, looking very flexible. No wonder Shun's hidden weapons were poisonous, but he wasn't afraid of getting hurt. It turned out that it was because of the gloves. However, Zhao Hai didn't ask too much. Seeing that Shun was done, the group went back to their room. At the same time, they told the waiter to bring the dishes they ordered to their room. At the same time, they gave the waiter a silver coin as a tip, making the waiter happy. Zhao Hai first looked at the guards who were killed. Their injuries were very simple, they didn't seem to have any resistance. They were all killed with a single stab. Moreover, when they were killed, they were eating. Xu and Shun also looked at the scene. After some time, Shun said, "Young master, they seem to have been poisoned before they were killed." Xu nodded, "We only used ordinary daggers to kill them, nothing special." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned his head to Shun and said, "See if there's any poison in their food." Shun nodded, then he looked at the food that had yet to be removed. After some time, he shook his head and said, "Young master, there isn't any poison in the food. It should have been poisoned somewhere else." The poison that they were poisoned with wasn't anything special, it was just a poison that makes people faint for a short time. It might be because they were unconscious for a short time that the mercenaries killed them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he asked Kai about the situation. But Kai said that the mercenaries were already out of her monitoring range. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. When the group returned to their room, Laura calmly said, "Brother Hai, do you think that this matter was done by Grand Duke Lionheart?" Zhao Hai nodded, "It must be. We don't have any enmity with anyone in the Rosen Empire, so it must be Lionheart. But I didn't think that he would have such means." She replied, "Young master, this isn't strange. Those Grand Dukes have their own mercenary regiments. Although these mercenary regiments usually do their jobs like ordinary mercenaries, as long as the Grand Duke gives an order, they would immediately go on duty. These people might be Grand Duke Lionheart's mercenary regiments." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Meg anxiously said, "Young master, should we go and look for Princess Ruyan? If she fell into the hands of those people, what would we do if something happened to her?" Zhao Hai nodded and released a hawk. He handed the ghost staff over to the hawk and had the hawk look for Ruyan. The small town that they were in wasn't big, it could only house 50,000 people at most. The hawk looked around and found that the mercenaries had already left the town. The hawk then flew towards the outside of the city. Zhao Hai had the hawk fly straight towards Carson City. He believed that the mercenaries would certainly bring Ruyan and the others to Carson City. Moreover, they were injured, so they wouldn't be able to go far. Sure enough, as Zhao Hai expected, the mercenaries seemed to be well prepared. They had prepared 10 large carriages and were now rushing towards Carson City. Zhao Hai immediately led Laura and the others to the space. Then he retrieved the ghost staff and sent it to the hotel. Then he appeared in front of the mercenaries and waited for them. The mercenaries knew that this time, they would be hard to deal with. Therefore, they wanted to quickly move forward and find more helpers to deal with Zhao Hai's group. While they were on their way, the road in front of them was suddenly blocked by 2 stone giants. These 2 giants were over 7 meters tall, and when they stood on the road, they gave off a very strong sense of oppression. When the mercenaries saw the 2 stone giants, they knew that Zhao Hai had arrived. According to the information they received, Zhao Hai was a 3-element mage. Therefore, they immediately stopped and had several mercenaries bring Ruyan and the others over. The leader of the mercenaries who wanted to touch Laura's face looked at Zhao Hai, who wasn't far behind the stone giants, and said, "Whales, you should obediently surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Is this the Purcell Duchy's princess? Are you also from the Purcell Duchy? If something happens to the princess, wouldn't you be in trouble?" Zhao Hai looked at the mercenary and faintly smiled, "It seems like you've investigated me? Did you find out that I don't have any relatives in the Purcell Duchy? This time, I came to Rosen Empire to settle down here. I don't intend to return to the Purcell Duchy. Even if you kill the princess, nothing will happen to me." The Purcell Duchy is just a small duchy, it's impossible for them to reach their hands into Rosen Empire. You want to use the princess to threaten me? Ha 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 ha, too ridiculous. The leader stared, then his complexion changed. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this ruthless. He didn't care about Ruyan's life or death. The leader didn't know if Zhao Hai was telling the truth, or if he was just bluffing them, so he immediately said, "Don't lie to me, obediently surrender. Otherwise, I'll kill them right now." Zhao Hai calmly replied, "You can kill her, I won't stop you. I've been annoyed by the princess these past few days, so if you kill her, I'll be able to relax. However, I promised the Purcell Grand Duke that I would send her to Carson City. If you kill her, then you will break my promise to the Grand Duke. I won't forgive people who break my promise, so all of you will die. Not only will I kill you, I'll also find a dark mage and turn you into advanced level undead. Then I'll ask where your family is, I'll bury your entire family." Listening to Zhao Hai's cold voice, the mercenaries couldn't help but shiver. They didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. Some people were like this, they would never be threatened. If you dare threaten them, then they would fight to the death. These mercenaries didn't want to meet such people, because they were much more ruthless than mercenaries. The mercenaries looked at each other, they didn't know what to do. If they couldn't beat Zhao Hai, then threatening him with hostages wouldn't work either. Just as they didn't know what to do, Zhao Hai's mind suddenly moved. 4 viper-like vines drilled out from under the 4 mercenaries who were holding Ruyan. The 4 mercenaries were killed by the vines, while Ruyan and the others fell to the ground. At this time, the mercenaries reacted, but the ground where Ruyan and the others were standing sunk down, wrapping them inside. The mercenaries couldn't grab anything. Then the stone golems immediately launched their attack. At the same time, Zhao Hai's magic rained down on the mercenaries. The mercenaries didn't have any chance to resist and were immediately killed. At this time, the ground in front of Zhao Hai fluctuated as Ruyan and the others appeared. Zhao Hai deliberately said those words in order to make the mercenaries lose their minds. Once they lost their minds, Zhao Hai immediately launched his attack. First, Kair used vines to kill the mercenaries. Then she used earth magic to transport Ruyan and the others to Zhao Hai. This way, Ruyan and the others wouldn't be injured. Regarding these 100 mercenaries, Zhao Hai didn't even bother to turn them into undead. These mercenaries were too ruthless. In Zhao Hai's opinion, turning them into undead was already letting them off lightly. Instead, he directly killed them. After killing the mercenaries, Zhao Hai didn't care about the carriages that the mercenaries drove. He directly returned to the hotel and took Ruyan and the others to their rooms. Ruyan and the others were the same as the guards, they were also poisoned and were currently unconscious. But since they were people with some status, they didn't kill them and just left them behind. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to their rooms, a knock was heard on the door. Shu immediately grabbed his axe and said, "Who is it?" A waiter's voice was heard from outside the door, "Guests, we're here to deliver your meal. The meal you ordered has already been prepared." Shu looked at Zhao Hai nodded. Shu then opened the door. The waiter bowed to Shu and then walked in with a group of people following behind him. 2 of these people were carrying tables, some were carrying chairs, and some were pushing food carts with covered plates. When these people entered the room, they immediately got busy. Looking at their appearance, it can be seen that they were trained. They placed the table and chairs on the table before they withdrew. Zhao Hai had Shu give them a tip before the group sat down. Zhao Hai looked at the group and smiled. "Let's eat. It's really not easy to eat a meal. There are so many things that have happened." Laura and the others smiled. To be honest, this attack was already within their expectations. But they didn't think that the enemy would be this ruthless, killing all of the guards. It was precisely because of this that the mood of the group was somewhat heavy. Zhao Hai also saw this point, so when he said this, his mood became a lot more cheerful. Zhao Hai had just put a fork into his mouth when a prompt was heard from the space, "Toxic substance has entered the host's body. Toxin content is very light, it can cause a person to faint for a short time. Because the host has been consuming spatial water for a long time, the host is now immune to the toxin. There is no need to drink the spatial water to detoxify the poison." Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed, he looked up and said, "Stop, everyone, don't eat. These things are poisonous. It seems like there's a problem with the store. Laura and the others stared. They didn't think that the store would have a problem. The group quickly put down their knives and forks. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How can there be a problem with the store? Even if Grand Duke Lionheart knew that we were going to rest in the city, why would he know that we're resting in the store? What's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It seems like we underestimated the Grand Duke's strength. Hee, I didn't think that those mercenaries were actually here to attract our attention." Zhao Hai nodded. "This is Rosen Empire, and Grand Duke Lionheart is the Rosen Empire's Minister of Finance. This is an official who is in charge of money. There are a lot of nobles who want to curry favor with him. Now that we have enmity with him, those nobles who want to curry favor with him will naturally deal with us. We have underestimated Lionheart's influence before." Shu asked, "What does young master mean? Do we kill them?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We can't kill them. I suspect that the other party might have a backup plan. Think about it, if we kill them, wouldn't the city lord send troops to arrest us? Would they say that we can just kill people? This isn't the Oxu Empire. If we use the power of the government, we would be at a disadvantage. Alright, no need to use so much. Let's throw away the vegetables and then enter the space. I want to see if they can find us after entering the house and what they can do to us." Shu and the others also knew that in Rosen Empire, they didn't have an official status, so they were bound to do things. Rosen Empire was different from Oxu Empire. If a foreigner came to Oxu Empire, they would be treated very calmly. But in Rosen Empire, foreigners were looked down upon. Using Earth's words, they were racially discriminated. Zhao Hai had been in contact with the people of Rosen Empire for the past few days, so he was very careful. After all, his status in Oxu Empire was only a viscount. In Rosen Empire, he was nothing. Shu and the others complied and then dumped the dishes on the table. Then they followed Zhao Hai into the space. Naturally, Ruyan and the others were also brought inside the space. But in order to prevent them from doing anything, Zhao Hai had Kai inhale some poisonous gas so that they would faint. The group sat inside the space and looked at the situation inside the house. Sure enough, after an hour, a knock was heard on the door. Then a waiter's voice was heard, "Guest, we're here to clean up the tableware." Naturally, there was no response from the room. The waiter asked a few more times, but there was still no response. At this time, the waiter said, "Alright, let's put him down." Several voices came from outside the door, and then the door was opened from the outside. But when the waiters opened the door, they were dumbfounded. There were a lot of plates on the table. These plates were neatly placed on the table, and there wasn't even a single leaf on the plate. Most importantly, there wasn't a single person in the room. The men were surprised for a moment, then they immediately looked around the room, but there was no one, not a single person. This made the men panic, and they immediately ran out to find the boss. Before long, a thin boss with a mustache ran into the room. Of course, he couldn't find anything, so he immediately asked his men to check the stables in the back to see if Zhao's carriage was still there. Zhao Hai's carriage was still there, but the people inside were nowhere to be seen. When the workers delivered the food to the room, they kept looking outside the room. They didn't see anyone go out, but the people inside the room had disappeared. For this operation, they specifically asked a magician from the city for help. But the magician didn't find any magic fluctuations in the room. It was as if the people inside had disappeared into thin air. The people inside the hotel panicked. They immediately reported the situation. But even after tossing and turning for the whole night, they still didn't get any results. In the middle of the night, they found that there was nothing to see in the room, so they left. What they didn't know was that all of their actions were seen by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them as if they were watching a monkey show. In the end, they couldn't help but leave. Laura looked at the image on the screen, then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai is right, the city lord is really involved in this matter. Otherwise, the city guards wouldn't have arrived so quickly. It seems like they are eyeing us." Zhao Hai nodded. "It seems like what we said before, they are preparing to use their official power to deal with us. We need to be more careful now." Laura frowned. "If they want to use their official power to deal with us, then it wouldn't be easy. After all, we are inside Rosen Empire, it would be very easy for them to deal with us." Zhao Hai turned his head and looked upstairs, then he sighed and said, "It seems like we can only take the princess to Skywater City. If we send her to Carson City, then she would be dead." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "All right." Laura nodded, then she sighed and said, "The young miss has encountered many disasters along the way, it seems like she can only follow us." Zhao Hai frowned, "It's not a problem for her to follow us, it's just that it would be inconvenient for us to do things in the future. Sigh, it's really troublesome." Laura and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly, they didn't know what to say. After chatting for a while, they saw that it was getting late, so they left Pebble in front of the screen and went back to rest. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others had their breakfast inside the space. When they looked at the screen and saw that there was nobody in their room, Zhao Hai and the others immediately left the space and returned to their hotel room. The room wasn't cleaned up. Zhao Hai looked at the room and smiled faintly. "Wake up, Princess Ruyan, we're leaving." Meg nodded, then she patted Ruyan and the others, waking them up. Ruyan and the others didn't know what was going on, they gently groaned and slowly opened their eyes. When Ruyan opened her eyes, she saw Zhao Hai and the others standing beside her. She couldn't help but stare, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why are you in my room? Who let you in?" Zhao Hai knit his brows, then he turned to Laura and said, "Explain to her." Laura nodded, then she explained the situation to Ruyan. At this time, Ruyan recovered and discovered that she was no longer in her room. Jill and the others also woke up, but they didn't have any reaction, they just quietly listened to Laura, they also wanted to understand the situation. When they heard that Ruyan's guards were killed, their faces couldn't help but turn pale, they didn't think that they would encounter such a situation. After Laura finished speaking, the group looked at Zhao Hai and the others with pale faces. They didn't think that they would almost lose their lives while sleeping. Zhao Hai looked at Ruyan and said, "Your Highness, you now have two options, one is to follow us, the other is to send you to the nearest city's Shelley Hotel, they will guarantee your safety. I will send a letter to the Grand Duke, the Grand Duke will send someone to pick you up, then you can go home. Do you want to follow us, or do you want me to send you to the Shelley Hotel and wait for the Grand Duke to pick you up?" Zhao Hai just thought about this, he would send Ruyan to the Shelley Hotel and then notify Evan. Evan would then find a way to get Ruyan back, this problem would be solved. When Ruyan heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare, then she almost didn't think about it and said, "I'll go to the Shelley Hotel and then go home." Ruyan didn't want to come out, now that things have developed to this point, it was impossible for her to follow Zhao Hai. She was very clear that this matter was caused by Zhao Hai, following Zhao Hai would only make things more dangerous. When he heard her, Zhao Hai relaxed, he was really afraid that Ruyan would follow him, it would be more inconvenient for him to do things. But before Evan sends someone to pick her up, Zhao Hai would have to take care of her for some time. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai nodded, "Alright, when we arrive at the next big city, you can stay there. I'll send a letter to Grand Duke Evan, and after he replies, I'll leave." Zhao Hai nodded, "Alright." Ruyan nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai looked at the time and said, "Alright, let's go." Then he had Shu open the door and the group walked out of the room. When the group left the room, a waiter came downstairs to clean up their room. When he saw the group coming out, the broom in his hand fell to the ground, he stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the waiter and smiled faintly, "Waiter, thank you for your service, I slept very well tonight." "Shu, reward." Shu complied, then he took out a gold coin and threw it to the waiter. The waiter was still in a daze, so he didn't catch it. The gold coin fell to the ground and made a crisp sound, waking the waiter up. The waiter looked at Zhao Hai as if he saw a ghost, his mouth was wide open for a long time, but no sound came out. Then he shouted and ran downstairs, he didn't even pick up the gold coin on the ground. Zhao Hai looked at the waiter and couldn't help but laugh. Then he quickly went downstairs. When they arrived at the lobby, the people inside the store were already alarmed, there were even a lot of soldiers standing outside. Zhao Hai looked at the situation, his face sank as he said, "Boss, bill please." The thin-bearded boss was trembling with fear as he greeted Zhao Hai, "Guest, there are several soldiers outside who are looking for you." Zhao Hai looked at the boss, his eyes turned cold as he said, "Is that so? Then please invite the soldiers in." In fact, there was no need for Zhao to say anything. A heavily armored infantry soldier came in from the outside. This man was wearing full body armor, even his head was completely covered. It was hard to see what he looked like, but when he walked, there was a creaking sound. Zhao Hai could feel a pair of cold eyes staring at him from inside the armor. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "I don't know why this soldier is looking for me." The heavy armored soldier asked, "Were you attacked by mercenaries yesterday?" Zhao Hai nodded, "Yes, the people inside the store can testify. We were attacked by mercenaries yesterday, a lot of our guards died." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Sir, I think I'm the victim here. 90 of our guards were killed while the mercenaries ran away. How can you say that I'm retaliating?" The heavy infantry coldly snorted and said, "Don't waste your breath. Someone found out that those mercenaries were dead. I suspect that you killed them. Come with us." Zhao looked at the soldier and coldly said, "I called you Sir Soldier, but you don't know what's good for you. I seem to be a noble, a recognized noble in the continent. Why would you ask me to question you? Let me tell you, hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, I'll kill you in vain." The soldier's aura turned cold, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "If you don't want to cooperate, then don't blame me for not being a guest." Before he could finish, Zhao Hai had already sent a fireball over. Then he looked at the soldier and said, "Don't waste your breath. If it was me, I would have already made my move. Shu, kill them." Shu complied, then his doppelgangers rushed towards the heavy infantry outside the shop. The heavy infantry didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually make a move. They weren't prepared yet, these heavy infantry weren't suitable for capturing people in the city. Their armor was too thick, making it very inconvenient for them to move. If the people they wanted to capture ran away, then they wouldn't be able to catch up. If heavy infantry were to be used in war, then they could be said to be moving walls. Even if they encountered heavy cavalry, they would still be able to fight back. However, their usual movement speed was nothing to be proud of. The heavy infantry that was talking to Zhao Hai was directly killed by Zhao Hai's fireball. Shu instantly sent out 1,000 doppelgangers, and these doppelgangers appeared beside the heavy infantry. The heavy infantry wanted to move, but their armor was too thick, making it hard for them to turn around. The heavy infantry were easily killed by Shu's doppelgangers. Maybe it was because the city lord knew that there was going to be a battle here, so the nearby streets were under martial law. Because of this, nobody was able to see the battle. While Zhao Hai had Shu deal with the heavy infantry, he also had Shun deal with the shop assistants. Yesterday, in order to deal with Zhao Hai, no one stayed in the shop. Those who stayed in the shop were mercenaries in disguise. After the operation failed, those mercenaries retreated. Therefore, there were no innocent people in the shop. Even the shop owner's family was sent away. It didn't take long for Shun to deal with the shop owner and the others. Meanwhile, the heavy infantry were dealt with by Shu. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately waved his hand and turned all the dead into undead. Then he had Shun prepare a carriage and quickly left the city. Throughout the entire process, Ruyan saw it with her own eyes. She was really scared. There were nearly 1,000 heavy infantry. Adding on the people in the shop, that was a total of 1,000 people. Zhao Hai actually killed them all. This gave her a huge shock. This small city was very small. Before long, Zhao Hai's group arrived outside the city. This time, all the carriages followed Zhao Hai. The carriages that Ruyan brought could only follow behind Zhao Hai's carriage. Ruyan sat in her carriage while Jill drove the carriage. Zhao Hai didn't care about Ruyan. He turned to Shu and said, "Shu, since Ruyan isn't going to Carson City, we also don't need to go. Let's change our route and go directly to Skywater City." Shu nodded and changed their route. Carson City was Lionheart's domain. If Zhao Hai and the others went to Khan City, it would be no different than sending sheep to the tiger's den. Zhao Hai wouldn't do that. Originally, he thought that Lionheart would have some misgivings about Ruyan's identity and wouldn't deal with her. No matter what, Ruyan was still a duchy's princess. But he didn't think that Lionheart would directly make a move on Ruyan. In this case, if Zhao Hai still allowed Ruyan to go to Carson City, then it would be the same as sending Ruyan to her death. Zhao Hai also knew that as long as they were in Rosen Empire's territory, it would be impossible to hide their whereabouts. Therefore, he didn't hide his whereabouts. However, he didn't enter Rosen Empire City to rest, he just stayed outside the city. For the next few days, Zhao Hai and the others rested in the wilderness. In fact, in the continent, there were a lot of people like them who rested outside at night. Therefore, for ordinary people, Zhao Hai and the others weren't that special. But only Zhao Hai and the others knew about this special place. These days, almost every night, there would be people attacking them. Sometimes it was mercenaries, sometimes it was guards from nearby cities. In any case, there wasn't a single moment of peace. Zhao Hai was also used to this. Every day, they would sleep inside the carriage during the day. At night, they would fight with those people. In any case, they would fight all the way, scaring Ruyan. Along the way, Zhao Hai used 7 days to find a city with a Shelly hotel. Moreover, in these 7 days, Zhao Hai managed to kill nearly 5,000 people. Looking at Zhao Hai turning groups of people into undead, Ruyan couldn't help but feel scared. At the same time, Zhao Hai's reputation as a devil was solidified in her heart. Zhao Hai was also very impatient. He didn't enter the city because he didn't want Lionheart to use his influence to deal with him. He didn't want to have a direct conflict with Rosen Empire's influence, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get anything good out of it. Although Zhao Hai was being attacked by Lionheart, there were still a lot of city lords involved. However, Rosen Empire didn't issue an arrest warrant for Zhao Hai. This was very important for Zhao Hai. As long as he didn't have this warrant, he wouldn't just be an enemy of the entire Rosen Empire. Even if Grand Duke Lionheart's strength was too strong and his influence was too big, he would still have enemies. The reason why he was so crazy about Zhao Hai was nothing more than to establish his prestige. He wanted people to understand that those who provoke him wouldn't have a good ending. However, Lionheart didn't even dream that Zhao Hai would turn out to be a hard bone to chew. He sent a lot of people, as well as city lords, to help him. In the end, he still couldn't eliminate Zhao Hai. Now, Zhao Hai was like a thorn in Lionheart's side. As long as Zhao Hai was alive, Lionheart would feel this thorn in his side. The people around him looked at him with ridicule, blaming him for not being able to deal with a single person. Lionheart was too favored these past few years. This made Lionheart very arrogant. He considered everyone beneath him and offended a lot of people. These people were waiting to see him become a joke. Lionheart also neglected another problem, which was the issue of Rosen Empire's emperor. Yes, Lionheart and the emperor were good friends. Even before the current emperor became the emperor, they were already good friends. Moreover, the reason why the current emperor was able to ascend the throne was because of Lionheart. If it wasn't for Lionheart's full support, the current emperor wouldn't have been able to ascend the throne so smoothly. It was because of this that when the emperor ascended the throne, he favored Lionheart very much. He even promoted him to the position of Minister of Finance. Because of this favor, Lionheart became more and more arrogant, more and more overbearing. But he forgot one thing: he was only a subject. The emperor was the only master of this country. A king would do anything for his throne. Even if Lionheart was his best friend, his best assistant, and he could be said to be indebted to Lionheart, when Lionheart began to threaten his throne, he wouldn't be polite. This time, when Lionheart dealt with Zhao Hai, he only released a message, but there were already a lot of city lords helping him. This showed how big his influence was. But the bigger his influence was, the more disadvantageous it would be for the emperor's rule. Lionheart didn't realize this point. He was still thinking about dealing with Zhao Hai. Lionheart's enemies didn't let go of this point. From time to time, some people would report Lionheart's actions to the emperor. Although these reports were kept secret by the emperor and Lionheart wasn't reprimanded, these people knew that the emperor had begun to pay attention to Lionheart. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He was still worried about dealing with Lionheart's attacks every day. These days, Lionheart's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. This made it very difficult for Zhao Hai to deal with them. He couldn't just release hundreds of thousands of undead to start a war with the Rosen Empire. If he did that, the entire Rosen Empire would come after him. That night, Zhao Hai and the others were resting in the wilderness, preparing to deal with Lionheart's attacks. Zhao Hai and the others were sitting outside their tents, eating mutton and drinking mutton soup. In this winter, such food was the best. It was warm and resistant to hunger. Zhao Hai turned his head to Shun and said, "Shun, go and invite Princess Ruyan over. Tell her that I have something to tell her." Shun complied and then went towards Ruyan's tent. These days, Ruyan was very well behaved. Every night when it was time to rest, she would lead her two maids and Jill to hide inside her tent. She would only come out at dawn, making it so that Zhao Hai couldn't see her face. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. Ruyan's behavior was better, he didn't need to worry about her. He really didn't like dealing with Ruyan. Before long, Ruyan's group of 4 followed Shun out of Zhao Hai's tent. In front of Zhao Hai's group was a bonfire, but because it was winter and they were outside, they couldn't feel any warmth. Zhao Hai looked at Ruyan and calmly said, "Your Highness, we'll be passing by River Law City tomorrow. River Law City is a big city of Rosen Empire, there should be a Shelley hotel inside the city. We're going to rest there for a few days while telling Grand Duke Evan about your situation. Then we'll wait for the Grand Duke's reply. Does the princess have any opinion?" Zhao Hai and the others were already used to it. If no one came to attack at night, they would feel that something was wrong. Therefore, when they heard the sound of hooves, they immediately stood up. Zhao Hai also opened the space's monitor. Not long after, a group of cavalry appeared on the monitor. This group of cavalry had about 500 people, but they weren't heavy cavalry. Instead, they were light cavalry with bows and arrows on their backs. They were holding knight spears and two-handed greatswords. They were wearing leather armor and were wearing light cavalry. On the saddles of the cavalry were several heads. This made Zhao Hai and the others confused. Looking at the bloody heads, they should have been killed not long ago. What was going on? Before long, the cavalry arrived at Zhao Hai's camp. However, the cavalry didn't attack Zhao Hai and the others. Instead, they stopped and dismounted from their horses. Cavalry dismounting was a gesture of goodwill. This was because everyone knew that cavalry's main fighting strength was on their horses. Dismounting meant that they weren't here to attack. Zhao Hai looked at the cavalry in confusion, he didn't know what they meant. At this time, one of the cavalry took a few steps forward and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. "Is Mr. Wales in front?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It is indeed this one. May I know who your excellency is?" The cavalry immediately replied, "This one is Shelley family's light cavalry Captain Might. I was ordered by the family to protect Mr.'s safety. Mr. has been frightened these past few days." Mr.'s sudden change of direction caused the family to be unable to respond quickly. "I ask Mr.'s forgiveness." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't think that the cavalry would be from the Shelley family. Moreover, they were sent to protect him. He quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare." "So it's a friend from the Shelley family. Quickly invite the brothers to the camp. Shu, Shun, prepare some lamb meat soup for them." Shu and Shun complied, then they immediately took out several large pots from the carriage and prepared some food for Might and the others. Seeing that Zhao Hai allowed them to enter the camp, Might relaxed. He immediately ordered his subordinates to set up a few tents outside the camp. Then he collected the heads from the saddles. Zhao Hai didn't need to ask to know that these heads were meant to attack him. In the end, they were killed by Might. Zhao Hai invited Might to sit next to the campfire. Then he looked at Might and said, "Brother Might, you said that you were ordered by the Shelley family to protect me? Why is that? It seems like I only have some milk wine business with the Shelley family. Our relationship shouldn't be that deep." Zhao Hai also knew that he shouldn't be polite with soldiers. It's best to be straightforward. This way, they would like it even more. Sure enough, Might immediately replied, "Mr. is too polite. Although Mr. only has some milk wine business with our family, Mr. has helped us a lot recently. First, Mr. helped us in 100 Battles Fortress. Then, Mr. was chased by Grand Duke Lionheart because of us. All of this was because of our family. Our family felt apologetic, so we sent people to protect Mr. But our family has been suppressed by Grand Duke Lionheart for some time now. That's why we were able to find Mr. today." When he heard Might, Zhao Hai knew that this time, he really had a connection with the Shelley family. Now that the Shelley family sent people to protect him, this was definitely a good start. Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, "This is nothing, we are partners. At that time, I just happened to be there. And since those people used me as an excuse, I couldn't just ignore it. This has nothing to do with helping your family, it's related to my reputation." Might laughed and said, "Mr. said so, but we can't just ignore it. No matter what, this matter was caused by us, so the family sent us to protect Mr.'s safety. Moreover, the family also wanted me to pass on a message to Mr. This matter will soon be over. Zhao Hai stared, he looked at Might and said, "What? Are you ready to fight back?" Might didn't hide it from Zhao Hai, he just said, "Nobody can oppress the Shelley family without paying a price. But since the Shelley family is a merchant family, we generally wouldn't go against a great noble. Our family pays attention to harmony and wealth. But this time, Lionheart went too far, our Shelley family wouldn't just let it slide." Zhao Hai nodded, he didn't say anything. Zhao Hai nodded, the Shelley family was one of the biggest merchant families in the continent. Although they weren't as overbearing as the Marquis family, they still wouldn't be polite to those who offended them. Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The family really admires Mr. These days, Grand Duke Lionheart has been looking for trouble with Mr., but Mr. was able to deal with it all by himself. This really makes us admire Mr." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If I didn't have this kind of ability, I wouldn't have dared to cooperate with the Shelley family. If I didn't have this kind of ability, I wouldn't have dared to step into these muddy waters." Might felt Zhao Hai's self-confidence, he couldn't help but be happy. He laughed and said, "Mr. is really a straightforward person. Ha ha ha. I like to make friends with people like Mr." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Ha ha ha." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I also like to make friends with people like you, simple and direct. Dealing with nobles is too much of a hassle. Ha ha ha." At this time, Shu and the others had already prepared the mutton soup. The mutton was made from Iron Mountain Fort's rations. As long as it was boiled in hot water, it would be ready to eat. Although the taste wasn't as good as fresh mutton, it was still a rare delicacy in this winter. After eating, Might and the others returned to their tents to rest. However, they still left 50 cavalrymen to keep watch. Their purpose this time was to protect Zhao Hai, they couldn't let Zhao Hai's men keep watch. With Might's men keeping watch, Zhao Hai and the others could naturally sleep soundly. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai and the others rushed towards River Law City under the protection of Might. Zhao Hai also knew that Might should have already known their whereabouts. Moreover, they could have already caught up with them, they didn't need to wait that long. The reason why they took so long to appear was because they wanted to test Zhao Hai's strength. They wanted to see if Zhao Hai was qualified enough for them to send people to protect him. The Shelley family knew that sending people to protect Zhao Hai meant that they wanted to further their cooperation with Zhao Hai. For a great family like the Shelley family, if they wanted to cooperate with someone, they would naturally need someone with strength. Otherwise, their status wouldn't match up to them. After these days of testing, the Shelley family believed that Zhao Hai had the strength to cooperate with them. Therefore, Might appeared here. Zhao Hai didn't sit inside the carriage today, instead, he stood on the platform with Might beside him. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Ryan's carriage, then he turned to Might and said, "When we arrive at River Law City, I'm going to rest for a few days and deal with Princess Ruyan's matter. Now that Princess Ruyan has been involved in this matter, all of her guards have died, so she can no longer go to Carson City to study. I'm going to send someone to contact Grand Duke Evan and ask him to send someone to pick her up. But when Grand Duke Evan replies, I'll leave River Law City and head to Skywater City. When that time comes, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Princess Ruyan's safety." Might smiled and said, "As I said before, as long as it's a guest of our hotel, we'll guarantee their safety. Not to mention, the city lord of River Law City has a good relationship with our Shelley family. Princess Ruyan's safety wouldn't be a problem." Zhao Hai nodded, "That's good. So River Law City is your Shelley family's domain? Once we get there, we won't have any problems?" Might smiled and said, "Although it can't be considered our territory, River Law City is still our home. Nobody can move against us here. Even if the Rosen Empire's emperor wants to move against us, we still have ways to escape unscathed." Zhao Hai nodded, "Good, I'm relieved to hear your words. Right, I want to go to Skywater City, how do I get there from River Law City?" Might smiled and said, "Taking a boat is the closest. River Law City is close to River Law City, and River Law City is directly connected to Skywater City. From there, you can go out to sea. So if you want to go to Skywater City, taking a boat is the most convenient." Jiao Hai nodded. Right, then I'll wait until I reach River Law before taking a boat. Since I want to go to Skywater City, I don't need your protection. Right, how much do you know about Skywater City? Might smiled and said, I don't know much, but you should know that our Shelley family's headquarters isn't in Rosen Empire. But this time, the family wanted to move their headquarters to Rosen Empire. Although the people of Rosen Empire aren't very likable, they were right about one thing: Rosen Empire is located in the center of the continent. Not only does it have a wide range of land routes, its water routes are also very smooth, making it very suitable for doing business. Therefore, the family wanted to move their headquarters to Rosen Empire. Skywater City has always been the family's port. It's a natural harbor where large cargo ships can be docked. Moreover, from there, one can directly reach the Ocean Waves Dynasty in the south and the Beastman Prairie in the north. It can be said that it's the Rosen Empire's transportation hub. But that place has always been under the rule of the Calci family. The Calci family is one of the Rosen Empire's old nobles. Their influence is very huge, even more powerful than Grand Duke Lionheart. Skywater City is the family's money bag. Nobody can get their hands on it. Because of this, our influence there is very small. The same goes for other forces. Jiao Hai nodded. He didn't say anything. Naturally, he couldn't tell Might that the Calci family was the initiator of the League of Dark Mages. If such a family allowed the Radiant Church to establish their influence in their own territory, then they would be crazy. Might turned to Jiao Hai and said, What's wrong? Mr. wants to do business with the Calci family? The Calci family has always been very low-key. Very few people in the continent know about their businesses. Doing business with them wouldn't be easy. Jiao Hai smiled and said, I'm just saying. You should know that I have a business in the prairie, and Skywater City can directly take a ship to the prairie. The taxes there aren't high, so I want to do business in Skywater City. Moreover, I've heard that Skywater City is managed very well by the Calci family. If I go there, Grand Duke Lionheart wouldn't dare to make a move against me. Might nodded. They wouldn't dare. In Skywater City, everyone would listen to the Calci family. As long as you settle down in Skywater City, even if the Emperor of the Rosen Empire wants to capture you, he would have to first discuss with the Calci family. It's because of this that Skywater City's merchants gather in order to seek the Calci family's protection. Jiao Hai didn't think that the Calci family would be this overbearing in Skywater City. But this was good. Jiao Hai liked this kind of overbearing attitude. Nobody would dare to make a move against him. The speed of the convoy wasn't fast, but when the people on the road saw them, they immediately avoided them. Might also hung up the Shelley family's flag. At this time, if someone dared to attack the convoy, then it would be an all-out war against the Shelley family. He believed that there weren't many families in the continent that would have such courage. If the Shelley family were to go all out, then even the Emperor of the Rosen Empire would have no choice but to give in. Only a person like Grand Duke Lionheart, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, would dare to provoke a behemoth like the Shelley family. Although the people of the continent would think of the Marquis family when it comes to merchant clans, this was because the Marquis family was too overbearing, leaving a deep impression on the people of the continent. But those who knew the inside story knew that the Shelley family was an existence that couldn't be provoked. Their Shelley Hotel was spread all over the continent. This in itself showed their strength. The hotel industry was a very profitable industry, but for so many years, the Shelley family had maintained their position as the leader of the hotel industry. Wasn't this enough to show their strength? There were also rumors in the continent that when the Marquis family was at their peak, they also wanted to extend their hands into the hotel industry. They had several conflicts with the Shelley family, but in the end, the Marquis family didn't shake the Shelley family's position. This was enough to show the strength of the Shelley family. At this time, Jiao Hai was like a small spider, weaving his own web bit by bit. When his web is finished, he would have the strength to revitalize the Buddha clan. And it was obvious that the Shelley family was an indispensable part of this web. With such a strong partner, his web would be even more sturdy. It wouldn't be broken by the wind. They didn't stop all the way. At noon, they could already see River Law City from afar. But as the saying goes, looking at a mountain is close enough to kill a horse. Although they could see the vague shadow of River Law City, it would still take them about 2 hours to reach it. In the afternoon, Jiao Hai's group finally saw River Law City. Not only was the city close to the Law River, they also dug a moat and a river through the city. The water from the river was diverted to the outside of the city and became a moat. Because of this, River Law City had 2 water gates in addition to the city's ordinary gates. These 2 gates allowed medium and small-sized warships to pass through. River Law City was very big. It was a city with a population of more than 1 million people. In this era where there weren't many high-rise buildings, one could imagine how big the city was. Zhao Hai's group entered the city from the west gate. Upon entering the city, Zhao Hai immediately felt the difference in the city. First of all, there were a lot of people in the city. Zhao Hai hadn't seen so many people even back in the Oxu Empire. The streets were filled with people. If not for their clothes being different from those on Earth, Zhao Hai would have thought that he had returned to China back on Earth. Fortunately, they had a lot of guards to open the way for them. When the pedestrians on the road saw this, they immediately hid far away. Nobody dared to approach them. Before long, the group arrived in front of River Law City's Shelley Hotel. River Law City's Shelley Hotel was obviously different from other hotels. This hotel was very tall. Zhao Hai counted that the building had more than 12 floors. In the continent where concrete didn't exist, being able to build such a tall building was very rare. When they arrived in front of the hotel, a waiter immediately came out to greet them. The waiter obviously knew Might, so he immediately took their mounts to the backyard and took care of them. The same was true for Zhao Hai's carriage. Zhao Hai didn't need to take care of it, someone would naturally take care of it. Upon entering the hotel, the manager immediately greeted them. This manager was called Amare. He had a very tall stature. If it wasn't for his silk clothing, Zhao Hai would have thought that he was a warrior. The manager didn't say anything to Zhao Hai and immediately arranged the best room in the hotel for Zhao Hai and the others to rest. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that the hotel had an elevator that was powered by magic crystals. It wasn't only Zhao Hai, even Laura was surprised. One must know that elevators powered by magic crystals were free of charge. It can be imagined that such an elevator would consume a lot of resources. Aside from hotels like the Shelley Hotel, other places wouldn't be able to afford it. The biggest difference between River Law City's Shelley Hotel and other Shelley hotels was that there were a lot of guests here. Their business was very good. Here, one could see well-dressed nobles as well as silk-clothed merchants. All of these showed that this hotel was extraordinary. When the guests saw Zhao Hai's group, they didn't care too much. This was because Zhao Hai and the others were following Might, so they thought that Zhao Hai and the others were also from the Shelley family. After settling down in the hotel, Zhao Hai immediately released a hawk to send a letter to Evan. The reason why he didn't send a letter to Evan before was because he didn't know where they would stop. Now that they stopped in River Law City, Zhao Hai wanted to send a letter to Evan and have him take Ruyan back. This time, Zhao Hai didn't let Shan ride a hawk. Last time, it was to test the hawk's flight, but this time, it wasn't necessary. It was currently winter, the hawk's speed was very high, making it very cold. Evan's reply was very fast. The hawk came back with a reply that night. However, he didn't want Ruyan to wait in River Law City for someone to pick her up. Instead, he wanted Zhao Hai to take Ruyan to Skywater City so that he could send a ship to pick her up. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised, but it was also because of his brain. Young Miss Ruyan wasn't an easy person to serve. Zhao Hai felt a headache whenever he saw Ruyan. Ruyan used to cause trouble for Zhao Hai back in the Ixa family, but now she was very honest. However, she was too honest, to the point that Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. The next morning, after Zhao Hai had his breakfast, he told Ruyan about Evan's plan and also asked Might to help him arrange a ship. This matter was very easy for Might, but it was impossible for them to leave today. They would have to wait until the next day. Zhao Hai didn't care. Although there were ships from River Law City to Skywater City, there were some ships that couldn't be used. This was because these ships would sometimes be filled with pirates. It wasn't safe to board them. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of them, Might couldn't ignore this. If Zhao Hai arranged for them to board a pirate ship, then Might's face wouldn't look good. After staying in River Law City for another day, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle. River Law City was a big trading city. Everything here was very complete. Zhao Hai bought a lot of things here, most of which were things that the people of the prairie needed. What did the people of the prairie need the most? First was food, second was salt, and third was iron. Needless to say, the prairie lacked food the most. Salt was also the same, even the beastmen couldn't not eat salt. Iron was also the same, the prairie didn't produce any iron, so all the ironwares were transported from the human territory. But in the human territory, these things weren't anything special. Zhao Hai had food in his hands every day, so he didn't need to worry about it. Therefore, he only bought some salt and iron as well as some other daily necessities. After living in the prairie for a long time, Zhao Hai knew what the people of the prairie needed. And with Laura's help, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about buying things that were useless. Regarding Zhao Hai's approach, Might didn't say anything. In fact, this was what a merchant would do. If a merchant didn't think about making money and instead focused on fighting, then he wouldn't be a merchant. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Zhao Hai and the others set out. They went directly to the wharf outside River Law City. There was a cargo ship that the Shelley family was familiar with that was heading to Skywater City. When they arrived at the wharf, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This River Law wharf really couldn't be underestimated. There were more than 1,000 large and small cargo ships, the largest of which could carry nearly 1,000 tons of goods. This wasn't a small number. Fortunately, the River Law's water surface was wide and deep enough, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many cargo ships. Zhao Hai and the others boarded a cargo ship called River Flow. This cargo ship was one of the bigger ones, it could hold more than 1,000 tons of goods. The ship had 3 masts, in addition to cargo, it could also be used as a passenger ship. Might had already arranged things for Zhao Hai and the others. Not only did they have rooms, even Zhao Hai's carriage and magic beasts were arranged. After arriving at the Ark continent, this was the first time that Zhao Hai rode a ship. He had also ridden a ship back on Earth, but the ships on Earth were made of metal. He had never seen a wooden ship like this before. After boarding the ship, Might also introduced Zhao Hai to the captain of River Flow. This captain was called Stack, he had a long beard and a tall stature. Perhaps because he had been on the ship for many years, his skin was dark and rough, his face looked like it had been through a lot. However, this person was very forthright and seemed to know Might. However, this wasn't the reason why Zhao Hai paid attention to Stack. What made Zhao Hai pay attention to him was that this person actually had the strength of a 7th-rank warrior, he could already be considered an expert. Zhao Hai also paid attention to the sailors on the ship. These sailors weren't weak, moreover, they all carried weapons. There were also several ballistas on the ship. Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to them. Cargo ships like this would sometimes go out to sea, so they needed to have the ability to protect themselves. Therefore, it was normal for them to carry weapons. Also, this ship was arranged by Might, he wouldn't arrange a ship that he didn't trust. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. After getting Stack's approval, Zhao Hai also looked around the ship. Besides Zhao Hai, there were about 100 passengers on the ship. Some of these passengers were merchants, while some were civilians who wanted to go to Skywater City. It was obvious that the lower-level rooms on the ship weren't very expensive. Zhao Hai asked around. From River Law City to Skywater City, it would take about 5 days by ship. If they were to go by land, it would take at least half a month. River Law's water surface was very wide, there weren't any winds or waves. Because of this, there weren't any problems along the way. But even so, Meg was still somewhat seasick. Zhao Hai had her return to her room on the ship. Actually, when Meg entered her room, Zhao Hai had her return to the space. Laura had traveled extensively these past few years, so she didn't get seasick. Instead, she was very spirited as she followed Zhao Hai around the ship. Mir was the same as well. Ryan was surprisingly well behaved. When he got on the ship, he hid in his room and didn't come out. If it wasn't for Ryan's normal behavior, Zhao Hai would have thought that Ryan was autistic. He was too well behaved. Although Zhao Hai was traveling with Ryan every day, he was still able to see Ryan every day. Ryan was now eating 3 meals a day in his room. When they were hurrying along, he almost didn't go out. Even when Zhao Hai and the others were living in tents in the wild, Ryan would also hide in his tent. In any case, his main purpose was to avoid meeting with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was already used to this, but he was still somewhat worried. He was afraid that Ryan would become sick. If something really happened, then he wouldn't be able to explain it to Evan. After traveling on the ship for 3 days, Zhao Hai and the others didn't feel annoyed. They even made friends with some of the passengers on the ship and became familiar with Stack. Zhao Hai himself wasn't a stingy person, and most of the people on the ship were fond of wine. So naturally, Zhao Hai took out his milk wine. This was the first time that Stack drank such a good wine, so naturally he was very happy. Now, Zhao Hai's milk wine wasn't just a low-alcohol milk wine anymore. They were now able to produce wine with a high alcohol content of about 40%. This wine had a bit of flavor to it. This kind of high alcohol content wine was the first to appear in the continent. Stack was fortunate enough to be the first person to drink this wine. However, he only drank 1 cup before he got drunk. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's wine didn't have any alcohol content, so Stack only needed to sleep for a while before he recovered. Although he got drunk after drinking a little, Stack still liked this wine. This wine was very tasty, especially for an alcoholic like Stack. However, Zhao Hai didn't give him this wine. Instead, he took out the low-alcohol milk wine. Although the alcohol content was a lot lower, Stack still liked it very much. These days, Stack kept pestering Zhao Hai, wanting to buy more of this wine from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was very generous, he directly gave him 50 jin. This made Stack think that Zhao Hai was very generous. Zhao Hai stood on the ship and looked at the ships coming and going. He now knew that La River was very busy. Ships coming and going could be seen almost all the time. It seems like La River was really the busiest river in Rosen Empire. Laura stood beside Zhao Hai, looking at the scenery of the river. She said, "Brother Hai, do you think that we should build our own ship in the future?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, we can build our own ship in the future. This way, it would be more convenient for us to go to the Beastman Prairie. Moreover, we can also go out to sea and see the scenery." Laura smiled and said, "All right, I haven't been out to sea since I was born. I really want to see what the sea looks like." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, you'll be able to see it every day in the future, hee hee." As they were talking, Zhao Hai suddenly felt the ship shake. Just as Zhao Hai thought he was mistaken, the ship shook again. At this time, the people on the ship realized that something was wrong. Stack also ran to the side of the ship and looked into the water with a dignified expression. Although Zhao Hai didn't know what he was doing, he still looked into the water. There was a shadow in the water next to the ship. The shadow's head wasn't small. Zhao Hai looked at the shadow in confusion, then he said to Stack, "Stack, what's that? Is it the one that hit the ship?" Stack nodded and said, "Right, it's this thing that's ramming the ship. This is La River's unique magic beast, an arrow turtle. This arrow turtle is a very ferocious underwater magic beast. It has a very big head and is very strong. Its shell is very special. It has a meter-long spike sticking out from the front. It looks like a sword. Moreover, besides its shell, the other parts of its body are covered in scales, making it very difficult to deal with. Most importantly, this arrow turtle likes to attack ships that come and go. Our ship is a bit better, because its deck is very thick, we don't have to be afraid of being rammed by it. But if it hits a small ship, it can create a big hole in its hull. But we can't let it hit us, otherwise we would be in danger." Zhao Hai was curious and asked, "What do you plan to do? Shoot it with arrows? Is it useful?" Stack nodded and said, "We'll shoot it with arrows. This thing's courage isn't big, sometimes it would run away after shooting a few arrows. If we can catch it, it would be very delicious." While he said that, Stack commanded the sailors to prepare arrows. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the side. They discovered that the arrows that these people shot were different from the ones that were used on land. On land, there were no arrows that could be shot. On the other hand, these arrows were specially made and had a string attached to them. Under Stack's command, the sailors quickly prepared their arrows and shot them towards the shadow. The strength of the arrows was very big. As soon as the arrows hit the river, red blood started to appear. The sailors also managed to catch the arrows that were shot. At this time, a sailor shouted, "Captain, there's something on the arrow, it might be an arrow turtle." When Stack heard this, his face lit up as he said, "Really? That's great, quickly, everyone pull it." While he said that, the other sailors pulled the arrow. Zhao Hai and Laura stood on the side and looked curiously. This was the first time they saw an arrow turtle. Before long, the arrow was pulled out of the water. Suddenly, an arrow turtle was hanging on the arrow. Just like Stack said, this arrow turtle was about 5 meters tall. It had a sword-like bone spur on its head that was connected to its shell. Its skin looked like a crocodile's skin, it looked very thick. The arrow that Stack shot was stuck on one of its feet. The arrow turtle was still struggling, but it was obviously useless. This arrow turtle looked very fierce, from time to time it would open its mouth and roar. Zhao Hai could see its sharp teeth, it was definitely a very aggressive magic beast. At this time, the sailors on the ship prepared their arrows and prepared to shoot the arrow turtle to death and then pull it onto the ship. If they pulled the arrow turtle onto the ship, it would be too dangerous. This thing's attack power was not weak. When Zhao Hai saw that the sailor was about to shoot the arrow turtle, he quickly said, "Wait, don't shoot. Stack, how about you sell this arrow turtle to me?" Stack stared and said, "What do you want this thing for?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about it, just sell it to me." Stack smiled and said, "Why sell it, I'll just give it to you. In any case, we caught it." Zhao Hai was happy, he wasn't polite and went to the side of the ship. With a wave of his hand, the arrow turtle was received into the space. This was a new magic beast, Zhao Hai wanted his space to level up quickly. There was no need to be afraid of injuries, the space can heal them. When Stack and the others saw that Zhao Hai had received the arrow turtle, their expressions changed. Although they were only sailors, they still had some knowledge. For Zhao Hai to do this, it meant that he had a piece of space equipment. A person with space equipment meant that his status wasn't low. Stack and the others didn't think that Zhao Hai would have a piece of space equipment. One must know that in the continent, space equipment could be regarded as a symbol of status. If one wasn't a great noble, then they wouldn't have a space equipment. But Zhao Hai actually had one, this was enough to show his strength. Although Stack wasn't a noble, he had seen a lot of nobles. These days, when he came in contact with Zhao Hai, he discovered that Zhao Hai was different from other nobles. Zhao Hai didn't have the arrogance of nobles, he also didn't look down on them. This made Stack feel very moved. Now that he saw Zhao Hai reveal a piece of space equipment, Stack couldn't help but reevaluate Zhao Hai's status. Stack and the Shelley family were familiar with each other, he usually helped the Shelley family transport some goods. This time, Zhao Hai followed Might on the ship, but the badge on his body didn't belong to the Shelley family. Stack thought that Zhao Hai was a member of the Shelley family, he didn't think that Zhao Hai actually had a piece of space equipment. This made Stack think that Zhao Hai was an official member of the Shelley family. What happened on the river was just an interlude. After chatting with Stack for a while, Zhao Hai returned to his room. He wanted to see if the space could level up after adding the arrow turtles. The ranch leveled up to level 10, and he didn't know what changes would happen to the ranch after reaching level 10. But unfortunately, after the arrow turtle entered the ranch didn't level up, it just added another animal to the ranch. Seeing that the ranch didn't level up, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. This gave Zhao Hai a new idea. Although there were a lot of animals on the land, there were also a lot of animals and plants in the rivers, lakes, and seas. There might be more species than on the land. If Zhao Hai could get more animals from the river or the sea, it would be hard for the space not to level up. Laura sat next to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what do you think would happen if we put the river's water directly into the space?" Zhao Hai froze, he didn't think about this. Putting the river's water directly into the space? This method could be tried. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We can try, but we'll have to wait for the right opportunity. In 2 days, we'll arrive at Skywater City. Once we arrive at Skywater City, not only can we bring river water into the space, we can also bring sea water into the space. This way, the space might be able to level up. Although the ranch's leveling speed isn't slow, the farm still hasn't leveled up. Once we arrive at Skywater City, it would be best to level up the farm a bit faster. Once I detoxify the water of nothingness, we'll be able to relax." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Laura nodded and said, "Right, we should level up the farm as soon as possible. But it's winter right now, it's not easy to find new plants." Even if we can find some, most of them are dead or have been dead for more than a month. Even if we use the life liquid, it would be useless. I think that if we want to level up the farm, we'll have to wait until spring. Zhao Hai nodded and said, we don't need to worry, we've been waiting for a long time. Once we reach Skywater City, we should settle down first. Laura nodded. Now that we have Mite's protection, although we're safe, we've also been branded with the Xia family's brand. This might cause inconvenience for us in the future. The Shelley family might want to use this method to bind us to them. This way, others would have to think twice before cooperating with us. Brother Hai, do you think that this would affect our cooperation with the Kelsey family? Zhao Hai nodded. Don't you think that this would affect our cooperation with the Kelsey family? Laura nodded. If we can really cooperate with the Kelsey family, then it would be a good thing for us. When the time comes, even if we reveal our identity, nobody would dare to say anything. Zhao Hai smiled and said, if we can't let them know, then let's not let them know. No matter what, our territory is still in the Oxu Empire. If they find out about our identity, then they would come looking for trouble, which would be quite troublesome. Laura nodded. Although the Black Wasteland was protected by Kair's poisonous fog, it wasn't completely safe. There were a lot of 9th rank experts in the continent, and there were also a lot of people with special abilities. Moreover, one should never underestimate the strength of an empire. Not to mention, their enemy wasn't only the Oxu Empire, but also the Radiant Church. The Radiant Church's strength was very strong, and their light element magic was able to restrain the poisonous fog. If they let the Radiant Church know about Zhao Hai's identity, then they would certainly go to the Black Wasteland. This would be very detrimental to Zhao Hai's development. Zhao Hai saw that Laura didn't speak, so he turned to her and said, how is your subordinate doing in the prairie? Naturally, Zhao Hai was referring to Atai, Laura's subordinate in the prairie. Originally, Zhao Hai and the others wanted to go to the prairie earlier to meet up with Atai and then go to Beast God City together. But because of whales, they didn't manage to go. However, Laura gave Atai instructions to go to Beast God City as a vanguard. Laura nodded and said, I received news 2 days ago that he has arrived at Beast God City. He's currently there to understand the situation. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Although our main focus is on Brother Whales, the food in our hands can't be eaten by Brother Whales alone. We still need to go to Beast God City in the future and get in touch with the warring clans. I think that after we settle down in Skywater City, if there's a ship going to the prairie, we should go and take a look. Laura frowned and said, it's best to wait until spring. If we go to the Beastmen Prairie now, there won't be any business. The Beastmen have already prepared food for the winter, so it's not a good time to go now. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it is precisely because everyone thinks that this is not a good time that we have to go. Who knows, we might find something unexpected. As he spoke, Meg, who had been looking at the screen, suddenly said, young master, something's wrong. The ship outside seems to be shaking more and more violently. Zhao Hai froze for a moment, then he and Laura flashed out of the space. Sure enough, the ship was now shaking violently. It was as if the arrow turtle had attacked it, but it was a lot more intense than before. Zhao Hai and Laura quickly went to the deck outside. Stack was looking at the river with a dignified expression. Zhao Hai quickly went to his side and looked at the river. He saw that there were a lot of arrow turtles in the river. These arrow turtles seemed to be attacking the ship without regard for their lives. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown when he saw this situation. Stack, what's going on? Are these arrow turtles crazy? Stack shook his head and said, it's not crazy, but it's almost the same. We've been schemed against. These arrow turtles like to eat a kind of wood called cedar incense wood. Therefore, as long as a ship is traveling along Law River, they wouldn't carry this kind of wood, lest it attract the arrow turtles' crazy attacks. Some time ago, my ship was repaired in River Law City, so it's possible that someone put some cedar incense wood on my ship and then covered it with a layer of paint. Maybe it's water paint, but after soaking in water for a long time, it would automatically fall off, exposing the cedar incense wood inside. When the arrow turtles smelled it, it would naturally attack our ship. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. He turned to look at Mite, who was standing next to him. Mite was also frowning. When he felt Zhao Hai's gaze, he couldn't help but stare. His expression changed as he said, Mister, what do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, I suspect that this matter might be related to Grand Duke Lionheart. Doesn't he have such strength? Might's face paled. Is he that ruthless? In order to deal with us, he would sacrifice the people on his ship? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, for Lionheart, sacrificing a few people doesn't mean anything. Killing us is the most important thing. If we live, then he would become a joke. How could he let go of this opportunity? When Stack heard what the two said, he couldn't help but ask, you're saying that Grand Duke Lionheart sent people to do this? That the purpose was to kill you? Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's very likely. Ever since 100 Battles Fortress, I've been fighting with Lionheart nonstop. In the entire process, I've killed more than 10,000 of his people. His hatred towards me can be imagined. Brother Star, it seems like I've implicated you this time. But there's one thing I'm curious about, how did they know that we were going to board your ship? Might smiled bitterly and said, don't think too much about it, it must be because of me. Our Shelley family cooperated with those merchant ships, Grand Duke Lionheart was very clear about this. When we arrived at River Law City, he couldn't do anything to us inside the city, so he decided to do something to Brother Star's ship. If I'm not wrong, not only did they do something to the ship, they also sent people to wait for us on the road. This was because they didn't know whether we were going to travel by land or water. It seems like we were really careless. This time. Stack smiled bitterly, he didn't think that he would become a sacrifice. In River Law, arrow turtles were the most difficult magic beasts to deal with. They were very strong and had strong defenses. If there were only a few of them, then they would be easy to deal with. But if there were a large number of them, then it would be a nightmare for the ship's crew. Might turned his head to Stack and said, Stack, is there any way to deal with this situation? Stack smiled bitterly and said, there is, we can abandon the ship and go to another ship. This way we can survive, but the ship would be finished. Might nodded, then abandon the ship. Don't worry, the Shelley family will certainly compensate you. No matter what, this matter was caused by us, we can't let you suffer a loss in vain. When Zhao Hai heard Might, he secretly nodded. He agreed with the Shelley family's approach. From this point, one could see the Shelley family's style of doing things. Zhao Hai felt that he didn't find the wrong people. Looking at the increasing number of arrow turtles under the water, Zhao Hai suddenly said, I can try to deal with these arrow turtles without abandoning the ship. Stack, let the ship anchor and stop. At the same time, don't let anyone come out. When Stack heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he immediately ordered people to prepare. Although Might said that they would compensate him with a ship, the ship was still his property. He built it bit by bit, it was like his home. He had feelings for the ship, so naturally he didn't want the ship to be destroyed. However, he still prepared a lifeboat. No matter what, saving one's life was the most important thing. Now that a large number of arrow turtles had gathered on the river, the other ships had already left. This made it very convenient for Zhao Hai's actions. Zhao's method was actually very simple. He just followed Laura's method and absorbed the river water into the space. This way, the creatures in the river would also be absorbed into the space. Naturally, the arrow turtles were no exception. The ship quickly dropped its anchor. Zhao Hai turned his head to Stack and said, Brother Stack, you must control the ship well. I think you should also put away the sails. I want to move a large amount of river water. If it's not done well, the ship might capsize. Stack thought that Zhao Hai was going to use water magic, so he didn't ask anything. He just nodded and had the sailors put down the sails. Then he went to the helmsman's position. When Zhao Hai saw that they were ready, he took out the ghost staff and walked to the side of the ship. Then he softly chanted an incantation. Actually, he was just putting on an act. He already ordered Kai to open a spatial rift in the river and directly absorb the river's water into the space. Might and Stack quietly looked at Zhao Hai. They didn't know what Zhao Hai was going to do next. At this time, they suddenly saw a huge spatial rift on the river's surface. The river's water was flowing into the rift, and before long, a huge whirlpool appeared. Even the ship was being pulled towards the rift. Might and Stack were startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai wasn't using water magic, but the continent's most obscure space magic. Space mages were the most difficult to find in the continent. Because of this, most people didn't understand space magic. However, they knew that space magic was the most iconic move of space magic. Now that they saw the spatial rift on the river's surface, they naturally thought that Xiao Hai was a space mage. This made Mite's eyes shine as he looked at Xiao Hai. At the same time, he also sighed at his family's good fortune. Space mages were very precious in the continent. Any force would want to get their hands on a space mage. If outsiders knew that Xiao Hai was a space mage, then no matter where he went, he would be treated with the highest courtesy. Mite and the others felt that the river's surface was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This showed how much water was flowing into the spatial rift. On the other hand, Xiao Hai had Kai'er pay attention to the arrow turtles in the river. As long as the arrow turtles were sucked into the space, then he would stop. Before long, Kai'er told him that the arrow turtles around them were sucked into the space. There were more than 300 of them in total. Xiao Hai immediately stopped. At the same time, the spatial rift on the river's surface also disappeared. When the spatial rift disappeared, the people on the ship heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at the river water flowing into the rift. Although the ship had dropped its anchor, it was still moving towards the rift. They felt as if they would be sucked into the spatial rift at any time. Now that the spatial rift disappeared, they naturally relaxed. When the spatial rift disappeared, the river's surface returned to its calm state. The water level was also recovering little by little. However, the people on the ship were looking at Xiao Hai with strange expressions. One must know that space mages had the highest status among all mages. And the method that Xiao Hai used just now was a space mage's method. Mite looked at Xiao Hai and said, "I didn't expect Mr. to be a space mage. I've been rude." Xiao Hai looked at Mite's expression and smiled. "Come on, even if I'm a space mage, I'm still your partner. Don't be so serious." Mite also smiled. At this time, Stack came over and looked at Xiao Hai with a strange expression. "If I tell others that I'm friends with a space mage, they wouldn't believe me." Xiao Hai and Mite smiled. Xiao Hai looked at the river and said, "There are certainly more arrow turtles in this river. Moreover, I'm afraid that Grand Duke Lionheart still has some tricks up his sleeve. Let's go quickly. As long as we reach Skywater City, we'll be safe." Stack nodded and immediately ordered the crew to set sail. Xiao Hai pretended to be very tired and said, "All right, you guys go ahead. I'll go back and rest. I'm very tired." Then he waved his hand towards Mite and walked towards his room. Mite didn't stop him. In fact, he was very excited. For the family to be able to form a relationship with a space mage was very fortunate. When Xiao Hai entered his room, he immediately flashed into the space. This was because when he entered the river, he heard a prompt from the space. However, he didn't pay attention to what it was. When he entered the space, he immediately looked at Kai'er and said, "Kai'er, what just happened?" Kai'er smiled and said, "Young master, the space just leveled up. The farm also leveled up, while the ranch leveled up by 5 levels. Now it's level 14. Moreover, the space has gained a new function, the fish pond function. If the young master wants to raise fish later on, you can raise them in the ranch's river. Moreover, you can also raise water magic beasts in the river. You can raise a maximum of 10,000 magic beasts in the river." After the ranch leveled up to level 10, all the animals inside were upgraded to magic beasts. Even the ordinary animals inside have become magic beasts. Xiao Hai was overjoyed. He didn't think that there would be such a good thing. After the space leveled up to level 10, all the animals inside were turned into magic beasts. Moreover, you can also raise fish. This was a very good thing. However, he immediately thought of something, so he turned to Kai'er and said, "Kai'er, if you raise fire fish in the hot springs, does that also count as a fish pond function?" Kai'er nodded and said, "Yes, as long as it's raised in the water, then it can be considered a fish pond. Young master can raise more fire fishes in the future. Because of the space's upgrade, young master can now raise 10,000 magic beasts. In other words, young master can raise 10,000 magic beasts as well as 10,000 ordinary magic beasts." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Young master can raise 10,000 magic beasts as well as 10,000 ordinary magic beasts." End of chapter 350. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.